Chapter 1 Warning. The school girlfriend you feed is about to die. Ever since the car accident, Jiang Yu hadn't had a good thing happen to him in a long time. Today a double blessing came to him. Jiang Yu, I'm going to intern at the bank soon. Okay, score. Whoever contacts again in the future is a dog. Jiang Yu said very dryly, pulling black and deleting a dragon. Jiang Yu, you asshole. Edit, it's hard to find a job now. Many people come to write online articles, and you're a newcomer. 1,000 words for 15 is very high. Sign it or not. Sign. Jiang Yu heavily knocked down a word. Turning his wheelchair, he picked up a calculator and did some math. Write 6,000 words a day, plus full attendance. After deducting taxes, a month to hand about 3,000, and then deduct the medical expenses and rent. Enough to live. Outside the window, the rainstorm was pouring down, and bean-sized raindrops drifted into the house through the window. Wheelchair armrests reflect his pale face, once Linchuan University geology major in the proud sun, now only sickly thin, except for a pair of eyes, penetrating stubborn and lonely light. He is an orphan, this year's junior, both academic excellence, scholarships to get soft. Before graduation there are a bunch of companies to grab. There is a school girlfriend. A beautiful life is about to begin. Until he had a car accident. The other side of the car was destroyed, and he had an undeserved disaster. His legs can no longer stand up. After being discharged from the hospital, he took the first time to apply for suspension, found a house and moved out of school, seeing no one but a roommate and close friend. He needed the darkness. Only by hiding in the darkness could he breathe and enjoy with abandon this feeling of hopelessness in his broken life. His soul, swimming in the abyss. Tick-tock. Warning, the schoolgirl girlfriend you fed is about to die. Warning, your girlfriend is about to die. The computer suddenly issued a pop-up alarm. Jiang Yu frowned, his line of sight falling on the lower right corner of the computer screen. The game icon that couldn't be deleted. The Doomsday Survival Manual. After the accident, he pondered how to support himself and simply chose to write online articles. No need to socialize, no need to go out. It suits him now, so he got into this used computer. There was a strange game icon on the desktop. He doesn't play this kind of brainless game, can't delete it, and is too lazy to care. Then, every few days, there will be a Q version of the pixelated little man, wearing a pink JK skirt, crawling out of the icon, sneaking around on his computer screen to pick up things, sometimes picking up a Word document, sometimes picking up a material image he had saved with him. From the sketchy pixels one could vaguely tell that the little person had a pair of lovely big eyes like a beauty. He was well versed in this small workshop routine. As soon as he clicked on the game, the pixel villain would disappear, and if he wanted to be resurrected, he would have to spend $68,000, or a virus breaks out and locks his computer, and if he wants to unlock it, he has to scan the code and recharge. He, the school bully, how could he fall for such a trick? So never clicked on that game icon, just copied some file shortcuts for the little pixelated man to pick up. This also became the only fun in his dark life. These days there was so much going on that he really didn't care about the little man. But when did a bean-sized little person become his school girlfriend? Titties with no boobs and no ass. Of course, he wasn't that shallow. Backing up his important information, he didn't hesitate to tap into the game when the reminder popped up on the game icon again. He wanted to see what was going on. The moment the game opened, Jiang Yu was suddenly surrounded by a sense of severance, a strange feeling that he was divorced from real space. As if time had pressed the pause button, all sounds disappeared, and only the sound of his own heartbeat filled his ears. However, in an instant, this feeling receded and everything returned to its original state. It was like an illusion. Instead of a computer screen with a mosaic and antivirus software flying around, a tattered dormitory appeared. It was the same structure as the dormitory at Linchuan University. 4 people, bed and table, separate bathroom, and a balcony. The dormitory is gray, broken windows, thin beds, a small flashlight emits a weak dim light. It fits the theme of the game, Doomsday. Jiang Yu inhaled. The air was filled with the smell of dust that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Su Kong. This was too real. In addition to the sound of whistling wind, there was also the muffled sound of zombies wailing and humans in pain. Following the muffled grunts, he looked over. He saw that there was only a single thin sheet on the hardboard bed, and a girl with the same proportions as a real person was shivering nonstop with her back to him. Little pink JK dress, long black hair. From the back, the figure was perfect to impeccable. It could be determined through the clothing that this should be the pixel villain. Unlike the cute Q version of that image on the computer, here was a soft and slender young girl. First look, I changed the image, so some comments are missing. DBQ, that's her? His own girlfriend? Jiang Yu moved his mouse to poke at her. Surprisingly, a prompt box popped up. Ding, do you want to continue to claim your girlfriend? Su Qianyue? Confirmation. Please recharge 1. 00 yuan. Jiang Yu let out a light laugh, sweeping away the haze he had just felt. So it's a love game in the guise of a doomsday game? But for just $1. This cute little pixelated person belongs to him. Not 98, not 198, not 680, just $1? I didn't expect that after being hospitalized for 3 months, the consumer downgrade in the online gaming world had already reached this level. Jiang Yu did not hesitate to choose to claim it. Didn't he just say that his girlfriend is dying? $1 can save a life. And life is also a life. Not to mention that little doubting has a nice name, Su Qianyue. Ding! Adoption successful. Adoption is a promise. Girlfriend can't be resurrected after death. Please take it seriously. Density is very important. Please work hard to brush it. Attention! The end of the real world is coming. The last sentence was directly skipped by Jiang Yu. The end of the world? Come on. Let's all destroy together. Come on. Let's destroy it together. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf. And if you can kneel down to read the latest chapter, boost your stats, and wish your righteous fathers a prosperous new year. Chapter 2, Affinity to 5. Unlocking the call function. As for brushing affinity, Jiang Yu said that he refused to be a licking dog, and electronic licking dogs wouldn't do. After the successful adoption, Su Qianyue slowly turned around to face him. The moment he saw Su Qianyue's face clearly, Jiang Yu felt that the entire space brightened up a few points. Could it be? Is he really a shallow person? Long black hair was slightly messy and draped behind her. Her large eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Her pale and small chin made people want to pinch it. Probably sick. She bit her crimson lips, trying to restrain herself from making a sound. The more she held back and restrained herself like this, the more one couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Too good-looking. Too real. How could there be such a good-looking and real paperweight in the world? A combination of charm and innocence. Under the JK small skirt is a pair of long and white legs, so that people cannot move their eyes. The downside is that the figure is too good. Jiang Yu is a bit dizzy round syndrome. See, too round things will be dizzy. So he seldom eats watermelon, apples and so on, and even if he does, he has to cut it in half. And the picture is very vivid, without a little bit of the feeling of paper people. Even the other person's hair strands are incomparably detailed, slowly fluttering with Su Qianyue's breathing, as if he reached out, he could touch the other person. Completely not what a viral game should look like. The always calm Jiang Yu was greatly shocked. Hardcore, heavy money to get the beginning right, and when the players start playing, they pull a big one? Su Qianyue's red unnatural cheeks. The screen popped up again. Ding! Is it possible to view the profile of your school girlfriend? Su Qianyue? Permanent permission. Confirm to view. Please recharge 100 yuan. The little game is quite tolerable. Thought he'd have to recharge $6, $18, $68, $198, until it drained his wallet. I didn't realize it was still $1. If you don't recharge, it's like smoking straight through the lungs. Lung fog. Recharge. Su Qianyue, age 19, Miss 1000 Gold, flower of a city university, love experience value 0, life value 5/100, intimacy 0 out of 100, skills 0, backpack unlocked, life value 0. School flower girlfriend Su Qianyue died. Even if Jiang Yu rarely played the game, he knew that a life value of only 5 was a very low statistic. No wonder the warning was issued. It was indeed about to hang up. The cold wind blew in and Su Qianyue got even colder. Her face grew paler and paler, shaking. The small hand clenched the thin bedsheet with force, and her expression was very painful, as if it was going to shatter and disappear forever in the next moment. The little person who worked so hard to go to his desktop, pouting and picking up garbage, was living this kind of life here? Life value -1. Life value -1. Immediately falling to 0. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. If he really died, wouldn't the $2 he spent go down the drain? Ding! Detected that your schoolgirl girlfriend's life value has continued to drop and is in a state of near death. Is she exchanging for fresh water, food, and medicine? Confirm exchange. Please recharge $12. When your girlfriend's life value is less than or equal to 5, she will enter a state of near death, triggering the exchange of food and medicine. Seeing Su Qianyue's life value fall to 1, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and directly chose to recharge. 12 yuan, and 1 yuan. Is it a big difference? Not much. He earned it back by coding 1,000 more words. After raising it for so many days, it's long since had feelings. Jiang Yu is now able to empathize with otaku secondaries. Cement sealed his heart. He set a bottom line for himself, above $100. He won't recharge. As soon as this side is recharged, a bottle of mineral water, a small loaf of bread, and a portion of fever-reducing medicine suddenly appear on the shabby table over there. With the sudden appearance of things, Su Qianyue woke up leisurely with an abnormal reddish color. She painfully patted her head. Crap, am I going to die? The voice was soft with weakness and a hint of dryness. Pathetic. Oops. Jiang Yu's heart was viciously kneaded. Which CV teacher's dubbing was this? And this sound effect technique. There was a feeling that Su Qianyue was talking to herself right across the room. These game makers have this level and will succeed in anything they do. Jiang Yu guffawed. When she saw what was on the table, Su Qianyue nervously shrunk back to the corner of the bed, not daring to move. Her voice was trembling. Who is it? After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement, she carefully stretched out her feet, bunny-like, and swished over the water on the table, unscrewing the mineral water with difficulty. After taking the medicine and eating half a piece of bread, the life value finally came to 10. Looking at the data floating up on the screen, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. The little girlfriend that he had fed himself had finally been preserved. Su Qianyue muttered. No one came in. Could it be a ghost? She immediately crawled back into the bed with a scared look on her face, wrapping herself in the sheet and shivering. Suddenly, the big eyes brightened a few times. Could it be the system? Not really, that's only in novels. Jiang Yu could no longer hold back his light laughter. Still knows about the system, knows quite a lot. Su Qianyue hugged her knees, her soft and aggrieved voice once again spread out of the screen. They all dislike me for being a burden, but I clearly didn't need to do this before. I thought I was going to die. Whoever you are, thank you. Intimacy +1. When intimacy grows to 5, the call function is unlocked. Intimacy can be gained through gratitude and companionship. The prompt popped up. So when intimacy grows to 100, can we meet up? Jiang Yu was amused by this childish thought of his. He had to say that he was in a much better mood after claiming his schoolgirl girlfriend Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue shrunk in the corner of the bed, her little head a little, and soon fell asleep against the wall. Jiang Yu hung up the game to increase his companion time. Just moved over, haven't had time to pack. An orange light. Jiang Yu sat in his wheelchair, fingers tapping on the keyboard, taking the time to look up the background of the game and the game map. Strange, the various search programs didn't query this game, nor did they search for videos of people playing this game. The internet was so developed, and the game with such a high degree of authenticity. There was no news at all on the internet? This is not normal. Then there was only one possibility. This game was specifically used to cheat themselves. Developed separately for themselves? That's not right either. That would cost too much. What's going on? He tried disconnecting the internet. Everything was normal within the game. Not affected by the internet at all. Spooky as hell. But he liked it. Only belonged to his school girlfriend, Su Qianyue. No betrayal. No mockery. Only an electronic girlfriend that completely belongs to him. Thinking of this, a sense of belonging rose in Jiang Yu's heart. Unexpectedly, one day, the pixelated villain that was hand-fed turned into his own girlfriend. Could it be that he is going to become Su Qianyue's plaything? Woo-woo, there's water to drink. Chapter 3, Super Tsunami is coming. By beginner skills, tapping on the game world background, I finally found a handful of sentences. The end of the world suddenly came. Zombie outbreaks. The world's population reduced to 10%. All kinds of natural disasters are getting more and more. Where should mankind go from here? Ding. To view the subsequent parts, please recharge $198. 00. Jiang Yu. Dog thing. So it's waiting for him here. It was a few bucks and a few dollars up front, and now it's suddenly 198? I just said I won't recharge if it's over 100. True men. Words must count. Jiang Yu skillfully recharges. Beauty is a mistake. He just met her less than 3 hours ago, and he has to spend a fortune. But it doesn't matter. He's willing to do it. After the accident, the truest vulnerability in his heart can't be told to anyone. Only the pixelated little person has been accompanying him. He kind of can't let go of Su Qianyue. If Su Qianyue died, he would become that lonely self again. This thought was like Guan Yunchang's great sword, splitting the true and the false at once. Got to recharge. In the doomsday, if you know about the development of the world one step earlier, your little girlfriend will have one more safeguard. The bottom line is used to break through. After recharging, a line was slowly typed on the background introduction. In the second month, a super tsunami broke out, lasting half a month. This disaster concept degree 10%. Jiang Yu waited for several minutes, and no more content came out behind him. It's a bit add up. 198. That's all that's coming out? With punctuation, that's $10 a word. He's only paid $15 for 1,000 words. But what does this 10% disaster concept mean? If you really can't figure it out, just leave it for now. But it's easy to understand that there's a big tsunami in the second month of the apocalypse. Now it is carried to which step? Did not find this information. One can only wait until the intimacy with Su Qianyue grows to 5 to be able to communicate to understand the world progress. Jiang Yu took out a small notebook, organizing all the information known now. This was his habit of keeping the logic of a science student meticulous. 1. Su Qianyue is in a near-death state when her life value falls below 5, triggering the recharge of food and medicine. 2. Su Qianyue dies when her life value falls to 0 and when she abandons, she can't be resurrected after death. 3. Intimacy is gained through thanks and companionship, which can unlock the interactive features with Su Qianyue. For skills, backpacks, not yet unlocked. 5. Disaster conceptual. That means, as long as Su Qianyue isn't in a near-death state, there's nothing I can do if I want to feed her? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Interesting. First time I've seen a stupid game that can't even make money. At this time, a broken water cup with a logo sitting on the dormitory table caught his attention. This water cup? It looks a bit familiar. Carefully comparing it, it was the picture he saved a few days ago when he was writing a novel to find material. Even the damaged place was the same. It was picked up by the pixelated figurine at that time, and it actually appeared here? Meaning, the things Su Qianyue picked up on his computer screen could really appear in her world? If that was the case, there was no need to wait until Su Qianyue entered a state of near-death to feed food and supplies. In a flash of lightning, a thunderbolt exploded. Jiang Yu quickly jotted this one down. This was simply not too good. The price of supplies within the game was about the same as in reality. And if he turned around and recharged a gun or an airplane cannon, he didn't even have that much money. Now that he had discovered this bug, he could save a lot of money. With his new discovery, Jiang Yu got excited. Hanging up, he returned from the shower. At this time, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Su Qianyue in the screen was also asleep, her slender waist outlined in amazing curvature. Charming in her innocence, she was restlessly hugging the worn-out pillow. Jiang Yu was stupid and wanted to kiss. After cursing the beast a few times, he simply covered the screen. He had to admit that he kind of liked this feeling. It also strengthened the idea that he wanted to help Su Qianyue live well. He coveted the warmth. Asterisk. In Su Qianyue's world, 15 days ago, when everyone sighed at the appearance of heart-shaped clouds in the sky, the end came without warning. She was the only one in the dormitory. Those who had previously claimed that they were willing to die for her, now all stayed away from her, believing her to be a drag. Even those who were willing to team up with her, the condition was to sleep with her first. How could she possibly agree to that? The other day her roommate came back and brought people to snatch all the snacks and water she had previously stocked up on. Is it useful to be pretty? Is it useful to have money at home? Still a loser. You'll just wait here to die. We're going to the Pearl Hotel. Su Qianyue didn't want to die. There was no food or water, so she would go out and search for it. Even though she didn't know anything, by chance, she found a place where there were no zombies and where she could occasionally pick up food. But what she brought back was still not enough. It was getting more and more dangerous out there, and it was even harder to make a trip out. She was tired, hungry, thirsty, and had a fever at the critical moment. It would be better if I just died like this. It's better than being bitten by a zombie. Just at that moment, mineral water, bread and medicine suddenly appeared on the table in front of them. Thank you, Divine Lord. Su Qianyue thanked from the bottom of her heart. After the end of the day, she had her first good night's sleep. Asterisk. The next day, Jiang Yu woke up early, but where there was a leg pressed on his body, it was impossible for him to wake up this early. Sitting on the wheelchair, he came to the computer. Su Qianyue was still sleeping, a tiny little ball, shrinking on the bedboard. Looking at it makes one's heart ache. Jiang Yu's mouse clicked on her character information, wanting to see how much intimacy had grown over the night. Accidentally, he clicked on Su Qianyue's waist. She was wrapped in a single thin sheet. Her concave and convex figure, just like the distant mountains, her thin waist was just too attractive. Su Qianyue sat up violently in shock. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. While chanting in her small mouth, before she even opened her eyes, she first felt out a wooden stick from the bed and held it tightly in her hand. Shrinking to the corner of the bed and shivering, she warned around. Jiang Yu swore that he didn't do it on purpose, and didn't dare to mess around anymore for fear of scaring her. Su Qianyue stayed frozen for a while. After seeing that there was no danger, she didn't sleep either. Taking out the remaining half a piece of bread, she finished eating it with mineral water. Taking advantage of the time, Jiang Yu clicked on Su Qianyue's information. Life value, 12/100. Affinity, 1. 5 out of 100. Skills, 0. Backpack, unlocked. Hanging up for a night, the intimacy increases by 0. 5. That day down, the intimacy increases by up to 1. Grow to 5 to voice communication. When will that be? On the contrary, resting for a night increased the life value by 2 points. Su Qianyue finished eating and stood in front of the broken window, and could see a zombie wandering downstairs, seemingly smelling the smell of a living person. The zombie lifted its bloody and rotting face and sniffed towards the window. The current zombie's speed was about the same as a human's normal walking speed. Visually, if one ran with all their might, they would definitely be able to outrun the zombie. Su Qianyue retracted her body in fear. She is on the 3rd floor. The first floor has an iron door closed. The zombies can't enter for the time being. However, she is still worried. Ding! Whether or not to purchase the primary maintenance skill for your school girlfriend? Confirm purchase. Please recharge $18. All skills are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and improve as proficiency increases. Again, request, how to get a man to spend $300 for you in 3 hours. Righteous fathers, please add to the bookshelf if you like. Wahahaha. Chapter 4, Bugs and Supplies for Girlfriends. This money does not need to hesitate to charge. Previously charged $198. Also thought that the garbage game will go one way to the black. Did not expect to also learn the desire to escape. The amount of recharge down. After charging, Su Qianyue's personal information has one more. Skill, elementary maintenance 0/100. She stood by the window, patted her heaving chest, and looked at the wooden stick in her hand, and finally remembered something. Pulling a small discarded box from under the bed. It contained various small accessories that had been given to her as part of an online purchase. Finding small nails, he pulled the curtains over to cover the broken window. Knock knock knock. Using a small wooden stick as a hammer, nail the curtains to the PVC window frame to cover the broken glass. The commotion here still caught the attention of the zombie downstairs, tilting its head and hissing at the upstairs. Su Qianyue shivered in fear while insisting on nailing the curtains in place. Skill, elementary maintenance 5/100. The skill growth rate was quite fast. However, Jiang Yu noticed that Su Qianyue's life value dropped by 2 points after raising her repair skill. Just like human oxen and horses, trading the length of her life for width. Jiang Yu couldn't help but start fantasizing that in the future, Su Qianyue, who was his girlfriend and had zero experience in romance, would have to upgrade bit by bit as well, from 0 to 100 kind of thing. After a busy day, Jiang Yu sees Su Qianyue tie up her hair, quietly pull open the dormitory door, look left and right, and slowly walk downstairs along the wall with a cat-like pace. The howls of zombies come from downstairs from time to time, and she sticks to the wall and moves in small steps. Jiang Yu's perspective followed her as she slowly descended the stairs. The stairs on the first floor of the dormitory had an iron grill gate that kept the zombies out, and a zombie hovered at the front door. Jiang Yu wonders how Su Qianyue went out in this situation, only to see Su Qianyue go back to the 2nd floor, touch a balcony, and throw a chair from above. The loud commotion immediately attracted the 2 nearby zombies over. She then quickly ran downstairs, opened the iron door and ran out, also backhandedly locking the door again. The entire process was stumbling and dangerous, and if she was not careful, she would be surrounded by the zombies that heard the commotion and rushed over. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with appreciation. Who said boobs and brains can't coexist? His own little girlfriend was just a bit of a wimp, but she was still very brave. Running too fast, Su Qianyue accidentally fell. She got up with tears in her eyes and continued to run towards the distance. I don't know how many times she had experienced this kind of outing. Jiang Yu's heart suddenly followed suit. It was so dangerous outside. What was she doing out? Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something and quickly narrowed down the game screen. He quickly created a new Word document on the computer desktop. He quickly downloaded the pictures of mineral water, bread, sausages and Snickers on the internet. A brain put into the document. A half sleeve, a long sleeve, sports jacket, pants, a skirt. For a while, he couldn't even think of what a girl would wear underneath. Time was of the essence, so he went with sweatpants first, toilet paper, wet wipes, soap, toothbrush and toothpaste. That's all he could think of. Jiang Yu rubbed sparks out of his hands and grabbed the time to stuff another dagger into the document. Also wanted to stuff a gun. There wasn't enough time. Su Qianyue's figure had already disappeared from the screen, and the familiar pixelated little man appeared on the computer screen again. Once the little man appeared, the desktop couldn't add anything else. One could only wait for the next time. So tense. Jiang Yu directly used the mouse to put the finished document in front of her. After Su Qianyue was backstabbed by her roommate, she couldn't believe anyone. And this secret place wasn't told to anyone else. There are no zombies here, and the only bad thing is that coming here once especially consumes the body. Otherwise it's not impossible for her to choose to hide here all the time. Today, it was indeed a day favored by good luck. At a glance, she saw food and clothes scattered on the white ground, and even a dagger. Great! Affinity +1. Jiang Yu looked at the prompt box floating out within the game and nodded with satisfaction. Su Qianyue took off her jacket and strained to roll everything inside. The important thing was the dagger. It must not be lost. Knives were not allowed in the school dormitory, and after the end came, she didn't dare to go outside and walk around, causing her to only have a wooden stick for defense. Now that she had the dagger, she could do a lot more. The pixelated little person whimpered and tugged the folder towards the game icon. Not long after, Su Qianyue's slender and soft figure appeared within the game screen again. Jiang Yu smoothly created a new document and placed it on the desktop, girlfriend's backpack. The first one was to download a picture of a lightweight duffel bag and put it in the document. Su Qianyue hid all the way. When she heard a little movement, she hid, and a hide was half an hour up. When she returned to the dormitory downstairs, she watched the zombies wander far away before she took out her fastest speed and ran to the iron door. The hand from the gap in the iron door in to open the door. Seeing a zombie heard the movement, wobbling towards this side. The door has not yet opened. Jiang Yu couldn't help but pinch his sweat. Don't panic, don't panic. The little girl's eyes were tearful and her hands were shaking with nervousness. Finally, at the last second before the zombies came over, she opened the iron door, hugging something and squeezing in, closing the door, locking the door, all in one go, successfully shutting the walker out. Roar! The zombie reached in through the iron door, its bloodied and hideous arms almost grabbing the corner of her coat. Su Qianyue gasped for breath, tears welling up in her eyes, and ran upstairs on her hands and knees. It wasn't until she returned to the dormitory, closed the door, and collapsed onto her bare board bed, that she covered her face and whimpered and started crying. Jiang Yu expressed his understanding. She was a rich white sweet girl before, and to be so brave in the face of such a situation was already very impressive. At this moment, Jiang Yu wanted to touch her head and tell her that she was doing well. Tapping on her personal information, Jiang Yu frowned. How did the life value drop so much? Life value, 6/100. Recovering to 12 in the morning. Practicing the primary repair skill dropped 2 points. And going out for a trip will consume 4 points? This was close to a near-death state. Jiang Yu sighed. He could only wait for her to get up and eat to recover on her own. He hung up the game while Cuckoo Yard's words. Before, when he was making money, he was able to feed the whole family. But now that there's an extra person in the family, of course he has to work harder. Jiang Yu's lunch is takeout. When he pushed his wheelchair to the door to get takeout and came back, he saw that in the computer. Su Qianyue took off her little pink JK skirt and was ready to change into new clothes, revealing her slender white legs. Her knees were bruised, presumably from the fall she just had. There is also a pure white small inner tube is also clearly visible, on top of which there is also a small tiger painted. Hey! Jiang Yu put down the takeout and reflexively used his hand to cover the screen. Again, he felt that it was wrong. There's only himself at home, and Su Qianyue is his girlfriend. So what's wrong with taking a look? Right. Before with Pei Yuchi, nothing happened, simply worse than a beast. Now it's an electronic girlfriend, a spiritual relationship. Can't touch it, can't kiss it, can't look at it? Yikes. Fell down. Chapter 5 The first test, trying to counter kill. At this time, Su Qianyue had already changed her clothes. It was the pictures of the clothes that Jiang Yu had downloaded from the internet. Red and white striped half sleeves, revealing delicate collarbones, as well as a small waist that was vaguely visible. The black sweatpants that ordinary people wore for disasters also looked different on Su Qianyue, setting off her slender legs in full figure. The previous JK uniform was pure and seductive, while now it was energetic and seductive. It's the little leather shoes under her feet that are so mismatched. Jiang Yu opened the document girlfriend's backpack again and put a picture of a pair of sneakers in it. After thinking about it for a while, he added a picture of a pair of small black leather boots, also put a pair of slim-fit jeans and paratrooper pants in there. When he unlocked Su Qianyue's backpack, he picked more clothes to put in it, and Su Qianyue could wear whatever she wanted. This feeling of dressing up his girlfriend, don't say it, it's quite satisfying. Jiang Yu jotted it down in his book. Sleeping plus 2 points, eating plus 2 points, medication plus 3 points, a set of equipment plus 4 points, practicing skills 2 points, a trip outside 4 points. Next, it was dry meal time. He ate on this side, and Su Qianyue ate on that side. He ate rice covered in retort meat, and Su Qianyue ate bread and ham sausage. Alas, it's not easy for Su Qianyue to come out. When can we send more supplies over? Su Qianyue finished her meal before she started to organize the supplies she brought back. When she touched the dagger, the game directly popped up a prompt box. Whether or not to purchase the primary knife skill for your schoolgirl girlfriend? Confirm purchase. Please recharge 18 RMB. Jiang Yu was slightly surprised. Surprisingly, it triggered an attack skill. Then if he gave a gun, wouldn't he be able to trigger a firearm skill? The more skills one has, the more one can do. The more skills Su Qianyue mastered, the more hope she had of surviving in the doomsday. Jiang Yu painfully recharged. Skills, elementary maintenance 5 of 100. Elementary knives 0 out of 100. Then he opened the file and put a pink AK in it, and a small pink pistol. Did Gatling have a pink one? No, just put a black one in. Even if these things were given to Su Qianyue, she would still need to keep unlocking the corresponding skills before she could use them. It was still early for her to use them. Take your time. The joy of the nurturing department is like this. Little by little, raise your girlfriend into a favorite shape. In the screen, Su Qianyue had a surprised look on her face, holding the dagger and trying to swing it a few times. At first, there was no pattern. Slowly, surprisingly, there were a few patterns. Her movements were very simple. Just 3, swing, stab, and change hands, practicing for a while and then stopping. Jiang Yu understood, opened the information panel to take a look, and sure enough, just eating and changing equipment boosted a few points of life value, dropped another 2 points. If intimacy, it was everything that connected the two. That life value is everything for Su Qianyue. In the afternoon, Su Qianyue practiced daggers and rested or ate something when she was tired. After finishing his coding, Jiang Yu finally had time to clean up the house. This house of his is 2 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, not far from the hospital. Every once in a while, he needs to go to the hospital for a follow-up on his leg. Renting this place is more convenient. The master bedroom sleeps, and the second bedroom serves as a warehouse. With Su Qianyue's company, the leg wasn't even that bad. From now on, this is your own home. When he returned to the game page again, Su Qianyue unexpectedly raised her primary knife proficiency to 10 out of 100. Along with the hanging companionship, the two's intimacy also increased. Intimacy, 3 out of 100. Very good. If things go well, the intimacy will reach 5 the day after tomorrow, and the duo will be able to talk. Jiang Yu had been pondering where to have Su Qianyue move to before the big tsunami came. This dormitory definitely wouldn't work now. When the water level rises, the zombies and other humans will surely move inside the building. The small dormitory door can't stop it, and the key is that the height isn't enough either. Super tsunami must be the highest place in this city. He studied the map of a city in the game. This city map is not any well-known city in reality. The average elevation was 350 meters, high in the northwest and low in the southeast. The north and west were a blur, labeled, unlocked. To the east and south was the ocean. The game description said it all, historical super tsunami. This is his expertise. The largest tsunami in history was the Lituya Bay tsunami in Alaska, which was over 500 meters high. How high would the historical super large tsunami within the game be? Jiang Yu didn't dare to be careless. At the very least, it would be safe to go above 500 meters above sea level. The northwest corner of a city was definitely a safer location. Jiang Yu studies the map for a while and finally picks a suitable location. You're it, Pearl Hotel. This 70-story grand hotel was the tallest building in a city, 230 meters in height, and with the terrain and elevation, it was over 500 meters. It was enough to withstand floods. Of course there is a risk. The tsunami is coming. There will definitely be other survivors also gather here. That time is the real test of Su Qianyue's attack power. Saved a screenshot of the map for his convenience, and sent a backup to his cell phone. After doing this, he took a look at the game. Jiang Yu frowned. In God's view, he surprisingly saw a person in the dormitory corridor who was advancing in the dark. Unbeknownst to him, this was Liang Yu, who had come together to rob Su Qianyue last time. When the end came, they happened to be at the Pearl Hotel to get a room to play. After the end came, with the natural advantage, they guarded a room in the Pearl Hotel. After the last time he came to rob Su Qianyue, Liang Yu has been thinking about this beautiful schoolgirl, and today it was not easy to fight for the task of coming to this area to look for supplies. Deliberately detoured a bit, just to take Su Qianyue. After finding someone, first this, then that. If Su Qianyue is not willing, oh, then don't blame him for not being polite. He has already killed someone. Su Qianyue, today must let her taste the taste of Little Master. Liang Yu touched the knife in his arms. Inside the dormitory, Su Qianyue did not turn on the flashlight. Instead, she pulled the curtains open a crack, letting the light from outside penetrate, practicing dagger use by the moonlight, while whispering, I stab, oblivious to the fact that someone was approaching outside. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. Now he can't talk to Su Qianyue. How to tell her that there is danger outside? And can a little girl beat the bad guys? Jiang Yu can't wait to transform into a warrior and jump into the game to protect Su Qianyue. Seeing the black shadow getting closer and closer, Jiang Yu's eyes turned and poked Su Qianyue with his mouse. Who is it? Su Qianyue immediately she nervously climbed to the upper bunk, holding her dagger and shrinking in the corner of the wall without moving. In the darkness, large eyes looked around in fear. Again, in the morning too, it felt like something was poking itself. Is it a ghost? Woo woo, she was about to cry. The surroundings quieted down, and a few howls of zombies came from outside the window. This time Su Qianyue finally noticed that something was wrong. Through the small window at the head of the door, she saw a figure right in front of her door. Ah! She immediately covered her mouth, one hand gripping the dagger and trembling non-stop, her heart thumping. Whoops! Chapter 6 Don't Call Me a Waste. Jiang Yu also stared nervously at the screen, unknowingly pinching out the armrests of the wheelchair under his hands. Su Qianyue, don't be soft, don't hesitate, cheer up. The black shadow pushed outside the door, and after realizing that the door couldn't be opened, his face was overjoyed. The people were indeed still here. In the end of the world, no one will be nosy. Jiang Yu is not afraid of someone coming to spoil his good deed, and directly raises his foot to kick the door. Clang, 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 bang. The dormitory door was kicked open and fell to the ground with a clang. The entire room shuddered. Su Qianyue in the corner of the upper bunk bed also shuddered. Su Qianyue, don't hide. I know you're there. Follow me. Let me pamper you. I have food, water. Jiang Yu walked step by step towards the house while saying nasty words. As he came in, Su Qianyue felt that the air in the room became stinky. Xiaomei said you are a waste. You can't survive alone. Follow me and I guarantee you'll be so good every day that you'll take off. Put. Baird. In the darkness, a knife's cold light flashed. Jiang Yu only felt a sharp stabbing pain coming from his face, and when he reached out to touch it, the skin and flesh turned out and his hands were full of blood. Looking up, he saw Su Qianyue sitting on her knees on the top bunk, her hands holding the dagger, her eyes full of disgust. No permission. Forbid to call me a waste. Su Qianyue was like a cornered rabbit. Her eyes were red and, no one is allowed to say that I am a waste. Holding the dagger, she pointed it straight at Jiang Yu's brow. No one is allowed to say I'm trash. She hated it when people said that about her. Jiang Yu reacted to the fact that he had been sneak attacked by a woman. Stomping on the bed with one foot, he felt out the knife in his arms and tried to yank Su Qianyue down. Su Qianyue's elementary knife skill proficiency already had 10 points. A simple move, but it gave Jiang Yu several bloody holes in his arm and face. Old me is going to get you killed. Jiang Yu did not expect that the schoolgirl who was crying and defenseless last time, now she dares to hurt someone. Su Qianyue was on the upper bunk, condescending. Her hands and feet were all over the place. Her dagger swung out a cold light, and surprisingly, Jiang Yu was repulsed, losing too much blood. Jiang Yu felt dizzy in his brain. If he continues to fight, he will definitely die. Wait, if you have permission, don't run. Wait for me to come back to kill you. Jiang Yu staggered to run out. Su Qianyue trembled her voice. No, running is the dog. She panicked and got out of bed. Jiang Yu's brain was spinning at high speed. If Su Qianyue wanted to be safe, she couldn't let the bad guy go back alive. But he could only view the part of the screen centered on Su Qianyue and couldn't trace where the bad guy had gone. Now that the people had run away, there was no way to chase them for a while. The strong smell of blood would definitely attract more zombies. What to do? Wait a minute. A numbness instantly leapt from Jiang Yu's back to the top of his head. He inhaled his nose. There was no mistaking the smell. It really was the bloody gas lingering at the tip of his nose. After 3 months in the hospital, he couldn't smell it wrong. Even turned his wheelchair and made a round of the windows and the doorway of the house. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The only time he could smell blood was when he went back to his computer and looked at the game screen. His computer definitely didn't come with 5D capability. Where did that odor come from? Jiang Yu had to wonder. Was what he was playing really just a game? Was Su Qianyue really just a game character? At this point in the scene, Su Qianyue is holding a knife and standing in front of the dormitory door, panting violently. She knows that the end of the world is not good to survive, but really to the point of moving the knife, or too scary. Under the moonlight, Su Qianyue's face was stained with a bit of blood. The whole person carried a bit of demonic and poignant beauty. It made people want to hold her in their arms and comfort her properly. Tears in her big eyes could no longer be held back and fell down with a crash. No, don't cry. The little girl cried 3 times a day. It was fortunate that a dagger was given to her today, and it was also fortunate that she had worked hard today and brought up her primary prop skill. Otherwise this night was really dangerous. After this battle, her primary knife proficiency was raised to 15 out of 100. The cost was that the life value dropped to 8. Once Su Qianyue cried, Jiang Yu temporarily put down the matter of pondering the game's realism. It was all claimed to be bound to each other. What else could it be? He poked her face with the mouse. Su Qianyue stopped crying, and this time, instead of hiding in the corner of the bed in fear, she wiped a handful of blood and tears from her face and looked around. Suffocating, she opened her mouth. Just now, it was you who reminded me, right? You who? Smart little girl. Jiang Yu poked her in the face with the mouse again. Thank you. Oh, are you a god? Su Qianyue stopped crying, but hiccuped several times because she was too scared. Intimacy +1. There was also a windfall. The intimacy came to 4. In that case, after tonight's hanging companionship, the intimacy can reach 4. 5. Another step closer to the two being able to talk. Jiang Yu didn't respond to her question again. It was impossible to communicate right now, but he decided to stay awake tonight and just watch for Su Qianyue. If there was danger approaching, send out a reminder. After not receiving a response, Su Qianyue silently took out the toilet paper and wet wipes she brought back today and wiped the blood off her hands and face, and wiped off the blood on her body. taking out a supermarket plastic bag. She put all the supplies she brought back today into it and left the place. She was also afraid that Jiang Yu would find it back. Where is this going? Jiang Yu's heart was flooded with faint worry. Silly child. The night of the end of the world is very dangerous. Don't leave now. Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue really took a small flashlight and went downstairs with trepidation. Don't. Fortunately, Su Qianyue was just confirming that the iron door on the first floor had not been broken by Jiang Yu, and after confirming that it was fine, she tiptoed up to the second floor. She was just a wimp, not stupid. The dormitory on the second floor. Although this is close to the ground and close to the zombies, it is also convenient for her to run. Su Qianyue carefully bit her lip, checking all the corners of the dormitory. After confirming that there was no danger, she closed the door to her room, sitting on a chair, leaning over the table, her shoulders shrugged. No need to look to know that little crybaby. The little crybaby who didn't like people calling her trash. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head. First going to take a shower. On duty at night, as a qualified goalkeeper. Su Qianyue now knows that the Divine Lord who helped her has been watching over her. After crying for a while, she stopped crying. Sleeping under the gaze of the other party, Su Qianyue inexplicably felt ashamed. A faint drunken redness crept onto her cheeks. Su Qianyue felt a little hot and wondered if she was catching a cold. Taking out mineral water, she drank several mouthfuls before easing up. That Divine Lord will see the bathroom? As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Qianyue's face turned even redder. Even if there was no light, under the light moonlight, it was still very obvious. There was no response for a long time. It seems that the Divine Lord is not here. Chapter 7, The First Call Between the Two of Us. Jiang Yu was currently sitting under the shower. His eyes closed as he sank into his thoughts. He couldn't help but continue thinking about the question he had just asked once again. Is it actually a game? Or is it the real world? The first time I entered, the smell of the dust and vapors could still be taken as the smell of my own room when I first moved in, and the smell of blood that had just emerged could not be faked. At this moment, he no longer treats Su Qianyue as a piece of code that accompanies him. Instead, he really put Su Qianyue's life on his heart. After taking a shower, he wiped his hair haphazardly. Sitting on the wheelchair, he blew the wind at the window. The night breeze was slightly cool, moved the computer to the side of the bed, plugged in the power cord, and prepared to lie down on guard. It was uncomfortable to be in a wheelchair all the time. Turn off the light. The moonlight shines onto the bed. The same also shines on Su Qianyue's sleeping side face in the picture, and his heart slowly settles down. After the car accident, he had trouble sleeping at night. On the surface calm, his heart was in pain all the time. He asked more than once why it was him, but fate gave no answer. Teachers and schools have retained him. The internship company also retained him. He refused them all. The school and the internship company only kept reminding him that he couldn't stand up. At this moment, in this small room, under the moonlight, with Su Qianyue's company, Jiang Yu's heart suddenly settled down. No longer pursuing. Why is he such an unanswerable topic? Oh no! Jiang Yu suddenly woke up with a start. Wasn't he on duty? How did he fall asleep? How come he didn't fall asleep so well before? Su Shallow Moon equals hypnotizing artifact. Jiang Yu first goes to look at Su Shallow Moon's situation on the computer. Su Qianyue has already gotten up and is standing in her dormitory practicing her dagger, stroke by stroke, looking even more powerful than yesterday. It's good that nothing happened. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. So strange. Still have that feeling of worrying about his girlfriend. Following the usual practice, he first checked Su Qianyue's personal information. Life value, 16/100. Affinity, 5 out of 100. Skills, elementary repair 5 out of 100. Elementary knife 15 out of 100. Backpack, unlocked. Intimacy is up to 5. You can talk now? Sure enough, he saw a small speaker button at the bottom right corner of the page. Before, he was quite looking forward to being able to communicate with Su Qianyue, but now he was suddenly that little bit excited. His heartbeat could be faster than when he was holding hands with Pei Yuchi. Not like himself at all. Jiang Yu first went to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then bought grain, oil, rice and noodles and vegetables and meat on the software outside for home delivery. With the house cleaned up, he could cook for himself and not have to order takeout. He waited for his mind to settle down before returning to the computer. Cough. Jiang Yu coughed a few times and clicked on that little speaker. Ding. Whether or not to purchase the call function? After purchasing, you can communicate with your school girlfriend Su Qianyue in both directions, and the call button can be turned off. Permanent access. Confirm purchase. Please recharge 198.00 yuan. The intimacy grows to 10. You can unlock the primary backpack. So, he said, as if everything was going too well. It turned out to be waiting for him here. View world progress 198 yuan can be understood. After all, The information gap is very important. To the call function how to recharge so much? However, it does matter that the two can communicate. Wait, how did he start empathizing with the garbage game? Must not let it succeed. Charge. When the time comes, chat with Su Qianyue more, and try to chat $198 back to the capital. There's also that backpack function. Surprisingly, it's also unlocked with affinity. The primary backpack should be a space-like existence for Su Qianyue. Thinking of the time when the girl would reveal her surprise because of this backpack, his remaining fire subsided for the most part again. After charging the value, the call button was ready to use. After opening it, he could talk to Su Qianyue. After closing it, just like before, he could only hear Su Qianyue's voice. Su Qianyue couldn't hear him. It's quite humanized. His computer hadn't been turned off in the past 2 days, just in case something happened to Su Qianyue. Now that he was able to communicate and make sure that the other party was safe and wouldn't run around, he was ready to give the computer a rest by shutting it down in a while. Su Qianyue was very sharp, stopped her movements, and reflexively wanted to crawl to the bed to hide. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yu hurriedly spoke out. I'm not a bad person. He silently added a classic big bad wolf line in his heart. Su Qianyue's big eyes gurgled around, shrinking herself towards the corner again. You, who are you? Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds. Who is he? Could he tell Su Qianyue that he was a game player? That she was just a game character? No. Is it Lord Divine? Su Qianyue weakly opened her mouth. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I'm the one who came to help you. He didn't have the heart to say, you're my girlfriend. I'm your boyfriend. Oddly shameful. Su Qianyue's grip on the dagger loosened. The food and medicine from before. Were you also the ones who gave them to me? Jiang Yu nodded. Thinking that the other party couldn't see, he added, yes. Su Qianyue pursed the corners of her lips. Her stunningly beautiful and cool little face floated full of gratitude. Her eyes curved. Thank you little girl. Changing her face really fast, Jiang Yu paid attention to the intimacy. And sure enough, the next second the screen popped up. Intimacy +1. Su Qianyue boldly asked, Where are you? Where are you? She wanted to know how the other party conversed with herself in the void, how they managed to send things out of thin air. Before Jiang Yu could answer, Su Qianyue mumbled to herself again. That's right, you're a fairy lord. Of course you're omnipotent. Jiang Yu's old face turned a little red. The little girl still doesn't know that her divine immortal lord is a cripple, right? There's no need to think so much. My surname is Jiang. Su Qianyue immediately nodded. Divine immortal Lord Jiang. Ahem. Forget it, just call me Jiang Yu. He really couldn't stand a soft and cute sister looking at him in a chaste manner, calling himself Divine Immortal Lord Jiang with his name. Good. Su Qianyue relaxed and looked down at her toes. Am I stupid? Stupid? No, I think you're very brave. You fought off the bad guys yesterday. Very brave. Jiang Yu's tone was serious. In his opinion, Su Qianyue was really brave. What's wrong with crying all the time? Isn't it enough to get things done? Not to mention Su Qianyue did quite well. Some people don't cry, such as Pei Yuchi. During the time they were together, the most heard phrase in her mouth was, I want to be an independent new woman. She's not crying, but she bites the bullet and screws up every time. Compared to that, Jiang Yu preferred to see the results. Really? Su Qianyue lifted her wet eyes. A few more points of brightness on a cute and pretty face. Yes, by the way Su Qianyue, do you still remember how many days it is now at the end of the day? 17 days. Su Qianyue returned without hesitation. Every day that passed she remembered clearly. Well, that's 13 days from now. The biggest tsunami in history will occur. It's not safe here. You need to move somewhere. Biggest tsunami? Su Qianyue's small face instantly turned white. Conditional reflex to pack up and run away. Afterward, she stopped her footsteps. Jiang Yu, where should I go? She remembered that she had Lord Divine Immortal, so of course she had to ask him for his opinion. If Lord Divine Immortal says what to do, she'll do it. Jiang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Su Qianyue would ask him how he knew. He hadn't thought of how to say it. Personal information, life value, intimacy, games, recharge, all of this information. For now, he wouldn't tell Su Qianyue. Don't panic. There are still 13 days left. It's not too late. Do you know the Pearl Hotel? Su Qianyue nodded, her spirit instantly down. I know. Liang Yu and the others are there. Liang Yu? Jiang Yu's complexion was aghast. Little girlfriend's relationship experience was 0. It couldn't be an ex-boyfriend. That was. Jiang Yu tapped his finger on the desktop, directly locking the clue. Is it the person who attacked you last night? Su Qianyue bit her lip, her eyes pooling with tears. The aggrieved little look was truly heartbreaking. Jiang Yu touched his heart, experiencing great ups and downs. His heart had long been unmoved, and he didn't expect that it would still hurt. Thank you. Chapter 8 Trusting Jiang Yu Unconditionally. Then do you know how many of them there are? Jiang Yu asked. Su Qianyue recalled, tilting her head slightly. My roommate Xiao Mei, her boyfriend, Liang Yu, and one other person I don't recognize. There were a total of 4 people that day. Jiang Yu sank his eyes and thought, once again tapping the map of a city. That means there are 4 direct enemies, and the Pearl Hotel is the best hotel in a city. There will definitely be a lot of people there, but the other buildings in a city are not tall enough to block the large tsunami. Su Qianyue, you still have to go. He was prepared to spend a lot of effort to convince Su Qianyue. After all, there were enemies there and many other dangers. Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue let out a sob and nodded. I know, I'll go. Hiss, truly, heartache, appreciation, pity, various emotions filled Jiang Yu's heart. If there was a recharge portal right now, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to recharge it. But this trash game didn't capitalize on the opportunity. There's still 13 days left. We'll go over again when we're ready. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yu didn't even realize that his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. Su Qianyue trusted Jiang Yu unconditionally. She also understands that with a super tsunami, the only way to survive is to be high enough up, and only the Pearl Hotel in a city can. Jiang Yu is mentally combing through what he has to do next. First, fight off Liang Yu's return shot. Even though he's bleeding a lot, there's no guarantee he's still alive. Second, grow the intimacy and unlock the backpack. Currently intimacy 6. It takes up to 4 days to reach 10. Third, after unlocking the backpack, Su Qianyue can bring more supplies. Go to the old place to get the supplies and then go to the Pearl Hotel. That Liang Yu, with such a serious injury, if he's still alive, he'll definitely come back again. But being a man's ego, he'll probably think that last night's injury was just an accident. And if he comes again, he'll probably come alone. This place you've chosen now is quite good. No need to shift. If the other party comes alone, strive to kill them in one hit. If they don't come alone, then it's convenient for you to run from the second floor. Receiving Jiang Yu's praise, Su Qianyue's face slightly reddened. She wasn't a waste. So good. Then, will work out using the sword. I'm not afraid of it. Su Qianyue waved her small fist. Good cheer up. Jiang Yu was doubly pleased. The little girl was quite motivated, knowing to take the initiative to exercise. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It should be the takeout delivery of ingredients arriving. Fortunately, the computer was in the bedroom and hadn't been moved to the living room. If Su Qianyue heard the doorbell on her side, she would definitely be suspicious. It seems that in the future, it would be best to keep the computer in the bedroom all the time. Turning off the call button and pulling the room door closed, Jiang Yu went to the door to get the takeout. Cooking oil, rice, soy sauce, vinegar and salt, as well as some vegetables, eggs and meat. While packing, he thought, wait to ask Su Qianyue what she likes to eat, and prepare some more for her in the dock. Buzzing, the cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was his best friend and roommate Louis Fei. He did not have parents since childhood. Hospitalized these days, there is the perpetrator's side of the caregiver hired. The most common is Louis Fei and the other 2 roommates. After being discharged from the hospital for the suspension and moving, they also helped him busy. The 3 of them are the ones who helped him in his endeavors. In his heart, he treated the 3 as truly good friends. Hey, Jiang Yu, I'm downstairs at your house. Louis Fei's lowered voice came from the other end of the phone. I said I came to see you and ran into Peiyuchi. She's coming too. Jiang Yu's mind didn't fluctuate a bit when he heard Peiyuchi's name. Bring her here. I guess she's here to return the bag. He and Peiyuchi have been together for half a year, and have had their requests answered. The progress was only as far as pulling a small hand. After the accident, he didn't want to delay the other party either. He just couldn't contact the person all the time. As a result, when he went to apply for the suspension procedure that day, he saw Peiyuchi with a shy face and other boys kissing at the school gate. The LV bag on her body was still the birthday gift he bought for her with his scholarship before the accident. He's just innocent, not a big wrongdoer. Of course he took advantage of Peiyuchi's unsolicited contact to get the stuff back. Peiyuchi called Jiang Yu yesterday to mention her breakup, and when she heard Jiang Yu ask her to return the bag, she was angry at first, but later calmed down and suddenly figured it out. Jiang Yu is not that kind of stingy person. Asking her to return the bag is just an excuse. Should give is to want to see her. That's why she came here this time, to make it clear to Jiang Yu that she wants to break up. Now Jiang Yu has become a waste. This life is considered ruined, and then excellent is useless. She is afraid that Jiang Yu can't find an object, rely on her. In a moment, no matter what Jiang Yu said, she must be clear and firm, and break up with him. She took a deep breath, held her head high, and followed Louis Fei into a unit door. Jiang Yu lived on the first floor, and as soon as he pulled open the door, Louis Fei squeezed in and put 2 large bags of things directly onto the dining table. Those 2 things can tire me out. afraid you go out inconvenient. I bought you some daily necessities. And food. Jiang Yu was sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts. The whole person was a lot thinner than before. And the whole person was filled with a few points of sharpness. Pei Yuqi looked at the face that didn't lose out to a hardened male star. Her eyes couldn't help but fall onto Jiang Yu's legs. Unfortunately, it was a waste. Jiang Yu didn't even look at Pei Yuqi and smiled at Louis Fei. Thanks, I'll let you break the bank. Why are you still polite with me? If it wasn't for you usually tutoring me, I would have failed every year. I wonder how many times my legs have been broken by my old man. Louis Fei suddenly remembered that it was inappropriate to mention broken legs in this situation now. Ugh, obscure. Jiang Yu, I don't mean that. I know, it's fine. Jiang Yu doesn't avoid the words broken leg. Sit. He ignored Pei Yuqi the entire time. Louis Fei glances at Pei Yuqi behind him and lets out an awkward hee-haw. I'll turn around. You chat. I was so focused on moving things the other day. I didn't even take a good look. Jiang Yu admonishes him. Don't go into the bedroom. Why would I go into your bedroom? But it's also a golden house to hide a daughter. Louis Fei muttered, standing on the balcony to look at the scenery, but his ears secretly perked up. Jiang Yu turns his wheelchair around and prepares to pack up the things that Louis Fei brought with him. Pei Yuqi, who was left out in the cold, clenched her back teeth and couldn't help but call out, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turns around and looks at her coldly. Where's the bag? If you don't have a bag with you, you can leave. Just go back and give the bag to Louis Fei as soon as possible. And don't come back in the future. You're not welcome here. Pei Yuqi didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so snappy and drive her away. She couldn't help but raise her voice. Jiang Yu, let's get together and part ways. We can still be friends in the future. I know you have a hard time in your heart. What you said last time was in anger. It's not that you don't like me, but you're like this. You can't continue to let me stay with you, right? Jiang Yu frowned helplessly. He said it quite clearly. Chapter 9, Jiang Yu. Don't regret it if you have the guts. Pei Yuqi, I made it very clear. We've never been together. There's no point in you dwelling on it like this, and I don't want to be friends with you. Jiang Yu's attitude became even colder. In the future, the relationship between the two would at best be living in the same global village, breathing air together, both belonging to the human race. Jiang Yu was a bit impatient. Okay, you go, really don't come back. Remember, bag. On the phone to say words again ruthless, but also not in reality so hurtful. The air was quiet. A needle could be heard. Bag. You just know bag. Pei Yuqi was so angry that she couldn't say a word. At this moment, she even doubted her own ears. Jiang Yu was also too insulting. Am I not as important as a bag? Yes, that bag is 36,800. Remember to return it to me. Pei Yuqi. Jiang Yu, where have you been? At this time, a soft, delicate voice with 5 parts attachment and 5 parts worry came out from Jiang Yu's bedroom. It was sweet, making one's body soft upon hearing it. It's not. The real golden house is hiding a woman. Louis Fei was stunned. His mouth opened wide enough to stuff an egg in. Pei Yuqi also froze, pointing at Jiang Yu's nose in shame and anger. Jiang Yu, you cheated. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. The soundproofing of this room was a bit bad. Hands spread out. Whatever you think. I said, we've never been together. And as you can see, I have a girlfriend. Pei Yuqi froze. She didn't know why she was so uncomfortable. Obviously the moment before, she especially wanted Jiang Yu to firmly say break up. But now, it was like her favorite thing was snatched away by someone else. What you don't want, why should others want? The condescension and sassiness hidden in Pei Yuqi's bones made her lose her ability to think in an instant. Jiang Yu, don't you regret it? Good to go, don't see me off. Remember the bag. Jiang Yu stared at her and pointed at the door with his chin. How Pei Yuqi left Jiang Yu's house, she couldn't even remember. All that swirled around in her mind was the delicate Jiang Yu. Where have you been? How far did they go? Did they kiss or sleep together? No. Jiang Yu was now a loser and a pauper. Any girl who could fancy Jiang Yu must not be good either. Can't be compared to himself. Yes, no matter what kind Jiang Yu is looking for now, it can't be compared to herself. She once again firms up her thoughts. Louis Fei half-heartedly comes to his senses and takes Jiang Yu by the shoulders. Okay, bro, bring her out and get to know her. I know she's a beauty just by listening to her voice. Jiang Yu looks helpless. Stop it. There's really no one. You're hallucinating. I don't believe it. Unless you let me take a look. Jiang Yu pushes his wheelchair, opens the bedroom door, and first reaches out to close the bedside computer. He knew Louis Fei, this old colorful bastard. Knowing that there was this kind of game, he definitely wouldn't let it go. If you can't download it from outside, you might want to take your own computer over. Give it? That's impossible. If you don't give it, it will destroy the revolutionary friendship. Brothers are brothers, wives are wives, not to be confused. Look, there's really no one. Louis Fei looked around. There was no one in the house. It was impossible to hide someone under the closet bed, and there was no one behind the curtains. Could it be a real hallucination? Otherwise, you must have stayed up all night playing games. Stay up less, Jiang Yu earnestly admonished. The two of them simply cooked a noodle at noon. Louis Fei also helped to wash the bowl after eating the garbage away. Standing in the doorway of the house, he looked at Jiang Yu with a distrustful face and asked, "Is there really no one? Is it true that I'm hallucinating?" "Really?" Jiang Yu swears. "Okay, then I'm leaving. Go to the hospital tomorrow to review. Call me. I accompany you to go together," Louis Fei admonished. He didn't mention the matter of the 30,000 plus packages. Jiang Yu wasn't a stingy person. It was Pei Yuchi who didn't deserve it. Good. Jiang Yu's heart was ironed for a while, and he silently decided to put more effort into the brat's final revision. Quiet resumed in the house. Jiang Yu returned to the bedroom, turned off the computer and restarted it, and the computer fan whirred for a while before stopping. Used computers just don't work. He originally planned to replace it with another one, but now that Su Qianyue is also in there, he is not going to replace the computer. What if he changed it and lost little Duden? If only this game could come to the phone. Now there was no way but to take good care of his computer. I can only wait for the draft fee to come down and buy another laptop to code. This one will be dedicated to raising Su Qianyue. After booting up the computer, Jiang Yu first clicked on the game. He saw Su Qianyue sitting on a stool with her legs crossed, holding a piece of bread and nibbling it in small bites. The small appearance was particularly well behaved. The unpleasantness that Pei Yuchi had just brought about instantly dissipated. Pressing the call button, he gently shouted, "Su Qianyue, Jiang Yu, you're back." Su Qianyue immediately raised her smiling face and looked around. That demeanor was the same as waiting for her husband who had gone out and returned home. She was very measured and didn't ask Jiang Yu what he had gone to do. Jiang Yu guffawed. "What do you like to eat? I'll prepare some supplies for you." "Really? Aha." Su Qianyue's ink-black pupils were filled with light, and after some thought, she carefully opened her mouth. "Jiang Yu, I like to eat tomato and egg over rice, green pepper and egg over rice, pickled pepper and egg fried rice, and alfalfa and egg over rice." "Jiang Yu, you like eggs so much? Don't you eat meat?" Jiang Yu knew the first two dishes, but this was the first time he had heard of the last two. He asks while looking for picture material on the internet. If someone else asked, Su Qianyue wouldn't have said anything, but when Lord Goddess asked, Su Qianyue didn't want to hide it. "When I was a child, the first time I ate eggs, I choked and the person who took care of me was fired. After that, I never ate eggs again. Actually, I quite like eggs. These are my favorite dishes above. They were sold well in front of our school before." Jiang Yu jotted it down on his notebook. "Like to eat eggs. Then what kind of meat do you like to eat?" "Pork, beef, chicken." Su Qianyue, however, shook her head. "Doomsday, even if you're a god, your mana will become less when there's no one to offer it to, right? I don't eat meat." "Put." She also gave her logic a full circle. God has no one to make offerings to, and his mana is limited. Jiang Yu didn't explain much. In addition to the series of egg-covered rice that Su Qianyue asked for by name, he stuffed quite a bit more food into the document. It wasn't clear how big the primary backpack would be when it was unlocked, but he still prepared some more. If he couldn't fit it in, he'd throw it away. At least a month and a half's worth of food should be prepared anyway. When Su Qianyue moved to the Pearl Hotel and the big tsunami came, coming out to find supplies would be a very sleepy thing. The first thing is the food. All kinds of egg-fried rice add up. First 100 copies. Convenience food also 100 copies. All kinds of marinated meat also 100 copies. When the time comes to put in the backpack, spoiled will be thrown away. Not spoiled will earn. Mineral water, large barrels, small bottles directly 100 copies. Worried that writing numbers behind the pictures won't work, he used copy and paste. Operating to the back, he almost didn't recognize the letters control. Su Qianyue, what fruit do you like to eat? Su Qianyue was practicing her dagger, and when she heard Jiang Yu's voice, she stopped her movements and stood obediently. I like to eat saint fruit, bananas, plums, anything actually. Don't be too expensive. Su Qianyue made her plea, don't be expensive. She had just reflected on this. Lord Divine Immortal wanted to prepare supplies for himself, but he suspected that he didn't have enough mana. This was not good. This time, Jiang Yu asked her what fruits to eat, and she decided to go with the cheap ones. The ones she had just mentioned shouldn't be expensive. Chapter 10 Girlfriend's backpack. Copy and paste can't stop. Jiang Yu saw through her thoughts at a glance, silently put all kinds of fresh fruit pictures into the document. Common, uncommon, all of them, every 10 copies. After thinking about it for a while, he still felt that it wasn't thorough enough. There are only two kinds of restrictions on this beginner's backpack, the weight, or the type of fruit to be carried. If we restrict the type of fruit to be carried, it doesn't make sense for the fruit to be arranged in this way. Choose the one Su Qianyue just named and increase the number to 100. Where are the girls who don't like snacks? Crispy sharks, chicken claws, chocolate, melon seeds, potato chips. If it wasn't for the fact that the backpack was only a beginner's backpack and had to prioritize more important things, Jiang Yu would have hated to move a Zhao Yiming and put it in. The thought of Su Qianyue hugging the snacks and eating them lovingly, a wave of satisfaction rises in his heart. Secondly, weapons. Before, he put an AK, a pistol, and Gatling. He increased the number of some, but also equipped with a sufficient amount of bullets. Only these are not enough. Drones, robot dogs, remote control bombs, night vision devices, infrared detectors, can't stop copying and pasting. Of course there were more powerful ones, nuclear submarines, nuclear bombs, but there was no need to think about it to know that these would definitely not work with Su Qianyue's skill level. Oh, prepare a few more daggers for basic combat. Then there's medicines. Jiang Yu purposely baidu's what to stock up on for the end of days. Anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, painkillers, anti-diarrhea drugs, hemostatic drugs, disinfectant, electrolytes, band-aids, gauze tape. Not too many types, but the quantity pulls full. Lastly, there were the living supplies. Jiang Yu observes Su Qianyue from morning to bedtime, and downloads pictures of whatever she needs to use and puts them in the document. Face wash, shampoo, body wash, soap, skin care products. Girls, which one doesn't like to smell good? Hair ties, he doesn't know how to do it anyway, and chose a lot of them. Then the towels. The number was pulled straight up to 1,000. New ones every day. It's the end of the day. Who has time to clean it? Water purifiers, water reservoirs, kettles. He purposely searched for pictures of the kind of water storage with water inside, enough for Su Qianyue to wash her face and take a bath for a year. Oh, most importantly, toilet paper, wet wipes, and sanitary napkins for girls. Without any suitable pictures, Jiang Yu opened the shopping software with a slight sense of shame. Why are there so many kinds? Jiang Yu glanced over, squinting his eyes and comparing them one by one. Not the same? Before his car accident, he happened to hear Peiyuchi mention the sanitary napkin collapsed room incident. He didn't expect it to be used here. It was right to choose the expensive ones anyway. Now that you don't need to recharge, you can just download the pictures. This amount of payment is nothing to Jiang Yu. Yes, there are still clothes, from the inside out. Lingerie. Thinking of Su Qianyue's proud and perfect body, Jiang Yu suddenly felt how the room was a bit hot. It's also true that the weather is still hot in this golden fall in October, so turning on the air conditioner for a while is also a good idea. After blowing on the cold air, Jiang Yu continued to choose supplies and enrich the girlfriend's backpack document. Jiang Yu, are you there? Su Qianyue's timid voice came. In. Su Qianyue didn't want to ask Jiang Yu what he was doing. As long as she confirmed that Jiang Yu was still there, she was at ease, continuing to bury her head in practicing her dagger. It wasn't an illusion. She could feel it. Her speed of the dagger was getting faster and faster. If Liang Yu comes back, he will fall within a few rounds. Su Qianyue's eyes were firm and free of distractions. Jiang Yu has God's perspective. At first he didn't dare to look directly at Su Qianyue's figure. Seeing the other party practicing daggers, he slowly let go, boldly looking directly at it. His own girlfriend? What's wrong with looking? Eventually the visual inspection fails. Mainly inexperienced. Various sizes and various colors have chosen a lot to put in the backpack file. When the time comes, let Su Qianyue choose for herself. Clothes also to facilitate the action of the main. Thin thick are prepared on. Seeing those beautiful, cute, or sexy little dresses, he thought Su Qianyue must look good in them, but that was the end of days. Surviving was the number one priority. Little skirts and whatnot, let's wait until later, to deal with the big tsunami, besides sleeping bags, quilts, etc. Jiang Yu also prepared kayaks, life jackets, and protective clothing. By the time he's done with all this, it's dark. It's going to be bad. Today's draft hasn't been written yet. Before coding, he smoothly clicked on Su Qianyue's information and found that the little girl's primary knives had actually reached 25. After practicing for a day, it went up by 10 points. It can be seen that Su Qianyue actually paid. If it is faster, it is better. Su Qianyue's side of the sky is also dark. She stood by the window with a cold little face, and there were even 2 more zombies downstairs. A total of 4 zombies. Yesterday Liang Yu's bloody breath still brought a bad chain reaction. Do you know where most of the zombies are now? Jiang Yu thought of this question. This shouldn't be the only point of zombies here. Su Qianyue cocked her head in thought, her eyes looking into the distance, her soft voice passing through the screen. I feel like it should all be over at the gymnasium. This dormitory is located at the edge of the school. On the day of the zombie outbreak, most people were on a date, or else they were in the gymnasium watching the new students enroll. Jiang Yu made a simple deduction. Do you think the zombies downstairs have gotten stronger? Su Qianyue carefully observed for a few seconds and tensed up. I think they have gotten a little faster. Will the zombies in the gymnasium surround them? Will the zombies downstairs attack? Will Jiang Yu kill back? A faint sense of crisis lingered in the hearts of the two through the screen. Su Qianyue's life value couldn't resist the depletion. She couldn't stay in the place where she picked up the supplies. Unlocking the backpack before leaving and taking the supplies to the Pearl Hotel was the most reasonable arrangement. Don't be afraid. You're using the dagger well now. 3 days at most. We will leave here. Su Qianyue nodded. 3 days? She could definitely hold out. Lifting her head, her small face pointed at the void, her eyes incomparably determined. Jiang Yu, can. The tone suddenly hesitated again. What's wrong? Jiang Yu's fingers flew. He was in the middle of coding. It's okay, you say. We're a couple, hey, he added in his heart. Can I kill a zombie now? Su Qianyue used the most innocent expression and said the most courageous words. Kill. Rao Jiang Yu, who had strong logic and dense thinking when he was a school bully before, was also numbed by Su Qianyue at this moment. This soft, little girlfriend who cried for half a day after yesterday's fight asked him if she could kill a zombie. What do you want? Chapter 11, Unlocking the Third Skill. Jiang Yu rubbed his brow, his tone coaxing a child. No, you can't. Your current skill. He stopped his words, not to mention any words related to the game, almost revealing. You're not very skillful with the dagger yet. Wait a little longer. Be obedient. He was afraid that Su Qianyue was dish and brave and rushed down to fight with the zombies. If he didn't know Su Qianyue before, and only thought that she was just a vase that couldn't do anything, he definitely wouldn't have this concern. Now, after understanding, I know that Su Qianyue is just unguided, and once she gets the hang of it, she'll be brave as hell. At least the primary knife skill has to be raised to 30 before she can try to fight the zombies. Jiang Yu had a number in his heart. Alright, I'll listen to you. Sensing Jiang Yu's concern, Su Qianyue's delicate little face revealed a hint of small arrogance. She took stock of her supplies. Jiang Yu had said that he would wait here for 4 days, and after today, there were still 3 more days. The rest of the stuff would take 9 meals. Seeing her busy herself, Jiang Yu continued to concentrate on coding. At the same time, he took the time to register a number in the hospital mini-program, and he's going for a review tomorrow. When he uploaded today's chapter and cut to the game screen again, he was viciously startled. Su Qianyue was carrying a dagger and walking aggressively in the corridor. Walking, wilting again, then gathering courage again and again, carefully pushing open a dormitory door, waiting for a moment without hearing any movement before probing in. Jiang Yu had said not to go downstairs to fight the zombies, but he also didn't say that he couldn't act upstairs. Before, she didn't have a weapon and didn't understand this. Now it's different. Although she was scared, there was Jiang Yu. She had just checked the food and there wasn't much, so it would be better to try to come out and look for food and water. And upstairs was also safer than downstairs. Seeing the little girl's sneaky and cute appearance, similar to a kitten stealing fish, Jiang Yu was angry and amused. Su Qianyue's beginner knife skill could fight a male like Jiang Yu to a draw, and it was definitely more capable now that it was upgraded. As long as she was careful, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Isn't it a good thing that the little girl knows she's working hard? He also didn't know what he was angry about. Definitely not angry at the other party for not listening. Jiang Yu touched his heart and pondered seriously. This question was quite difficult. Su Qianyue didn't dare to go too far, so she inspected the few rooms on the second floor, harvested a bottle of the smallest pack of Minute Maid, a bag of sucked jelly, a box of self-heating small hot pots, all of which had dust on them, carrying things quickly back to the room, closed the door, leaned against the door to breathe heavily. Tentatively, she asked, Jiang Yu, are you there? Jiang Yu smiled back. Well, I'm here. Quite brave. Not afraid anymore? Su Qianyue's cheeks were slightly red because of her excitement. She shook her head and ruffled the broken hair on her forehead. I was quite scared before, but when I thought of having you there, I wasn't that scared anymore. Hearing this reply, Jiang Yu's pent-up anger in his heart instantly dissipated. This was the first time he had been relied on so wholeheartedly by someone, and it felt wonderful. It wasn't right either. Louis Fei had also relied on himself wholeheartedly, relying on himself to give him tutoring without failing his classes. But this reliance is not his reliance. Jiang Yu carefully pondered over the difference. Su Qianyue picked up the Minute Maid and looked at it, then picked up the self-heating hot pot, carefully checking the instructions. She had watched her roommate eat this kind before, but she hadn't eaten it and didn't know how to make it. Ding! Is it time to purchase the elementary food production skill for your school girlfriend? Confirm purchase. Please recharge $18. The past 2 days were so engrossed in the game that he forgot that this was a recharge game. Jiang Yu skillfully picked up WeChat, swept the code, and recharged. So far, Su Qianyue had a total of 3 skills: elementary repair, elementary knife use, and elementary food production, repairing simple things, using daggers as weapons, and eating semi-finished products like self-heating small hot pots. Before, they could only eat finished products, bread, cookies and such. With this skill, Su Qianyue could eat more comfortably. Opening the document girlfriend's backpack, Jiang Yu stuffed some self-heating small hot pots and repair kit tools in it. This time, everything in the backpack should be able to be put to use. After Su Qianyue finished reading the instructions, her eyes lit up, and she leaped forward with the mineral water. Remove the package, put the heating pack underneath, pour water underneath, and pour water in the ingredients as well. You try. When the time comes, throw the heating pack away. The water inside you keep to wash your hands. You can't drink it. When you come out to get the supplies next time, the water will be enough. Jiang Yu's old father-like admonition. Looking at Su Qianyue's fresh and lively little face, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Su Qianyue didn't turn on the flashlight, so she borrowed the faint moonlight, tore open the package and started to make the first self-heating small hot pot in her life. Soft hair, big eyes, exquisite mouth. After finishing, I put the hot pot on the table and sat down. She takes her chopsticks and dries the rice carefully. Has, Jiang Yu, yummy. The seaweed is delicious. The meatballs are delicious. All of them are delicious. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat Jiang Yu to this too. What is it? Su Qianyue glanced at the package again. Oh, self-heating small hot pot. She arched her eyebrows and planned this in her mind. How could there be such a cute thing in the world? Just learning how to make a self-heating hot pot makes her happy like this. Jiang Yu was also happy along with him. Taking advantage of Su Qianyue's efforts to eat, he pushed the wheelchair to pack up the things that Louis Fei brought. Surprisingly, he also finds 2 self-heating hot pots inside. This is called fate. Su Qianyue was inside eating a small hot pot and he was outside eating a small hot pot. Previously, he scoffed at this kind of small stuff. What's so good about it? But now he suddenly realized. Don't say it. The taste is not bad. Su Qianyue, tomorrow during the daytime when I'm not around, don't go out by yourself. Otherwise what danger is there? I don't know, and I can't rush back. Jiang Yu admonished in a serious tone. Today's behavior of going out to look for food like this can't happen when I'm not around. His attitude was very firm and unquestionable. Su Qianyue belongs to the group of vegetable and fun-loving. What if she gets hurt then? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu secretly cursed a few more trash games. Why is there no cell phone version? Su Xiaomoon's crimson little mouth was shiny with oil. Hearing his words, she froze for several seconds. Oh, I know. Then when will you be back? Hearing that Jiang Yu was going to leave for a day, her heart suddenly panicked a little. The tone of her voice unconsciously brought on a few points of aggravation. Jiang Yu struggled in his heart. Really, if it wasn't for going to the hospital for a review, he really didn't want to leave Su Qianyue alone here. I'll go out at 8 in the morning and come back at 3 in the afternoon at the latest. Hospital, doctor's visit, review, this kind of vocabulary. Su Qianyue surely understands it. If he said it, Su Qianyue would surely guess that he is a normal human being just like her. It was inevitable to ask after him where he was. At that time, Su Qianyue's world was a game could not be hidden. He did not want that. Without realizing it, he had already treated Su Qianyue as a living person. This feeling of being careful and accompanying each other was really addictive. As soon as he thought that he wouldn't be able to see Su Qianyue for at least 6 hours tomorrow, his heart was a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. He thought of a way to follow Su Qianyue on his cell phone. Eating hot pot. Chapter 12, Old Husband and Old Wife Both. Taking out his cell phone, he placed an order for a high-definition surveillance camera, the kind that can be used for two-way voice. Requirements are not high. The main thing is to be able to see Su Qianyue, can talk to her on the line. A certain east self-supporting, fast if tomorrow morning can receive. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up. The first thing is to check Su Qianyue's personal information. Life value, 20/100. Affinity, 7 out of 100. Skills, elementary repair 5 out of 100. Elementary knife 25 out of 100. Elementary food 5 out of 100. Backpack, unlocked. There were still 3 points of intimacy left to unlock the primary backpack function. Su Qianyue had been practicing her dagger yesterday and had also gone to search for supplies, resulting in a slow growth of her life value. At this moment, she was sleeping soundly. The tiny humanoid leaned against the corner of the bed, her black hair scattered on the bed, lining her palm-sized face even more endearing. Without waking her up, Jiang Yu made his own dry noodles for breakfast, charging his wheelchair on the way. He received the delivery at the right time and installed the camera on the desk in the bedroom, closing all the window curtains to make sure that the murmurs from outside don't get into the computer. He suddenly thought of finding a way to test, when he comes back, whether other voices would be heard by Su Qianyue except for his voice. Pointing the camera at the computer screen, and then using his phone to open the camera app. After a bit of debugging, he was able to view the computer screen through the camera on his phone, and was also able to talk to Su Qianyue. Even if there was a slight delay, it was still better than not being able to see anything at all. One really is a genius. Now relieved, he brought a thick stack of diagnostic certificates and set off to the hospital. Once the electric small wheelchair was on, it was much more convenient than taking a taxi. Ignoring the gazes of the pedestrians on the road, the small wheelchair took off, taking the time to look at the monitor. Su Qianyue had already gotten up and was practicing her dagger. While practicing, she also broke into pieces with style: stab, chop, charge. Her eyes were so focused, she was too cute to talk about. Jiang Yu instantly has the feeling that his girlfriend is really waiting for him at home. Jiang Yu, here. Louis Fei is standing in the hall, playing a game while waiting for someone, and when he sees Jiang Yu, he puts away his cell phone and walks over to naturally push up Jiang Yu's wheelchair. Jiang Yu put away his cell phone. Right, Jiang Yu, class orientation party. Old class said for me to ask you if you want to come over. Louis Fei pushed him out of the elevator. He took a number at the triage desk. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Class orientation? Looking for me for what? Why doesn't old Ben ask me directly? The old class. Is their homeroom teacher, Li Mingqi? After Jiang Yu's accident, he proposed to take a break from school. Li Mingqi retained him several times, but Jiang Yu refused. Jiang Yu knows that Li Mingqi is well-intentioned, but he is a geology major. His main focus is still to see the practical exploration. He can't stand up. What's the point of staying? Louis Fei scratched his head, stretched out his long arms, and sat back in his chair. Our geology major is cold. Your grades are good. One person to fly the whole class. Just suspend and not quit. Come to the younger siblings as an example. Not normal? Come on. The old class did not directly find you. Is afraid that you have resistance. We are on good terms. He asked me to ask you. But, Jiang Yu didn't want to go, and heard Louis Fei sell his story. But what? What favor did you receive? Hey, how do you know? Knowing your son is like fatherhood. Say it. Jiang Yu knows Louis Fei too well. The homeroom teacher doesn't give him benefits. He doesn't come to be a lobbyist. Louis Fei comes a few points closer. The old class said that if you can come, the next batch of internships will leave me a spot. Jiang Yu looks him up and down. You originally had the next batch of internships as well. That's different. Come on, come on. In public, Louis Fei hugged Jiang Yu's arm and pampered him. Jiang Yu shivered. Stop. Stay away from me. So you promise? He. But if you really don't want to go, it's okay. By the way, old Ben might be looking for you for something else. Talk nicely. You let go of me first. It took a bit of tearing to tear Louis Fei off his arm. Jiang Yu felt that the last sentence was the point. Li Mingqi probably looked for him to have a chat, but was afraid that he would refuse, which was why he tempted Louis Fei with an internship spot. He just didn't know what it was about. No. A 1:30. Jiang Yu, please attend. The electronic voice shouted the number. Louis Fei pushes Jiang Yu inside to see the doctor. It's the same old routine. Nuclear magnetization. Getting the results, and asking for a diagnosis. The bones have completely healed. There's no sign of the sense of touch turning around. For your problem of not being able to stand up, you can consider a neurological examination. Since the doctor had given his opinion, it was time to check. It's not like Jiang Yu had to bear the medical expenses, and being able to find the cause to cure his leg was the right thing to do. But the neurology and traditional Chinese medicine departments were all looked at. He also went on acupuncture and didn't check anything out. You do have a necrotic portion of the nerves in this leg, but it's not so serious that you can't stand up. You go to the radiology department and get a head MRI. The old Chinese doctor's advice was getting scary. Louis Fei hurriedly followed and took out a piece from the pile of tablets. Whole body nuclear magnetic. Check the head. Take a look. If there's no problem with the brain either. The old Chinese doctor couldn't find the cause either. Should we check psychiatry? Neurology and psychiatry. The difference between one word and a million miles. Shouldn't be necessary, doctor. Louis Fei was startled. Jiang Yu nodded. My learning IQ is okay. My emotions are stable. I shouldn't need to go to psychiatry. Right, doctor. I can smell the game when I play it. Is this something I should check my nose for? The doctor took a breath backwards and looked at him. It's better to go to the psychiatry department for a bit. Jiang Yu. He was thinking about Su Qianyue. He didn't check more and left the hospital to say goodbye to Louis Fei. Next Monday, class party. Don't forget. I'll pick you up then. Louis Fei dreaded that he forgot. Next Monday. There are still a few days to go. Jiang Yu arrived home at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Autumn heat. The weather is like a steamer. All the way back to drive a wheelchair full of sweat. Push open the bedroom door. See the computer. Su Qianyue resting her chin on the windowsill out of mind. Seeing that she is fine, Jiang Yu's heart is only steady. First go take a shower. Pushing the wheelchair back to the bedroom, Jiang Yu lightly coughed. What are you doing? You're back? Su Qianyue instantly returned to her senses, looking up into the void with a delighted face. Across the screen, her eyes looked at Jiang Yu and were filled with him. Being looked at by such eyes, the fatigue of tossing and turning for a day instantly dissipated, and the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth unconsciously raised. Did you eat properly today? Aha! Jiang Yu gave a start. How inexplicably there is a sense of vision of an old married couple. Well, there duh. I also practiced chopping people. This building seems to have someone coming. Su Qianyue lowered her voice, as if she was gossiping with Jiang Yu about a small matter. Someone's coming? Jiang Yu's alarm bells went off. Yes, in the afternoon, I saw 3 people riding shared bicycles, circling around the building to drive away the zombies, and then I heard them go upstairs. They didn't come to the 2nd floor. I remembered what you said. They didn't go out. Jiang Yu's heart gave birth to a faint afterthought. Shared bikes were whole. He was busy checking himself in the afternoon, and when he came back, he saw her fidgeting again, thinking it was fine. I didn't realize that there were more people in the building. The key is, this little fool really did not go. Still looking at herself with an expectant face waiting for a compliment. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say, and followed the good advice. Although it said, don't go out until I'm back. But someone coming here is a special case, so in the future, when you feel it's dangerous, you have to move at the first opportunity. Jiang Yu added rules to Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue tilted her head, her big eyes full of incomprehension. But it's not dangerous. I know you're in. Su Qianyue rationalized. Jiang Yu was speechless. He really wanted to penetrate into the screen and crack open his little girlfriend's head to see what was inside. Chapter 13, Jiang Yu, who was set up by his girlfriend. You can't be like this in the future. No matter what, when there's danger approaching, you have to shift. Feeling Jiang Yu's seriousness, Su Qianyue nodded. Very docile, I remember, and a bit cautious. Did I cause trouble for Lord Goddess? Addressing himself as Jiang Yu when there's nothing going on, and addressing himself as Lord Divine Immortal when there's something going on. Figuring out the little girl's routine, Jiang Yu's heart softened and the words in his heart came out. That's not true. I'm just worried about you. Oh no, she's been tricked. Unprepared. How could such meaty words come out of his own mouth? Jiang Yu clenches his fists, wanting to give Bang Bang himself 2 punches. Su Qianyue covered her mouth and smiled with a curved brow, like a cute little fox. Beauty misleads people. Jiang Yu decides to turn the page on this matter. What should be instructed is instructed, and in the future, he himself will pay more attention to this kind of situation. Is their car downstairs? Well, it's there. Su Qianyue poked her head out and pointed below the window. Jiang Yu also saw that there were indeed 3 shared bicycles, little yellow and little green. After a brief deduction, Jiang Yu could determine that the 3 people on the other side should be survivors from the gym side. Only clear and stupid college students, all doomsday, still can only think of sharing bicycles, facing the zombies downstairs, just repelling not killing. It's not right. They are all college students. Lian Yu is not just ruthless. Then why did they move from the gym to here? In fighting? Not safe anymore? Jiang Yu dragged the screen, but unfortunately, he couldn't see the location of those 3. Jiang Yu tapped his fingers on the desktop. Ta-da-da-da. Su Qianyue immediately stood up. Her clear eyes were alert. She could hear this sound. That meant that when talking on the phone, other than his voice, other sounds from his side would also be transmitted. It seems that in the future, he should pay attention to this as well. Jiang Yu stopped his hand and checked Su Qianyue's primary knife skill, which had grown to 30. Su Qianyue, do you know how to ride a bicycle? Cycling? Su Qianyue no longer dwelled on the voice she just heard, shaking her head, slightly lost. I don't know how to ride a bicycle, nor do I know how to drive a car. Jiang Yu understood. This should be another skill that needed to be recharged to learn. Not knowing how to ride a bicycle, the item of running on a bicycle wouldn't work. Su Qianyue's life value was too low now, and if she left, there was no safe place to move to. Jiang Yu's tone slowed down and came closer to the microphone. If they want to land here, it's impossible for them not to patrol. It's only a matter of time before they find you. But there are only 3 of them, and they didn't kill the zombies downstairs, proving that the combat power isn't very strong, and needing supplies and people. The probability is that they will only snatch away your supplies and let you join them. Su Qianyue's eyes immediately floated with water mist. Her voice followed the trembling. After being backstabbed by her roommate, she couldn't trust anyone anymore, except for Jiang Yu. Don't be afraid, they won't kill easily. Just don't come hard. Just say you won't join them. Then what if they want to come hard? Su Qianyue looked at the dagger on the table. She didn't want to see the disgusting eyes of others, nor did she want to hear the words of others mocking her. Instead of joining them, she should just them to death. The little girl fought viciously in her heart. This evil thought, she didn't dare to tell Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was worried that Su Qianyue couldn't beat those 3 people, but she didn't know that the little girl was brave in her heart. Of course, If they don't look for you, all is well. Su Qianyue puffed up her red lips, cheering herself up. Well, I'm not afraid. Well, don't be afraid. I won't go anywhere for the next 2 days. All the time. The class orientation party was 3 days later and he wasn't going out for those 2 days. Now, you spread out the food and hide it. And keep your dagger with you. When they come looking, stick to the plan. Su Qianyue picked up the dagger. There was no way to carry this thing close to her body. After thinking for a moment, she picked up a book from the corner and clipped the dagger in the book. Then divided the food and water into 3 portions. The largest portion was packed in a plastic bag and stuffed inside the trash behind the door. The remaining one was placed on the surface and one was hidden in the corner of the bed. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. 2 worlds, he couldn't get through them either. And many dangers had to be faced by the little crybaby herself. Su Qianyue's willingness to use her brain in such matters was a good thing. Suddenly, he noticed 2 silhouettes appearing outside the house. It was the time when the sun was setting. The afterglow pulled the shadows of the 2 people long. Before the people arrived, the shadows and tentacle-like arrived first. People are coming, too. For situations where it's inconvenient to talk, I'll poke you. Poke your forehead 3 times for danger. Poke your left shoulder for no. Your right shoulder for yes. And your heart and mouth for having to communicate alone. Jiang Yu quickly arranged. Now he didn't know if the others could hear him, so he could only try to think things through. Speaking of the heart and mouth, his eyes unconsciously moved down a few points on Su Qianyue's body, and then darted away again. Su Qianyue was very nervous and recited his words once again. 3 down is dangerous. Left is. Right is not. Wrong. Jiang Yu hurriedly reminded her. Oh. Left side yes. Right side no. Jiang Yu covered his face. The little girl still remembered wrongly. Right. Stands for yes. Su Qianyue froze. You can still remember it like this? Jiang Yu was so smart. If he explained it this way, he remembered it in a flash. Bang. The door of the room was kicked open. A man and a woman, 2 people with mop sticks barged in, and when they saw Su Qianyue, they froze in unison. Su Qianyue was startled, screamed and ran to the balcony, hiding herself. In the midst of shivering, these 2 were this year's freshmen, and the end came before they had a chance to get to know the school flower. At this moment, when they saw the beautiful and unlikable Su Qianyue, like a frightened little rabbit, churlishly hiding in the balcony, they forgot to breathe. Where did the girl come from? So beautiful. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu's fists were crunching. That's my girlfriend. My girlfriend. Not allowed to see. Can you recharge and eliminate these 2 in a row? Can't. There's no entrance. The powerlessness of the slap not being able to enter the screen. The boy walked quickly to the balcony and stretched out his hand at Su Qianyue. You hello. One of the other girls came over and pushed the boy away with one hand. Unproductive thing. The girl looked at Su Qianyue with slight hostility. Who are you? Why are you here? Jiang Yu knocked on the microphone. There was a thud. Su Qianyue looked up at the ceiling, knowing that it was Jiang Yu. She wasn't as scared and stood up, gathering her courage to speak. I'm a student here. Of course Dang is here. Jiang Yu saw no reaction from the 2 people. Deciding to test it again, he coughed hard. Those 2 people still didn't react. Then one thing could be determined, everything from his side would be heard by Su Qianyue. But other than Su Qianyue, no one else could hear him. That would put his mind at ease. Slowly speaking, don't panic. They can't hear me. You don't need to respond to me. Seeing Su Qianyue's complexion slowly recover, Jiang Yu continued to command. Don't be afraid. Ask them what they want. What do you guys want? Su Qianyue set out a sentence without any offense. Have you ever seen a kitten stepping on milk? Milk fierce. Makes one want to rua a handful. Jiang Yu regretted. He should have let Su Qianyue leave this place. But there's no safe place outside. Where to go after leaving? At the critical moment, it was still reason that prevailed. As for the people who bullied Su Qianyue, Jiang Yu's mind turned and he had a way to clean them up. Chapter 14 Su Qianyue, can you only fight? Can't you kill? The ferocious boy was like he was under a compulsion. His tone unconsciously slowed down. This building will be ours from now on. If you want to live, hand over all the supplies and come with us. The 3 of them were originally over at the gymnasium, shutting the gate so that the zombies couldn't enter for the time being. Half a month had passed, and their supplies had been divided up. That day, they overheard the person in charge chatting about using cannon fodder to draw the zombies away. The 3 were afraid of being captured as cannon fodder, sneaked away and ran to this dormitory building on the edge of the school district, not realizing that there were still living people, or such a beautiful female student. Su Qianyue shook her head in a hurry, her hair tossing. I'm not going with you guys. The female student pushed the male student away once again, with a contemptuous face. You can think about it. I've seen a lot of you like this. There's only one of you. You can't live for a few days. Yeah, if you come with us, we can still protect you. Su Qianyue was not moved. Her head shook like a rattle. I want to stay by myself. That's fine. You'll wait here to die. The girl quickly clapped her hands. She was uncomfortable when she saw Su Qianyue's pretty face, but don't join their team and die. The boy wanted to say something else, was given a hard stare by the girl, snapped and stopped talking, wanted to get rough, gesticulated and realized that there was no way to start, or, knocked out and dragged away? Su Qianyue once again backed up. I'm not going with you guys. I'm right here not going anywhere. The girl shook the stick in her hand and grunted, sweeping the food on the table into her book bag. Rummaging through the bag, she found the food Su Qianyue had hidden in the corner of the bed. No wonder you survived, so you have so much to eat. The boy tried to pick at the garbage in the doorway, but was yanked by the girl. Now that you have food, why do you still want to pick up garbage to eat? Oh, the boy snapped and withdrew his hand, looking at Su Qianyue with a pitying face. You really don't want to go with us? Su Qianyue very firmly refused. The girl's face was hostile, dragging the boy to leave. Su Qianyue and Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the girl looked at the garbage. The more she looked at it, the more angry she got, and kicked it away. The garbage flew all over the room, also exposing the food hidden inside. The duo froze in unison. The girl snorted and waved her big hand. Ha, quite good at hiding. Take it all away. Su Qianyue just wanted to resist, but was stopped by Jiang Yu. Don't rush. Wait. Jiang Yu wants Su Qianyue to be safe and sound, and with 3 people on the opposite side, a plan quickly forms in his mind. Su Qianyue's heart was so angry. It's okay to starve for a few meals, but that's the supplies Jiang Yu gave her. It can only be hers. The two dragged their wooden sticks carrying their bulging school bags away, their voices echoing in the corridor. Xiao Xiao, I really didn't look at her. I only like you. You have to trust me, Li Hao's person. I do think she took all the food and still won't go with us. Is she hiding her hand? Right. You're right. Leave it to Brother Chen. That means there are 3 people on the other side. Chen, Li Hao, and Xiao Xiao. After the people left, Su Qianyue leaned against the back of the door and slowly slid down to sit on the floor, burying her head in her arms, her shoulders shrugging slightly. The little girl was crying. Don't cry. You're doing quite well now. It's not a good time to be tough. Food, I'll think of another way for you. They'll come for you again for sure. I have a way, but we'll see when they come out for you again. Ooh, it's okay for me to be hungry, but that's what you gave me. Su Qianyue's muffled voice came out from her arms, hearing Jiang Yu's heartache. Su Qianyue, do you dare to hit someone? Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue raised her head with tears in her eyes and asked back with a puff of air. Can you only hit, can't you kill? Jiang Yu, little girl, what are you saying? Do you dare to kill? Jiang Yu, you can only fight, you can't kill. Jiang Yu is helpless and coaxes. Killing has a bloody odor. Su Qianyue wiped her tears. You're right, you can only fight, you can't kill. I'm going to snatch the food back. Wait, don't be impulsive. You now go to the bottom of the stairs on the 2nd floor. There's a corner there. Wait there first. Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped the person. Su Qianyue wiped her tears, got up and took the book with the dagger clipped to it, rolled up a sheet, and the wooden stick that had accompanied her for many days before, gently pushing open the door, poking her head out and looking out, confirming that no one was there. She tiptoed out the door. The next step was guerrilla warfare. Jiang Yu is very patient. He does not believe that those 3 people do not come out to find Su Qianyue. In the evening, hand in the draft, get a coupon and order 2 cups of ruishing, turn down the air conditioning, turn off the lights, and then put the computer on the bed, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. Su Qianyue wrapped in a thin sheet, holding a dagger in one hand, hiding in a small corner. Both sides of the space are pitch black, so quiet that you can hear each other's heartbeat. The spatial barrier seems to dissipate at this moment. Jiang Yu didn't dare to be distracted, but he had the feeling of studying for the university exam. Just after midnight, Jiang Yu saw Su Qianyue's personal information. Intimacy jumped a bit. Intimacy, 8 out of 100. With 2 more points of intimacy, the backpack function could be turned on. Not much later, Jiang Yu saw 2 silhouettes coming down from upstairs, their footsteps light. Shoo, they're coming. Don't talk, don't be afraid. It's okay. Su Qianyue silently shrunk herself inside again. Covering her mouth and nose with the bed sheet, she minimized her presence. Brother Chen, that girl is especially good looking. You must like it. It was Li Hao's voice. Well, keep the commotion down. Don't draw the zombies over from the stadium. It was another gangly voice. Jiang Yu finally captured a useful piece of information. There were a lot of zombies over at the stadium. It was quiet in the dead of night. The 2 of them didn't dare to move too much. Holding a small night light that glowed with white light, they went straight to the room that Su Qianyue stayed in during the day. How come no one is there? Brother Chen, it was still here in the daytime. You believe me. Xiao Xiao can testify. Hell no, he's alone, he can't run away. Brother Chen, let's look. Curses from the duo were heard in the darkness, and then they started looking for people one room at a time. Jiang Yu hooked up the corner of his mouth. Su Qianyue, bring the stick and dagger, go upstairs. Su Qianyue pursed the corners of her mouth, sticking to the roots of the wall and going upstairs. Her large eyes were exceptionally bright in the darkness. Fear with excitement. Excitement and all nervousness. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Jiang Yu is here. I'm going to grab the food and water back. As soon as she went upstairs, she could determine where the Xiao was from a line of dark light coming from under the doorway. Su Qianyue cat-like, moved over noiselessly. Lowering her voice in the darkness, she asked, what should I do? Go up and knock on the door. The other party doesn't know it's you. Take advantage of their defenses and knock her out. Jiang Yu calmly commanded. He opened his cell phone recharge interface. If Su Qianyue was unfortunately injured, recharge it the first time after triggering the recharge when her life value fell below 5. Su Qianyue stood at the door, lifted a breath and prepared to knock on the door, not realizing that the dormitory door was directly pulled open from the inside. The four eyes were facing each other. Xiao, Su Qianyue. Xiao was startled. You, what are you doing up here? Su Qianyue's face was cold. Wasn't it you guys who told me to come? Bang. Chapter 15. After kissing. Su Qianyue didn't have the experience of hitting a muffler, and it was only after 2 words with Xiao that she reacted to what she was about to do. Holding the stick in her hand, she gave the other party a blow on the forehead. Following her perspective, she could see that Xiao's forehead was swollen with a large bag, without breaking the skin and bleeding. Pretty good, the strength is just right. Jiang Yu complimented. It's not like he was a good person who did good deeds on a daily basis, as long as his girlfriend was alive. Other than that, what's it to him? Su Qianyue proudly raised her head. What am I going to do now? Scavenge their supplies. Be fast. I'll keep an eye on the outside for you. Su Qianyue's hand speed in picking up things was fast. It was all practiced from when she went to that magical place outside to pick up things before. 1 point slower was 1 point more tiring. These 3 people are nothing. They are all still scavenging Su Qianyue's supplies. Even the plastic bag is still wrapped with her before. Su Qianyue picked up the plastic bag and swept around. There was nothing left. You can withdraw. Jiang Yu estimated that those 2 people were about to return. After Su Qianyue's side left, she didn't go downstairs, but hid inside the dormitory on the 4th floor, the one she lived in at the very beginning. Her ear was pressed against the doorway, listening to the little bit of movement coming from outside. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, listened through the computer screen. Footsteps came from downstairs, the sounds of fast walking, cursing, and kicking the walls. Su Qianyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Alright, don't laugh. Hurry up and eat. They'll be looking for them soon, but there should only be one person coming. Jiang Yu analyzed the situation. They were teased by Su Qianyue. They must be furious. They will leave one person to take care of that Xiao, and the remaining one will come to take revenge. Su Qianyue was quick and elegant, ate the small bread and drank a few sips of water. Where do I put my food? Put it anywhere. It's a vicious battle later. Scared? Jiang Yu was a little worried about Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue nodded her head, her complexion slightly downcast. It's okay. I know. They are the same as Lian Yu. When she was bullied, how come she didn't think of resisting? But she didn't have the strength or weapons. It's different now. She has. Adults, it's all about experiencing the baptism of blood. Listening to Su Qianyue's slightly middle-aged speech, Jiang Yu was a little more relieved. It's been almost 20 days since the end of the world. For the little girl to survive to the end, is it enough to have only herself? Definitely not enough. One must have the courage to face the truth head-on, the determination to rise up against it, and the ability to fight to the end. There was a moment of stillness in the air. Buzzing. Who's calling at this hour? Picking it up. Unfamiliar number. Jiang Yu did not hesitate to reject it. What was more important than Su Qianyue's safety at this moment? Pull black, in case the other party shamelessly calls again. At this time in Linchuan University's dormitory, Pei Yuqi listens to the occupied voice coming out of her cell phone and knows that this number has been blacked out by Jiang Yu. She was very fortuitous today and heard a little rumor that Jiang Yu's compensation might be $3.5 million. $3.5 million sounds like a small amount in the age of the internet where everyone earns $1 million a year. But if you earn over $10,000 a month, it would take 3 years of not eating or drinking to have that much money. If she was still with Jiang Yu, how would she spend this money? Jiang Yu would definitely listen to herself, right? She doesn't know what she's thinking. She only wanted to give Jiang Yu a call and urge him not to spend this money recklessly. Pei Yuqi's heart rose with a wave of aggression. Inexplicably, she thought of what Jiang Yu said at his home that day. He has a girlfriend. She didn't have a clear mind that day and really thought that Jiang Yu had a girlfriend. Now that she thinks about it carefully, She knows very well what kind of person Jiang Yu is. He doesn't have any other women around him, and he's just been discharged from the hospital. So how could he have a girlfriend all of a sudden? She thinks that it's more likely that Jiang Yu knew he was going and temporarily found a recording to piss himself off. How's it going? Did you get through? Shinwan, her roommate who was sitting under the bed eating instant noodles, suddenly looked up and asked her. Peiyuchi quickly deleted the dial-out record and returned her cell phone to her roommate with a disinterested look on her face. Forget it, don't call. Hey, don't you care? Jiang Yu must be unwilling to drag you down, that's why he pulled you black. Shinwan comforted. Their geology department is organizing orientation in 2 days. I heard that Jiang Yu, the legendary school bully, will attend, so you can go look for him at that time. Shinwan was one of the few who knew about the duo being in love. Peiyuchi didn't say anything, lying on the bed. Her eyes were dry for a while. She rolled over to face the wall, her tone muffled. I'm not going. Asterisk. Su Qianyue shrunk back to the familiar corner of the bed. The curtains that had been repaired earlier were once again blown open by the wind. Moonlight spilled into the room. Su Qianyue shrunk into a ball, closing her eyes in shallow sleep. The dagger and wooden stick were placed at hand. Jiang Yu had said that she would be alerted to any danger, so she was at ease sleeping. Before, Jiang Yu was not quite daring to stare at Su Qianyue, too beautiful and eye-catching like a small sun. Now it's already very open, staring at his girlfriend. Her hair was like seaweed, her eyebrows were not too thick and not too light, just right, and her eyelashes were so long that the moonlight could cast shadows. The nose was exquisitely small and cute. Mouth. Want to kiss again? People live to kiss. A sense of happiness slowly took root in the darkness. When he came back to his senses again, it was almost dawn, and glancing at the time, it was 4 in the morning, the time when human alertness was at its lowest. This thought had just floated to the surface of his mind when he saw the screen, a person appearing outside the dormitory door. Jiang Yu was flabbergasted and instantly sobered up. Su Qianyue, someone is here. Su Qianyue was still closing her eyes, but her hand reflexively touched the dagger. Aha! Waiting to wake up to what had happened. Only then did she start shaking with fear. Holding the dagger, she slowly got out of bed. Last time, she was still hiding on the bed and Liang Yu dry fight. This time she has improved and dared to get out of bed and face it head-on. Su Qianyue moved in small steps. Before she reached the door, the dormitory broken door was pushed open with force. Creaking, a harsh scraping sound was made, followed by the sound of a huge house door falling to the ground. It traveled a long way in the dark night. This door had been half crippled by Liang Yu's kick last time, and this was the moment of end of life. Li Hao also did not expect to make such a big commotion. Girlfriend Xiao Xiao was injured and is still unconscious, and then look at the supplies are gone. Do not have to think to know who did it. Both big men had a sense of humiliation at being teased. Li Hao immediately handed Xiao Xiao over to Chen to take care of, and took a fruit knife he found when searching for supplies in the afternoon and came out to look for someone. After searching every dormitory on every floor, he finally found a door that couldn't be pushed open. This person must be here. After finding the person, we must tie the person to the leg of the bed, tear off her clothes, and make her beg for mercy. Sure enough, as soon as the door was pushed, that pretty, unlikable little face appeared in front of her, her foggy eyes the same as a deer's. Ha, I saw you as an honest one during the day and wanted to talk to you properly. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, so don't blame me for not being polite. Li Hao's current appearance and in front of Xiao Xiao Chen was like two people, shaking the fruit knife in his hand, like a human trafficker. Before he could open his mouth again, the moonlight in the room blossomed. He hurriedly raised his arm to cover his eyes, thinking it was a mutated demon. As a result, in the next second, a numbness came from his arm, followed by a mountain of intense pain. A stream of blood sprayed out in the moonlight. Careless, the dead girl had a weapon. Li Hao's last thought before he fell into darkness. Chapter 16. Borrowing a knife to kill a man. A small knife to stab his ass. Bar clank clank. What fell to the ground? Jiang Yu takes a look along and it's actually half of Li Hao's right hand, the palm of which fell to the ground, still holding the fruit knife. His hand. Li Hao rolls on the ground in pain. He's seen people scratched by zombies in the stadium. He's seen people injured looking for supplies. How come it's his turn to be in so much pain? Su Qianyue was also startled. Hands and feet hurriedly backed up, and just flung the blood onto herself. Kill. Jiang Yu was about to give advice. He heard Su Qianyue's trembling voice asking, Can I kill? Kill? No need to be burdened. This is the end. Jiang Yu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to lay her hands on him. The dormitory building was just an appetizer. The real challenge was when they reached the Pearl Hotel. Killing everyone who robbed her was a hurdle Su Qianyue was bound to go through. Jiang Yu also prepared some words to convince his little girlfriend, only to see Su Qianyue go in with a red knife and come out with a white knife. A knife goes down and Li Hao has no breath. Su Shallow Moon, who was about to cry, raised her head to look at Jiang Yu through the void. How? What to do? Jiang Yu thought she was asking what to do next. Su Qianyue followed with, "There's a bloody aura. What should we do?" She remembers Jiang Yu saying that there can't be bloody gas. Jiang Yu rubbed his forehead. Couldn't figure out his little girlfriend's brain circuit. If Li Hao doesn't go back, the other party will probably come looking. So you switch to the opposite dormitory. What about this? Su Qianyue closed her eyes and pointed at Li Hao's corpse. She dared to kill but didn't dare to look. Put it here. People are heavy after death. You can't drag it. The zombies won't be able to come up for a while. By the time the zombies attack, we'll already be out of here. Su Qianyue brought her own supplies and weapons, quietly came to the opposite dormitory and gently closed the door. In the next second, Su Qianyue hugged her knees and squatted to the ground. Jiang Yu checked Su Qianyue's life value over and over again. There were still 15 points of life value left, while patiently comforting her. Don't be afraid. If you don't kill him, the one who gets killed will be you. I'm not. Su Qianyue lowered her head and shook her head. I understand. It's just that a corpse is on the opposite side. It's a little scary. Not afraid when it comes to killing people, but afraid of corpses. Well, Jiang Yu thought about it for a moment. If it was himself, he would definitely be scared too. Why don't you go back to the second floor? You're using your dagger a lot better than before. Wait, someone's coming. Jiang Yu immediately voiced a reminder, telling Su Qianyue to stay close to the door and not make any noise. He could use Su Qianyue as the center and see the situation outside the door clearly from God's perspective. At this time, the sky was dusky, and through the screen, one could feel the unique coolness of a September morning. Jiang Yu lowered his eyes, trying his best to distinguish whether it was Su Qianyue's side of the scent, or the feelings of the real world. Raising his eyes again, he saw a man appear on the screen. The man's face and neck were wrapped in thick gauze, which was streaked with blood. Holding a watermelon knife in both hands, he surreptitiously poked Li Hao's corpse with the knife. Jiang Yu frowns. It should be Liang Yu. What a coincidence. The light was bad that day and he didn't get a clear look at Liang Yu's face. But this person was definitely not Chen, who was familiar with Li Hao and shouldn't have reacted this way when he saw Li Hao's body, and the one who touched this dormitory as soon as he came in. Who else but Liang Yu? Liang Yu? Originally hearing Jiang Yu's compliments, Su Qianyue was still a little proud of herself, but the next second she heard a name that made her hate it. Good-looking eyebrows twisted together. What is he doing here? Last time he was hurt like that by you. This slowed down and came to take revenge. Not coming just in time. Seeing Liang Yu checking around, his eyes falling on the opposite dormitory, Jiang Yu quickly issued instructions. Don't bring anything. Run downstairs. Run towards that room of Xiao Xiao. Su Qianyue doesn't know what's going on outside the door, but she trusts Jiang Yu's judgment. Pulling open the door, she didn't care about anything and ran directly towards the stairs. Just kidding. This is someone who has raced against zombies. Liang Yu was caught off guard, almost startled, only felt a wind coming at his face. When he reacted to the silhouette floating by in front of him was Su Qianyue. He pulled out his legs and chased after her. Su Qianyue was terrified. She was now unarmed and could do nothing but run forward, holding back her tears. She ran all the way to the dormitory where Xiao Xiao was, saw the light in the doorway, and directly crashed into the door. With a sharp pain in her shoulder, the door to the house was slammed open, and she saw a man and Xiao Xiao hugging and gnawing on each other in a disheveled manner. Xiao Xiao let out a sharp burst. Ah! Chen was angry and thought Li Hao had barged in. Didn't you say that every dormitory should be checked? How come back? As a result, when he looked up, he found that it was not Li Hao, but a stunningly beautiful woman who was shivering in a pavilion. Su Qianyue hurriedly turned to face the wall, trembling her voice. There's someone. Chen's protectiveness instantly came up. Xiao Xiao in her arms covered her clothes and jumped up. Brother Chen, she's the one who hit me. Brother Chen looked at Xiao Xiao, then looked at Su Qianyue, and instantly felt that the so-called class flower didn't smell good anymore, and Su Qianyue didn't have a weapon on her body to kill her. Just when he was about to say something, he heard a hoarse and unpleasant voice from the corridor. You can hide the first day, but you can still hide the 15th day? When I find you, I'll make you kneel on the ground. Before the latter words could be uttered, he was confronted by Chen who had already touched his stick. Liang Yu touched the gauze on his face and smiled with an evil maniacal smile. I said so I have help. Brother Chen turned the stick in his hand upside down, against the watermelon machete. There is really not much chance of winning, but at this time, how can you lose face? Wooden stick versus watermelon machete. Hard sparring in the small dormitory. The moonlight was chopped into light fragments. Liang Yu has a good weapon and good skills, but he has a serious injury. Chen's weapon is not good, but his body is strong. The two of them fought a draw. Xiao Xiao was scared and panicked by this turn of events. She kept looking at Su Qianyue. It's all because of you, attracting the bad guys. Su Qianyue was also scared and shrank towards the corner again and again, but she saw the right time. When Liang Yu's back was turned to her, she stretched out her foot and kicked the other party's buttocks with force. Jiang Yu didn't defend himself and lunged forward. Put. The watermelon knife cuts into Chen's stomach. Brother Chen? Taking advantage of Jiang Yu's gap in drawing the knife, he endured the pain and threw a stick on Jiang Yu's head. Brain matter splattered in all directions. Frightened Su Qianyue hurriedly closed her eyes. Jiang Yu outside the screen also watched with trepidation, and couldn't help but ask himself, if he were to come to this kind of doom, this level of fighting, could he win? Can't, because one is crippled. Su Qianyue, the two of them are crippled. You can go now. Seeing Chen slamming fist after fist into Jiang Yu's face, and Jiang Yu's knife stirring in Chen's stomach, Jiang Yu knew that these two wouldn't survive. No medical supplies, no specialized doctors. There was no threat to Su Qianyue anymore. Su Qianyue pressed herself against the wall and opened her eyes, spread her legs and turned to run. On her way out, she also thoughtfully closed the dormitory door. Back upstairs, while sobbing and holding back her fear, she yanked the fruit knife from the hardened Li Hao. Holding on to his supplies, he changed to a dormitory on the second floor. Also the knife stuck in the butt and opened his eyes. It's all a mess downstairs. Jiang Yu took the time to tap Su Qianyue's personal information. Chapter 17 Unlocking the Primary Space Backpack. Life Value, 20/100. Intimacy, 9 out of 100. Skills, Elementary Repair 5 out of 100. Elementary Knife 45 out of 100. Elementary Food 5 out of 100. Backpack, unlocked. After the battle, the level of primary knives increased quite a bit. The increase in intimacy was also surprising. Jiang Yu pondered when did it go up by an extra 1. He suspected that it was when he was in a daze. The little girl hid under the stairs and said something she didn't hear. Originally planning to stay here for 3 days, now he only needed 1 more day and night before he could open his backpack. Jiang Yu's plan was to open the backpack, go get the supplies, bring the supplies and transfer them directly without returning here. Take a rest. If it goes well we can leave tomorrow at noon. The originally sleepy and scared Su Qianyue instantly opened her eyes wide. Really? Well, it's only that Xiao, but don't be careless, I'll be watching. You should eat well, practice daggers at most once, save your strength. Tomorrow when the time comes, we will leave. Don't need to bring anything but your dagger when you leave. Good. Finally being able to leave this place. Su Qianyue was a little jumpy. It's dangerous outside, but Jiang Yu said that a big tsunami is coming. Move early, be safe early. Although there are many dangers in the Pearl Hotel, but she's not afraid. Su Qianyue ate something and fell asleep lying on her side. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyebrows. I didn't expect that there would be a series of changes that messed up the night. The good news was that the intimacy and primary knife level had risen nicely. The backpack was about to be unlocked, and the little girl didn't have any PTSD. Put the computer on the side, turn off the call button, charge the cell phone, set an alarm for noon, and closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Since claiming Su Qianyue, the loneliness that surrounded the deepest part of his heart and accompanied him since childhood collapsed. The bottomless pit of having no father, no mother and no family was being slowly mended. In the computer screen, Su Qianyue closed her eyes, her small face bathed in sunlight. In a low voice, she murmured, "Thank you, Jiang Yu." The intimacy jumped violently to 10 out of 100. Jiang Yu slept incomparably calmly, not noticing the change in data, until the cell phone buzzed again. Jiang Yu buried his head and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yu? I'm Onping Insurance Company. Job number. Jiang Yu raised his head and glanced at the phone, confirming that it was the official insurance company number. I am. About you. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu hung up the phone. It was an insurance claim, already going through the final process. A few more working days and the insurance money would come down. Surprisingly, it was $350,000, $50,000 more than what was said before. He sent a message to his salesman. The salesman voiced back, still with a smile, Mr. Jiang, there's no problem with an official call to verify. This is what I should do as your claims adjuster. Thanks. Sitting up, moving his senseless legs to the wheelchair. $350,000, but also cannot replace the healthy legs. Habitually glancing first at what Su Qianyue was doing, a look at the hair instantly stood up. Su Qianyue is confronting that Xiao. It was inside Su Qianyue's dormitory, facing Su Qianyue who was like an earthly spirit. Xiao didn't have much of a bottom. Stay here, isn't it good for us to team up? Su Shallow Moon shook her head, her complexion cold. No good, I'm not teaming up with you, I'm leaving here. There are all kinds of natural disasters after the zombies. I advise you to leave as well. Neither one of the two mentioned the muffled stick yesterday or the deaths of the others. Almost all of the school's survivors are in the stadium now, and the zombies are over there. It's safe here. Dawn always thought there was something about this girl, good looking and a bit of luck. If she teamed up with her, when others called, she would be able to survive just with this face, and there were many benefits to following her. Xiao was like this. Whoever was useful to her, she would be close to. In the doomsday, Chen was more useful than Li Hao, who was only gentle and considerate, so she followed Chen. Now that brother Chen was dead, she pulled in Su Qianyue. She also saw Su Qianyue's stubbornness once again. I'm not teaming up with you and I'm not here. I'm leaving this place. Xiao Xiao was furious. Sick. People like you leaving here is death. The sun is so big outside. Besides zombies, where is there a natural disaster? If you don't want to team up, just say so. Make it sound like you have to be with you. Xiao Xiao turned and walked away, slamming the door with a bang. Su Qianyue stood still, her eyes looking at the ground. Having been betrayed once by her roommate Xiao Mei, she wouldn't trust anyone again, except Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. You did well. Get ready. We're leaving in 10 minutes. You're here? Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Su Qianyue was alive again. Aha. Just like all couples in love. Waking up early to check in and clock in for a bit, Jiang Yu tapped on Su Xiaomoon's personal information and was surprised to find that the intimacy reached the standard. Ding! Whether or not to purchase a beginner's backpack for your school girlfriend Su Xiaomoon? Confirm purchase. Please recharge 198,000 yuan. Intimacy grows to 20. Can unlock the video function. Ga? Video? Jiang Yu couldn't help but straighten his hair. Right now he could see Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue couldn't see him. If by then Su Qianyue knew that he was a cripple. Jiang Yu didn't think any further. Escaping is shameful, but at least it's useful. The intimacy to 20. That's at least 10 days later. Let's talk about it then. So far, Jiang Yu had also figured out the garbage game's recharge routine. The prices of food and medicine are basically the same as in reality. Elementary skills are all $18. Affinity unlocked ones. World progress, such important features were all 198 yuan. Skill recharge. Here, a small gift for you. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth unconsciously hooked up slightly. Su Qianyue, who was in the process of eliminating the last piece of bread, raised her head in confusion. What is it? Jiang Yu also didn't know what form the primary backpack would take to show Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue was still confused at first, then she was suddenly delighted. In her perspective, she suddenly entered a space like a supermarket, almost as big as a dormitory. It was empty, with snow-white walls and light coming from nowhere, as if waiting for her to fill the place. She raises her hand to touch the straight, snow-white walls. The touch is not too cold, not too hot. It's very real. Entering the space. Is this space? Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu's perspective followed her into this place. It turned out that the backpack was like this, with an eyeballed area of 20 square meters and a height of roughly 3 meters, meaning that there were 60 cubic meters of space available. This is the primary backpack. I don't know how big the intermediate backpack and advanced backpack will be. It would be good to be able to stuff in an airplane cannon when the time comes. Visually, everything in the girlfriend's backpack document could fit in. And while he had time, Jiang Yu stuffed some more things in. You look for a way to enter the space. Jiang Yu reminded her. Aha. Su Qianyue closed her eyes and silently recited in her heart, go out. In the next second, appeared in the dormitory, and again silently recited in her mind, go in. Enter into the space again. After so many times, she was already very skillful. Wait. Jiang Yu told her to stop, tapping on her personal information and seeing that her life value was still 20. That meant going in and out of the space wouldn't consume life value. You find a random thing and instantly enter the space when you throw it to the ground. Let's test it. Su Qianyue casually threw her own dagger to the ground while flashing into space. And then, go out again. When Su Qianyue went out again, the dagger had already fallen to the ground. Both of them did not hear the sound of the dagger falling to the ground, proving that they could not hear the sounds from outside within the space and that the flow of time outside was normal. Chapter 18, 3 minutes. I can take a bath. Jiang Yu pondered for a while. You enter the space for a while and see if you'll be forced to send it out. Su Qianyue nodded. She now understood what Jiang Yu was doing. After entering the space, she stood inside peacefully. Jiang Yu took advantage of the time and ordered himself a lunch takeout. Note, put it at the door. No need to knock. No need to call, lest he be disturbed at the critical moment when the time comes. Then spends 2 minutes washing up. When he came back again, he just happened to see Su Qianyue leaving the space and appearing in the dormitory. Glancing at the time, 3 minutes. You enter the space for 3 minutes. You will be teleported out. Try again. Can you still go in? Su Qianyue obediently closed her eyes, but when she opened her eyes again she was still in the dormitory. A trace of panic flashed across her pure little face. Jiang Yu, I can't get in. It's okay, don't panic. It's the testing phase now. Just wait. Next, every 30 seconds, Su Qianyue was allowed to try, and it wasn't until 3 minutes later that Su Qianyue managed to enter again. She patted her heart. So close, I thought I couldn't get in. She didn't go into why Jiang Yu gave her the space. Jiang Yu himself wasn't familiar with it. To be able to have such a space, even if she could only stay for 3 minutes, it could have saved her many times. Last test. You try to see if you can appear in other locations in the dormitory. Su Qianyue nodded, and after trying a few times, she realized that wherever she entered from, she would be wherever she came out from. Jiang Yu stroked his chin and summarized. 60 square meters. 0 consumption when entering. Time flow in the space is the same as outside. The sound from outside can't be transmitted in. Where you enter from where you come out from. The current maximum stay time is 3 minutes. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. Su Qianyue nodded along, silently memorizing these in her heart. Can I leave now? No, there's one more test. In Jiang Yu's perspective, the area beyond the spatial backpack could be seen as a haze, emitting a faint white light. There was roughly 2 meters of visibility. It was just unknown if it would show if someone approached the place. You go upstairs and look for Xiao Xiao, right in front of her dormitory. When she comes out you enter the space and I'll take a look at the situation. There was still half a bottle of water left. Su Qianyue didn't drink it. With a thought, she received it into her backpack and put the dagger away as well. When she went upstairs, she also practiced a few times to take the dagger out of the space. Standing at the door of Xiao Xiao's dormitory, she listened with her sideways ear, and after making sure that people were inside, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Xiao Xiao was now angry and scared. The 2 men who came together were dead. She was alone again. The sudden knock on the door startled her. After a few seconds, reason returned. Who else could be so polite in this building but that pretty girl? It couldn't be the listing. Ha, regretting it now? Want to team up with me? That depends on whether I'm willing or not. Xiao Xiao decided to take the other party hard and let them know who was the boss. Snapping open the dormitory door. I'm telling you. Ha, where is everyone? She frowned and looked around, and after not seeing any silhouettes, she hesitantly and cautiously hurriedly closed the door behind her. On Jiang Yu's side, he could see a small black dot appear and leave, thinking that was Xiao Xiao. The last test was completed. When Su Shallow Moon entered the space, someone close within 2 meters would appear as a black dot. Alright, you can come out now. Get ready. We'll leave here in 15 minutes. Good. Su Qianyue was a bit excited, and after coming out of the space, she retreated to her dormitory and sat in front of the window to observe the downstairs, wanting to see where those few zombies were. Jiang Yu turned off the call button just as the takeout arrived. Tomato and egg over rice with potatoes and corn inside. Not as good as what I made. Jiang Yu gave his evaluation, and suddenly thought, if only one day, Su Qianyue could eat her own cooking. Eating dinner, took a bottle of happy water into the bedroom. He never drank this stuff. If it wasn't for Louis Fei buying it, he himself probably wouldn't have bought it. I don't know if Su Qianyue likes to drink it. Suddenly thought of something. Find out the marker to draw a circle on the bottle. Take a picture and send it to the computer. After eating and returning to the computer, Su Qianyue lay on her back by the window. 3, 4, 5. The cute look makes people want to jerk a hand. The head petting and jerking a cat kind. Not the other way around. Jiang Yu downloaded the picture of the cola he had just sent and put it in the girlfriend's backpack document. Come on, tell us what supplies you want. Yay, you're here. Su Qianyue twisted her head, her eyes shining. She was happy to be leaving here soon. Sitting on the edge of the bed and resting her chin, she cocked her head and pondered what supplies she needed. Anything at all? Well, as long as the space can fit. Jiang Yu's tone couldn't be more spoiled. He didn't even realize it himself. Then I want a shower that can take a bath. 3 minutes. I can take a shower. A girl, dagger swinging with a whirring sound, being chased by zombies. Her first need is still a shower. Jiang Yu guffawed. He searched the internet for a shower, the automatic water up and down, automatic heating kind, and put it in the document. No, Jiang Yu, I still need food and water, and weapons. Su Qianyue immediately woke up. In the doomsday, food and water, medicine and weapons are the important ones. Jiang Yu checked the documents and increased the amount of living supplies some more, ensuring that Su Qianyue could live for 2 months even by herself. Well, these are all there. And, Su Qianyue's face spread with a blush. Her voice was similar to a mosquito. Sanitary napkins, underwear and panties. Well, there is. Jiang Yu also felt his face burning. Hands hadn't even been held yet. Yet they were discussing such things first. Then I don't have anything I need. Su Qianyue obediently shook her head. She wasn't greedy. She was already lucky to be able to survive with the help of Lord Goddess. One cannot be greedy. Alright, have you counted how many zombies there are? Well, there are 4 near and 5 in the distance. The number had increased again. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, tapping on the map of a city. You don't know how to ride a bike. You need to run with all your might when you get downstairs. Go to the place where you were looking for supplies before. Leave before you run out of stamina. I'll tell you how to go then. Su Qianyue nodded her head vigorously, straightened the clothes on her body, and gave herself a boost with a determined face. I'll remember. First, she threw a stool down on the second-floor balcony. The loud noise immediately attracts the nearby zombies, lurching and slowly coming towards the downstairs. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Xiao Xiao upstairs. Xiao Xiao cautiously probed to check, and saw Su Qianyue running out of the dormitory building. Damn, are you sick? Not staying in a good place. You have to go out to die. Xiao Xiao cursed viciously and picked up the watermelon knife left behind after Liang Yu's death and went downstairs. Those two corpses. She held back her nausea and threw them through the window. Such a hot day. Not dealt with by then, the whole building stinks. The corpses were thrown yesterday, and when she looked at them again today, they had already been chewed up by the zombies. Xiao Xiao would like Su Qianyue to stay, but this person does not know what to do. It is better to die outside. When she reached the first floor, she saw that the iron grill door was still in a locked state. It proved that Su Qianyue had just left and locked the door. If she had, she would have just left. What did she care about other people's deaths? Xiao Xiao had a complicated look on her face, and spat after a few seconds. Abusive person. Deserved to die outside. Jiang Yu, I feel like the zombies are moving faster. Su Qianyue panted. She was at this speed before, and was able to surpass the zombies by a large margin, but she had just run out, and not long after that the few zombies near the dormitory lumbered after her. Broken varsity sweatshirts hung empty on them, their scalps were rotting, and their bodies reeked of a foul odor. Jiang Yu could smell it through the screen. Chapter 19, Filling Space Together. Such a unique odor of human decay. He had smelled it at the hospital. The first time he smelled dust, the second time it was blood, and this time, there could be no mistake. Jiang Yu's eyes moved to the game icon. Is it really still just a game? If it wasn't just a game, then what was it? Jiang Yu was fiercely startled by this thought of his, watching Su Qianyue's figure stumble and disappear into the screen. A cute pixelated villain appeared on the screen. Black pants, white top, long black hair, and big eyes. Jiang Yu dragged the girlfriend's backpack document and put it in front of Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue is less apprehensive when she sees the white sky and earth again, knowing that this is Jiang Yu's territory. Moreover, the ground was full of supplies. Before, she couldn't take much, but now that she had space, it was different. There was a lot of food. There were self-heating small hot pots, self-heating rice, all kinds of plasticky egg-fried rice, all of which she liked to eat. There were a lot of each, and her favorite even had 100 servings. Jiang Yu, our space, freshness? It was hard for Su Qianyue, who had zero life skills, to think of such a crucial question. Jiang Yu covered his forehead, not having thought about this issue. Don't want it when it gets stale. Don't worry. Looking back, Su Qianyue was talking about our space? Surprisingly, it gave him a feeling that his wife was saying our home to him. Magical. Su Qianyue continued to pick up supplies, drinking water, drinks, fruits, lunch meat, everything, just like a small supermarket. How come there's only one bottle of Coke? Su Qianyue picked up a bottle of cola, and there was a circle drawn on the bottle. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the pictures he took could also be sent in as supplies. Then if he took a picture of himself, could he get in? He was startled by this strange and treacherous thought of his, and after thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't. If he did get in, how would he get out? If he couldn't get out, who would prepare the supplies? At that time, it would really be a fleeing couple. Collecting his mind, he stopped thinking about this topic. You put all the food into the space side. Aha! Su Qianyue was obedient. The items arrived in the space did not need her to carry them by herself. As long as she moved her mind, the supplies would organize themselves. The entire half wall was full of food. Looking at it made people happy. On the other side Su Qianyue put clothes. Summer, fall and winter, indoor and outdoor, as well as socks, shoes and boots. There was even underwear, various colors and sizes. Looking at Su Qianyue blushing to the root of her ears, mumbling unable to speak, Jiang Yu also felt his face burn a bit. You pick the ones you can wear, just throw the ones you don't like here. Aha! Su Qianyue's voice was similar to a mosquito. After packing up the clothes swinging her hand up to fan the hot air on her face, her big eyes were wet. Next to the clothes, was the place where hygiene products and medicines were stored. The medicines were very complete. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, fever reducers, anti-diarrhea medicines, band-aids, gauze, electrolytes, disinfectant, etc. A whole big box. The daily necessities were also very complete. Shampoo, body lotion, skincare products that she could use, combs, hair ropes, toothbrushes and toothpaste, nail clippers, scissors, toilet paper, sanitary napkins. Every time she stowed away one thing, she felt Jiang Yu's meticulousness. Since she was a child, she didn't lack money, nor did she lack a housekeeper to serve her. But her parents never cared about these minor details. In Jiang Yu's place, Su Qianyue felt for the first time what it meant to be meticulous. As she collected, her eyes couldn't help but moisten, and large tears fell like pearls. "Ah, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yu looked around. There were no zombies. "Why is the little girl crying?" "Oh, thank you." Affinity, 12 out of 100. The intimacy had unexpectedly increased by 2 points. Jiang Yu. It was good that the little girl was thankful, but what was the point of growing so fast? He inexplicably flinched in his heart when he thought that he would be able to video Su Qianyue when his intimacy reached 20. His legs. "Alright, these are nothing. Quickly collect your things. You won't have the stamina in a while." Jiang Yu sidetracked the topic. Su Qianyue wiped her tears while collecting things into the space. Seeing the pink AK and pistol, her fingers trembled. Not bothering to cry. "Is this for me too?" "Well, the silenced pistol. It's all for you." Jiang Yu had been paying attention to the screen and didn't see the weapon prompt. He could only try again when Su Qianyue returned to the game interface. "What's this again?" Su Qianyue picked up the remote control bomb and looked at it, as if she had only seen it in a movie. "This is a remote control bomb. And those drones, night vision, robot dogs, put them all away. Oh, and the bullets, don't forget." Jiang Yu reminded that he had put enough matching bullets, enough for Su Qianyue to practice and deter. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Su Qianyue's mind moved, and these weapons were received into the space, and the bullets were also put away. Clothes, daily necessities, medicines, and weapons took up an entire wall. Su Qianyue walked forward while collecting things. Suddenly, she took a few quick steps and a one-piece shower room appeared in front of her. Next to the shower room were 2 large water tanks. When she waited for a place with a clean water source, she could also catch the water, and the wastewater from the shower was conveniently thrown out directly with her mind. She could stay in the space for 3 minutes, and with this, she could take a shower every day. "Is this for me too?" She blinked her big eyes with a look of delight. "Well, it's all for you. Is the stamina still supportive?" Jiang Yu looked at her personal information and saw that her life value had dropped by 2 points. "Well, it's still okay." Su Qianyue quickly put the stuff away. She was numb by the time she got to the back. A relentless organizing tool person. Power source, kettle, ladder, folding table and chairs, sleeping bag, tent, lighting tools, repair tools, long rope, kayak, life jacket, almost filling up the space. Su Qianyue felt that with so many things, she would have no problem living for 2 months. Jiang Yu had given her a home. Finally, there was a pink bicycle. "I don't know how to ride it yet." Su Qianyue looked apologetic. "It's fine, put it away first. I'll teach you when I have time." Jiang Yu wanted to put in a car, but right now, Su Qianyue didn't know how, and the space wasn't big enough. "Let's get a bicycle first and try it out." Su Qianyue felt the gradual loss of her physical strength, finished putting everything away and left the place. Life value, 18/100. This trip consumed 6 points. Jiang Yu had a meaty pain. Seeing Su Qianyue's figure reappear on the screen, he let out a long sigh of relief. Everything was going well. Jiang Yu clicked on the map and found Su Qianyue's location. "You go south first. There's a 3-story rotten building. There was no one there before the end of the day, so I guess there weren't too many zombies. After the apocalypse, it leaks on all sides, and no one will stay there. Go there first and take a rest." The sun was shining nicely outside, and if one ignored the dirty and dilapidated streets, and the zombies that occasionally wandered in and out, this was definitely a good view. But right now, there weren't many people on the busy streets, and cars were twisted and crammed together. The end came suddenly and silently. Those who died directly in the car were the lucky ones, and some of them ran halfway, were gnawed on by the zombies and left with their skeletons, just thrown on the side of the road. Jiang Yu saw the scene on the street so closely for the first time. Chapter 20, Beginner's Firearms Skill Purchased. Even if there was sunlight, a scene like this would send chills down one's back. If one day, the real world really came to an end, would it be the same scene? Jiang Yu rubbed his thighs, letting out a snort of laughter. When the real doomsday came, he couldn't run like this. He should be one of the first to hang up. Wear a mask. The air doesn't smell good. Hearing Jiang Yu's reminder, Su Qianyue's mind moved and an N95 appeared on her hand. After putting it on, the palm-sized small face was only left with big flashing eyes, and she took out a headband in her hand, tying up a low ponytail. It was easier to move around that way. She tiptoed through the doors of the rotten building. It was visually ready for a shopping mall. Still all concrete, no roof, no windows. Picking up her ears and listening carefully, there were no strange sounds. Su Qianyue asked in a low voice, "So I'm going in?" "Well, if there's danger, go into the space first. Find a place. Replenish your strength." Jiang Yu swept around. The probability of zombies and living people coming here was not high. It was still safe. Su Qianyue found a corner that was easy to get in and out of, took out a small bread and started eating. Jiang Yu took advantage of the time to open the software to start today's portion of coding. He promised his editor father that he would write 6,000 words a day. But since he has a girlfriend, he has to squeeze in 6,000 words a day. Jiang Yu felt that the days seemed to be full all of a sudden. Seeing Su Qianyue eating while being vigilant, similar to a kitten stealing oil, Jiang Yu hooked the corner of his mouth, waiting for her to finish eating before speaking. Take out the gun first. Oh, Su Qianyue didn't know what this was for and immediately took out her pink AK. No skill reminder popped up? Jiang Yu changed his mind. Changed that small one. When the same small pink pistol arrived, the game immediately popped up a reminder. Ding! Whether or not to purchase primary firearms skills for your schoolgirl girlfriend? Confirm purchase. Please recharge $18. $18? Must buy. Having a gun in hand is far more intimidating than a dagger. Skills: elementary maintenance 5 of 100. Elementary food 5 out of 100. Elementary knives 45/100. Elementary firearms 0 out of 100. Su Qianyue gripped the compact pistol in her hand with a confused expression. Do I need to practice first like the dagger? Yes. Wait to find a zombie to practice. Take out the bike first. The thought of Su Qianyue being milky and ferocious, holding a pink pistol, bubu. Jiang Yu involuntarily anti-laughed. He himself was indeed a pervert. Putting away the gun. As soon as the pink bike came out, a recharge reminder popped up. Ding! Whether or not to purchase elementary transportation skills for your school girlfriend? Confirm purchase. Please recharge $18. No need to hesitate. Directly recharge. Su Qianyue had only seen other people riding bicycles, and at this time, with her hands on the handlebars, she was a bit overwhelmed. You push the car forward, pinch the left brake, then pinch the right brake. Feel the difference. Su Qianyue nodded and did as she was told. After a few turns in the corner to come in, Su Qianyue distinguished the difference between the two brakes. I feel that the right one is enough. Yes, the right side is the rear brake. It's generally smoother to pinch the back. You first sit on the seat and try the height. So, teaching bicycling isn't that hard. Teach the brakes first, then teach to ride on it. Jiang Yu silently gives himself a nod. Su Qianyue was very smart, and after learning to adjust the seat without a teacher, her right foot was placed on the pedal, and then press down hard with your right foot, then lift your left foot up. When you're about to fall to the ground, put your left foot down and step on it. Don't be afraid. Su Qianyue kept cheering herself up in her heart. Everyone else knows how to do it. She has to know how to do it too. She can't let Jiang Yu think she's stupid. Bicycle this kind of skill, before getting the hang of it. It's all about falling and suddenly getting the hang of it at some point. That's all. Oops. Su Qianyue is unsteady. Her left foot doesn't react and she falls to the ground. Jiang Yu covers his eyes and holds his breath, pretending he didn't see it. It's a lie to say that you're not heartbroken. You can only lie to yourself. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. When she didn't hear Jiang Yu's voice, Su Qianyue's heart became less panicked. Maybe Jiang Yu isn't there right now. After coaxing herself back to her senses, she quietly gets up and continues to fight with her bike. Jiang Yu gently turned off the call button, crackled and began to code words. The afternoon of September was sunny. At some point, the sun was covered by dark clouds, and the light inside the house was dimmed. Jiang Yu picked up his cell phone and glanced at the weather forecast. Thunderstorms. It didn't matter if he didn't go out himself. Taking another look inside the game, Su Qianyue could already ride her bike crookedly forward. The progress was quite big, and it was also cloudy within the game. Jiang Yu doubted that it was hard to believe that the weather within this game was synchronized with the real world. Rumble. A muffled thunder struck on his side. Jiang Yu turned off the air conditioner and opened the window, letting the wind from before the thunderstorm blow around the house to circulate the air. Looking inside the game again, it was just cloudy, with no intention of raining. His slightly tensed heart then relaxed. It would be scary if the weather within the game was interoperable with reality. This was the 21st day of the game's apocalypse, and there were still 8 days before the big tsunami. Jiang Yu took out a small notebook and started planning his preparations for the big tsunami. The first, top priority, was so that the Pearl Hotel could get the highest position. He doesn't need to think about it, but the Pearl Hotel is full of people, so he can't go up without some strength. When the time comes, it will be another tough battle. Then it was the second one. Before arriving, Su Qianyue's elementary firearms skill should be raised to 50 points. Where to go to practice? It had to be a place with few people and zombies. Definitely can't go killing people right off the bat. It would be too much for the little girl's psyche to handle. He slid his mouse around on the map, looking for a suitable place. With Su Qianyue being able to ride her bike forward, the elementary transportation skill grew by 5 points. Elementary transportation, 5 out of 100. Correspondingly, her stamina landed back at 20. Pressing the call button, Alright, that's it for today's practice. Su Qianyue stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, took out a bottle of water and gulped a few mouthfuls. Although she fell twice, she learned to ride a bike. For her, this was a big breakthrough in her life. Her forehead was glistening with sweat, and her eyes were filled with excitement. What's next? Do I ride my bike to the Pearl Hotel? Originally, this was the plan, but Su Qianyue's stamina value couldn't withstand the exertion. It was safer to return to the dormitory first. Don't go there first, you'd better go back to the dormitory first. Just ride your bike back. Be careful not to let the Xiao Xiao see you using the space. When you get back to the dorm, first take out the zombies downstairs with your gun as practice. Su Qianyue pondered for a while, taking out the backpack Jiang Yu prepared for her, putting 2 pieces of bread and half a bottle of water inside. This way, it should be able to hide from the others. She had a backpack, and taking something out of it would make sense. Clever, Jiang Yu unconsciously brought on a smile. Go! Su Qianyue could already skillfully corner and brake on her bike. At her speed, it would take about 15 minutes to ride back to the dormitory from here. The sun is not so sunny anymore. Through the clouds, covering the wild and bloody city with a layer of orange-red color unique to the sunset, a few silhouettes occasionally appeared on the road, waving and shouting at Su Qianyue when they saw her. Su Qianyue didn't stop for a second and directly rode her bike and ran away. Yikes! Jiang Yu, look! Biu wife with a gun. Chapter 21, what a coincidence! The big tsunami and the National Day on the same day. Su Qianyue directly raised her hand and pointed at the sky, and with an unsteady hand, she almost fell down. Slow down, slow down. Jiang Yu urged while hurriedly inspecting the surrounding area, confirming that there were no zombies or living people before looking in the direction of Su Qianyue's finger. There was a piece of cloud in the sky that cracked open and happened to form a standard love heart shape. The garbage game was quite romantic, but when she looked down and looked at Su Qianyue again, her eyes were unexpectedly filled with panic. What's wrong? I remember. 3 days before the doomsday erupted, I was on the window of my dormitory and I also saw such a sight in the sky. A love heart-like cloud. 3 days in a row. I'm very impressed. Seeing her scared out of her wits, Jiang Yu hurriedly comforts. The possibility of coincidence is high. Don't panic. Ride your bike back to the dormitory first. The road is too dangerous. Jiang Yu took a screenshot in passing. This kind of thing that scares his girlfriend. It's best to keep evidence. When Su Qianyue returned to the dormitory floor, a few zombies were hanging around near the iron gate. From here, they could smell the smell of humans upstairs. They just didn't have the strength to get this door open. Okay, back away. Find a cover and take out your guns. Jiang Yu immediately started arranging. Don't worry, the gun is silenced. It won't attract attention. You boldly practice. Even if there were a lot of bullets, the gun was silenced, and Jiang Yu was still there. Su Qianyue didn't dare to be careless. It was her first time touching a gun. She trembled and asked, is it okay to be this far away? The longest distance of this pistol is 50 meters. You can get a little closer. The zombies can't run away from you now. Jiang Yu glanced at the upstairs window of the dormitory and didn't see that Xiaoxiao's figure. Su Qianyue was too nervous. Her palms were sweaty. The left hand was uncomfortable holding the gun, and the right hand was also uncomfortable. Which hand should I use? Pulling the gun, aiming, shooting. There are 3 actions. Try them all. Use whichever hand is comfortable. Jiang Yu estimated that with a little stubborn person like Su Qianyue, he estimated that the latter 2 hands could be practiced. The beginning of everything is difficult. Su Qianyue's first shot hit the ground. The second shot hit the ground. It wasn't until the 5th shot that she hit a zombie. Zombies are different from humans. No sense of pain, relying on sound and odor to distinguish their location. Not hitting the head immediately attracted the zombie's attention. Seeing the staggering and breaking over, Su Qianyue was so nervous that her arms trembled. Jiang Yu frowned. Retreat if it doesn't work. Su Qianyue bit her lower lip, so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Not saying a word, holding her gun with both hands. Finally, a zombie was shot in the head when it was still 5 meters away from Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the disgusting corpse of the zombie that fell on the ground, almost crying out. The ground is dirty. Don't sit down. Jiang Yu was understanding Su Qianyue. The moment he said this, Su Qianyue's mind immediately conjured up images of zombies rubbing back and forth on the place, and she stood up from the ground with a prancing movement. The entire body presented an amazing flexibility. At a glance, it was a body that only came from dancing since childhood. After killing one zombie, it was slightly easier to kill the second one. The few zombies under the dormitory floor were all killed. Su Qianyue was exhausted, pulled open the iron fence door and ran back to a dormitory on the 2nd floor in one breath. Leaning against the door before she dared to catch her breath, the tip of her delicate and small nose was covered with beads of sweat. The beautiful figure became more and more conspicuous as she panted, and Jiang Yu had to do something to divert his attention, tapping on her personal information. Beginner transportation, 10/100. Beginner firearms, 5 out of 100. Great. Good bike riding and good gun use. Jiang Yu was heartbroken and relieved at the same time. His own little girlfriend, very brave. Su Qianyue calmed down a bit and took out the small pink pistol from the space, fiddling with it in her hand. It could be seen that it was scared and happy. Rest yourself. Tomorrow we'll find a place to practice shooting. Aha. Su Qianyue's beautiful eyes glistened. The corners of her eyebrows were filled with gratitude as she nodded at the void. A sentence of thank you was stuck in her mouth and did not come out. By now, it was redundant for her to say any more thanks. She could only wait for a chance in the future to properly repay Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. God's milk. Don't say thank you again. Before, he felt that the intimacy wasn't growing fast enough, but now he was afraid that it would grow too fast. He's afraid that when intimacy reaches 20, he won't be able to use the later functions without unlocking the video function. Perhaps, Su Qianyue wouldn't care about her legs? Nope, it's a person who would care, right? Alas, with a complex, apprehensive and slightly expectant mood, Jiang Yu finished today's word coding task. Today, he was distracted. His efficiency was low, deleting and changing, and uploading at the limit of 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Su Qianyue is too tired to eat and simply wipe her hands. From the space took out the sleeping bag, wrapped himself like a baby, drilled into the hooting and hollering. It wasn't too hot. Looking at the face of such an Yua full of work, Jiang Yu rubbed his wrist. With a girlfriend like this, it's nothing for him to work hard on his words. After taking a shower, he came back and lay on the bed, listening to the sound of the wind and rain outside. His mind was filled with Su Qianyue's figure. Cannot sleep. Simply sit up. Take the computer over and put it on the pillow side. Su Qianyue is sleeping over there, and she is sleeping over here. It's only right. Jiang Yu was woken up by the heat. After a night of thunderstorms yesterday, this morning's wind and sunshine made the air hot and muggy. Jiang Yu turns on the air conditioner. He takes a shower to wake up. The laptop fan was buzzing. It had been shut down just once these days. Could it not be overloaded? Tough on you, man. When the compensation comes down, I'll get you an employee. At 8 in the morning, Su Qianyue was still sleeping. It seemed like yesterday was exhausting. Jiang Yu took out a wall calendar that the supermarket had given him when he bought something and cut out the part with the date and pasted it on his bedside. He now had 2 timelines, the real world and the game world. Things were complicated and he was afraid that he would forget. Simply circle the key dates on it. Today was September 23rd, the 23rd day of the Doomsday outbreak, 7 days before the Great Tsunami outbreak. Coincidentally, there are 7 more days until the national holiday in the real world. Buzz buzz. Someone sent a message. Tap it to see that it's an editor. Editor, don't get stuck passing articles in the future. In case the review doesn't pass, you'll lose your full attendance. Jiang Yu, okay duh. The editor sends a speechless emoji. Don't be cute. Update properly, and when the time comes, the data will be good enough to give you a raise. Quite good. Make money to support your daughter-in-law. When he returned to the game screen again, he saw Su Qianyue blinking her big flickering eyes, nestled in her sleeping bag and lost in thought. Her long hair was slightly messy from sleeping. She had a bit of a different flavor. Jiang Yu clicked on the talk button. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Isn't your sleeping bag hot? Yeah. Jiang Yu, you're here? Hot. Su Qianyue dug out of her sleeping bag and muttered. I can't use this in the future. It's really hot. The white blouse was all drenched in sweat, and the slender waist that was less than a handful was completely exposed. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. Early in the morning, don't bring such a test. Seeing Su Qianyue's tangled face, Jiang Yu took the initiative to ask, did you encounter any trouble? Su Qianyue's face was even redder than yesterday's sunset. Her long eyelashes hung a layer of haziness, and her lips were about to be bitten through by her. You can see me in space, right? Aha. Jiang Yu nodded. There was nothing to hide. What's wrong? Then when I take a shower, can you see it? Chapter 22, not close enough to be naked. Put. Jiang Yu, who was drinking breakfast milk, sprayed a mouthful on the computer. He hurriedly dragged some toilet paper to wipe the computer clean. This is not just a computer, but also his girlfriend. What kind of breakfast milk did Louis Fei buy? He still thinks he's an elementary school student. Jiang Yu smoothly found himself a backstabber. Seemingly hearing the movement from his side, Su Qianyue raised her head, her face full of innocence. What's wrong? Nothing. Cough cough. I can't see when you're bathing. Don't worry. After saying so, Su Qianyue instantly stopped worrying, directly flashing into space, pulling open the door of the shower room and drilling in. One piece of clothing after another was thrown out of the shower room. The shower room was hazy and snow white. Jiang Yu really couldn't see anything. Ha! Garbage game. You don't even let your girlfriend see it? He used his mouse to click on the shower room. Ding! Your intimacy with your girlfriend, Su Qianyue, is not high enough to allow you to see her naked. Put. Jiang Yu spits out blood again. Naked. Naked. See, meaning that if you have enough intimacy, not only can you video, but you can also see each other naked? Jiang Yu felt like his entire body was engorged with blood. Dizzy. Must be hungry. Why don't he just take advantage of Su Qianyue's shower and cook a bowl of noodles to eat? Su Qianyue unconditionally trusted Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu said he wouldn't look, he definitely wouldn't look. Finally, she can take a comfortable bath, even though it's only for 3 minutes. But she skillfully learns to card bugs. Wrapping up a bath towel, she washes her hair first, flashing out when she estimates 2 minutes, then flashing in. Finish washing her head, then wash her face and body. Xiao Xiao stood in the hallway with a watermelon knife and a stony face. She noticed in the morning that the walkers downstairs were gone and there were a few more puddles of blood on the floor. She suspected that someone had taken out the walkers. Worried that the person who took out the zombies hid in the dormitory building, she carried the knife around and inspected for a while. If it was before, she would have been scared to death, but after throwing 2 corpses with her own hands, she wasn't that scared anymore. When she cruised to the 4th floor, she surprisingly found Li Hao's body. As a former girlfriend, Xiao Xiao didn't have too many emotions other than regret, and skillfully threw the heavy corpse out the window so that it wouldn't stink in the building. There was no one on the 4th and 3rd floors, and when she made her rounds to the 2nd floor, she suddenly heard movement within one of the dormitories. Isn't this Su Qianyue's previous dormitory? Could it be that she's back? Xiao Xiao had a hard time accurately describing her feelings at this moment, both wishing for Su Qianyue to come back and hoping that it wasn't Su Qianyue. If Su Qianyue came back, she herself could taunt her severely. Other than here, she really can't go anywhere. Trash. If it was someone else, then one might still be able to find companionship. I just pushed open the door and looked around. No one was there. No one on the balcony or in the bathroom either. Closing the door and getting ready to leave. The damn movement came from inside the house again. She pushed the door open violently. The house was still empty, but there was an extra water stain on the floor. Xiao Xiao. A chill ran down her spine. There was no one in the house. How could there be a streak of water? It wasn't there just now. Ghost. And a drowning ghost. Xiao Xiao pulled her legs and ran back, leaving the dormitory door open. When Su Qianyue came out again, she saw the open dormitory door. Strange. I just went out, didn't close the door? Uneasy, wrapped in her bathrobe, took out her pistol and quietly looked around at the door. When Jiang Yu returned, he saw this scene. Su Qianyue's hair was wet, water droplets dripping down her neck to her collarbone before flowing down. It was full of youthful vigor. Su Qianyue's skin was white, and not the kind of pale that was powerless, but a white that carried blood and the scent of the living. It made people want to. Ugh. Jiang Yu stopped this thought. Seeing Su Qianyue's lips and wanting to kiss them was fine. Why are you still craving for someone else's body now? He was obviously a gentleman before. Jiang Yu silently watched without saying anything, not speaking until the little girl had finished her bath so as not to scare her. After waiting for the little girl to flash a few times, a flurry of work was done to clean herself up. Black slim-fit t-shirt, dark blue slim-fit jeans, small leather boots. This weather so wear is really hot, but Su Qianyue want to go out to fight zombies, so wear sports convenient. To say why are jeans not sweatpants? Su Qianyue tried to come and found that it is not as easy to move as these jeans. The freshly showered Su Qianyue is like a peach. At first glance she looks cool and detached. Only Jiang Yu knows that this is a little wimp who can't move without crying. Jiang Yu didn't care what his girlfriend wore, as long as she liked it. After changing into new clothes, his life value went up by 4 points. After drinking several mouthfuls of ice water he spoke. There shouldn't be any more zombies under the dormitory building. You need to change your place for practicing your marksmanship today. Su Qianyue took out a headband and tied up her hair. She also took out a mask and put it on, only revealing her 2 big dark eyes. Stadium, there are more zombies over there. Su Qianyue puffed out her chest, very imposing. She was afraid of zombies before, and now she is also afraid, but not that afraid. The cool little face came with a sentence. My gun is very accurate. Ha, okay, you right over. Don't get too close, come back when you're tired. Enter the space if there's danger. At this instant, Jiang Yu felt like he was out of place. Obviously a boyfriend. Why was he like a father? Or did he become mature after the car accident? Watching Su Qianyue sneak downstairs, taking out her pink bicycle, lifting her slender legs to ride and run, it felt as if she was going to school. Jiang Yu was secretly happy for a while longer. The sight of the single dormitory building has always been sporadic with a few zombies, and yesterday he also saw the tragic scene of the end of the world on the streets. But when he saw the scene at the stadium, Jiang Yu still sucked in a breath of cool air. A university in the city of A has at least 20,000 to 30,000 people. On the day of the zombie outbreak, a welcome party was being held here, and 80% of the people were gathered here, while another 10% were not at school, and the last 10% were in the dormitories. This caused the stadium to be like a hell on earth outside. The zombies outside were like a meat grinder, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, probably because they could smell the breath of the living inside the stadium, and were wandering around outside the stadium under the scorching sun. As for the inside, although Jiang Yu and Su Qianyue didn't see the scene inside, they also knew that it definitely wasn't any better. It was pure luck that Xiao Zhao's 3 people were able to get out in the first place, without waiting for Jiang Yu to remind her. Su Qianyue rides her pink bike, her face turns white, and she turns around and runs. That stance was the same as the first time she came out of the dormitory to look for food and was chased by a zombie. Jiang Yu, I think it's better for me to practice my marksmanship in a different place. Good. The small bicycle froze and rode out at the speed of a windy little electric donkey. Running to a safe place, Su Qianyue leaned against the wall, withdrew her mask and patted her chest. Scared me to death. Be careful. Jiang Yu was a god's perspective. His line of sight was wider than Su Qianyue. He saw 2 zombies wandering over outside the school fence behind Su Qianyue. Originally, this place was a short wall with a steel guardrail erected on top. The zombies' bloodied arms violently reached through the guardrail. The little girl immediately exploded. Chapter 23. Have you seen many girls? Su Qianyue reflexively took out her gun. 2 thuds, shooting through the heads of 2 zombies, shooting at such a close range. Every detail could be seen clearly. The zombies' rotting flesh and blood sprayed everywhere. Su Qianyue raised her hand to cover it up, when she heard Jiang Yu's calm voice ringing in her ears. Enter space. In an instant, Su Qianyue's figure disappeared in place. Those filth that almost fell on her body fell to the ground as much as possible. Su Qianyue went into space, first blanked out for 3 seconds, then whimpered and started crying. Even a big man, sticking it to a zombie would be scary. Jiang Yu of course understands. It's okay, they were all killed by you. Next time we won't get so close. Su Qianyue huffed. I'm so useless. Oh, a big tsunami is coming. I need to practice my marksmanship, but woo, no matter. You're very brave. It was so dangerous just now. You still killed 2 zombies. You won't think I'm a waste? Su Qianyue was afraid of zombies, and even more afraid that Jiang Yu would think that she can't do anything. No, you're the bravest girl I've ever seen. Jiang Yu spoke from his heart. Su Qianyue lifted a tearful little face, her eyebrows curled together tightly, carefully asking, have you seen many girls? Not really. Jiang Yu felt that the core of this question was how to define seen. With Su Qianyue's level of having met, she was indeed the only one. But other than Su Qianyue, the one who had more contact was Peiyuchi. Peiyuchi, forget it. Jiang Yu was just glad that he didn't continue to go on with Peiyuchi. It's human nature to tend to the good and avoid the bad, but Peiyuchi's behavior had already departed from the scope of ordinary feelings, and was simply a bad character. Really? Don't go out yet. There's someone outside. Jiang Yu saw 3 small black dots appear in the white range. Su Qianyue was a bit nervous. My mandatory time is almost up. Don't panic. The 3 people outside were people sent out from the school stadium for the purpose of letting them go to find rescue. There was a lack of food and water over at the stadium, and there were more and more zombies. They used the dying people to lure away the large number of zombies and sent out a team of people. The pair swore that they would return with help. It's their second day out. The tragedy outside is far worse than they could have imagined. The school supermarket has long since been looted of its supplies, and the police station has fallen. Hiding out near the stadium to figure out what to do. Just now, they saw 2 zombies suddenly speeding up their walk and realized that there was someone here. When they came over again, they realized that there was no one, only 2 zombies with their heads blown off. It's a gun. There's a bike here. Take it away. It's pretty new. The bike is still there. The people should be nearby. The 3 of them immediately looked up and around. There was no one close by. Won't hit us, right? The other party had a gun, and they couldn't find anyone, so they were afraid that the person hidden in the shadows would hit them. If only we could find this person and have him go back to save the people in the gym. They were let out to find outside help, with their best friends and lovers around them being held there. The zombies over at the stadium were getting more and more numerous, and the trio was hoping beyond hope that someone would go to the stadium to save them. I can't, Jiang Yu, time is running out. Su Qianyue could feel that she was about to be teleported out. Go out now and come in immediately. Be fast enough. Jiang Yu could only think of this option now. Su Qianyue knew that this was the best option. Actively going out could still come in quickly. Being forcibly ejected would have to wait for 3 minutes. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and flashed out, and quickly came in again. Did they see me? Su Qianyue had an afterthought. Shouldn't have. Those 3 people were surrounding the zombie to study it. Suddenly feeling a dimming of light, a shadow was buried above their heads. The 3 people were greatly alarmed and immediately looked up, but found that the shadow instantly disappeared. Frightened, the 3 didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly ran away, not caring about the bike. Watching those black dots disappear, Jiang Yu then let Su Qianyue come out. After Su Qianyue came out, she quickly rode her bike away from here. It was too scary. Marksmanship still needs to be practiced. Jiang Yu pondered for a while. You ride forward along the fence, run when you encounter zombies inside the wall, and hit the zombies outside the wall. Don't be afraid. I'm watching. If there was no apocalypse, right now he should be riding a bicycle with Su Qianyue in the campus, watching those little couples hiding in the corners move and fight. But now, her girlfriend is being chased by zombies. Su Qianyue followed the plan provided by Jiang Yu, found a place where there was no one, separated from the fence, knocked on the iron guardrail, and created a bit of a commotion. It quickly attracted a zombie. Poof! Su Qianyue coldly held her small face, raised her gun with both hands, and steadily shot it. Great! Receiving Jiang Yu's praise, Su Qianyue imperceptibly raised the corner of her mouth. 2 hours later, she returned to the dormitory on her little powder. Elementary guns, 10 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 15/100. As soon as the little girl arrived at the dormitory, she opened her hands, a little proud. Jiang Yu. She wanted Jiang Yu to compliment her, but was too embarrassed to say it. Great! Get some rest and watch out for that Xiao Xiao. Well, Su Qianyue's eyes shone brightly, wiped the sweat on her forehead and drilled into the space to wash her hands and face. Looking at the supplies that were full, a sense of security rose in her heart. These were all given to him by Jiang Yu. Taking out a pickled egg, fried rice and water, she sat down and slowly ate. Jiang Yu opened the coding software and prepared to finish writing today's manuscript. With Su Qianyue's company, there was a lot more tenderness in the boring life. Buzz, Louis Fei, brothers, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., B211 staircase classroom, the orientation meeting for our majors. At noon, the old class is treating, and a few of us will eat at the Aloha building. I'll pick you up at 9 tomorrow, haha. They majored in geology. There weren't many students, and Jiang Yu was the class teacher Li Mingqi's favorite student. If it wasn't for the car accident thing, he would have followed the route Li Mingqi had planned for his internship by now. It was thought that Li Mingqi's treat for dinner tomorrow was mainly for him. Feeling this thought, Jiang Yu's heart warmed. Even if he didn't go to school in the future, the warmth given to him by his teachers and friends, he wouldn't forget. Okay, see you tomorrow. Jiang Yu handed in his draft just before 10 o'clock. Seeing that Su Qianyue wasn't idle in the dormitory, practicing daggers, he didn't hold back and joked. So diligent? Yes de. My academic performance is quite good. Su Qianyue returned in a serious manner. Jiang Yu thought of another question that he had long wanted to ask. Do you have a cell phone? After experiencing smelling the game world, he often asked himself a question. Was this really just a game? There was no information online, and the interactions were done to rival the real world. Confirmation came to him today when he saw the gym surrounded by walkers. High-rise buildings, higher education, were all inseparable from the development of communication. If there were no cell phones in this apocalyptic game world, then he could be sure that this was just a relatively special game. If there were cell phones, he would find a way to make Su Qianyue do a few search behaviors. He didn't believe that there were no loopholes in the game setting for cell phone search behaviors. Chapter 24. A real handsome man. Nothing to do with legs. Su Qianyue wrinkled her cute nose. There is. Then with a face of regret. But it's useless. The day after the apocalyptic outbreak, all signals were cut off, and the power supply was gone. The cell phone became a liability. Then is there any other means of communication? Jiang Yu pursued. Su Qianyue shook her head. I don't know. Jiang Yu, you also know about cell phones? Does the world of the immortals also have this? Su Qianyue couldn't help but ask softly in return. Of course I know. It's getting late. You take an early rest. Lock the door. Tomorrow I won't be around during the day, so take care of your own safety. Jiang Yu admonished, no longer continuing the topic of cell phones. He suspected that not being able to obtain more information here in Su Qianyue might have something to do with the lack of depth of world exploration. Su Qianyue slightly lowered her head, hiding the despondency in her eyes. There hadn't been many days of knowing Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu was already an inseparable part of her life. Before the end of the world, she didn't have any friends. After the end of the world, this help and companionship was even more important. She didn't dare to open her mouth and say something like, Jiang Yu, can you not go? I'm scared. Jiang Yu is a god. He can't do nothing but accompany himself for a day. He can't be greedy. Su Qianyue thought. Her eyes were wet. Dodging into the space, she drilled into the shower room and pretended to take a bath. She didn't want Jiang Yu to see herself shedding tears because of this little thing. Jiang Yu laughed. and for the first time in half a year, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. His little girlfriend had gone to take a shower, so he was going to take a shower too. Lights have just gone out in the girls' dormitory at Linchuan University. Everyone's beds were lit up with bright blue and white cell phone screens. Pei Yuqi held her phone, stuck on the dialogue box between her and Jiang Yu. The last sentence was the word she didn't send successfully, and the response was a red exclamation mark. That day, Jiang Yu said he wanted her to return the bag. She didn't think Jiang Yu was serious. Moreover, she had checked, and she was a bit reluctant to part with a 30,000 plus bag. Her current boyfriend, Qin Yuchuan, is very rich, but he has yet to give himself something so expensive. Her heart is in turmoil these days. One moment was the way Jiang Yu used to stand on the stage and speak, domineering and determined, shining. A moment later, Jiang Yu looked at her coldly and said icily that he had a girlfriend. One moment, Jiang Yu's compensation amounted to $3.5 million. That's $3.5 million. It doesn't seem like much, but it's quite a lot for a college student who's about to graduate. Baby, there's an elder coming to Linchuan tomorrow to do some work. Let's have a meal together at noon. I've booked a place at the Aloe House. That elder works in a bank. You are studying finance. There must be a common language. Boyfriend Qin Yuchuan sent a message. When she saw the first sentence, Pei Yuqi reflexively wanted to refuse. When she saw the second sentence, she hesitated or agreed. Putting down her cell phone, she pulled up the summer cool quilt to cover her head. Yourself so stupid still entangled in what? Only a man like Qin Yuchuan, who has money, good looks, connections and means, is worthy of himself? As for Jiang Yu, he was just a waste of space who could no longer stand up. I made the right choice. Thinking like this, her heart was indeed much more comfortable. Right, Pei Yuqi, the geology major's orientation tomorrow is in the B211 staircase classroom. Are you going? Xinhuan's voice came from the darkness. Pei Yuqi and back. I'm not going. I have an appointment with Qin Yuchuan to eat at the Aloe House. Well, that's fine. Then I won't call you. I'm going to go look at handsome guys. Being a junior in college, Xinhuan was still the same as a freshman. With only handsome men in her head, she always thought that Jiang Yu deserved the name beautiful, strong and miserable after he broke his leg. Good looking, 5 feet 9 inches tall, a school bully, horrible grades in his major, orphaned, crippled. She was ready to go and feast her eyes on him. She's ready to go and feed her eyes. Pei Yuqi does not go to pull down. She says that Qin Yuchuan's potential is actually no match for Jiang Yu. It's just that Jiang Yu can't stand up anymore. And if they really want to be together, they probably won't even be able to live as a couple. So it's a shame. Jiang Yu wakes up the next day after being suffocated. A 20-year-old teenager with a messy dream. And Su Qianyue in his dream. He helplessly moved his legs to put them on the wheelchair. Really? How come this handicap didn't wilt you? Jiang Yu laughed at himself, taking a look at Su Qianyue, sleeping under a thin blanket. Probably because the weather was sweltering, the blanket was tugged up to her waist, and the beauty of the mountains could be felt beautifully through her clothes. Jiang Yu felt that his nose was a little hot, and hurriedly raised his head to touch it. He was startled, thought he had a nosebleed. Without delay, he first went to take a shower, simply ate something, and changed into his clothes. On the way out, put the HD camera in place, checked on his cell phone to make sure he could see Su Qianyue in real time before going out. Before leaving the house, thinking of Louis Fei's day and night routine, he took a carton of milk from the box and put it in his pocket. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw Louis Fei coming down from the drop. We really have a heart-to-heart. Have we eaten yet? He skillfully set up Jiang Yu, helped him sit in the back of the car, then put the wheelchair away in the trunk and sat in the passenger side himself. Eaten? Have you not eaten yet? Jiang Yu asked. Louis Fei scratched his head. I've been busy with the data analysis project for the past few days. My work and rest have been reversed, and now I don't have any appetite at all. A junior majoring in geology can already follow some small projects. He had managed to convince Jiang Yu to attend the orientation, and the class teacher, Li Mingqi, had shoved him into a data analysis project. Before, when you were around, this kind of geological data analysis was done in less than 2 days. Whereas now, there's not even a clue. Louis Fei sighed. Jiang Yu touched the carton of milk from his pocket and threw it into his arms. Louis Fei caught it with a quick eye. For me, boss, you're too good. Moved to tears. Before, when Jiang Yu gave him tutoring, he called out to his righteous father, probably because the kid was too old to call out to his righteous father. This year, he's changed his name to Jiang Yu's boss. Louis Fei sucked the milk dry in the car and comfortably leaned back in his chair to snooze. It's only been half a year since he left school, but Jiang Yu feels as if he hasn't stepped into the lecture hall for a long time. The geology major is too cold, and only half of the 120-person capacity lecture hall is filled. That's even with freshmen, sophomores, and juniors in attendance. Lu Yifei pushed Jiang Yu in from the front and placed him on the front seat of the first row. Li Mingqi hadn't come yet. The freshmen, on the other hand, were whispering in the back. Who is this? Pretty good looking. Why is he in a wheelchair? Jiang Yu, Linchuan University's legendary figure, only a junior, has already published articles in social science journals. What happened to his leg? Alas, heaven envies a genius. Jiang Yu slightly lowered his eyes, excluding these murmurs from the back of his mind. Soon, the staircase classroom became more and more crowded. No, classmate, are you also from our major? Why haven't I seen you before? Someone asked. No, I'm here to see the legendary Jiang Yu. I heard he took a break from school. It's not easy to come here. Of course I want to see enough. Looking at the newcomer's face with a flamboyant look, the freshman geology majors all drew in a breath of cold air in unison. Jiang Yu, indeed handsome, but is it necessary to be like this? Why? You guys don't understand. A real handsome man is all about the aura, the soul. It has nothing to do with legs. Chapter 25, Jiang Yu, sorry, I have a girlfriend. Li Mingqi steps into the classroom and immediately softens his expression when he sees Jiang Yu. He's around 50 years old, dressed in a plain and simple Chinese mountain suit, thin and wearing glasses. Patting him on the shoulder. Make a short speech in a while. Say whatever you want. We'll talk again at lunch. Okay, teacher. The opening orientation was nothing more than those words. A talk about the prospects of the major. What one should do in the 4 years of college. What the focus of freshman year is. Daily safety. And so on. Li Mingqi was succinct and concise. And after he finished, he coughed lightly and pushed up his glasses. Next, the outstanding student of our Linchuan University's geology major, Jiang Yu, will speak for everyone. Lu Yifei immediately got up and pushed Jiang Yu to the podium, moving the podium away. The microphone was shoved into Jiang Yu's hand. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yu. Everyone thought that Jiang Yu would make some grandiose speech, but they didn't expect Jiang Yu to narrate a short story about grave robbing. Saying something else wasn't necessarily appealing, but when it came to cemeteries, grave robbing, and large tombs, everyone was intrigued. What happened afterward? Someone couldn't help but ask. Later, others asked the boy how he knew there was a big tomb there. That kid said that he had read a book related to geology. Oh, don't ask me what kind of book it is. In the future, do well in class. The teacher will talk about it in class. Li Mingqi, the starry sea, the vast universe, the earth gave birth to life. What is above the earth? And what is within the earth? Exploring these, going to see the vast heavens and earth and the infinite possibilities of life, is our spiritual world of geologists. I hope everyone will find their love here. Finally, one more thing. Our geology major has a very good job prospect. Don't worry. Ha ha, everyone burst into laughter again. He's so handsome. I want to learn tomb raiding. Handsome? Listening to the girls' comments amongst the freshmen, many of the boys began to reflect. This Jiang Yu, is he handsome because of his disability? Or is he handsome because he can tell jokes? Lu Yifei is proud of himself. He can't fake this kind of pussy. Only Jiang Yu can. Li Mingqi looks at him as he did before, mentioning his profession with ease and confidence, reassuring him a lot. That day when he checked out of school, Jiang Yu exuded an air of disrepair. In the words of the young man, he had a broken heart. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to be much better now, and I don't know what he's been through these days. Heavens, how did he sit in a wheelchair and talk about the universe and the earth in a cloudy manner? Xinhuan squeezed in at the back door and couldn't help but let out an exclamation when she heard Jiang Yu's speech. She heard Pei Yuqi's description and thought Jiang Yu was bearded and devastated. Who would have thought that Jiang Yu seemed even more charming than before? So what if his leg is crippled? Xinhuan can't wait to set up a Mei Chang misery backup club for Jiang Yu and wave the flag for him. Unfortunately, Pei Yuqi didn't see this scene, nor do they know what Jiang Yu said again. And the staircase classroom erupts in applause. After Li Mingqi spoke his closing remarks, the orientation meeting was over. Unsurprisingly, many of the little girls looked at Jiang Yu shyly as they left. They all feel that Jiang Yu has the charisma of a mature man who's been through the world, much better than those staggering boys. There were also bold ones who wanted to ask Jiang Yu for his WeChat. Jiang Yu rejects them one by one. There are also enthusiastic schoolgirls, smilingly asking, Senior Jiang Yu, I heard you don't have a girlfriend. What do you think of me? Jiang Yu, why are young people so direct nowadays? Jiang Yu hurriedly waves his hand. I have a girlfriend. Okay. The schoolgirls look disappointed and the schoolboys are relieved. When everyone left, Li Mingqi smiled and packed up his things. Let's go. Teacher's treat. There were just 3 people for lunch, Li Mingqi, Jiang Yu, and Lu Yifei. Linchuan University, like all universities, had spontaneously formed a food street outside the school. The Aloe House was the higher grade here. It's midday, plus it's the first week after the freshmen have finished their military training. so the street is not to mention how lively it is. Louis Fei pushes Jiang Yu and pushes the door into the aloe house, wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead. It's a good thing we booked a place in advance. Old Ben, this way please. The three of them took the elevator straight to the third floor. This floor was all private rooms, so there weren't that many people. Li Mingqi went to a restroom first, and Louis Fei pushed his way in to straighten out the chairs and make a place for Jiang Yu's wheelchair. Jiang Yu sits in his wheelchair and waits in the hallway, taking the time to take out his cell phone and open the monitoring software. Su Qianyue's face is serious. Her little pink bicycle is riding so fast that her ponytail is almost floating into a straight line behind her. Beads of sweat on her forehead glistened in the hot sun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to beat you guys to death. Let you guys scare me. She sizzled, brought her bike to a stop, and with a lift of her left hand, the bike disappeared. A pink pistol appeared in her right hand. Across the fence, she thumped a few shots along the gap in the iron grill. The whole process was without a single superfluous expression or movement. It was obvious that the bike ride was too much better than yesterday, and the shooting was also accurate. Jiang Yu glanced at the surroundings on the screen. The blazing sun was in the sky, but some dark clouds had already rolled up in the sky. If the speculation was correct, this should be the sign of a big tsunami coming, and the next few days were expected to be cloudy, thunderstorms, and torrential rain, until it gets out of hand. Jiang Yu planned that if Su Qianyue's marksmanship improved fast enough, she still needed to go to the Pearl Hotel as early as possible. Jiang Yu, why are you here? A voice that he hated rang out in front of him, and Jiang Yu immediately put away his cell phone. Sure enough, it was Pei Yuqi. There was surprise in Pei Yuqi's eyes, as well as panic. She had told Xinwan yesterday that she wanted to come to Aloe House for dinner. How did Jiang Yu know? How did Jiang Yu know? But she had made an appointment with Qin Yuchuan for that elder. It was about her future. She didn't want that elder to see her still entangled with another boy. I don't care how you chased me here. This isn't the time to talk. You go back first. I'll go back to you, okay? There's a big sickness. Goddamn narcissist. Jiang Yu had a moment to doubt his previous vision, immediately turned around and went inside, just afraid of getting on Pei Yuqi. Chapter 26 Reality appears heart-type clouds. Pei Yuqi Tian was wearing a white slim-fitting dress that had a bit of a professional dress flavor, coupled with a curl of her long hair. The whole person was permeated with the feeling of a mature lion. Standing in the corridor was very conspicuous. Just by saying a few words, there were quite a few people standing at the entrance of the box to see what was going on. Pei Yuqi was afraid that her boyfriend would come out to look for someone. She spoke quickly. Jiang Yu, I'm going to see someone important today. Don't mess around. Jiang Yu directly. How did he not realize that Pei Yuqi was so good at brainstorming? Just afraid of what she would say again, she simply spat out a word. Bag. The bag give will be returned to you. Hurry up and go. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. Before the national day, give the bag to Louis Fei. After saying that, he turned his wheelchair and left to enter the box, not wanting to say one more word to Pei Yuqi. Who is it? Louis Fei's voice came out from inside the box. Don't know. Jiang Yu's 3 words sounded so ruthless. Pei Yuqi stomped her foot, her heart hard to bear. She just didn't want Jiang Yu to spoil her day. Why didn't Jiang Yu understand? After Jiang Yu takes his seat, Li Mingqi also returns. Louis Fei closes the door and the box is instantly quiet as he sweeps the code to order. Li Mingqi looks at Jiang Yu, relief in his eyes. It's good that you're able to pull yourself together. How about it? Consider my previous proposal. When Jiang Yu was about to drop out of school, Li Mingqi pushed him hard to switch labs for theoretical research, deadening his application to drop out of school and changing it to a hiatus. What Li Mingqi said about thinking about it was thinking about going for laboratory research. Jiang Yu didn't object strongly this time. He was seeing the familiar campus and his teachers today, and realized that his heart still likes geological research. More importantly, going to study data analysis. There is a serious job in the future, and raising a family is not a problem. Thinking of Su Qianyue, he was surprised to find that the accumulated injustice and resentment in his heart had completely dissipated. Teacher, let me reconsider. It's all done with the suspension. I want to recover again. Fine. Don't worry, no matter how long you want to recover. Even if I retire, you can come back to school if you want to. When Li Mingqi heard Jiang Yu say this, he knew that this was about right. It was that he was indeed recovering from a major illness right now. It's that he needs to take a good rest. Seeing the two finish their conversation, Louis Fei interjected. Yes, Jiang Yu, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to take on projects now. Hey, when you come back next year, I'll be in my 4th year of college, and I'll take another graduate school exam, so I'll be your senior, and you'll have to call me your big brother. Louis Fei dreams of being Jiang Yu's big brother. Jiang Yu hasn't said anything yet. The calf-protective Li Mingqi speaks up first. Still taking a graduate school exam? You'd better think about how you're going to do your project analysis. Old class. This is good. I have my hang-ups here. Come on, Jiang Yu, show me. Louis Fei took out his cell phone, which contained information about his project. This project didn't need to be kept secret. It was something that used science and data to explain some of the heaven and earth anomalies fed back to the relevant departments in charge. These departments were responsible for publishing it on the relevant platforms. It was a delicate and tedious job. I've lined up these few images. It's not AI. It's not PS. Take a look. Louis Fei put his cell phone on the table. Li Mingqi was smilingly on the side, taking small sips of wine and eating peanuts. These two children. One is a favorite disciple. One is not a good student, but has a good character and heart. The more I look at them, the more satisfied I am. Unfortunately, he didn't have a daughter. Otherwise he would have said anything to set up a match. Jiang Yu scratched through the pictures one by one. They were all strange pictures taken by some netizens. A small, fish-scale-shaped mountain, densely packed with a mix of yellow and blue colors. Netizen question, what kind of strange landform is this? Jiang Yu returned without thinking. Columnar nodules in the crater. This one might have sapphires. It has some commercial value. Sapphire? Wouldn't that be valuable? Louis Fei immediately memorized this point of knowledge. Look again. The next one was a picture with a clear cloud split, and the netizen asked, has the world dropped frames? Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. You'll have to go next door and ask the meteorology majors about this. He lifted his slender fingers and scratched to the next picture. In the overcast sky, sunlight shone down from the cracks in the clouds, coincidentally forming the shape of a love heart. Louis Fei reached out and tried to scratch it away. This one looks a lot like a PS, but I didn't find any evidence. Wait for me to ask the meteorological one next door. Wait. A chill ran down Jiang Yu's back, stopping Louis Fei. Picking up this picture, he looked at it carefully. He had also taken a screenshot of a similar picture in the game. When Su Qianyue said that before the end came, there were clouds like this in the sky, so she was scared and didn't like it. Looking at this picture, Jiang Yu thought that the one he had saved had been taken out, but upon closer inspection, the angle of this one was even lower. It was purely taken by a real person standing on the ground and looking up, not a screenshot of his one. In an instant two thoughts came to his mind. Did such a cloud formation really appear in reality and was photographed by someone? It was just too much of a coincidence. Heart-shaped clouds, uncommon. He snapped to that game description, this disaster conceptualization, 10%. Would there be a correlation with reality? Or, someone was in the game too? Happened to capture this scene and was taken out as bragging capital? Either way, it wasn't optimistic. Jiang Yu straightened out his thoughts and asked without moving. This picture is quite interesting. Do you know where it was taken? Louis Fei rummaged through his cell phone data for a while. Nah, the provider's IP is Lian City. Lian City is still far away from Linchuan. You send me the recent geological changes in Lian City, the changes in the surrounding sea, all the data that can be made public. Jiang Yu felt that this matter was not simple. After getting the data in hand, he chatted with Li Mingqi for a while longer, and the meal ended. Teacher, stay back. I'll seriously consider your suggestion. Well, as long as you have the heart, there's no rush. There's no rush. The little old man was very pleased, and happily settled the bill. Coincidentally, at the entrance of Aloe House, he met Pei Yuqi again, along with her boyfriend and an oily middle-aged man. Uncle Lu, I'm counting on you for our Xiaoqi's internship. The middle-aged man had probably been drinking, and the half-bald part of his head was red with alcohol. Looking at Pei Yuqi with a loving face, don't worry, Yuqi's professional ability is good. Just pass the information up and wait for news. The two words Yuki were said in a drawn-out manner. Louis Fei got a chill all over his body. Pushing Jiang Yu, he quickly left. Seeing this scene, Pei Yuqi pursed the corners of her lips. Her heart fluttered with a hint of pleasure. Jiang Yu was just arrogant and tough-talking, still saying that he didn't come here for himself, all but blocking the doorway. But with Qin Yuchuan by her side, she couldn't say anything and could only watch Jiang Yu get on the car and leave. After returning to the dormitory, Pei Yuqi borrows Xinwan's cell phone and hesitates to call Jiang Yu. Chapter 27, Loving Jiang Yu is as simple as breathing. When Jiang Yu returns home, the first thing he does is go to see Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue is in the dormitory, tinkering with her bicycle. She's dirty, her face is dirty, and her clothes are torn. It looked like she had fallen. Old Jiang was heartbroken. I'm back. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu was a little heartbroken. His clothes were all torn. He still didn't know what kind of fall he had physically suffered. Su Qianyue had a small proud face. I killed several zombies, and behind me, I realized that it seemed like someone was chasing me, and I fell when I ran. However, they didn't catch me. Great for you. See how proud you are. Don't bother me. I'm fixing my bike. Little girl, she's learned to drive people away. Jiang Yu went to take a shower first. The end of September in Linchuan is really hot. After taking a shower, he saw his cell phone buzzing. A strange number that looked familiar. Jiang Yu can't forget this number. He won't forget that this number once called him in the middle of the night. Hello? Jiang Yu, it's me. Surprisingly, Pei Yuchi's voice came through. Jiang Yu was now on the verge of PTSD with this voice, and reflexively hung up directly. A backhanded hey. Jiang Yu, I'm very open that you're able to come to me today. Do. Before Pei Yuchi could finish her sentence, a busy tone came from the phone, and when she called again, it prompted an occupied line. This was being pulled black. She was Linchuan's school flower, and since she was a little girl, she had heard the phone tone of being blacked out twice, both of which were here in Jiang Yu. She had already taken the initiative to call him. Why was it still like this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Pei Yuchi was about to cry with anger. Still not getting through? Xinhuan nibbled on a Chang Xin chicken fillet and poked her head out to ask her. Pei Yuchi returned her cell phone. I'm never contacting him again. Xinhuan ignores the schoolgirl's petty nature. You are not seeing it. Jiang Yu was so handsome when he spoke on the podium today. Falling in love with someone like Jiang Yu is as simple as breathing. What's the use of being handsome? It's crippled. What's the point? Right. Jiang Yu is useless. She shouldn't be thinking about Jiang Yu anymore. Xin Yuchuan is quite good, and he's also looking for an internship for herself. Pei Yuchi sniffles and tries to hold back her tears. Asterisk. Jiang Yu throws Pei Yuchi's phone behind his head. This person is really strange. Tofu brains have brains. Where is Pei Yuchi's brain? Could it be that what he said wasn't clear enough? Returning to the computer, he first checked Su Qianyue's personal information. Life value, 30/100. Affinity, 13 out of 100. Skills, elementary repair 10 out of 100. Elementary food 5 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 20/100. Elementary knives 50/100. Elementary firearms, 15 out of 100. Backpack, elementary backpack. After fixing a bike, primary repairs surprisingly went up. Go take a shower and check if there are any injuries on your body, Jiang Yu instructed. While doing so, he clicked on the coding software. He felt that sense of indebtedness of a full-time author, owing a few thousand words every day with both eyes open. Su Qianyue nodded obediently and pinched her dirty and torn clothes, a little aggravated. Torn? The clothes are torn, then don't want them. But, it's what you gave me. I can't part with it. Before the end of the day, she had more clothes than she could put away. But it was different now, and it was still given to her by Jiang Yu. It had only been worn for 2 days before it broke. The excitement of just chasing after the zombies completely faded. Jiang Yu froze violently. He and Pei Yuchi hadn't been together for a long time, and had given Pei Yuchi a lot of things in between, big and small. The first scholarship gave Pei Yuchi a pair of Tahitian black pearl earrings, more than 1,000. In the eyes of adults is not expensive, but in the eyes of college students, already not bad. In a flash, it was given to Pei Yuchi's roommate. Also gave Pei Yuchi bought an Apple cell phone. Just after Valentine's Day was Pei Yuchi hanging spinning. For the first time, this is the first time that a girl treats something he gave her like a treasure, or an ordinary dress. Jiang Yu is like slamming into a quilt with an electric blanket on a cold winter's day, or drinking a sip of ice-cold soda in the heat of summer. The whole person was soothed from the inside out. He eased his voice. It's okay. You're okay is the most important thing. Don't want your clothes if they're torn. In my eyes, nothing is more important than you. What he meant was that Su Qianyue was his own companion. He didn't want Su Qianyue to die and not be able to be resurrected after death. In Su Qianyue's ears, these words had another meaning. Her ears slowly climbed red, stuttering a sentence. Really? Jiang Yu realized that if he said any more, his girlfriend's setting was going to be impossible to hide. Su Qianyue lifted her hair behind her ear and asked with a red face, what about tomorrow? Are we going to a hotel tomorrow? Jiang Yu's brain went down for so many seconds. A pretty, stunning beauty with a red face stands in front of you and asks if you want to go to a hotel tomorrow. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and hurriedly checked Su Qianyue's personal information again. Practice your marksmanship for another day tomorrow, and we'll leave the day after tomorrow when we're ready. Tomorrow happened to be the day he was going to buttress the insurance matter. With nothing more to do next, he could focus on coding and escorting Su Qianyue to the Pearl Hotel. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Qianyue lifted her small face, revealing a smile, and Jiang Yu realized that the little girl seemed to have 2 cute dimples. The pair of bright eyes under the broken hair between her forehead were pure to the core. Su Qianyue goes to take a bath. Jiang Yu crackles his words. Today's writing is like a spring. His thoughts are very good. In less than 4 hours, 3 chapters were written. Su Qianyue changed into a black loose nightgown. The sleeves and hem edges were rose-pink wooden ear edges. There was also a cute Hello Kitty on the chest. The whole person was cute and cuddly. Her small face was serious with a 2-point killing aura as she practiced her dagger. After handing in the manuscript, Jiang Yu uploaded the picture he took from Louis Fei today to his computer. He carefully compared the picture in his hand. After zooming in several times, he finally realized the difference. The light and shadow are different. His own picture was taken in the afternoon, with the sun in the west. The one provided by Lu Weifei. The shooting time is noon. The direction of light is indeed the state of the sun at noon. Then open the weather forecast. Lian City that day is indeed a thunderstorm to sun rain. It could basically be ruled out as a game screenshot. Then it is a diagram from reality. Su Qianyue's sentence, before the end came. She had seen clouds like this. Ever since seeing this diagram, this sentence repeatedly lingered in her mind. Flipping out the geological data of Lian City. Marine structured data. Everything was normal out of the keenness of the geology profession. He also queried the Earthquake Fault Probe Data Center webpage to pull up the data of the earthquake zone where Lian City was located. However, this data was not timely enough, nor was it detailed enough. Jiang Yu tapped his fingers on the table a few times and picked up his cell phone to call Li Mingqi. Sorry to bother you so late. Teacher. Nothing. What's wrong? Li Mingqi's amiable voice came out. I want the most recent year's data for the earthquake zone where Lian City is located. Jiang Yu directly looked for Li Mingqi because although this data wasn't confidential, it wasn't public either, and only professors like Li Mingqi who specialized in leading projects had it. What's going on here? Still working on that picture? On the other end of the phone was the sound of mothers getting up and turning on the phone. Not long after, Jiang Yu's mailbox received a piece of data. Jiang Yu immediately opened the data and started processing it. Initial data that needed to be calculated by indicators. Chapter 28. A good love makes you want to live well. The phone didn't hang up, and Li Mingqi waited in peace and quiet. The geological data of Lian City was normal, but the data of the waters on the strait across the sea from it was slightly abnormal. How is it? Li Mingqi inquired. Teacher, I suspect that there's an anomaly at the bay opposite Lian City. Jiang Yu double-checked the data to ensure that his judgment was accurate. A vision? What kind of visions? An earthquake, tsunami, or something like that. It should be just recently. Jiang Yu took and pointed to one of the columns of data, but that area doesn't belong to our country, and we don't have any substantial data. Teacher. Well, I know. I'll carefully identify and report it as appropriate. Li Mingqi took the initiative to take the matter over. When it came to foreign reporting, this was more than just an academic issue. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingqi received the relevant data that Jiang Yu had dealt with, and personally dealt with it again from start to finish. It really wasn't quite right. After pondering for a while, he took out his cell phone and found a number to dial. After the opposite party connected, a young man softly inquired before handing the phone over to another person. Teacher, is there something important at this late hour? A calm middle-aged man's voice came out. Well, one of my students observed a change in the geological data of the sea near Lian City. His theoretical knowledge is good, and I've seen the data myself. It's really not optimistic. We need a process to report the data. If there really is a change, the Lian City side won't be able to cope with it. The person on the other side was silent for 2 seconds before. Teacher, I naturally trust you. Leave this matter to me. After the call ended, Su Qianyue pinched his brow and greeted the young secretary at the side. Connect me to the office of the person in charge of Lian City. Do you really want to take on this matter for Mr. Li? If it makes a mess, I'm afraid. The secretary had a concerned look on his face. Su Qianyue waved his hand. The little old man rarely takes the initiative to contact me. He's bound to have found something before telling me. However, if the report is wrong, it will not affect you well. You are about to be promoted. If it's a mistake, let's just say I didn't take a step up in life. Go do your job. Yes. Late at night when everyone was asleep, a phone call went from Linchuan to Lian City's office. Asterisk. Only after the news from Lian City was confirmed could he determine if the heart-shaped clouds were a warning in reality or not. If there was a disaster in Lian City, then the heart-shaped clouds, the doomsday game, and reality were all inextricably linked. If there was no disaster in Lian City, then it was pure coincidence. But his data analysis wouldn't lie. This mental tension caused Jiang Yu to not sleep very soundly all night. His dreams were all about the end of the natural disaster. Everyone was busy fleeing, and he couldn't go anywhere as he dragged his disabled legs, until he was gnawed by the zombies and died. Phew, he sat up, calmed his breathing slightly and glanced at the time, 5 a.m. Woke up and couldn't sleep, glancing at the computer. In the screen Su Qianyue was sleeping. There was no danger around. Jiang Yu's heart then settled down, picked up his cell phone and clicked on the shopping software, selected a suitable computer and expansion hard disk to add to the shopping cart. Wait for today's compensation once the hand. Will first buy these 2 things. After thinking for a while, stuffed a few boxes of aspects, instant meals, drinking water, commonly used medicines, masks, ropes, sleeping bags, batteries and these in the shopping cart. To prepare supplies for Su Qianyue, there is no need to spend money. he prepared his own supplies, to consider the cost and storage. But cannot want to store what you want to store what you want to store. First look at the situation in Lian City. With the smallest cost, stock up on supplies that can be used for a month and can be consumed even if nothing happens. Put them all in the shopping cart, and when you pay together, you can still get some discounts. However, Jiang Yu thought of an even more terrible thing. If there is a disaster in reality and he has no electricity and no signal, will he never see Su Qianyue again? No, definitely can't let such a thing happen. There can't be a doomsday in reality, or else it's hard to support a lone tree, and it's only a matter of time before he loses Su Qianyue. A faint sense of crisis struck his heart, and it also filled him with fighting spirit, guaranteeing that Su Qianyue wouldn't die within the game, and trying to keep himself alive as long as possible in reality. This was what he should do. Once a person had a heart, his body was filled with motivation. Early in the morning, he sat in his wheelchair and cleaned all the rooms. Window sills, tables and cabinets were wiped once, and the clothes piled up should be washed and hung. The books piled up on the floor in the corners were also moved to the bookshelves, and the bedding was changed and thrown into the washing machine. Mopped the floor twice, and gave myself a bath. The house is brand new. Good love makes people want to live well. Jiang Yu's entire state is different. After Su Qianyue woke up, she changed into a new set of clothes. Beige paratrooper pants, tight camouflage half sleeves. The whole person had a bit of an imperial sister lowly flavor. The small pink pistol turned in her hand and tentatively asked, Jiang Yu, are you there? I'm going out to kill zombies. She had 2 wounds on her arm, plastered with band-aids. Jiang Yu looked at it. Having changed into new clothes, there was a boost in her life value. But with the injuries, her life value was depleted at a faster rate than usual. When facing the zombies, she was still scared and cried when she moved. But the fighting strength can be too much higher than before. The current look was especially like a cat that had found a new toy and was eager to try. Jiang Yu covered his forehead. You wait first. Have you eaten breakfast? Su Qianyue's head shook like a rattle. I'm not hungry. Keep in shape. I don't eat. You are in good shape now. You don't need to keep it up. You need to eat breakfast, or you don't have the stamina to fight the zombies. No stamina. When the time comes, you are the zombies' breakfast. Girlfriend pampering doesn't work either. Jiang Yu must let Su Qianyue eat. Eating would increase her life value, and with more life value, there would be more chances of surviving. Okay. Su Qianyue went to the space and took out a boxed snail powder. While reading the instructions, she frowned. Jiang Yu, this needs hot water ah? Jiang Yu was still thinking about when he had put this in there. This flavor is a bit special. Are you sure you can eat it? Haven't eaten it before. I don't know ah. Let's try it then. Jiang Yu taught her to boil water with a kettle and a small generator. After some tossing and turning, Su Qianyue finally sat down at the table, her eyes shining brightly as she stared at the snail powder. Jiang Yu, this smells okay ah. It's good that you like to eat it. Jiang Yu saw Su Qianyue's primary food skill raised to 10. The smell of snail powder wafted upwards along the window. Upstairs, Xiao Xiao hadn't eaten or drank for 2 days. Lying on the hard bedpan, her lips dry and her eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. The building had been patrolled twice, looking for everything that could or could not be eaten, and there was no longer any food. Even the water in the toilet, what could be drunk had been drunk. In just a few days, a huge amount of weight had been lost. If it was placed before the end of the world, she would have been happy that she had an A4 waist. But now, she tried to go out to look for food, but the school supermarket had long since fallen, and the other dormitories were far away from here. Was death the only thing waiting for her? Ha! What's that smell? Xiao Xiao inhaled her nose hard. She suspected she was hallucinating. How could she smell snail powder? Getting up with difficulty, she probed her neck and sniffed hard. The smell seemed to be coming from downstairs. Chapter 29 Su Qianyue, want to save someone? Of course I'm going to fulfill you. Dragging her deflated body, she struggled to support the wall and went downstairs, followed the smell to the downstairs. Isn't this the house that is haunted? Xiao Xiao stood not far from the doorway and inhaled the smell greedily. Being possessed by a ghost was better than starving to death. A gamble. Xiao Xiao violently pushed the door open with force. The house was empty. A snail powder convenience bucket was placed on the floor in the corner. Is there really someone? Xiao Xiao couldn't think of anything else at this moment. She was so hungry that if she didn't eat, her stomach would be perforated. Reaching out, she picked up the snail meal bucket and poured all the remaining soup in the bucket into her stomach. After eating something, she finally felt comfortable. Only then did he start inspecting the house. Strange. If it's not a ghost, who is it? Xiao Xiao never thought that it was Su Qianyue who came back. In her eyes, that kind of soft and feisty Xiao Baihua would die outside on the first day she went out. At this time, the owner of the room, Su Qianyue, had already set off on Little Pink. After 2 days, she had already figured out where to fish for fallen zombies, and today she jumped into action. Jiang Yu, I want to go over to the stadium to take a look. Ha, still really getting bold. After mulling it over for a bit, Jiang Yu allowed it, go and take a look. If the situation is bad, retreat back okay? Aha. Sooner or later, the little girl would have to face a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The last time she saw the zombies surrounding the outside of the gymnasium, she was still afraid. This time Su Qianyue kept a good distance and looked from afar. Not afraid at all. She also rode her bike forward to test the waters. Jiang Yu was amused by her fishing behavior. While coding, eating breakfast, and watching his little girlfriend play hide and seek with the zombies. Suddenly, looking up again, he saw 3 strangers appear in the picture, stopping Su Qianyue across the road. Su Qianyue, who are they? Jiang Yu's heart jolted. Yes, who are you guys? Su Qianyue's tone was very stern. Only this look made the opposite 3 feel that she was very easy to pin down. Su Qianyue, I didn't think you were still alive. You guys recognize me? Su Qianyue became even more vigilant. Her hands slowly loosened her bike, ready to take out a pistol from her space. You are the University of A's school flower. Who doesn't know you? One of them looked arrogant. We've been here for days. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Yeah, there seems to be another person with a gun in this neighborhood. Why don't you join me? It's better for us to protect you than for you to be alone. Someone with a gun? Besides herself with a gun, there was someone else? Su Qianyue looked nervous, habitually looking up into the void, which was seeking an answer from Jiang Yu. She wanted to ask if it wasn't too good to just kill. What Jiang Yu was thinking was that the little girl must be scared. She was so socially terrified. He didn't even think about Su Qianyue wanting to get those 3 people killed. Together, we'll find the guy with the gun, free the students in the gym, and we'll all be able to hug each other. When they said that, Jiang Yu understood. These 3 people wandering around were looking for the person who used the gun, which was Su Qianyue, wanting this person to rescue the people trapped in the gymnasium. This idea shouldn't be too naive. There are so many zombies outside the gymnasium. Even if Su Qianyue sweeps with her AK, she can't finish clearing them. Seeing Su Qianyue not speaking, coupled with the gradual approach of the zombies that Su Qianyue had just engaged in fishing for law enforcement, the 3 instantly changed their attitude. Don't you toast, don't eat, follow us to ensure you don't die. Go, brothers, this is the school flower. With the school flower as your girlfriend, why do you need to care about the deaths of those people in the gym? She's alone. What are you afraid of? Hearing such wise words, Jiang Yu sweated. What's wrong with these ignorant college students? Don't they have any higher pursuits? Jiang Yu pondered for a while. Don't be afraid. Riding a bike will draw the zombies over. So be safe. Tonight we'll rest and recuperate in the dormitory for the night. The people from the gym will probably only come out at night, and when they do, they'll definitely spread out. So we'll set out for the Pearl Hotel tomorrow morning. Tomorrow you don't ride your bike. Mix into the crowd and set off. Ride your bike again when you get to a safe place. The current zombies are not a threat to Su Qianyue. Fewer can be killed. More can run away. The biggest threat was instead the humans. She can only use a small pistol now. She can counter-kill 1, 2, or even 3, but can she counter-kill 10 or 20 now? Add in the walkers, and it wasn't safe to set out alone. Tomorrow morning is the most chaotic time. It's only safe to blend in and leave. 50 kilometers away. Jiang Yu left 2 days on the road. Su Qianyue took a deep breath, looked at the opposite trio with disgust. Her feet glared hard at Pinky and ran. Chase. The 3 big men didn't believe that they couldn't run away from a bicycle. Su Qianyue grunted and ran as fast as she could. Seeing someone's discarded bicycle on the side of the road, there was still the leisure to stop and receive it in space. Jiang Yu, they can't see me using space, right? Can't see. They haven't turned the corner yet, but isn't it a bit late for you to ask now? Jiang Yu had to remind her. In the future, when there are more people, be careful when you use it. I'm afraid you'll be captured and sliced up for research. Well, I'll remember. Su Qianyue nodded solemnly. Like a cunning fish, Su Qianyue swung around the stadium twice, and the 3 people behind her gnashed their teeth. Crazy. Does she know what she's doing? Hey, even if you don't want to follow the 3 of us brothers, it's not like you're going to die. Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue looked back and raised her head arrogantly. Want to save the people of the gym? Then I'll fulfill you all. She directly turned the car around and brushed past the 3. The zombie group behind her was like a frying pan sprinkled with a ladle of water, instantly boiling. The zombies swarmed after smelling the scent and movement of the living. The 3 were so scared that they pulled their legs and fled. As it turned out, Su Qianyue's bike rode even faster, and in a puff of smoke, they couldn't even see their tails. Damn, fell for it. She just rode slowly to fish for us. Jiang Yu looked at his naughty little girlfriend, helpless and doting. What if his girlfriend is too playful? Su Qianyue circled around several times, attracting quite a few zombies, and the pressure around the stadium suddenly decreased quite a bit. The person in charge inside seized the opportunity to mobilize. Everyone listen. There is no water and no food here. If you want to live, you have to change places. Charge out. Only by charging out will there be a way to live. The students, staff, and some teachers were inspired by him and squeezed out the moment the gate opened. They no longer wanted to stay in this place that was like hell. The person in charge and a few of his cronies, on the other hand, secretly hooked the corners of their mouths. The first ones to go out were cannon fodder to pave the way for them to live, feeding those zombies so they could have a chance to move. After Su Qianyue circled around a few times, those three people had long since lost track of where they ran off to. She also took the time to discharge a few shots at the zombies. When she returned to the dormitory, Jiang Yu reminded her to change the dormitory to live in another room. People come up and search the second floor first. You change to the fourth floor. The third floor had that Xiao in it. Assuming people searched her, it could still buy Su Qianyue some time. Su Qianyue put away her bicycle, gently went upstairs. Why don't we live outside? Chapter 30 Greedy Jiang Yu's body. Because this dormitory building is the newbie village. Jiang Yu had always thought so. For Su Qianyue's safety, Jiang Yu wouldn't let her leave the novice village if she didn't have enough attack skills. Once she left this place, there was no telling what unknown dangers would come her way. Of course it's because it's more dangerous outside. Here at least you're familiar with it. I'll leave for a trip. You take care of yourself. Jiang Yu glanced at his cell phone. 2:30 p.m. It was time to go and make a trip to the insurance company. He was hospitalized before and the salesman went to the hospital to find him. This last trip, Jiang Yu decided to go himself. The insurance company's payout will only go to a bank card. His leg is a lifelong thing. He has to think long and hard about this money, and is going to make a trip to the bank and make an appointment to consult with a financial advisor. Packing up, he looked in the mirror before leaving the house. Crisp, short hair, sharp, bright eyebrows, upper body muscles hidden under a white t-shirt. Ignoring the wheelchair underneath him, he was worthy of the name of Renagawa University's school's grass. Unfortunately, a silent sneer. Unfortunately, he was a cripple. Take all the materials, carry the garbage, and go out. What has already happened? Don't think about it anymore. He has to look at the present and think about the future. Took a taxi to the insurance company. Found his salesman Xia Min. Xia Min is wearing a professional dress. White shirt bulging. Very eye-catching. Long hair pulled back sharply. The whole person is full of imperial sister. Once she saw Jiang Yu, she first looked up and down for a few moments, with more appreciation in her eyes. Spirit is very good. It seems that you recovered well after being discharged from the hospital. Come with me. Let's get down to business first. Xiaomin led him to sign and press his handprint. In about 15 minutes, his cell phone received a balance reminder from the bank. $350,000. Arrived. This money gave him a lot of bottom line. Come on, over here for a chat. Xiaomin handed him a cup of water. Her eyes obscure. She is 30 this year. Her family urges her to get married, but she earns $1 million a year. She wants good looks, and she has a house and car. She is very picky, but also hate men. No man in the world can match herself. Looking for a good-looking and obedient little puppy. Borrow a seed. In the 6 months she's been doing insurance for Jiang Yu, she knows his personal conditions very well. Fatherless, young, highly intelligent, no myopia, no genetic diseases, and very good health before his leg was broken. Just looking at the face, it's also top-notch handsome. Silent words less, never gossip, need money, simply tailor-made for her child's father. The premise is that Jiang Yu has to agree. Now that the business is over, there has to be a reason to continue to contact and cultivate feelings. Studies have shown that when a man faces a woman he likes, it is easier for him to succeed. She feels that with her conditions, and with Jiang Yu's current situation, she won't reject herself. Jiang Yu doesn't know that his salesman is secretly craving his body. It's just taken as normal concern. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say yes. He has a serious girlfriend. Sister Xia, thank you for fighting for more compensation for me. I've said it all. No need to thank me. Do you have any plans for the future? Jiang Yu was very frank. I found something online that I can do at home to support myself. Xiaomin covered her mouth and laughed daintily, with a flavor that made Jiang Yu not dare to look directly at her. Your goals are that low? Only supporting yourself? Not supporting a girlfriend? As far as she knew, Jiang Yu had a school girlfriend who didn't show up during his hospitalization, and she didn't know if he had broken up now. She asked this as a test. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Feeding Su Qianyue was very frugal. He would like to go on a date to eat and watch a movie, but he didn't have the opportunity to do so. My girlfriend doesn't spend much money. Xia Min gave a beat, straightening the hem of her pencil skirt, her heart clearing. Looks like Jiang Yu and that girlfriend didn't break up. However, she speculated that that girl didn't show up during Jiang Yu's hospitalization, so she guessed that the duo behind her wouldn't last long. Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. She just had to stay friends with Jiang Yu and take Jiang Yu herself as soon as they broke up. I'm glad to know you. Jiang Yu, you're very good. Now that the process is gone, I hope we'll be in touch often in the future. Xia Min complimented Jiang Yu. There's no man who doesn't eat this. On the contrary, Jiang Yu didn't react at all, politely saying goodbye to her. Watching Jiang Yu get into the cab, Xia Min touched her chin and pondered. Is this a slow response? Or is he pretending not to understand? She has wronged Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was simply being polite with her. On the way to the bank, he took out his cell phone to look at the surveillance. Seeing that Su Qianyue was organizing things in the space in the computer, confirming that she was safe, she retreated. This feeling of having someone waiting for you at home was so good. The heart has a place to belong. Just now Xia Min asked him about his girlfriend. The first thing that came to his mind was Su Qianyue, pressing Pei Yuqi for nothing. Only did not expect. To the bank, unexpectedly ran into Pei Yuqi. Seeing Pei Yuqi sitting in the lobby with the information seems to be waiting for someone. Jiang Yu's first reaction is to turn around and leave. Financial products will be discussed later. He is now most afraid of running into Pei Yuqi. The other party was unreasonable, both wanting and needing, and it really gave him a headache. Pei Yuqi had dinner with the elders of Qin Yuchuan's family yesterday and was here today to go through the interview process. I didn't expect to meet Jiang Yu here. Did he refuse on his lips but still think of himself? How did he find his way here? Pei Yuqi stood up violently and shouted. Jiang Yu, stop! Everyone in the hall gazed over. Jiang Yu had no choice but to stop his wheelchair. His two-wheeled one couldn't outrun a two-legged one. It would only be a shame if he was really chased down the street. Missy, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Pei Yuqi's chest heaves violently in anger. Jiang Yu, you obviously came to find me, to get my attention, but you turned around and left. What do you mean? Big sister, I'm here to buy financial products. It has nothing to do with you. This bank wasn't far from where Jiang Yu lived, but it was Pei Yuqi who appeared here suspiciously. Jiang Yu couldn't help but push his wheelchair back a few steps. Buying financial management? You don't even have money to buy any financial management? Isn't your excuse too lame? Pei Yuqi then wanted to prove that Jiang Yu was here for her, directly forgetting about the compensation money thing. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Whether I have money or not has nothing to do with you. I'm not going to save it here yet. Jiang Yu directly turns around and walks away. Pei Yuqi stomped her foot behind her. At this time, the manager on duty trotted out and looked around, asking the front desk staff, is there a little handsome man that came in a wheelchair? There is. Just now a friend of mine sent me a message, saying that the kid just took a $350,000 in compensation, presumably to buy financial management. Where is the person? A deposit of $350,000. It was an okay performance. The manager had an expectant look on his face. Ran away. Ran away? When the manager figured out what was going on, he looked at Pei Yuqi and couldn't say anything heavy. This was a relationship. What could he do? Pei Yuqi didn't realize that Jiang Yu was really here to buy financial products. She was the one who misunderstood. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to really get so much money. If she was still with Jiang Yu, with Jiang Yu's generous style of behavior, he would definitely buy himself a lot of things. Alas, Pei Yuqi had mixed feelings, thinking that if she could work in a bank, she would have earned back her $350,000 in a year or so if she was quick. Compared to that, work was more important. It's just that this hasn't even been an internship yet, and it's causing trouble. Pei Yuqi volunteered. Leader, that's my classmate. We're very familiar. When I go ask him, I can definitely convince him to put the deposit with us. Oh, well, if you really pull this deposit, the internship will be secure. Then I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 31, Su Qianyue's Secret Diary. Jiang Yu felt bad luck. On the way back, he saw the pomelo tree in the neighborhood and reached out to pick up a few pomelo leaves. He was ready to go back and take a bath to remove the bad luck. The money will be put in the balance first to earn interest, not to buy financial management. Jiang Yu took a pomelo water bath and was refreshed. Su Qianyue rested her chin on the window and looked at the wandering zombies downstairs. Today's sunset was obviously not as bright as the previous days, and the clouds took on a roller shape. In geological terminology, this is a tsunami cloud. A big tsunami. It's coming. Just like Jiang Yu thought. Someone ran here and saw the iron door hanging with chains to know that there was someone upstairs. The windows on the first floor have security windows, so even if they break the glass, they can't get in. So they yank open the iron door and pour in. After pouring in, they chained the door shut. Through the screen you can hear the excited howls of those in the dormitory building. There's no food or water here, but it's safe. 2 or 3 people to a room, or 1 person to a room, and beds. There was no water in the toilet, but at least it was a toilet. I don't know how much better than a gym. As for food and water, wait to settle down and go outside to find it. Any idea how many people came in? Jiang Yu softly inquired. Su Qianyue raised her head with a delighted face, her eyes full of surprise. How are you? When Jiang Yu wasn't around, she had her own things to do, but she had long gotten used to Jiang Yu's voice and company. Yesterday, she picked up someone else's notebook and pen in the dormitory. After tidying it up, she secretly hid it in her clothes in the warehouse. When she really misses Jiang Yu, she takes advantage of his absence to secretly write in her diary. There is still only one sentence on the diary. Jiang Yu, he is a god. Jiang Yu nods his head and hums. Su Qianyue counted on her hands. There are more than 20 people. More than 20? In the beginning, it was Liang Yu alone, followed by Xiao Zhao's 3, and now it's directly more than 20. Has anyone come up here? Yes, I went into space when they searched. Su Qianyue didn't want to get herself into trouble. Very smart-o facing his girlfriend. Jiang Yu never skimped on compliments. Now that there are more people, don't eat anything with a big flavor when you eat at night. Those people don't have food or water. When they go out to look for them tomorrow, you go out too and remember to be well camouflaged. Jiang Yu liked to tell Su Qianyue what he was going to do next in advance so that she could be prepared. Su Qianyue nodded. I'll eat bread. This was the last night of leaving the dormitory to go to the Pearl Hotel. Su Qianyue ate and silently practiced her dagger. Her right hand was almost practiced and she started using her left hand. Stillfulness is not a problem. Jiang Yu finished writing his manuscript and while keeping an eye on the situation outside Su Qianyue's dormitory, he searched the internet for news. Keyword, Lian City. The first thing that popped up was some citizens of Lian City, suddenly basking in the emergency relief kits issued by the community. Is it going to be a war? No, this kind is a kind of science. It's issued every year. Our neighborhood also issued, is learning how to use. It is estimated that there is a typhoon. My family's fishing boats have received a message to let withdraw it. Netizens say anything. Now the internet is no longer that era of brainless followers at the first sign of a storm. Everyone is more hilarious. It seemed that Lian City was still making moves. Meanwhile, in the Linchuan official office building, an informal conversation against Su Qianyue was going on. Su Qianyue leisurely sipped his tea. I was just chatting with an old classmate and mentioned teacher's recent project. Nothing else. Nothing could be asked. Su Qianyue was Linchuan's second in command, and it was possible that he would be promoted again this year. They also didn't want to make Su Qianyue feel bad. Being a man is a good way to meet each other in the future. Getting up, they politely excuse themselves. Duty calls, please forgive me. After the people leave, the secretary has a worried look on her face. Everyone else is staring at this. Will it have a bad influence? Su Qianyue took another sip of tea, not saying another word. Up to his position, he didn't know how many things he couldn't say to the bystanders. He was only expected to be promoted, not that he would definitely be promoted. This time to fight. Successful. This is an opportunity. Unsuccessful. It's not like he doesn't have other accomplishments. He just needs a chance this time. Jiang Yu browsed through the news on all platforms. Picking up his cell phone, he found Louis Fei. You shouldn't run around outside lately. What? Jiang Yu, secretive? Louis Fei was playing a game in the dormitory, answering Jiang Yu's call while being a canyon warrior. The data analysis project was wrapping up. It was hard to get some time. He was ready to reward himself with a few days of fun. It's nothing. Tell Kai Yong and Shida to stay put too. Alright. Louis Fei didn't ask more questions. He didn't understand the world of the school bully. Raising his head, he spoke to Kai Yong and Shida. Boss said, everyone don't run around these days. Jiang Yu was the best student and deserved to be the dormitory boss. When Kai Yong heard this, he smiled and ran over to Louis Fei's side, grinning through the screen and asking, so are we still going to stock up on water and food? It's not impossible. Hearing Jiang Yu speak in a serious manner, the three people in the dormitory burst out in laughter. Right, Jiang Yu, Pei Yuchi was looking for me at night, but I ignored her. How's that? Meaningful enough, right? Brothers are throwing their faces at the school flower for you. Pei Yuchi was blocking Louis Fei under the dormitory building. Louis Fei only knew that Pei Yuchi was good looking, but her character was not good, and he didn't give Pei Yuchi a chance to open her mouth. Who cares what she has to say? Just go and be done with it. Jiang Yu is helpless. Don't mind her. After ending the call, Jiang Yu opens the shopping software and first pays for all the water and food that he put in the cart. Then he pays for the laptop. He found that it was out of stock. After changing platforms, it was still out of stock. Thinking of changing a brand, found that all general. He wants good performance, good price, good range. After thinking about it, simply wait for the National Day, see if there are subsidized activities, and then also buy a new phone. So today's arrangement is to get through two things, receive compensation, stock up a little supplies, and buying financial management and computers, none of the same. It seems like today is not a good day to spend. He turned back to the computer and saw Su Qianyue looking for something, trying to squeeze the dormitory door shut. It's crowded. I'm afraid someone will come in while I'm asleep. Su Qianyue pursed her lips, looking nervous. Jiang Yu thought about it. It is true. Even if he does not sleep a night to watch, it is not guaranteed that there will be a time to doze off. Do you know about inner heightening insoles? He suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Ha? No. No. Su Qianyue didn't know what he was going to do. There is a toolbox in the space. You remove a piece of the bathroom doorway and make it look like an inner heightening insole. It's an anti-door opening artifact. Can you understand? Jiang Yu was worried that Missy hadn't seen this before. There were many ways to prevent the door from opening. But nowadays these people who wouldn't honestly knock on the door and twist the handle would open the door violently once the door to the room couldn't be opened. That's why it's better to use the kind of anti-door opening artifacts that look like half-booster insoles, can effectively slow down the speed of the other party to open the door violently. Su Qianyue has never seen this kind of thing, but she is a schoolmaster. Simply think about it and know what the principle is. Take out the toolbox. Use the change cone to pry down a section of the plastic door frame of the bathroom, and start working. Chapter 32 Jiang Yu, the nth day of wanting to wear into the game. Half an hour later, a crude anti-door opening artifact was done. Su Qianyue's elementary repair skill also grew to 15. Plugging the anti-door opening artifact into the doorway below the dormitory door, Su Qianyue was a little proud. I'm really good. She praised herself in her heart. Great. She heard Jiang Yu's compliment. Late at night, the night breeze carried the sultry summer heat, and on the screen Su Qianyue was wrapped in a summer quilt asleep. The state was completely different from the first time she saw her. At this time, her little face is all serenity, without the hasty fear from before. Jiang Yu felt that if his little girlfriend was a flower, he had raised her quite well, but that wasn't enough. Su Qianyue wasn't a soft little white flower either. He laid down on this side. Su Qianyue was on that side, and the two of them were considered to be sharing the same bed. The next day, September 24th, 6 days before the big tsunami breaks out, Jiang Yu washed up early and ate breakfast, waiting for Su Qianyue to finish her meal as well before preparing to leave for the transfer. Is it okay to wear this? Su Qianyue changed into a black sportswear, covering herself tightly. Obviously an ordinary straight male aesthetic sportswear, wearing on Su Qianyue's perfect body. It was like high fashion. Exquisite collarbone, slim waist, round and straight legs. Is this still the sportswear picture he downloaded from the internet? Did the space secretly add beauty to it? Can it? Not waiting for Jiang Yu's answer, Su Qianyue was a little apprehensive. Ahem. His girlfriend was too beautiful. What could he do? It was definitely impossible to hide. He could only say that he would try to keep a low profile. If he really ran into trouble in a while, the guns would be waiting for him. Now Jiang Yu can understand the people who are willing to game wear books. If he can. He also wants to cross in to protect Su Qianyue. The subtle sound of an iron door opening came from downstairs. Su Qianyue ran to the window and really saw that someone downstairs had gone out. Let's go. Let's set off as well. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, combing through the situations that would happen in a while. You can't change your location when you enter the space and come out again, so you have to rely on yourself to walk. Those who left, they are not for teaming up with you, they are for scouting the way. You keep some distance. Can't ride a bike? Su Qianyue asked with big eyes. She loved riding the little powder. Jiang Yu shook his head. There are a lot of people outside. Right now you're too conspicuous on a bike. You have a gun, but it's not skillful enough to fight so many people. Okay. Also, there will definitely be people left behind as well. When you leave in a while, I guess someone will find you. Don't mind them. Should I leave later then? If you leave later, you won't have a trailblazer. This can't be helped. It's too unsafe at night. And if you leave later, the wave of people who left first will lose their role in attracting the zombies. Can only try to be as circumspect as possible. Su Qianyue nodded. Take down the anti-door opener and take it back into the space. And take out a small shoulder bag. Symbolically stuff half a bottle of water in it, and carry it on her back. Today is cloudy. The unique gloom within the hallways of the university dormitory building, coupled with the fact that no one has cleaned it for almost a month. It is even more dilapidated. And from time to time, the corridor is filled with the vague voices of other people talking. When I went downstairs, I saw a few people surrounding the stairway. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. It's safe here. The doors and windows downstairs are guarded. Dawn was among them, clinging to a boy's arm. Last night there were new people here and she scouted for a new partner. She didn't realize that today these people were trying to get out of here. There's no water or food here. Even if we go out and look for it, it's going to get harder and harder. I also suggest leaving. We're all students with no weapons. At the very least find a team with more people with fighting ability. I'd rather stay. These people stood right at the entrance of the stairs. Su Qianyue quietly stood in the shadows waiting for them to finish arguing. Soon, these people split into two groups. A dozen or so decided to leave, and 5 or 6 decided to stay, including Xiao Xiao. After the people all dispersed, Su Qianyue followed and quietly descended the stairs. Those dozen people took steel pipes, mops, drying poles, and crippled the nearby zombies. There's really no need to kill? No, what's the point of bothering with that? The people left behind think the upstairs is safe anyway. Inside the gym, there were too many walkers outside for them to fight. Here there were only 5 or 6 walkers, and it wasn't long before they were beaten out of their pursuit. I still think the zombies have gotten stronger. Someone muttered a few words in a low voice. The group gradually walked away. Su Qianyue hurriedly followed. Wait and see. If someone is advancing towards the north, just follow them, Jiang Yu instructed. The Pearl Hotel was in the northwest of a city. Su Qianyue frowned. Which side is north? Wait and listen to my command. You stand still. A sharp shout suddenly came from behind Su Qianyue, her voice high-pitched and excited. It was not at all afraid of attracting more zombies over. Su Qianyue reflexively turned back. She saw that within a window on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, Xiao was waving at her, with a few people standing beside her. I told you that the back shadow looked familiar. It's really you. You're not dead? Su Qianyue didn't like Xiao and turned around to leave, but the teammates behind Xiao were not doing it. Some of them recognized that this was Su Qianyue, the school flower of a university. I didn't expect that almost a month after the end of the day, the petite Miss Big School Flower Su Qianyue was still alive, and it looked like she was still alive and well. Immediately, a boy pushed Xiao away and poked his body out of the window, shouting, Su Qianyue, it's impossible for you to survive for so long by yourself. There must be someone protecting you, right? Don't follow them, follow me. I am the boss here, Ma Yunlong. As long as you follow me, you don't need to do anything. You can survive. Su Qianyue pursed her lips, didn't say anything, just accelerated her speed to leave. Put before the end of the world, Su Qianyue was the existence of a god in the sky. Rich, good at studying, beautiful. All these people did not dare to look directly at her, whereas now they dared to yell and scream. Seeing that Su Qianyue didn't react, that person became irritated. This is the end of days. What's the point of being noble? Give you my stop. I said you stop right there. Ma Yunlong glanced downstairs. The zombies were pretty much beaten up, turned back and took out a stainless steel table leg, and ran straight downstairs. Xiao was expressionless, clutching the arm of the boy next to her. The only person in this neighborhood who could have that perfect body was Su Qianyue, and she recognized it when she saw the back. As long as she didn't yell at anyone, the captain wouldn't risk arresting anyone, but there was a voice in her heart. She just wanted someone to capture Su Qianyue back. She wanted to watch Su Qianyue be like her, under a man, living off a man. Ma Yunlong was 1 meter 9 in height. In the eyes of girls, a boy's height is hard currency. It doesn't matter if you're poor, money can be earned, but if you're short, it's a minus. So Ma Yunlong is very confident. He chased him downstairs, shouting as he chased, Su Qianyue, don't give your face away. A waste like you can only live by following me now. Su Qianyue originally planned to turn a corner when no one was around. She took out her little powder and ran directly. Unexpectedly, she heard Ma Yunlong call her a waste. Waste? Su Qianyue stopped and slowly turned around. Chapter 33 Jiang Yu, this is my wife. Thank you. Turning around, her beautiful face was all ice cold. Looking at Ma Yunlong's eyes was like looking at a dead person. Ma Yunlong caught up in a breath, bullying his way up, less than a meter away from Su Qianyue, looking down on her. So beautiful, especially a pair of eyes. The beauty of the heart. Such a beauty. Cannot let go. It is also strange. Yesterday's room patrol. How did not find her? He crooked his mouth and smiled evilly. Su Qianyue, follow me in order to live. Understand? Pretending to be a bully, Jiang Yu almost spat it out. Glancing at the surroundings, there's no one around. The dormitory side shouldn't be able to see your movements clearly. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Su Qianyue was relieved. She raised her hand and fanned it in front of her, pinching her nose. Did no one tell you that you have bad breath? Bad breath? Ma Yunlong froze, instantly shutting up, wanting to raise his hand and breathe to see if he really had bad breath. Meeting Su Qianyue's disdainful eyes, he became annoyed and swung over with a slap. People who played basketball all year round had particularly strong hands. This slap could definitely knock Su Qianyue out. When the time comes, he will carry her back to the dormitory building and properly let her smell his odor. What's wrong with bad breath? It's the end of the day. It's good to have a drink of water. Do you still brush your teeth? Seeing that the slap was about to call over, Su Qianyue directly raised her hand. A small pink pistol appeared in her hand, aimed directly at Ma Yunlong's brow, pulled the trigger without hesitation, and immediately took the pistol back in the next second. Steady and accurate, without any hesitation, turned around and left without looking back. Ma Yunlong's first thought was, where did she get the pistol? The second thought was, the pistol is real. Su Qianyue, you have a gun, why didn't you say so earlier? Ma Yunlong's tall body enveloped Su Qianyue's side of the scene. Xiao Xiao and the others on the dormitory floor couldn't see anything. Why isn't the captain acting yet? Why did Su Qianyue leave? How did the captain let her go? The boys were all lamenting. Xiao Xiao was sorry and glad. It's good that Su Qianyue doesn't come back. It's better if she stays the only girl in the team. Suddenly, in their eyes, Captain Ma Yunlong's body slowly collapsed to the ground. It was as if someone had jerked his spine and thrown it there like a broken rag. What's going on? I'll go take a look. Two of the boys went downstairs, first confirming that there was no one nearby and that the zombies were lingering in the distance before jogging over. Captain, what's wrong with you, Captain? Waiting for no reply from Ma Yunlong, he flipped the person over, and was suddenly confronted with the bloody hole in Ma Yunlong's head. The duo was viciously startled. Gun. Surprisingly, it was a gunshot wound. Only then did they see that the back of Ma Yunlong's head had also disintegrated. Only that they were far away on the dormitory floor and didn't see it. The two were terrified, rolling and crawling to run back. Go back to the face white. Ma Yunlong's death by gunshot to tell everyone. Although the end is coming, but everyone is still essentially clear college students. Guns? This kind of thing is too far away from them. Not to mention the fact that it was a person who had been shot alive right under their noses. This scene completely destroyed their psychological defenses. Xiao Xiao stared wide-eyed, jealous and scared in her heart, an emotion that drove her crazy. Why did Su Qianyue have a gun? Why could Su Qianyue shoot so calmly? They didn't hear the gunshot either. Are you guys sure it was Su Qianyue who fired the gun? Could it be someone in the dark? Doesn't a big lady from a luxurious family like them say they all have bodyguards? Impossible. The boys who didn't go out were still able to maintain their sanity. Even if there were bodyguards, why haven't they come out to protect her before? Now that the captain is dead, what should we do? With the issue of survival at hand, they didn't have much time to mourn for Ma Yunlong, quickly electing a new captain and standing upstairs, watching with their own eyes as a zombie wandered over and gnawed Ma Yunlong's body clean. Su Qianyue had her hands in her pockets, her small face serious. Without slowing down, she walked out of the campus, terrified. Aren't you? Jiang Yu was heartbroken. Su Qianyue replied in a muffled voice. I'm not scared. Seeing it, the little girl was still really angry. If there was an anger value in her personal information, the anger value would have been full just now. Jiang Yu was even more distressed. You're not a waste. You're great. Even if Su Qianyue couldn't see through the screen, his expression at this moment was incomparably sincere. Hearing these words, Su Qianyue skimmed her mouth. The hard feelings in her heart then surged up. Feeling a little pain in her eyes, she raised her hand and wiped it. It's still a bit scary. The distance just now was so close that I'm a bit nauseous. Right. I didn't cry when I just shot, but now I'm crying instead when I'm comforted. This topic, it's not good to continue. Otherwise, the little girl won't be able to eat. Jiang Yu changed the topic. It's okay, when you meet someone you don't like in the future, just do it. I gave you guns and cannons, not for you to be aggrieved. Waiting for Su Qianyue's firearms skills to improve some more in the future, and the space to be bigger. He was also prepared to stuff some mortars or something for her. Right now the space that was given to Su Qianyue couldn't be used. As for whether other people die aggressively or not, that is not within his consideration. The end of the day is the most taboo mother of God and fair heart. Everything is done with the first goal of surviving on one's own. More crucially, once Su Qianyue died, she could not be resurrected. No one else mattered. His own wife was the most important. Those people in front are heading north. Just follow. Aha. Jiang Yu counted. There were 12 people in total. With a large number of people, the commotion was naturally big and soon attracted the first wave of zombies. Su Qianyue listened to Jiang Yu's words and dodged to hide in a convenience store. First check if there's anyone else in the room. Remember, when you arrive anywhere in the future, the first thing to do is this. Jiang Yu reminded her. Su Qianyue nodded and didn't say anything, just in case there was really someone here and heard her talking to herself. Taking out her pistol, she gently checked the few empty shelves, behind the cash register, and the small warehouse. No one was there. The convenience store had been smashed and looted long ago. There were only some things left that couldn't be used in the apocalypse, thrown on the ground to eat dust. Su Qianyue picked up a small mirror, a small leather band. She casually threw them back into the space. Jiang Yu didn't have this stuff in the supplies he gave her. Just in time. Ah! A piercing scream came from outside. Su Qianyue carefully poked her head out to check, and Jiang Yu also took advantage of the perspective to see the scene 100 meters ago. These people, fighting a few zombies was okay, relying on their numbers, but the experience of fighting a group of zombies was still too little. The movement was not small, and soon attracted more and more zombies, plus their weapons were not powerful, gradually falling into the wind. Finally, someone was bitten solidly on the arm by a zombie. Jiang Yu frowned. Are the zombies outside faster than the zombies in the school? Su Qianyue nodded after observing for a few seconds. I feel yes, it's just faster. In the beginning, she was able to run the zombies under the dormitory building, and then she was barely able to run through them. Now it seemed that one would have to ride Pinky to run through it. Retreat! The person in charge looked like a teacher, more mature than the next person, and gave the order decisively. Teacher Zhu, he's my roommate. We can't abandon him. A student objected. Teacher Zhu waved the stainless steel clothesline pole in his hand and pestled it into the zombie's mouth in one go, the pole breaking out from behind the zombie's brain. He patiently explained, if you get bitten by a zombie, it won't take long for you to die or mutate, and you can't bring it back to the team. Exactly. Why are you so selfish? If you want to be with your brother, you can stay. Teacher, let's withdraw. Those who objected looked at the increasing number of zombies and stopped talking, silently following the team as they retreated backwards. Su Qianyue, go out from the back of the warehouse. Get out of here. Those people retreated towards the side. Jiang Yu decisively ordered. Chapter 34 Su Qianyue, I don't trust anyone except Jiang Yu. An hour ago, she had just finished off a person. Now Su Qianyue didn't want to cross paths with those people. Dodging out from the side, she turned to another street. Just as she was about to take out little powder and prepare to move away from the battlefield, she saw two zombies hissing and running out in front of the street. Su Qianyue looked back and after making sure there was no one else, she decisively took out her gun and shot. The zombies were shot in the head. She quickly replaced the bullets and put the gun away, mounted little powder and ran around the zombies. Teacher Zhu and his group were also evacuating in this direction, and just as they turned the corner, they saw the two zombies that had fallen on the ground with their heads blown off and kept twitching. Stop! Teacher Zhu did a double take and looked around. Someone in the vicinity had a gun, or someone who was a very accurate shot. They were saved, but there was no sign of any other person. There were still zombies chasing behind them. There was no time to look carefully. They could only lead the team forward. The unique stench of the zombies lingered at the tip of their nose, and everyone didn't dare to stay. Su Qianyue was burying her head in her bike when she suddenly heard Jiang Yu's voice. Stop! Go back! Quick! Jiang Yu was in God's perspective and saw a slightly larger range than Su Qianyue's line of sight. He saw that there were quite a few zombies in front of him that were surging towards this side. Visually, there were at least 100 of them. It was simply a small zombie tide. Su Qianyue couldn't see it, but she obeyed. Her slender legs pedaled so fast on the bike that there were even a few moments when her feet couldn't keep up with the pedals. When the primary transportation skill was full, Jiang Yu must get Su Qianyue a car. Turn left. Enter the building. Running further ahead was the group of people who also had walkers chasing them. Other than that, there was no other fork in the road to take. One could only find a place to hide first. Jiang Yu's mouse quickly flew across the map, and all that architectural knowledge he dabbled in by chance played a major role at this moment. This was a remodeled pedestrian street, and on the side of the road was a blind box display store with 3 floors and a terrace on the top floor. The large floor-to-ceiling glass windows were very popular before the end of the world, and the aesthetic glass windows did not know how many times they had been on the hot search. After the end of the day, the tiny dolls cannot eat or drink, quickly abandoned by humans. Other stores were looted. Only this store was intact. These glass doors and windows downstairs can only delay it for a while. You go straight up to the top floor terrace and jam the door. The downstairs was all glass, so if any of them broke, the zombies would come pouring in. But although the top floor terrace is also glass doors, there is only one. It is better for defense. Su Qianyue received the bike into the space and backhandedly closed the glass door on the first floor. Used that rack next to it and pinned the door handle. L-shaped long shelves were scattered on the ground. Su Qianyue picked up 2 of them and crossed them and stuffed them inside the door handle so that the glass door would not be pushed open for a while. She could already see the herd of zombies, just less than 20 meters away from this store. Su Qianyue took 3 steps, her long legs playing to her advantage, and rushed up to the terrace as Jiang Yu instructed. She also pushed all the display shelves on the second floor to the stairs, blocking the stairs so that even if the zombies rushed in, it would take a lot of effort to climb up. Jiang Yu, this door has no lock. The glass door of the terrace was just a bit bigger than the common bathroom glass door, and there was no lock, handle, or place to hold it. Don't panic. Jiang Yu quickly looked around the terrace. There was nothing but rattan chairs and tables. You move a chair to the door, jam one leg of the chair into the handle, and pull the door closed. The glass door of the terrace is outwardly open. Just jamming it from this side of the terrace doesn't do any good. Jamming it from the other side, the glass door can't be pushed. Su Qianyue laboriously moved the rattan chair and adjusted the angle several times before she was able to get the chair stuck. After doing this, she inspected a circle on the terrace to make sure there was no one else. Only then did she find a chair to sit down, clasping her hands on her knees and burying her head in her knees. Jiang Yu, What if the zombies don't leave? The super tsunami wasn't for a few days. Su Qianyue had previously felt that dying might be a relief. But now, she had so many supplies. She could bubble noodles, ride a bike, and shoot a gun. And there's also Jiang Yu. She can't afford to die. Feeling her fear, Jiang Yu reached out and touched that tiny figure in the screen, as if that would comfort Su Qianyue. Don't be afraid. There are other people in this city. The zombies won't always be here. I will think of a way for you. At this time, the terrace of a building not far from the next door pinged as many people poured in. Quick, quick, block the door. How can we block it if it's outwardly open? Calm down. Teacher Ju led the crowd to rush forward, only to be met by a wave of zombies as well. In the panic, a few students who rushed at the front, almost sticking with the zombies. He was quick to pull them back. The front and back of the zombies' pincer attack. It is hard to see a good store, but the door is locked. Can only choose the next store to hide in first. This is a milk tea store. After the apocalypse was ransacked, the house is still left with bloodstains. The world outside was far more brutal than over at the stadium. The zombies here had enough humans to replenish them and grew quickly, much faster than the zombies over at the stadium. They barely managed to run up the stairs, and one of the last students was hooked by the walker's collar and dragged into the herd. With a miserable scream, he drowned within the herd of zombies. No one begged for mercy this time, relying on the fact that humans are more flexible than zombies to go up the stairs. They barely escaped to the top floor. Teacher Zhu was also panicking in his heart. If all the students died, he would be the next to die. In his panic, he saw the young girl on the terrace not far from his head, and his eyes swept over that terrace glass door on the other side. Quick, bring chairs. They followed Su Qianyue's maneuver and locked the terrace door. By this time the zombies had already swarmed to the stairway. The zombies with no sense of order piled up in layers on the narrow stairway, unable to enter for a while. Compared to the chaos on this side, Su Qianyue's side is much quieter. Seeing those people go to the opposite side, Su Qianyue was slightly surprised. Don't be afraid. They can't get through. Jiang Yu hurriedly pacified her. His girlfriend was socially terrified. Su Qianyue nodded her head. Hesitating for a moment, she stood up and dragged her chair to a place where those people couldn't see and sat down. Isn't that the school flower Su Qianyue? Yes, right. She's actually still alive? Amazing. A young, pretty schoolgirl like a young flower. But she's still alive? Someone soon realized something was wrong. What's she surviving on? Someone must have helped her. Could it be the guy with the gun? The students speculated. The usually modest and peace-loving people completely revealed their dark side in the doomsday. The boys Mu Chang the gunman were greedy and scornful of Su Qianyue. The girls were full of jealousy. In the end of the day, if there is a man with a gun to protect them, even if the other looks like a hippo, they are willing to awe. No one ever thought that the gunman was Su Qianyue. Teacher Zhu, as a teacher and the captain in this team, deserved to stand out. Ahem. Su Qianyue, right? Are you alone? It's dangerous. Come over and join us. United. Many hands make a big difference. You can definitely survive. His tone unconsciously put gentle, just like coaxing a small child. But he thought wrong. Su Qianyue was not a child. She knew that everyone was not trustworthy. Except Jiang Yu. Chapter 35 Su Qianyue, I want to go find you. Su Qianyue was silent. Not everyone she would respond to. There wasn't a single good thing about men. Jiang Yu excluded. Couldn't be deaf, right? It can't be. Oh, I get it. It must be that gunman who coerced her. That's right. There are so many of us. She must have wanted to come over as well. As if everyone guessed the truth, they kept shouting. Su Qianyue, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you. Come over. Join us. Yes, there are many of us. That gunman wouldn't dare to do anything to you. He must be blackmailing you, right? Outside the screen Jiang Yu was furious and laughed when he heard it. Did these people's intelligence points not add up? They're all college students. Why are they so childish? Su Qianyue finally couldn't take it and whooshed to her feet. You guys stop talking. I'm not going over there. Besides, why aren't you guys coming over? Saying that with a cold face, she hit herself again. She was on the other side of the terrace exit, and the protruding terrace exit just cut off those people's naked line of sight. Ouch! The schoolmarm spoke. The schoolgirl spoke to them. People were excited for a few seconds before sighing silently. Yeah, the fact that there's more of us can't be used as a reason to let people come over. There are zombies down there, and the top is 5 or 6 meters away. How can we come over? As soon as it came to letting them over, everyone's IQ returned to the average level, seeing the difficult points separated in the middle. Then don't be in a hurry. We'll go over when we get the chance. It's the end of the day, and some people don't forget to grease the wheels. Foolishness, no longer caring about these people. Jiang Yu asked Su Qianyue to keep an eye on when the zombies dispersed downstairs. Jiang Yu, I'm hungry. Su Qianyue's pitiful voice came out. Jiang Yu was also hungry. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and neither he nor Su Qianyue had eaten yet. The zombies down below didn't show the slightest sign of leaving. Instead, the zombies in the building's hallways subsided. They can't see you. You eat over here and leave tomorrow morning at the latest. One night, either the zombies leave or those people leave. Su Qianyue would be less dangerous if she left again, and would still have time to make it to the Pearl Hotel. They had no water and no food. Jiang Yu was hoping that those people leaving would attract away a wave of zombies. Su Qianyue eats bread and drinks mineral water. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, cooks a wonton for himself. Looking at the pitiful Su Qianyue who was cowering on a chair, Jiang Yu tried to divert her attention. If the end is over, what do you want to do? Su Qianyue bit into the bread. Her movements lurched as she raised her head to look into nothingness. If the doomsday ends, I want to go cultivate immortality. There is no subsequent fairy cultivation plot. I have my own arrangements, so you can rest assured. But Jiang Yu thought that Su Qianyue might want to go find her family, travel, or even fall in love and get married. Thinking about this, he was indescribably sullen in his heart. Why? Aren't you an immortal? I want to cultivate immortality to find you. When this topic came up, it was Jiang Yu's turn to freeze. He had thought of so many answers, but only this hadn't occurred to him. All of a sudden, he couldn't hear any sound in his ears. All echoed Su Qianyue's words. I want to go find you. I want to go find you. Every cell in his body was screaming, her. It's her. One's whole life is Su Qianyue. Only Su Qianyue. Even if Su Qianyue wasn't a person in reality, he only had Su Qianyue in his life. The blood in his body boiled until it was hot. He put down his chopsticks and his tone was so light that Su Qianyue couldn't hear him clearly. Su Qianyue, don't worry, I will definitely not let you die, no matter what happens. Jiang Yu, what did you say? Nothing. Eat? Jiang Yu's movements of eating wontons were inexplicably a few points stronger. He was an orphan. His parents' faces had long been blurred in his mind, and after so many years of being alone, he had always felt a sense of detachment from the world. Even when he got good grades and made friends, he always felt separated by something. No one in this world had ever really entered his world. Just at that moment just now, he felt like a living, breathing human being, with dreams and expectations, glowing from the deepest part of his heart with something called vitality. A day or two ago, he had a sense of wanting to live well, and now, he had more of a sense of determination to find his way in life. He had to live well and make money. Only then could he let Su Qianyue in the game live well as well. After the meal, Su Qianyue found some snacks from space, and walked over to move a table and a chair over. The two chairs were placed opposite each other, so she could put her feet up and be comfortable. Coming out, one by one, the dying people on the next door terrace suddenly got energized. Seeing Su Qianyue moving the chair, they frowned again in unison. That man with the gun is back. Damn it! Wanting to say something harsh, once they thought that the other party had a gun, they closed their mouths again one by one like quails. Teacher Zhu narrowed his eyes. Just now this Su Qianyue ignored herself, but it didn't matter. Being able to win over the man with the gun was the right thing to do. Su Qianyue-san, it was me who was not well thought out just now. You and your friend can team up with us and we'll move together. He licked his lips that were dry to the point of peeling. In the process of escaping just now, only a small amount of food left was lost in the chaos. Seeing that Su Qianyue did not respond, he added another sentence. We still have food and water. There are all zombies down there. Only, Su Qianyue bristled. She still had snacks. Being ignored twice in a row, Teacher Zhu couldn't hang on to his face, and his loving eyes gradually became fierce. No, calm down. That gunman, able to come and go freely in the zombie pile, must be very powerful. Can't be impulsive, have to be wise. Su Qianyue crossed her legs, ate a few packets of snacks and 2 bananas, and patted her stomach. Satisfied. While he was at it, Jiang Yu was frantically rushing through his draft, probably because he had a goal in life. His speed of writing was faster than before. On the other side, watching the sky darken, Teacher Zhu called everyone to the other side of the terrace door, making sure Su Qianyue couldn't hear or see. Class, now we don't have much supplies. If you want to survive, besides food and water, you also need weapons. That person on the opposite side has a gun. I'm going to make a night attack tonight and snatch the other person's gun. It can't be helped. He only made one opening, and the other students directly found a breakthrough. Yeah, Su Qianyue must have been forced. We can still get the person back. We are all classmates. We can't see death and save them. If they can survive until now, they might still have food and water. Teacher Zhu secretly sighed in relief. It's nice not to have to be the bad guy outright, being a teacher. Alas, when the time comes, everyone pay attention. The other party probably won't directly hand over their guns, so be careful not to hurt anyone when you do it. But teacher, it's so far in the middle. How are we going to get there? And the opposite terrace door is locked. Someone raised the key point. Chapter 36 Reality. Earthquake Outbreak. Mr. Zhu already had a plan, but he preferred to let the students come up with it themselves. This would give them a greater sense of belonging within the team. What do you guys say? Why is Su Qianyue's side hiding in the terrace? It's the same as us. Because there are zombies down there. Right. It's impractical for us to go over there, but it shouldn't be hard to get her to come over. What's the method? Mr. Chu followed the advice. Also, that expert with the gun came back. There are zombies downstairs. How did he get back? And is it possible that he was upstairs the whole time? A student raised his hand to ask a question. Teacher Zhu shook his head. If he was upstairs the whole time, why did he shoot the two zombies below? The only answer is that at that time, he was on the street. Everyone felt that it was this reasoning and didn't continue to dig deeper into this issue, but instead turned to how to force Su Qianyue and that expert to come over. In the end, they decided to use a fire attack, preventing that expert from using his own means to escape. They also thought of a way to throw the chairs upstairs to create more commotion and make the zombies surround the neighborhood. By then, after the guns and people were in hand, the zombies couldn't get in and would disperse sooner or later. The big deal was to starve for a few days. Jiang Yu, I don't feel right. What's wrong? I can't see those people anymore. Su Qianyue probed her head a few times. No one was on the opposite terrace, and the terrace door was closed. It could only prove that those people were hiding on the other side of the terrace exit just like her. The child was quiet and must be working a demon. Good. Your vigilance is great. No matter what they want to do, we need to be on guard. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Indeed, those people had clear brain circuits. He didn't want anything to happen to Su Qianyue. It was just too risky to travel at night. Let's get ready first. There's a rescue rope in the space. I'll teach you to tie the knot. The rope has ready-made live hooks, wrapped around from the railing, worrying about slipping, and wrapped a chair around the back. Su Qianyue grabbed the rope and looked down. Jiang Yu, I'm scared. Jiang Yu holds his forehead, looking at his little girlfriend's expression as she leaps into action. Are you scared? Don't be naughty. Have you ever played rock climbing? Su Qianyue shook her head, but I've seen others play. This is the 3rd floor. I don't think it's a big problem. These days, she rode a bicycle, killed zombies, and took out people with impure intentions towards her. She felt great. Just not dealing with people was a good thing. The rebellious side of her personality that was hidden seemed to be tapped into as well. The small 3rd floor had to be taken down. What about the zombies down there? Su Qianyue probed and looked downstairs. Her side was actually okay. Most of the zombies were surrounding the building next door. Not going now. You find a place to rest. I'll help you watch. Good. Su Qianyue arched her eyebrows. The gloomy night sky had a few more colors because of this smile. Jiang Yu opens the map and looks for the next landing point first. After we leave here, ride 5 kilometers. There is an open park where there are fewer zombies and living people this time of the year. We'll rest and recuperate there. Aha. Su Qianyue nodded with half-squinted eyes. Drowsy. They can't see you. You spread your tent and sleep. I'll keep an eye on you. Jiang Yu was heartbroken, deciding to stay up at night to watch over. The tent Jiang Yu prepared was the kind of portable tent that could be used as it was opened. Su Qianyue simply glanced at the instructions and learned how to open it. After opening it and drilling in, she drills in and pulls the door shut. And in a daze she says, "Don't peek." With a tilt of her head, she fell asleep. Today is really too tired. In the dead of night, with no one to disturb him, Jiang Yu observed the situation in the screen while coding words. He learned a new term today called saving drafts. In case something comes up temporarily one day, there won't be a break in publication. Buzz. The cell phone was vibrating. Jiang Yu peeled his phone out from under the covers, and it was Li Mingqi calling. Hey, teacher. 11 o'clock at night. Calling at this time must be something important. Jiang Yu, watch the news. Jiang Yu glanced at the screen. All was well, and opened the web page to tap into the news hot search. A major earthquake of magnitude 7 occurred in the Eastern Sea. The tremor was felt strongly in the eastern region. Lian City's power system was damaged. Houses collapsed. No casualties for the time being. Below this news, netizens have left comments. I said it. My family's fishing boat is fine. Suddenly received official news to pull back. Fortunately, retracted. The sea just in the epicenter. The motherland mama is too good. Oh. Also sent an emergency package. Our family has experts opposite that broken island are almost into 2 halves. Looking at the constantly refreshing comment section, Jiang Yu had a hard time describing his feelings at the moment. The game world was actually connected to the real world. He pressed down on his slightly shaking hands. This discovery made him excited and scared. Excited. The heart-shaped clouds within the game were really foreshadowing something, and his own data analysis was correct. More than that, he was overwhelmed with fear. He is now bad in behavior. If the reality also happened in the apocalyptic natural disaster zombies, he is probably the first wave of cool people. What would Su Qianyue do at that time? Jiang Yu, thanks to the information you provided, the Lian City side received the news 2 days earlier than the regular warning. We have quite a few fishing boats in the epicenter sea. If we hadn't retreated back, I don't know how much we would have lost. Earthquake warning even 2 minutes in advance can reduce a lot of losses, let alone 2 days in advance. Li Mingqi was very proud. I told you, the students I taught, how could they be wrong? Hearing Li Mingqi say this, Jiang Yu was also very pleased. No matter what, this was a good thing. Yes, teacher, I also think that you teach very well. Alright, I won't bother you this late. And also, this matter is a big deal, so don't say anything to the public to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to yourself. Li Mingqi still had this realization. Jiang Yu had a talent and intuition for analyzing geological data, and was a rare genius. He had an obligation to protect Jiang Yu. I know, don't worry, teacher. Ending the call, Jiang Yu stretched out his fingers and stretched them hard, moving them around. With things having come to this, there was nothing for him to worry about. It was best not to let the apocalyptic natural disaster happen in reality. Or rather, even if it did, he himself had to find a way to try to survive. Looking at Su Qianyue's serene face, the shimmering light casting shadows on her bare forehead, Jiang Yu's heart gradually settled down. Lin Chuan, Hua Qingyun's office lights are still on. Hua Qingyun watches the news, and his secretary is even more excited than him. It's really happening. Hua Qingyun glances at him, his eyes majestic, but the corners of his mouth contain a smile. The secretary immediately closes his voice and slaps himself. Oops, how can I be happy about something like this? I reflect. Be careful with your words. The more this time, the more calm you have to be. Hua Qingyun is happy and instructs his secretary. Yes, then on your teacher's side, is it necessary for me to make a trip? Hua Qingyun raises his hand and closes the news page of his cell phone. No, I'll go there personally. Teacher said that the news this time was provided by one of his students. The secretary frowns. Would it be too grand for you to meet in person? Hua Qingyun shakes his head. It's not specifically to meet him. I haven't visited my teacher for a long time either, so I'm meeting him in passing. A character like that, even if he gets it wrong 9 times, as long as he gets it right once, it's enough. Chapter 37, Teaching Girlfriend to Climb Stairs. Jiang Yu brewed a cup of instant coffee. After watching the news for a while longer, he put down his cell phone and continued to code. The quiet space was the sound of keyboards. Pei Yuchi's dormitory was all discussing the news of the earthquake. What a cow. So it seems like the Lian City side didn't know the news 2 days ago? Coincidence? Right. Where there is such a talent, mustn't it be offered up? Indeed. Even the man of the hour in our school's geology major probably doesn't have this level. You mean Jiang Yu? Xinwan sat up and came to her senses. I do think that if the data was given to Jiang Yu, he might be able to calculate it. Xinwan, you're brainlessly blowing it. Jiang Yu's #1 fan? You worship him so much, you might as well marry him. The roommates joked. Pei Yuchi's heart was twisted when she heard it. Xinwan let out a sigh. Forget it, I'm a computer science major. He's a geology major. We can't talk together. Besides, I'm just a simple admirer. I don't mix my personal desires. I'm very pure. Although he is very good. Listening to the roommates' burst of concurrence, Pei Yuchi was suddenly a bit confused. Jiang Yu, is he really that good? At this time her cell phone rang. It was her boyfriend Qin Yuchuan who sent a red envelope. Tapping it was 520 yuan. Earthquake. Give the baby a shock. The earthquake was 100,000 miles away from here. But it had to be said that Qin Yuchuan's kind of operation was very popular with Pei Yuchi. The bit of pain in her heart immediately dissipated. Qin Yuchuan, this kind of generous, can lift her to bring her interests. The heart is her is what she wants. Unlike Jiang Yu, his heart is loaded with too many things. Experiments, work, study. Closing her cell phone, Pei Yuchi sleeps at ease. Coffee really does work. At 3 a.m., Jiang Yu is still in high spirits. Turning off the air conditioner and opening the window, the slightly stuffy air rushed in instantly. Strangely enough, after getting sick, he hates this kind of weather, and when it's hot, he has to bathe diligently. Every time he bathed inconveniently. Looking at his ruined legs, he had a nameless fire. But now, he was able to calmly enjoy this kind of weather. It gave him a sense of reality that he was a living person. Not daring to leave much longer, he returned after blowing on the balcony. Just in time, he heard the sound of something being thrown down from upstairs from the computer. Without Su Qianyue's perspective, he couldn't see what was happening across the street. Jiang Yu frowned and immediately poked Su Qianyue's forehead with his mouse. Su Qianyue, wake up. Su Qianyue immediately sat up. Her eyes were still closed, and the small pink pistol had already appeared in her hand. Only after a second did she open her eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Yu, there's movement outside. You quietly look. Su Qianyue rubbed her eyes and drilled out of the tent. Only then did she realize that the people on the terrace of the building across the street were actually throwing chairs down below. Nighttime is already the active period of zombies. This bit of movement immediately made the zombies below excited. The sound traveled far, and as he watched, the zombies were getting more and more numerous. What are they doing? Su Qianyue didn't understand. With more zombies, what good would it do to those people? This group of people, Jiang Yu instantly figured out what they were going to do. They probably thought that Su Qianyue could survive the end of the world alone, so they must have a backhand, and were afraid that Su Qianyue would run away. They had more people and wanted to force Su Qianyue to go over there. If Su Qianyue didn't go over there, they were estimated to come over, and it would not be good to go then. Su Qianyue didn't have enough gun skills right now, and her physical strength was still less than 50. Jiang Yu calculated the level of consumption with the gun. You try it, at most 10 hits, otherwise the stamina is not enough. Then go down from this side. They can't see you, while the zombies' attention is over there. You go down and immediately right away. If there's any danger, go into space. Using space to briefly hide from the zombies was okay. The only drawback was that going in for 3 minutes would force you to be ejected, and you couldn't re-enter for 3 minutes. Su Qianyue counted the downstairs. There were about 10 zombies, and the second and first floors were probably still there. She estimated, riding on the car with all her strength, should be able to run through. Putting the tent into the space, she put on the half-palm gloves that Jiang Yu gave her earlier and took out her AK. She had never used this thing before. Finger on the trigger, eyes closed and open. Burst. Sharp gunshots rang out on the roof of the building. Stop. Jiang Yu looked at Su Qianyue's rapidly declining stamina value and hurriedly called for a stop. Su Qianyue took the gun back into the space and shook her shoulder hard. It was painful. There was no telling how many people on the opposite side had been hit. Anyway, they were in a mess. Throwing the rescue rope down the building, after testing the height, she retrieved it and tied it to her waist. In case you accidentally take it off in the middle, you don't smash on the ground. Jiang Yu was very serious. Su Qianyue hadn't done anything like this, and this was the 3rd floor. His heart was in his throat. Being prepared for Su Qianyue to top up and buy medicine at any time after she was injured. Thinking and doing really isn't the same thing. When Su Qianyue really stepped outside with one leg, only then did she feel fear. Looking at the increasing number of zombies below, her legs almost went soft. Jiang Yu spoke steadily. Concentrate. Don't panic. First smooth the rope down. Hold the rope taut. Slide down the rope little by little. Stretch your left foot. You can step on the windowsill. Right. Keep going down. Stretch your foot. Steady. There's one more floor. The breath of the living and the sound of the gunshots scattered out. The zombies downstairs raised their heads one by one, slowly gathering in Su Qianyue's direction. Hold on with your left hand. Switch to your right hand and shoot. The benefits of the silenced gun were fully utilized at this moment. The zombies gathered over here fell silently without making any noise. Okay, land on the ground. Take off the rope. Take out the car. Run. Su Qianyue followed Jiang Yu's instructions, methodically completing the operation step by step. Don't want the rope. Couldn't care less at this time. Retracting the pistol, as soon as the bike appeared, she got on it and ran. Suddenly, she felt the night sky light up, and her shadow unexpectedly appeared on the ground. And when she turned around, she saw that the terrace she had just stayed on was on fire. The weather was dry. Rattan tables and chairs, and those paper publicity materials. The fire soon spread, illuminating a small half of the sky. Su Qianyue only glanced at it, and without looking back rode towards the front. Rushing into the darkness, Jiang Yu's face was terribly gloomy. He finally understood what those were up to. Originally, they created a commotion to make the zombies block the downstairs, and then set a fire to make a rope-like thing to let Su Qianyue climb over. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking was wrong. Su Qianyue's gun gave the other side a fatal blow, causing heavy damage. Not only the zombies, the survivors hiding in this city were all rushing towards this side when they heard the commotion. Living people are all the resources in the apocalypse, can be used as teammates, weapons, food. If there was a true God's perspective in the sky, one could see some silhouettes appearing one after another in the vicinity, running towards the direction of the fire. A young girl rode out on a pink bicycle against the flow of traffic. The sky was slightly bright. Su Qianyue had ridden 5 kilometers in one breath. She was tired. See that park gate in front? Go that way. Jiang Yu's voice sounded again. When she entered the park, to her eyes were a few broken ice cream carts. Su Qianyue found a corner, first put her bike away, took out her dagger, and tentatively walked over, checking the ice cream carts one by one. No one. She also let out a sigh of relief. Find a random one and go in first to rest. Jiang Yu was heartbroken. The tiny ice cream cart, 1 person high, was only 2 square meters big. Closing the door, Su Qianyue leaned back and sat on the floor, directly falling asleep. She was too tired. Her current physical strength value couldn't withstand the consequences of using AK, and she also rode her bike for so long in the back. Physical strength had already reached its limit. The coffee energy passed, and Jiang Yu yawned. Going on like this for a long time was not a solution. He thought for a while and decided to turn around and find a computer student to help him get a small program to try. Enduring his sleepiness, he clicked on Su Qianyue's personal information. Chapter 38 10 minutes to learn proper kissing. Life value, 10/100. Intimacy, 15 out of 100. Skills, elementary repair, 20 out of 100. Elementary food, 15 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 40/100. Elementary knives, 55 out of 100. Elementary firearms, 40 out of 100. Backpack, elementary backpack. The life value was growing slowly. This day's consumption from running and jumping had been particularly high, and the life value was only barely breaking even. At the moment, it had even dropped to the low point of the last few days. On the contrary, the intimacy growth was as even as ever, a little bit a day. Calculating like this, by the end of the month it will reach 20? Just about to play video with Su Qianyue? No. Jiang Yu said that he wasn't ready yet. Woo-woo. Jiang Yu is sleeping and dreaming, looking for video equipment all over the house. He's obviously bought several, but none of them work. He's in a hurry. He's got God's perspective in his dreams. He laughed at himself in the dream. Looking for video equipment for what? He didn't want a video with Su Qianyue. Right, Su Qianyue. His own girlfriend was still sleeping inside the ice cream truck in the park. He suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the computer screen. The sky was already bright. Su Qianyue was still asleep. It was estimated that it was a bit cold in the early morning. She even took out a small quilt from the space and wrapped it around her. At the moment, her cherry-like mouth was slightly open, crimson and moist. Seeing her sleeping sweetly, Jiang Yu was relieved. Picking up his cell phone to take a look, it was already more than 9 o'clock. He washed up, ate breakfast, and placed an order for an errand boy to help him go to the courier point to pick up things. Those water, food, and tools he ordered have all arrived. This neighborhood, the courier default put the rookie courier is in front of the neighborhood. He notes delivery directly be ignored. But this is also good. Save the courier a trip always knocking on the door to disturb themselves. I made several trips back and forth, and first moved everything to his door before knocking on the door and confirming with him. I realized that he was in a wheelchair. The young man running errands spoke a mouthful of Mandarin with a dialect flavor and a look of regret. Gu, you are messing around. Where to move? I'll move it for you. I also said which do not have to try to buy so many things. Make in the end of the world like. So it's you who's inconvenient. Where does the boss put his things? Jiang Yu was a bit overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, letting the door open and pointing to the second bedroom. Put it over there. Thanks. A few minutes later, the young man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Boss, add a Weibo. I live in this neighborhood. Building 4, 1101. My name is Yang Linlin, 23 years old, married with a child of 1-year-old. Jiang Yu was fiercely startled. Just calling an errand boy. Why engage in self-introduction? The young man scratched his head and grinned in embarrassment. This is not to make you believe that I am a good person. In the future, you have the need to move things. You directly WeChat to find me. My personal charges are cheaper than the platform. Jiang Yu. Seeing it, this family man making money is just plain scrappy. Yang Lin is just 3 years older than himself, and he has a child. Compared to him, he was simply weak. After sending people away and returning to the room, I saw Su Qianyue waking up, while nibbling on bread. Her eyes stared obsessively at the pink brochure in her hand. The brochure was presumably the material before the ice cream ban. What? You want to eat ice cream? Jiang Yu was in a great mood. Seeing a stunningly beautiful face first thing in the morning forgives the whole world. Ah! Su Qianyue was startled. The pamphlet barfed and fell to the ground. And there was a line of cute script written on it. 18 styles of kissing, 10 minutes to learn to kiss correctly. Jiang Yu, why does the pink brochure look more and more yellow? Ahem, how long have you been reading it? Also, less than 10 minutes. Su Qianyue's face instantly exploded red and hurriedly stuffed all the bread into her mouth. She woke up hungry, and as she ate, she was attracted by the publicity pamphlets scattered on the ground. Didn't hold back and read it. Didn't hold back on fantasizing about kissing again. But she's never kissed in her entire life. If she were to choose someone to kiss, she would definitely choose Jiang Yu. Once the idea was planted, it immediately took root in her heart. What does Jiang Yu look like? Is he handsome? Is he good looking? Is he tall? No. Even if he wasn't a god, even if he wasn't handsome, tall or ugly, he still liked him. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Jiang Yu's voice. It's quite a feeling of being caught by an adult for secretly jerking off a cat when you were a kid. Jiang Yu didn't dare to follow up and ask if he had learned to kiss in 10 minutes. How's the recovery going? Well, we can set off. Su Qianyue drank a waha, refreshed. Staying on the road for a little longer would be more dangerous. Wait until we get to a safe place and then take a shower. Now that it was cloudy and not as hot as those days, it was most suitable for rushing. Su Qianyue rode her bike and set off. Jiang Yu, you're right. There are really no zombies here. Su Qianyue was a bit happy. The zombies were too disgusting. If it wasn't for avoiding the large tsunami, she would have wanted to be based here. Jiang Yu's hand that was coding words slightly lurched. This was an open-air park, so it was normal for there to be few zombies, but no zombies. Not normal. Be careful. His tone was serious as he turned off the word-coding software and focused on showing Su Qianyue the way. Wow. Careful. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed, not expecting Su Qianyue to fall into a pit with her car. A 1-meter deep pit. It wasn't even a pit that the park originally had, but was artificially dug now, with plastic sheeting and soil on top. This corner is a road that must be taken after coming out from the park. The person who dug the pit was here to trap people. Even if Jiang Yu could see the dangers around him, he didn't have perspective eyes to see this kind of trap. How is it? Any injuries? Jiang Yu was in a hurry. Almost standing up would be a medical miracle. Oh, it's fine. Muffled grunts came from the bottom of the pit. Su Qianyue was startled. Just now she thought she was going to die. Fortunately, it was definitely not hard. It was soft soil, or else she would be dead. It's just that she knocked on the bike. Her knees and thighs hurt. Her hands are also skinned. Jiang Yu reacted by immediately tapping on her life value. The life value that had grown up over the course of the morning had fallen back to 10. It was precarious, with no combat power. In this situation now, it was estimated that she would just have the stamina to fire a shot and run a short distance. You come out first and get out of here. Jiang Yu was worried that the person who set the trap was nearby. After Su Qianyue climbed out, she still wanted to fish out the bike, wanting to receive the thing into the space. One had to be able to touch that thing by Su Qianyue herself. No, the bike is not wanted. Bicycles were everywhere, and there was also one in Su Qianyue's space that she picked up on the side of the road. Jiang Yu decisively gave up. Nothing is more important than Su Qianyue's safety. Su Qianyue also couldn't give up. Loves to look at Xiao Pink, a ruthless limp forward. She can't ride a car in her current state. Looking at her snow-white palms oozing blood, Jiang Yu's teeth were gritted. Right at this moment, he saw 3 silhouettes appear near the withered green belt next to him. Good. Delivered to the door. Su Qianyue, someone's coming. 3. Don't shoot until you're sure of a total kill. Su Qianyue's physical strength was too low. If he couldn't kill them all at once, with enemies present, he was afraid that even if he had time to recharge and buy medicine, he wouldn't have a chance to take it. One could not take the risk. Su Qianyue's footsteps slightly paused, nodded vigorously and covered her backpack. Ha! I said there's a movement, so it's a big beauty in the net. Evil big male duck-like voice came out from this side of the green belt. Chapter 39. Kill a horseback shot and get you all killed. The trio's comment about a great beauty was just a daily flirtation. When Su Qianyue turned around and they got another good look at Su Qianyue's appearance, they were all stunned. Choo. The corners of her eyes were red, her skin was like jade, and her body was slender. It's a star, right? They don't mix with the entertainment industry. The stars they know don't match up with this face in front of them. The leader finally returned to his senses, carrying a watermelon knife. His entire body looked a bit like a watermelon as well. You're alone? Jiang Yu's voice rang in Su Qianyue's ears. Just shake your head. Su Qianyue shook her head. The 3 of them immediately looked around vigilantly, and after there was no movement, they took a few steps forward and stood in front of Su Qianyue with interest. Someone? Where are the people? Cheating people is not this cheating. Beautiful woman. Don't worry. Follow us in the future. We won't let you get hurt again. TSK. Under Jiang Yu's instruction, Su Qianyue pitifully whispered. My teammates, they kicked me out. You guys, if you guys avenge me, I'll follow you guys from now on. Otherwise, I'd rather die. This latter sentence was added by Su Qianyue herself. Ha, well said. This area is our territory. Where is your former teammate? The leader's eyes were half narrowed, like a wolf looking at a white rabbit. Of course he wouldn't be kind enough to avenge someone else's death, and neither would the star. But there were traces of other humans, so of course he had to go and grab a trip. Su Qianyue's small mouth pursed lightly, seemingly terrified, and took 2 steps backward, distancing herself from the man. They're not here. They seem to have guns. Guns? The 3 instantly got excited. There were only 3 things that could make people excited in the end of the world: finding food and water, finding awesome weapons, and getting the absolute most beautiful woman. I didn't think that today they could realize all 3 things at the same time. The air smelled of adrenaline spikes. How many guns do they have? What guns? Su Qianyue spoke in a small voice. 1. A pistol. The 3 of them exchanged glances and even thought about how to distribute Su Qianyue after grabbing the gun. The opposite side only had 1 gun. They were not afraid. They were originally stalls selling watermelons near the park. After the end of the world, relying on watermelon knives and ruthlessness to survive until now, even if the other side had a gun. As long as the strategy was right, it wasn't a problem at all. Lead the way. Brothers will go and take revenge for you. When the time comes, you have to think of how to repay your brothers. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu slightly lowered his eyes. Su Qianyue's current stamina value was very low, unable to fire 3 shots in a row and guarantee to kill the 3 people across the street. Without a bike, running was impossible, but there was a way to kill several birds with one stone. It was time for those people on the roof of the building yesterday who were lusting after her to pay the price. The 3 had a van. After the end of the day, cars were everywhere, but gasoline was hard to come by, and going to the gas station didn't get them much. This is the car they sell watermelons. In order to save gas, usually non-essential not to use, and each time only drive one. Push Su Qianyue into the car. According to the information provided by Su Qianyue to drive back, Su Qianyue directly brought the trio to the vicinity of the terrace where she stayed yesterday. There weren't as many zombies here as there were in the morning. The trio had a fearless face. One person drove the car, and one person stared at Su Qianyue. There was also one person guarding the door of the van, which was open, and the zombies that surged over along the way had their necks slashed by this person. Su Qianyue sat at the very back, with only the watermelon knife in the other person's hand in her eyes. What happened later was pretty much the same as what Jiang Yu had envisioned. The building where Su Qianyue stayed last night was already burned to a crisp, and Mr. Zhu's group of people were beaten to a pulp. Later on, they didn't see anyone attacking from the opposite side and hit hard until dawn. The boys who survived were sorry that the school flower was gone. The girls, on the other hand, were gloating. The school beauty was gone. Teacher Zhu's face was blue. The weapons didn't arrive. They lost a wave of cannon fodder, and they were surrounded by more zombies. 10 or so people took turns drinking a bottle of water. Each person was only allowed to take a sip. A piece of breakfast bread was also divided into small portions, each person a piece as big as a walnut. Luckily it was cloudy. If not, they would have definitely died of sunburn on the terrace, and the bodies of those who were killed were thrown into the corner by them. Yikes! Suddenly someone stood up and pointed not far away. Everyone followed and stretched out to look over, and saw a dilapidated and mottled van crushing the zombies and driving over. Su Qianyue purposely poked her head out and was seen clearly by the people upstairs. Su Qianyue, she's alive. People got excited. Teacher Zhu raised his hand to stop everyone from getting excited. See clearly, besides Su Qianyue, there are only 3 people. They have guns, but we're outnumbered, so everyone will have to contribute in a moment to snatch the other party's weapons and cars. Teacher Zhu cheered the crowd. He wanted to run. Having seen the power of hot weapons yesterday, he had long wanted to run, but the glass door had already been pinned down by them from the outside with rattan chairs, so he couldn't run. Only a moment to see the opportunity to act. Not far from the car, the 3 people in the car are also discussing how to attack up. They did not expect a lot of zombies here. Finally agreed. The van to create a commotion. The zombies attracted away. Then quickly kill over, drive a few zombies as a shield, and attack the building in one breath, and also take Su Qianyue as a hostage. The plan went smoothly. Su Qianyue was escorted upstairs. The rattan chair chained to the outside of the glass door of the terrace was yanked down and the glass door opened. The people on Mr. Zhu's side were almost all things like steel pipes, mops, and clothespins, so how could they possibly beat the watermelon knife? At first, the watermelon knife side was wary of the people on the other side shooting. Later, after realizing that they didn't have any guns at all, they directly went crazy. It was simply a massacre. Teacher Zhu's side also only had 3 people left at this time. The others were all cut over by the 3 people in front of them, and the entire terrace was covered in blood. None of them had ever seen bad guys who killed like hell, and at this point they were squeezed into a corner. Su Qianyue, at least a classmate, aren't you going too far by doing this? Teacher Zhu was now looking at Su Qianyue like she was looking at a demon. A female child, how could she be so vicious? Su Qianyue held back her nausea. With so many people dead, this scene was still scary. When you guys set the fire in the morning, you didn't think about your classmates. Teacher Zhu was now incomparably remorseful. Had he known not to provoke Su Qianyue, the watermelon knife directly grabbed a student and held him down on the terrace wall. Where's the gun? Hand over the gun, or else I'll throw you all down one by one. Gun? What gun? We don't have guns. Let go of me. Mr. Zhu, help me. The student who was being held down looked at the zombies slowly gathering downstairs, snot and tears streaming down his face as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Teacher Zhu's hand trembled. We don't have a gun. Bang! The student was thrown down. The zombies downstairs swarmed up and began to dine. Jiang Yu felt that it was almost time. Let's go. Right now. Su Qianyue silently took a step back, taking advantage of a few people's inattention to quickly step downstairs. Everyone upstairs was stunned. Teacher Zhu hurriedly seized the opportunity. The gun. Isn't the gun on your side? Grass. Watermelon Blade felt something was wrong. Chase. The gun is on that chick. Come back and search if you don't have it. Raising his hand, he gave Mr. Zhu a knife. Su Qianyue, who was descending the stairs, slightly hooked up the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes. Little girlfriend, is this happy? In the next second, Su Qianyue was a bit flustered. Jiang Yu, what should I do now? Sure enough, her own eyes were blurred. How could the little girlfriend, who was a wimpy, brave, vegetable and strong little crybaby, still be happy to see so many people die, even though the ones who died were all bad guys? This time it was Jiang Yu who hooked up the corners of his mouth and spat out 4 words, chopping off the roots. Chapter 40, Su Qianyue, I'm not a pervert. Pitiful? Is it bad? Not kind? It didn't matter. Jiang Yu only wanted Su Qianyue to survive. Glancing at Su Qianyue's life value, strive to finish them off within 4 shots. Su Qianyue's pure white little face did not have any expression. Nodding with a soft the few nearby zombies that still had the power of action were attracted away, and she stood at the entrance of the first floor, slowing down her footsteps. One by one, the watermelon blades rushed down the stairs, just about to open their mouths. They were greeted by a blackened gun. Bang! So you have the gun. Bang! Bang! Su Qianyue's marksmanship was getting better and better. 3 shots. Not a single shot fell short. The smell of blood here was too strong. More and more zombies are gathering over. Smelling the smell, Su Qianyue went out and immediately took out one of the remaining bicycles, lifted her foot and straddled it, rushing out of the slowly gathering zombies. The two tacitly agreed that no one mentioned the matter of the 3 people who had just been shot. When passing by the van, Su Qianyue was a bit regretful. It was a pity that it couldn't be collected in the space. Su Qianyue had a little bit of excitement, but she didn't dare to show it. She was afraid that Jiang Yu would think she was a pervert, and could only grip the handlebars hard. If it happened before, she would have been so scared that she would have cried. But now it's different. Although she was also scared, but with Jiang Yu around, she had something to rely on. This kind of feeling was so good. Seeing Su Qianyue not too affected, Jiang Yu secretly sighed in relief, instructing her, ride forward, go back to the park side, take a break and set off again. There was no danger on the park side now. Su Qianyue's life value couldn't withstand the tossing and turning. At the very least, she had to rest until the afternoon before she could continue on her way. The line of sight fell on her fingers that were gripping the handlebars. Because of the exertion, the alabaster-like fingers were white because of the exertion. Jiang Yu still had a pain in his heart. The little girl must have been scared. A good while later, Su Qianyue suddenly opened her mouth. Jiang Yu, this bicycle is not as good as mine to ride. Then we'll go get our bikes later. Driving around in circles, this day had only traveled a third of the way. Buzz buzz. Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. He closed the in-game call button and pressed the answer button. Teacher. Jiang Yu, do you have time in the evening? Come over to Jin Yuyan and have dinner with me. There's also a senior brother of yours. Li Mingqi didn't say who it was. What Qingyun had said it was just in passing. The subtext being low-key. Jiang Yu was just a student. And even if he was amazingly talented, he couldn't let others know that Lin Chuan's second-in-command was there to see him. Jin Yuyan? In addition to the Aloe House at the entrance of Linchuan University, there was another more expensive and private place called the Golden Rain Swallow Restaurant. The Aloe House was only 100 per capita. The Golden Swallow, on the other hand, was said to be 800 per capita. This was considered expensive in Linchuan, and it was rumored that this restaurant had existed before the completion of Linchuan University. Jiang Yu thought briefly, Li Mingqi, this little old man, definitely wouldn't spend this wasted money, so it would be this senior. Okay, teacher, I'll be on time. Su Qianyue returned to the vicinity of the park, first rescued Little Powder and received it into the space, before dragging her tired body into the ice cream truck, casually ate something, wrapped in a blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Location, park. Inside the game. Yesterday was cloudy. Today is still cloudy. The temperature has dropped a bit along with it. Jiang Yu inhaled. He smelled the unique smell of dampness before a rainstorm. Turning his head to look out the window, the sun was shining brightly. This damp smell was emanating from the computer screen. Jiang Yu ate lunch, brushed his teeth and took a shower, changed into a relatively decent outfit, and by some miracle, wiped down his electric wheelchair. From time to time, he went back to the house to take a look, just for fear that Su Qianyue would wake up and learn something strange. Sure enough, one didn't look, and saw Su Qianyue nibbling on an apple while secretly picking up brochures on the ground. From time to time, she raised her head to look at the sky, seemingly observing whether Jiang Yu was talking or not. Confirming that Jiang Yu was not there, she hurriedly stuffed it into the space. Foolish girl, what's in the space? Jiang Yu can also see In this situation, Jiang Yu could only pretend not to see it, and when she finished picking it up, Jiang Yu coughed. Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue was a thief and hurriedly withdrew her hand, obediently holding the apple and continuing to eat. After you have rested, you can advance a little further north. There is a kindergarten there. Even if there are zombies, they are small zombies. You can spend the night there. Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue shook her head, a little embarrassed. I can't lay my hands on a small child. Well, then change the place. Have the animals mutated on your side? Jiang Yu didn't seem to have seen any animals appear in the game yet, except for flies and mosquitoes. Doesn't seem to have. Well, that's only temporary. Still be careful. There's a pet hospital and fire station next to the kindergarten. You wait and see which one looks good and spend the night there. Aha! Su Qianyue nodded her head. These days she had already summarized Jiang Yu's pattern. Everything she was going to do would be told to her in advance so that she could be prepared. You first deal with the wounds on your body. Don't leave your clothes if they're torn. Don't get infected. Jiang Yu saw that the wound on her palm was no longer oozing blood. Well, I'll take a shower later before I set off. She was sticky and had killed bad guys. She didn't want to wait until the Pearl Hotel to take a shower. Dodging into space, one by one, clothes were thrown out. After Jiang Yu put away the monitoring equipment, he was ready to call a drop to go out. As a result, he couldn't get a car at this hour. There were no specialized cars. Looking at the time, he thought for a moment and tapped his phone to poke into Yang Lin's chat page. Hey boss, what's the order? Yang Grove was so jovial no matter what time of day it was. Do you have a car? Yes, all of us errand boys have cars. I'm better than the others. They all have electric cars. I'm a Songhua River. I'm going to a place in the city. If it's convenient you give me a ride. I'll give you the price according to the market price. No problem boss. When I finish running this order, I'll pick you up at home in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Good. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu saw a red Songhua River van with several patches at the door. Yang Linlin helped him into the car and put the wheelchair away and put it in the car as well. He drove skillfully, weaving through the streets of Linchuan. Boss, don't look at me. This is a fifth-hand car, but it was only $3,000 when I bought it. It's extremely cost-effective. Jiang Yu smiled in response. Yang Lin's body exuded optimism and his words were extremely infectious. Jiang Yu was inexplicably in a good mood. Huo Qingyun put off several invitations at night. He left the house at the right time. The black Audi merged into the traffic and set off towards the Linchuan University side. Pei Yuqi changed several sets of clothes in the dormitory, and the lipstick on her mouth was wiped and wiped, changing several colors. Xinhuan sked twice when she came back carrying fried rice noodles from the cafeteria. You're going on another date with your rich second-generation boyfriend? Wow. No, it's something else. Pei Yuqi shined a light left and right to make sure she didn't miss a beat, and then carried her little pink bag da-da-da-da out the door. She had lost Jiang Yu's deposit last time, and had even told the bank manager that she would recover it. She thought about going directly to Jiang Yu's house to ask, but Louis Fei and the others don't care about her, so she can't go by herself, and involving her ex-boyfriend. This matter can't let Qin Yuchuan know. Thinking about it, she decided to ask the elder who had dinner with her last time to help her say something. As long as the other party intervenes, a small bank manager, take it. For the sake of this meal, she ruthlessly booked a place at the Golden Yuan restaurant, fighting to smooth this matter over and keep her internship spot. Chapter 41 Dinner with Mysterious Senior Brother. As night fell, the students of Linchuan University flocked to the streets. The lights were bright, not to mention how lively it was. The entrance of Golden Jade Swallow was also bustling with activity. Expensive, that's the advantage of Golden Jade Swallow. It is at this moment, in the middle of the BMW Mercedes Audi, sandwiched between a red van, the body with silver patches, kinda, cyberpunk, in full view of everyone. The van carefully stopped at the gate. The driver takes out a wheelchair from above before helping down a disabled young man. Jiang Yu transfers money. Yang Lin grinned. Boss, please. Jiang Yu had seen this kind of gaze a lot. He didn't care at all. Driving his wheelchair into the lobby, the staff smiled in a standard manner, asking him about the location he had booked, and sending Jiang Yu to the second floor inside the box. Li Mingqi had long been waiting there, and there was a clear-eyed waitress in the room making tea. Teacher, come, have some tea first. The waiter knowingly withdrew. Li Mingqi poured Jiang Yu half a cup of tea. The two were familiar with each other. There was no need to care about the details of these rules. When your senior brother asks you something later, don't be nervous, just tell the truth. Li Mingqi still couldn't help but urge Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Teacher, if you say that, I'm even more nervous. At the same time, there was a rough guess in his heart. The other party was able to make his teacher wait as well, and Li Mingqi even specially urged. So it was certain that this senior brother's origins were not simple. It was estimated to be some big boss. Then in a while, One should be more careful not to be lured. The doomsday game thing can't be lassoed out at all. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and the waiter brought in a refined middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man entered, he turned his head and first said to the young man following behind him, "All right, you can go eat." "Yes," the secretary answered softly, nodding slightly at Li Mingqi and Jiang Yu inside the room as he retreated. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. This demeanor, it didn't look like a big boss, but rather like a leader. "Teacher." Qianyue smiled and sat down, taking the initiative to take over the task of making tea. "This is the senior brother you mentioned? Good day, senior brother. My name is Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu still understands this bit of human feelings. It's fine for the other party to not say his name. He can't not say it himself. He takes the initiative to extend his hand, shaking hands with Qianyue. This senior brother and sister were officially recognized. The whole process of eating, Jiang Yu is in line with the principle of eating more and talking less. Per capita 800 restaurant, but he is the first time to eat. In the middle, while Li Mingqi and his senior brother were having a good conversation, he took out his cell phone and secretly glanced at the surveillance. Su Qianyue was cycling in the night. There was no danger. "Senior brother Jiang, this leg of yours." Qianyue's tone was full of regret. Before he came, he thought about how such a character could be used for himself, put into which bureau or unit, or into which company. As a result, the other party was not good at his job. This can't be handled well. His own olive branch stretched out. The other side also has no feet to stand on. No bureau or organization would accept a disabled newcomer. It's not a work-related injury. Otherwise, it would be easy to be reported and caught in the act. Jiang Yu smiled bashfully. "Car accident. Senior brother. But it's already in the past. Can you still get better in the future?" The doctor said there's not much hope. Qianyue is thoughtful. "Teacher said that the last Lian City geological data anomaly was brought up by you? Here it comes." Jiang Yu reminded himself in his heart that it seemed like this senior brother was still seeing him for the Lian City earthquake. Pure coincidence. I didn't expect it to actually happen either. It's all because of teacher cultivation. Although it was a scene, there were degrees of advancement and retreat. Li Mingqi secretly nodded his head. Qianyue's impression of Jiang Yu was also good, and didn't take advantage of this to claim credit. This matter really shouldn't be high profile. Qianyue thought for a moment. "I know a very good orthopedic surgeon. I'll give you my contact information and have him take a look at your leg. You're still so young. Don't give up every opportunity." Jiang Yu actually didn't want to look anymore. Look once, be disappointed once. But if he didn't honor his senior brother's love, he wouldn't be able to put his senior brother's mind at ease, and he wouldn't be able to get past the Lianshire earthquake. Jiang Yu raises a smile and lifts his teacup, his tone incomparably sincere. "Thank you, senior brother. I'll go and watch." Qianyue is even more satisfied with Jiang Yu. Professional ability over the top, quick reaction, in and out, a good seedling. Too bad it's a cripple. "I heard from your teacher that you're taking a break from school. Are you interested in becoming a counselor?" "Counselor?" Jiang Yu really didn't understand. "Is it a consultant related to geology? You need a consultant for this kind of thing?" Qianyue nods. "I have a friend who has opened a consulting company, and it just so happens that he needs your consultant in this area. Don't worry, you don't need to go to work. The salary isn't high, but the other treatments are good, and there are bonuses for separate projects." Li Mingqi's chopsticks were slightly stuttered, as if nothing had happened. He silently chucked a piece of pig's trotter into Jiang Yu's bowl. Jiang Yu's words of refusal were on his lips. He now had a compensation, as well as yard work to earn some daily expenses, and the most important thing was to take care of Su Qianyue. After seeing the pig's trotters, the words turned around. "If you don't have to go to work and are only at home, will you be suspected of taking advantage of others?" He had a sincere face, just like how a college student should react. Qianyue laughed. "He's a consulting company. Talent only needs to be used where it should be used. You don't need to have this concern. He's a regular company." "Then I'll thank senior brother." For about a minute on the dining table, none of the three spoke again. Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "It's almost time. Teacher, senior brother, I have to go back." "Okay, where do you live?" "I live in the Xinghu neighborhood." "Well, it's inconvenient for you. I'll let the driver send you back, then come back to pick me up just in time." Quarrel. No refusing senior brother. Jiang Yu. Qianyue writes the phone numbers of that orthopedic surgeon and the head of the consulting firm on a piece of paper and leaves it with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu folds the note and puts it in his pocket. This senior brother didn't choose to add his WeChat to push his contact information. What did it prove? Proof that he wasn't worthy yet. The other party definitely wasn't looking down on himself. Rather, it was inconvenient. It seems that this senior brother has a great deal to offer. Soon, Qianyue's secretary knocked on the door and pushed Jiang Yu downstairs. Only after the person left did Li Mingqi open his mouth and ask, "Your consulting firm needs someone with Shaozhang's specialty?" Why don't I believe it at all? Su Qianyue smiles helplessly. Teacher, it's not like I'm a bad person. Besides, didn't you also agree? When did I agree? Li Mingqi blew his beard. Your braised pig's trotters have been clipped over. And, Jiang Yu, he even read it. That's fate. That company is under the name of a trusted person. It's not associated with me. You can rest assured. Even if he can't do anything in his life, as long as the company is around, he can be paid for the rest of his life. Su Qianyue also chucked a piece of braised pig's trotters into Li Mingqi's bowl. Li Mingqi knew this, which was why he hoped Jiang Yu would agree. He had seen too many geniuses that were bent over by money, and he wanted Jiang Yu's future days to be a bit more secure. Braised pig's trotters, in ancient times, represented the golden list, the flower language of braised pig's feet, success and glory. Chapter 42. Peiyuchi who has eyes without a pearl. Mr. Jiang, wait here, I'll get the car. The secretary put Jiang Yu at the door. Jiang Yu touched the note in his pocket, took a photo, and uploaded it to QQ Space. There were a lot of photos of the specimens he collected, the data from his experiments, and his daily life, and his cell phone would be cleaned up regularly, and the extra pictures were saved in QQ Space. He previously used the net disk to save, and then was backstabbed by the net disk. When he first used it, he said it was permanently free, and then when he downloaded it, he didn't open the membership, and it was a pain in the ass. He simply used the QQ Space, lock up the space, give each album special name and then add a password. It's relatively safe. The small note someday lost what to do. Cell phone lost is also fine. That said, the teacher asked himself to apply for that counselor's job for what? But then again, this 800 per capita hotel tastes almost as good as the Aloe House. Jiang Yu was just fuming when a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Then I'm counting on you. Taking care of the younger generation is the right thing to do. But I've been drinking and can't drive. Why don't you pay? Hard work, you send me home. Jiang Yu turned around and saw that next to him was Peiyuchi and a bald middle-aged fat man. The man was fat and greasy, his eyes colorfully staring at Peiyuchi's chest. Seeing her hesitation, the man's tone is contemptuous. I'm going to have a bad break here. This isn't a good thing for you to do. Why don't I find Xiaochuan to talk about it? Peiyuchi was very resistant, but now it was difficult to ride the tiger. The other party even threatened to tell Qin Yuchuan. She regretted coming to this meal. Not to mention spending half a month's worth of her living expenses. She couldn't even get out of it now. In the midst of her dilemma, she sees Jiang Yu here. The sky had collapsed, and Peiyuchi was mortified. Facing the middle-aged man, she didn't dare to say anything, but facing Jiang Yu, her fire came up at once. Why are you like a dog's skin? Why are you still chasing here? It's all because of you that I'm in trouble. You still have the face to show up? Jiang Yu, how did I harm you? Sick. Right, the bag. Remember to return it to me before the National Day. Afraid that Jiang Yu would say something unfavorable, Peiyuchi could only promise. Mr. Jiang, this. Su Qianyue's secretary comes back and sees this scene, but it's not appropriate for him to intervene if Jiang Yu hasn't given the word. It's fine, let's go. The secretary pushed Jiang Yu down the special passageway, helped him sit in the back of an Audi A8, and put the wheelchair away in the trunk. He got into the driver's seat and left directly. The middle-aged bald man instantly withdrew his lustful eyes. Just now that was. Peiyuchi panicked, afraid of being misunderstood. It's just one of my previous suitors, who previously gave me a $200 bag, and now asked me to return it to him. You've seen his situation. It's impossible for us. Please don't ever tell Xiaochuan. Oh, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Alright, Ms. Pei, it's too late. You should go back to school earlier. This time, Peiyuchi wasn't allowed to send her either. Just kidding. That young driver just now, he had seen him at the relevant meeting, and if he remembered correctly was the secretary of Linchuan's second-in-command. The second-in-command secretary gave that disabled young man as a driver, and then this young man was also Peiyuchi's suitor. Even if he wanted to play with the schoolgirl, he wouldn't run into a gun. As for this Peiyuchi, there are eyes that don't recognize gold and jade. Qin Yuchuan is just an unimpressive rich second generation. With everyone gone, Peiyuchi stood alone in the doorway blowing the night breeze. Why did the other party suddenly let herself go? A huge sense of loss enveloped her, as if something important was passing away, making her unable to grasp it. Obviously it was all Jiang Yu's fault. If he had deposited the compensation in that bank, she wouldn't have come to dinner. The latter would not have happened. The lobby manager was silently eating melon on the side. He had noticed this wheelchair-bound young man when he first came here, riding in a broken van when he came, and riding in an Audi A8 when he left. The key is that when the car is parked, the front and rear license plates are also covered by a black cover, obviously which leader's private trip. In his mind, he had all mended several kinds of luxury family feud drama, no matter which one it was. This young man was not simple. The manager instructed the front desk, Remember that young man, and take more care of him if he comes back in the future. Okay, manager. The secretary personally sent Jiang Yu to the doorstep. After leaving, he rushes back to pick up Su Qianyue at the first opportunity. On the way, Su Qianyue closes his eyes and recuperates. How's it going? The secretary responds while driving. Living alone, didn't ask me any questions or inquire about you along the way. Su Qianyue opens his eyes, a little surprised. Do you think he's not interested, or doesn't dare? The secretary hesitates for 2 seconds. It should be. Didn't realize your identity. Then it's not interested. There's also a sense of proportion. Su Qianyue closes his eyes in satisfaction. Remember to greet the consulting company over there. Yes, don't worry. Asterisk. The first thing Jiang Yu did when he got home was to check on Su Qianyue first. The little girl was in the small red fire station, bending down to fish for something behind the fire cabinet. What is this for? Su Qianyue stood up violently, her little face a little flustered. Meow. A weak kitten's cry came out from behind the fire cabinet. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. His girlfriend was meeting a stumbling block, probably seeing that the humans weren't grabbing it anymore. The kitten meowed a few times before poking out a dark head. It's over. Jiang Yu takes one look and knows it's over. Palm-sized, all black, big eyes. This kind of cute thing, it was impossible for a girl to let it go. Su Qianyue reached out and yanked the little thing out. The little black cat meowed a few times, unexpectedly shrinking in Su Qianyue's hand, rubbing its head against the palm of her hand. Jiang Yu coughed and asked more. Do you want to keep it? Can I? Su Qianyue's eyes were full of hope, and she took out a towel from her space and wrapped the little black cat in it. All of her supplies were given by Jiang Yu. Of course she had to ask for Jiang Yu's permission to raise a cat. Keep it if you like it, but put your own safety first. If it runs away, you can't ignore the danger to find it to save it. Jiang Yu admonished her. Aha! Su Qianyue smiled like a flower, nodded her head vigorously, lifted the kitten, and looked at the kitten with eyes similar to a demented man looking at a beautiful woman. You, have a home. Be obedient in the future. Understand? Also, keep your voice down when you purr. I can't save you if someone finds out. Meow. This little thing can actually inflect when it barks. Heartfelt meow. Alright, you put those fire extinguishers away. Jiang Yu looked around. Su Qianyue not only put away a few fire extinguishers, but also the fire axe and rope. After experiencing the last terrace escape, she was obsessed with the rope and repeatedly took it out to check it. Jiang Yu didn't take it seriously, just didn't see Su Qianyue secretly writing her diary. I gained a lot today. Killing bad guys isn't very sad anymore. I picked up a kitten, black. The rope from the fire station is of good quality, and the pamphlet I picked up from the ice cream truck says that if you like someone, you can tie them up. The art of tying up. I hope I'll have the chance to explore art with Jiang Yu in the future. Su Qianyue then spends the night at the fire station. After Jiang Yu turned in his manuscript, he sat down in front of the computer and began to list his plans. He was a well-organized person, listing everything out one by one, like the contour lines on top of a map, which was a work of art in his eyes. Su Qianyue's side is not to be mentioned first, it's his own side. There are quite a few things to do. Buy a computer, change a cell phone, go to the side of the doctor introduced by the senior brother to take a look at the leg, just in case, find a computer classmate, write an alarm code for yourself. Su Qianyue sleeping when there is danger will automatically alarm the kind. As for the consulting company that senior brother said, say it again. These days he's used to code once and stay home with his girlfriend, and doesn't want to be an oxen and horses. Chapter 43, 3000 reward for a program. Going to the doctor, and going to buy a computer, can be on the same day. Wait until tomorrow for the appointment. On the contrary, the whole making a reminder applet thing could be messed with. He didn't want to use those recruiting sites. Expensive. Simply opened the Linchuan University forum, registered a new account, and made a post. Requirements for intelligent trajectory monitoring programs, honorarium 3000. Inside the computer department's girls' dormitory, Xinhuan sat up violently while holding her cell phone. Sisters, look. Someone posted on the forum to make a standalone program with an honorarium of $3,000. 3,000? Nowadays, many college students live on about 2,000 a month. Except for the tycoons, $3,000 is really quite a lot. The rest of the dormitory quickly gathered around. Xinhuan summarized the requirements. Run independently, just the poster alone, and send out an alert after detecting a movement track on the screen. So simple? Then I'll sign up. This is simply a golden father. I want it too. Pei Yuchi came out of the shower to see her roommates excitedly discussing this matter, and after thinking for a moment, she also poked open the post and privately messaged the post owner to sign up. Jiang Yu went to take a shower, and when he came back the private messages were full. He picked through it, and was surprised to see Pei Yuchi's private message, the selfie scissors avatar, and the nickname, Kolomi Yuki. Jiang Yu could not be mistaken. The private message did not even click open. Directly pulled the account black. Jiang Yu can't recognize anyone else. Anyway, it's not Pei Yuchi. He chose 3 private message replies that were clearly expressed, communicated his needs, and finally selected a person nicknamed Huan Little Panda to focus on docking. Boss, do you need me to sit in? No need. When is the deadline? The sooner the better. It may need a few optimizations. No problem, boss. I'll cheer up. Xinhuan's scream almost lifted the roof of the dormitory. Her face red with excitement. Picked me. Picked me. That boss picked me. Wow. Xinhuan, I'm so envious of you. When you get paid then you have to treat us to dinner. Must duh. Aloha house. Xinhuan was happy. Pei Yuchi skimmed her mouth. Is 3,000 a lot? It wasn't much either. When she interned herself, her salary would be 5,000 a month. It was already late at night when they finished their work. Confirming that Su Qianyue wasn't in any danger, she fell back to sleep. It's been a long day. Too tiring. It's a new day. 4 more days until the tsunami. Su Qianyue had already woken up and was drinking water and eating a small bread, and the little black cat by her feet was gnawing on a ham sausage. Changing out of yesterday's broken clothes, she wore a black camisole today, with a white sunscreen jacket over it, and the waistline wrapped in the black camisole undulated with the movements. Perfect for biking. There was also a pink bow on her head. The black kitten had a hair accessory with the exact same pink bow around her neck. A big one and a small one. The big one was sexy and the small one was cute. Su Qianyue. Good morning. Jiang Yu felt that looking at such Su Qianyue every day. Sooner or later one day he was going to bleed his nose dry and die. Yeah, you're here. Su Qianyue elegantly and quickly stuffed the last bite of bread into her mouth. Well, there are still 4 days until the big tsunami hits. Tomorrow at the latest. Make sure you get to the Pearl Hotel. We also need to allow time to access the highest floor of the hotel. Well, I know. Su Qianyue nodded vigorously. With a shake of her hand, she took out her pink bike and placed it in front of the fire station, twisting her head and shouting at the black cat. Luna, let's head out. Luna? Jiang Yu didn't understand. Why this name? Su Qianyue seemed to understand what he was thinking. Smiling sweetly, American Girl Warrior. Do you know? Luna is the pet name of the moon hare. So the anime black cat with the moon on its brain is called Luna. Today's task was heavy. Su Qianyue almost didn't stop and set off all the way towards the Pearl Hotel. The little black cat was squatting in the basket in front of the bike. Yesterday's still sticky fur. After a bath it was a lot softer. Big eyes girdling, still resting its paws on the handlebars. An hour later, Su Qianyue had completely left the university campus area and entered the lively Yuhua Road. This place is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Countless large and small cars are scrapped on the road, and in addition to wandering zombies, you can also see survivors passing through it in 2s and 3s. There are many zombies here, and there are also many living people, and there are also more weapons. Su Qianyue saw someone with a gun, going to the Pearl Hotel. This road is the fastest. The other roads go around farther or are narrow alleys. Once they are blocked, Su Qianyue is in danger. Jiang Yu discussed with her and chose an alley that could be entered and retreated. Even if there were people, it could accommodate up to 2 people attacking at the same time. Relatively safe. A gorgeous beauty riding a black cat through the streets quickly drew the attention of the survivors. When Su Qianyue rode out of the alley, she saw 2 men with round waists and large bladders, pistols in their hands, flashing out from behind the abandoned cab. The bald man in the lead smiled sardonically and raised the barrel of his gun. Little beauty, your car can pass, but people have to stay. This is a pair of fitness trainers, usually rely on selling classes to rich women to make money. The first day of the doomsday, they attacked the nearby police point, and in the confusion, they robbed each other of 2 guns. Relying on these 2 guns, they quickly robbed all the convenience stores and food stores in Yuhua Road. The supplies they hoarded were enough for them to eat for a year. Some survivors ran and couldn't run, so they joined them in order to survive, searching for supplies to turn in every day in exchange for protection from the other side. This street came with a beautiful woman. Wasn't it for them? The bald man licked his lips. This chick is pretty. More positive than the women on the entire street. Retreat to the alley and lure them in. Jiang Yu gave the order. The alley took out the 2 men to avoid being seen by the others, causing Su Qianyue to not be able to walk. Retreat. Jiang Yu's voice came out. The alley has a visual dead zone. Su Qianyue deliberately stumbled half a step as she retreated. The 2 bald men saw Su Qianyue retreating back like a small rabbit. The 2 of them had an evil smile on their faces and looked at each other as they followed and stepped into the shaded area. Within Jiang Yu's perspective, there were no other humans in the vicinity, hidden at the moment. Do it! The bald man lewdly inserted his own gun into his waist. Little beauty, don't be afraid. Su Qianyue did not want to hear a single word. It was too disgusting. The duo froze violently. Disappearing in place technique? What the hell? Where is the person? The back of the bald man's neck was instantly covered in cold sweat, and he felt for the gun on his waist, but it was already too late. In the next second, Su Qianyue reappeared. What she wanted was this moment when the other party froze. Both hands gripped the pink pistol. Poof. No need to purposely aim, accurately exploding one person's head. Brain matter still splattered in midair. Su Qianyue slightly deflected the gun and similarly sent a bullet to another person. 2 large pieces of blood splattered on the wall. Su Qianyue put away her gun, and with a cold little face, she said, "Jiang Yu, I like silenced guns." Phew. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. It's good that she didn't cry in fear. Just like it, put away their guns. Let's go. Su Qianyue bypassed the pool of blood that hadn't yet solidified, endured her nausea, and received the other party's 2 guns into the space. Sweeping the corner of her coat, with a pale face she pushed her bike out of the alley, cycling away. Jiang Yu watched for a while, fearing that the little girl was calling. Chapter 44, Pikachu's tail like cloud. What's the signal? Su Qianyue's growth really pleased Jiang Yu. Before, she couldn't even beat a zombie, but now she can already calmly take out 2 bad guys. His own girl? Great! Not long after Su Qianyue left, the bodies of the 2 bald men were discovered, but the people who bullied them died. The people were not happy at all. Instead they were more scared, because someone more powerful had appeared, and there was no telling how they were going to be squeezed. Will they use us as cannon fodder? Before, they only needed us to gather supplies. This new boss is too brutal. Oh, having been enslaved for a long time, it hadn't occurred to them that they wouldn't have a boss in the future. Su Qianyue had ridden to the next street long ago. As she passes by a clothing store, she asks Jiang Yu if she can go in and pick out some clothes. Jiang Yu agrees after making sure there are no zombies or signs of human activity nearby. There was plenty of time, and if his girlfriend liked something, of course he had to support it. Think of it as spending half an hour shopping with his girlfriend. Inside the clothing store, the glass is broken. The models fall to the ground. Clothes and shoes are no match for food and water in the apocalypse, and the place is unattended. Small skirts, small shirts, jeans thrown everywhere. Su Qianyue first chose her clothes according to the degree of convenience in Doomsday. She needed to replenish her shoes and pants, as well as loose tops, and the ones Jiang Yu chose for him were fine, but they all seemed to accentuate her figure too much. A few more sets of pajamas and slippers were stuffed into the space. On her way out, her eyes landed on a white dress, pure white, sleeveless, well cut, without any extra decoration. Su Qianyue shook her head. If it was before the Doomsday, she would definitely not hesitate to take it. But when it really came to the Doomsday, she realized that big-name brand clothes were not as good as a punching bag, and a beautiful dress was not as good as a pair of sweatpants. Jiang Yu noticed her eyes. Do you like it? Su Qianyue didn't want to lie, biting her lip and nodding. But it's useless in the Doomsday. It doesn't matter. Bring it if you like it. There's enough room in the space anyway. There's always a chance to wear it. Jiang Yu's heart aches for Su Qianyue. Hearing him say this, Su Qianyue's eyes snapped to life, lifting her small face with a look of surprise. You won't think this skirt is useless? Her eyes shone brightly. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows, his tone unconcerned. Useless? Isn't the fact that you like it the biggest use? The speaker was thoughtless, but in Su Qianyue's ears, they were the most touching words in the world. Walking forward, she took off the dress hanging on the model and received it in the space. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Intimacy +1. Put. Jiang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The intimacy had been added by 1, and now it came to 16. 4 more points and it would be 20. What's wrong? Su Qianyue seemed to have heard movement from his side. Nothing. That, if it goes well, we can reach the Pearl Hotel before dark. Remember, every 2 hours, take a break. Jiang Yu was afraid that she would consume too much of her life value and wouldn't be able to cope when she encountered danger. Good. Su Qianyue felt full of strength at the moment. Standing up and stomping 3 streets was no problem at all. Jiang Yu ate his meal and grabbed the time to communicate his needs with Huan's little panda. It was 2 hours in a flash. Su Qianyue was obedient, resting for a while every hour, and at this moment was squatting on the side of the road, feeding the little black cat Luna. Luna a ham sausage, she a ham sausage. While eating, she was also looking at the gas station in the distance, where there was a group fight. She was far away and could run in time, so she wasn't afraid of being affected. Whether it was the end of the world or not, transportation was an important means of production. Once the apocalypse broke out, the first to be targeted were gold stores, supermarkets, and gas stations. The oil depots of gas stations are the first to fall. If you can grab it, grab it. If you can't, destroy it. Jiang Yu swept along Su Qianyue's line of sight and suddenly realized that there seemed to be a small cloud in the shape of a lightning bolt above the gas station as well. It was lowly pressed above the gas station. Mo's was a bit abrupt. After experiencing Lian City, he was extra sensitive to special-shaped clouds that appeared within the game. It always felt like it wasn't a coincidence. Su Qianyue, look up, look at that cloud. Ha! Su Qianyue did not want to move away from her melon-eating eyes and looked up to see a curved hook-shaped cloud above the sky. Pikachu's tail, well, it's indeed cuter than the heart-shaped cloud. Su Qianyue wrinkled her nose, indicating that she hated heart-shaped clouds. Jiang Yu immediately tapped on the map of a city and quickly circled one of the other gas stations nearby. Su Qianyue, you right east. No, to the right, help me go see something. At the same time, he took a screenshot of the scene. Okay Luna, come up. Su Qianyue straddled the bike. The little black cat dried the last bite of ham sausage and jumped to the front basket to squat. Following Jiang Yu's command, she rode for half a block. Stop, right here. What why is it still a gas station? Su Qianyue stopped the car, picked up the kitten and walked over. There was no one dry humping on this side. Scouting around, she dodged into the gas station's convenience store. Supplies couldn't just rely on Jiang Yu to drop feed, and when she came across something useful on the road, she had to collect some as well. And outside the screen, Jiang Yu was clicking screenshots. Above the gas station here, there was also a small, faint cloud in the shape of thunder and lightning. In Su Qianyue's words, this is the cloud shaped like Pikachu's tail. Jiang Yu has a bold guess. Here, the heart-shaped cloud represents danger descending, and Pikachu's tail represents resources, energy. Stupid game. The instructions are dripping with clear stupidity. Su Qianyue stuffed her space to the brim. The mineral water inside the convenience store was all taken away by her. Jiang Yu, can the space only be this big? Looking at the shelves full of things that couldn't be collected into the space, Su Qianyue was heartbroken. There's a bigger one, but it'll have to wait. You throw out some of the ones you can't use in the space. Jiang Yu gave advice. It's just that he doesn't understand a girl's hoarding fetish. Su Qianyue sifted around, barely making a little bit of space, and stuffed several rechargeable treasures in. Even the bathroom where she showered had a lot of supplies piled up. Su Qianyue was satisfied and continued to rush. When night fell, she finally arrived near the Pearl Hotel. Jiang Yu, well, I saw it. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. This place was almost 3 to 4 kilometers away from the Pearl Hotel, but the front was no longer able to advance by half a point. Here, at some point, an iron mesh protective area had been constructed. Inside the protected area was the Pearl Hotel. Outside was a mountain of zombies. The Pearl Hotel was the best hotel in a city. Besides housing, there were restaurants and entertainment. After the end of the world, it was all in chaos, and the security team of the Pearl Hotel became a handful here. They built this protective fence and relied on the supplies stored in the hotel to easily survive until now. Densely packed with zombie mayflies nymphs, Su Qianyue took one look and almost vomited. What to do? Don't panic. That Liang Yu that you said was looking for trouble with you last time, was he at the Pearl Hotel before? Well, that's what they said. Liang Yu's second visit to you was just a few days ago. The guardrail should have been built by that time. He was able to come out. He must have a method. Jiang Yu's mind spun fast. Come what may. Say what you have to go in. Chapter 45, Alluring. Dumpling. You have to retreat. Find a safe place. Don't get spotted by the zombies. Let me think. Fortunately, he had set aside enough time. Within 3 days, Su Qianyue would be able to reach the topmost floor of the hotel. But what to do? Jiang Yu told Su Qianyue to keep backing up. There's a big truck over there, see it? Go over and see if there's anyone. If there's no one, you'll spend the night there tonight. The big truck was about a kilometer away from the zombie group. If the zombies attacked, she would still be safe hiding inside. The back of the big truck was empty and divided into 2 levels. It was used to transport small cars. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the small cars were robbed long ago. Su Qianyue quietly touched over, hiding in the shadows and quietly observing for more than half an hour. Jiang Yu, I don't think there's anyone. Well, then get on. From the passenger side, the big truck doesn't look tall from afar. Only when it really arrives in front of her does she realize that Su Qianyue's height of more than 1.7 meters is also just hooked to the door handle. After forcefully yanking the door open, she didn't go up the first time, but quickly retreated 2 steps back in case there were people hiding inside. After confirming that there is no danger, he threw Luna into the car, stepped on the car with his long legs, closed the door, and locked the door. Inside the car was a choking smell of sweat, and in the back was a single row of seats where you could sleep. You lower the window a little. Su Qianyue looked at the set of car keys hanging above and hesitated. Should I fire start it? No, that would move too much. You see that roll of tape? Aha. Su Qianyue took the roll of tape from the back seat. Then what? Stick the tape on the glass and pull down hard. It wouldn't work if a new energy vehicle operated like this, but this old truck could be tried like this. Su Qianyue stuck several tapes on the glass. Her small face was suffocating red before she yanked the window down a few centimeters. It's okay, just enough to breathe. Su Qianyue panted, her chest heaving. Jiang Yu didn't dare to look at it again, coughed, and switched to the coding software. Cool coder. After submitting the manuscript cut back to the game screen. Su Qianyue was bathing in space, the sound of clattering water coming out. Because of the lack of intimacy, the location where Su Qianyue was blurred, and he couldn't see anything. The more he couldn't see, the more it made people think, especially since there were a lot of things piled up outside the bathroom door. With Su Qianyue's changed little tiger on top, the little black cat Luna squatted aside, licking her paws and meowing. Hiss. Jiang Yu simply pushed his wheelchair to the balcony. He needed to breathe some oxygen. Su Qianyue could stay in the space for 3 minutes. She counted the time. Undressing and washing her hair for 150 seconds. Rinse hair and wash face for 150 seconds. Take a shower for 150 seconds. Dry and change clothes for 150 seconds. It was stuck well every time. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, but she was especially content. I don't know how many people can't drink water nowadays. She's already grateful that she can still take a shower. Jiang Yu. Su Qianyue bit her lip, sitting on the back row of the bunk with fresh sheets to wipe her hair. Jiang Yu is on the balcony. The air is stuffy with the unique heat before a rainstorm. Opening his cell phone to take a look. The last few days have surprisingly had torrential rain. A faint, inexplicable sense of crisis haunts him. In looking at the book, remembered the phrase, 10% of this disaster conceptual. This kind of substratum he didn't dare associate together. But there was already the matter of the heart-shaped clouds in front of him. He didn't dare to gamble. If reality would really be affected and something happened to him, what about Su Qianyue? Thinking about it, he decided to contact his teacher first tomorrow. Ha! Jiang Yu, look! Jiang Yu heard Su Qianyue's soft cry and pushed his wheelchair back. What's wrong? Look over there. A kilometer away was the guardrail of the Pearl Hotel. At the moment there was a spot on the parapet that was crackling with sparks. The guardrail is electrified. Jiang Yu flinched, squinted his eyes, and saw a van drive along the sparking spot. The van drove all the way to the entrance of the hotel, and a few people came down from it to drill into the hotel. The distance was too far, so they could only see a generalization. Jiang Yu combed through his thoughts. There is a contact between the hotel and the outside, and when the car comes back at this point in the evening, it causes a zombie commotion. When the zombies encountered the power grid, they crackled like fireworks. It seems like Jiang Yu was probably in and out of the hotel earlier. Very well, tomorrow we'll see if that car still comes out. If it does, we'll find a way to follow it in. Then what if it doesn't come out? Su Qianyue tilted her small face and asked him. Having just taken a shower, her eyes were misted with water, and her watery lips were slightly open. At this angle, it was like she was sitting on the bed, pressed up against Jiang Yu, raising her head to ask for a kiss. If it doesn't come out, I'll think of another way. Don't worry, we can definitely get in. Aha! Su Qianyue was finally going to sleep. Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Who can top this? Jiang Yu couldn't top it and silently recited several geological points before returning to normal. Obviously he hadn't gone out for a day, but he felt so busy today, he had forgotten how many meals he had eaten. Touching his stomach, he simply cooked a frozen dumpling. After the dumplings were cooked and brought to the computer, he saw Su Qianyue also eating. Self-heating small hot pot. After taking a shower, there is not much space in the car. It is still summer. She ate hot and sweaty, and simply wore only a small white camisole and jean shorts. Her skin was white and snowy, showing her innocence. Jiang Yu looked at Su Qianyue, and then looked at the round dumplings on his plate. He scratched his head helplessly, plugging up the dumplings. A mouthful is stuffed into his mouth, and the full dumplings are juicy and sweet. Aha! Tasty. He was going to see what brand and stock up later. Asterisk. Early the next morning, it's cloudy and rainy. Jiang Yu received a code script from Huan Little Panda. Boss, please check the framework. I can refine it if the framework is okay. The point is, Jiang Yu can't read it either. But this thing had to be run on the computer again to know where it needed to be improved. He looked at the time and replied to the other party. You follow this first. Let's make an appointment when it's done, and you can run this program live. No problem. Then I'll wait for your notice. Xinhuan hugged her cell phone and giggled. What are you happy about in the morning? He, the boss told me to go ahead and do it. He, 3,000 yen. Sister is coming. Xinhuan looked at the chat window and fantasized about what the boss on the other side looked like. It must be a modest and handsome guy. Then what if it's a fat old man with a big belly? Pei Yuchi couldn't help but speak up. A $3,000 trash item made Xinhuan happy like this. How unproductive. I don't think so. I see that his avatar style is quite young. Xinhuan raised her cell phone and shook it. Pei Yuchi froze. The avatar was a row of glass jars filled with colorful ores. Wasn't this Jiang Yu? Those broken jars of ore were exhibits at the Geology Museum. That person who funded 3,000 just to get a small standalone software is Jiang Yu? What's wrong with him? That's all his compensation. Pei Yuchi opened her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. So many people signed up. Why did he have to choose Xinhuan, knowing that Xinhuan is his roommate? Also, he must know his forum account, so why didn't he pick him? Pei Yuchi knew that Jiang Yu was still angry with himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cold that day at the Golden Jade Swallow restaurant. She even thought about whether Jiang Yu would be angry if he saw himself with another man. Her heart is in turmoil. Righteous fathers, Happy New Year. A new year of good health for everyone. Wealth is rolling in. Please add me, nicknamed Tyranny, to your bookshelf. Chapter 46, Jiang Yu. I like being the boss, thanks to Righteous Father, September's promise reward. Looking at the LV bag in her hand, she was having a hard time. The bag needs to be returned to Jiang Yu as soon as possible, so she'll just carry it for one more day. And today at noon, she's going to a get-together with Qin Yuchuan's roommates. They'll all be bringing girlfriends. She had a big brand name bag to hold down the fort. She likes that kind of gaudy feeling. She's just good-looking and rich, or else, it's better to wait until after the National Day to return it. Anyway, it's hard for her to meet Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu can't just come to her door and ask for it, right? Rumble. Jiang Yu is concentrating on returning the message when he's interrupted by a burst of thunder. The sky darkens at a speed visible to the naked eye. At 8 or 9 in the morning, it was surprisingly as dark as the middle of the night. Lightning streaked across, instantly illuminating the house as if it was daytime. It was only a few seconds later that the deafening roar came, and the windows were rattled. Jiang Yu's brows were furrowed. This kind of weather hadn't been seen in how many years. Opening his cell phone to check the news. Officially, the torrential downpour was influenced by the cold fall air, so everyone should pay attention to travel safety. Jiang Yu had stocked up on a lot of supplies, so he didn't have to worry about food and drink. In the screen, Su Qianyue is sleeping comfortably in the back seat. The air is sultry, and her small face is red. The suspenders can't wrap the beautiful body. The thin little blanket was kicked aside by her long ago. It was cloudy in the game, with no sign of rain. Suddenly, a crackling commotion came from the far side of the protective fence, and even in the daytime you could see the regal arcs of electricity. A zombie riot. He quickly poked Su Qianyue's arm with the mouse. There is a situation. Su Qianyue rubbed her eyes and sat up. The sense of crisis engraved in her bones drove her, and before the person was awake, she looked over in the direction Jiang Yu said. The power grid automatically pulls open a door, and the van from last night quickly rushes out, knocking the zombies on all fours. The power grid door closes. A few zombies hissed and broke in, and were quickly hacked to death by the people rushing out of the hotel and thrown outside the power grid. The van drove towards Construction Street and lost its trail in a few moments. Jiang Yu stroked his chin to draw out useful information. The fighting strength of the zombies is about the same as the side of the pedestrian street, and there's currently no sign that they're going to evolve. The combat strength of the zombies in the game was different from those in the movies he had seen. It wasn't that strong. It was probably giving the humans some time to adapt, waiting to evolve. The van rushed out, waste-like, and couldn't be stopped. A complete functioning system has been formed inside the hotel. The super tsunami will last for half a month, or 2 weeks. At that time you will watch the system turn into a meat grinder, strangling the survivors until the last survivor is left. Are you afraid? Jiang Yu's line of sight passed through the screen and landed on Su Qianyue's thick and light face. Su Qianyue's eyes were firm. Afraid? Don't worry, I'll cry when I'm afraid. Jiang Yu, then what should we do now? Going to chase that car? Su Qianyue took out the loose t-shirt printed with a Yugui dog from her space and put it on. While her mouth said she was afraid, her body was honest, leaping forward and wanting to go after the car. Jiang Yu shook his head. No need. Your tool man is here. Ha! Su Qianyue changed direction and saw outside the car window. Sneaky 3 people. Who were they if not the Xiao trio? Why are they here? Su Qianyue frowned. She didn't like these few people. That must be the dormitory side that can't stay. Jiang Yu deduced correctly. After their new captain, Ma Yunlong, was killed by Su Qianyue with a single shot, a new team came to the dormitory building. They were kicked out. The 3 of them had nowhere to go. The better places had all been taken up by others in advance, and ghostly, they felt their way to the vicinity of the Pearl Hotel. The zombies outside scared them back, ready to get a car with lots of gas and leave. I didn't expect to drill below Su Qianyue's eyes. Bang! Su Qianyue opened the car door and the movement startled the 3. The 3 of them looked up in unison and saw a cold big beautiful woman sitting in the passenger seat, looking down at them. A pair of soul-locking long legs were longer than their lives. Please call me boss. Su Qianyue? Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief that she had met this killing god here. The image of Ma Yunlong being shot was still fresh in their minds, and now none of the three wanted to see Su Qianyue. The beautiful woman was good looking, but it was killing her. Xiao Xiao was even more scared. She had even hit Su Qianyue before. The three just wanted to pull their legs out and leave when Su Qianyue shouted, "Stop!" Su Qianyue's hand on her side clenched tightly. Her palms were sweaty. She would rather kill someone right now, but she was also afraid of being around others. "Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. I'm staring." Fortunately, there was Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's voice was the best emotional stabilizer. Su Qianyue indifferently opened her mouth to inquire, "Can you guys drive?" The two men look at me and I look at you, shaking their heads in unison. Xiao Xiao weakly raised her hand. "I can drive, but I don't have a license." They didn't dare to resist Su Qianyue now. Su Qianyue had a gun. Su Qianyue coldly didn't say anything. Jiang Yu knew that she was hesitating and spoke directly. "Don't kill those two people. You need blockers and cannon fodder when you enter the base." "Good," Su Qianyue answered. "Xiao Xiao, 3 people good for what?" Su Qianyue jumped out of the car and drove the 3 people to look for a car in the parking lot. "Silver gray van, go find it." The 3 people had a bitter face. "Want to run but don't dare to run. They are tired and hungry. Where can they run to?" They could only resign themselves to looking for a car. Unfortunately, there were quite a few cars here, just no van. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. Find a random car and drive back to the terrace side. The watermelon knife in their car is a van. If there are other vans on the road, use the one on the road. Anyway, you saw the one that came out of the hotel. Just find one that's similar to that one. Su Qianyue nodded wordlessly. Su Qianyue commanded one of the boys. "You, Xiao A, go find a bucket and pick up 2 buckets of gasoline." "Su, Boss Su, I'm not called Little A." Su Qianyue didn't care about him. "From today onwards, you'll be called Little A." Good. Little A is Little A. Little A knew that if he didn't obey, it was expected that Su Qianyue would reward herself with a gun and then find someone else to be Little A. Su Qianyue lifted her little chin, secretly telling Jiang Yu, "I like being the boss, but you're my boss." She was quite proud. "Jiang Yu, I want to learn to drive too." Jiang Yu cried and laughed. "When you're good at bicycling, you can learn to drive." Previously, Su Qianyue had touched a car and none of the skill recharge reminders popped up. Jiang Yu speculated that the driving skill should be categorized into transportation. It would have to be upgraded. "Fine," Su Qianyue huffed. Xiaowei picked up 2 empty mineral water buckets from the side of the road. With a vegetable face, "Boss Su, where to get gasoline for this?" Su Qianyue looked at him like a fool. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, he found a hose near the truck's water tank, and found another car with gasoline. Plugging the hose into the gas tank, the other end was handed to Xiaowei. "Suck." Xiaowei grimaced and could only suck 2 mouthfuls through his mouth. The hose was opaque and he accidentally sucked in a mouthful of gasoline. Yuck. As he did, he barely managed to put together 2 barrels of gasoline. Together with Su Qianyue, there were now a total of 4 people. They found a new energy trolley of chopped pepper fish head that still had half a tank of electricity. Xiao Xiao drove the car and Su Qianyue pointed out the way. "She's a roadie, but the school teacher has a good memory." Jiang Yu ate breakfast. The rain just stopped, and after instructing Su Qianyue to say a few words, he opened WeChat and asked Yang Lin if he had time. Send him to the mall. Compared to hitting the drop, he prefers Yang Lin's 5-handed van. It is more suitable for him to travel with a wheelchair. Chapter 47, Jiang Yu, I'm a gentleman. Defense is the villain. Boss, 5 minutes to go. No matter what time it is, Yang Lin is always smiling. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yu sends a message to Li Mingqi for the most recent meteorological data for the coastal region. This data wasn't in the geology specialty, but Li Mingqi had numerous students who happened to be in the meteorological department. It's not a core secret, so Li Mingqi says he'll send it to his mailbox before noon. Jiang Yu got into the 5-handed van. Going to Wanxiang City. I'm going to delay you for a while today. I'll be back after I buy something. About half an hour. Boss, you're too polite. I don't have a list right now. Feel free to delay. Yang Lin kicked the gas down. The water on the road was splashed. After the rainstorm, the thick dark clouds changed to continuous overcast, and the sun didn't know where to hide. Wanxiang City is the best shopping mall in Linchuan, and there weren't many people there just after the rain. Jiang Yu pushed his wheelchair straight to the specialty store. Yang Lin was very measured and waited in the car. Several brands of laptops were compared, and based on the battery and keyboard feel, as well as the subsidized price, he chose a favorite. Also chose a new cell phone, by the way. The staff was happy. A big order early in the morning, and the guests were still in pain. Jiang Yu is about to leave when he sees 2 people coming arm in arm. Coincidentally, it's Pei Yuqi and her new boyfriend, and Pei Yuqi is still holding that kind of expensive ice cream. Jiang Yu raises an eyebrow and pushes his wheelchair forward, driving straight in front of Peiyuchi, not saying anything, just staring at the LV bag in Peiyuchi's hand. Peiyuchi's complexion tightened. She could see that Jiang Yu was going to mention the bag again and couldn't help but show her face in prayer. Hurrying to speak, that, Xiao Chuan, you stroll first. I met my classmate and had a few words with him. Qin Yuchuan saw that Jiang Yu was a wheelchair user and didn't worry about it. He directly rushed towards the newest model cell phone. Peiyuchi lowered her voice. What the hell are you doing? The bag, give it back to me. Not now. Peiyuchi decisively refused. Ha, are you sure? Jiang Yu's patience was reserved for his own people. Peiyuchi was a stranger when she betrayed him without a word. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu had an accident or not, Peiyuchi frankly and openly broke up and went to be with someone else again. Jiang Yu expressed his understanding and respect and blessing. Wrong is wrong. Peiyuchi again went in stand. This kind of person is essentially shameless. Jiang Yu feels that if he doesn't take advantage of getting the bag back today, it's estimated that Peiyuchi is dragging her feet in the back and will probably still return a fake to himself. Jiang Yu, Peiyuchi gritted her teeth in hatred. Why are you so petty? 36,800. Am I being petty or are you being greedy? Jiang Yu freed the paper bag containing the cell phone and handed it to Peiyuchi. Peiyuchi glanced back at Qin Yuchuan. Qin Yuchuan was looking at his new cell phone with his eyebrows raised. Not looking this way. Hurry up. Your new boyfriend is coming over in a while. Jiang Yu urged. Peiyuchi viciously pulls over the paper bag, vacates the contents of the bag into the paper bag, and throws the bag hard into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu doesn't stop for a second, takes the things and leaves, afraid to stick to Peiyuchi for a minute. Peiyuchi almost cries out in anger. Who cares about your broken bag? Maybe it's still a fake. Fake? What fake goods? Qin Yuchuan's voice suddenly sounded from the side. It startled Peiyuchi. She stuttered for a moment. No, nothing. My classmate he's in a tough situation. I'll give him the bag so he can sell it secondhand for some living expenses. With her brain down, she could only come up with such a lame excuse. Qin Yuchuan was also confused. No, although an LV bag isn't much money, Peiyuchi just casually gives it to someone else. Isn't it a brain bubble? Forget it, I'll buy another one in a few days. Peiyuchi's heart was dripping blood. In order to keep Qin Yuchuan from being suspicious, she could only say this. After Jiang Yu went out, he immediately turned to the second-hand luxury recycling store on the first floor with the bag. There were payment records, invoice photos, and the bag was real and undamaged. Turned around and sold it for $18,000. The bag was sold for $18,000. 50% off is 50% off. He does not use this thing. Why keep it? Change into money is better than smashing hands. Thanks to his habit of taking pictures and saving space, or else he would have to go home and look for the invoice. And the invoice would have gone somewhere. By the way, the video of the conversation with Peiyuchi just now passed the space album. The video is the mall floor. He sat on the wheelchair, and Peiyuchi's lower body. He only recorded the conversation part. That kind of situation is not convenient to record people in the open. He is a gentleman. The defense is a villain. Saving Peiyuchi from turning around and babbling something else. Boss, I'll get it for you. Yang Lin has been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time. As soon as Jiang Yu came out, he thoughtfully went up to take the things and put them in the car. He helped Jiang Yu to get into the car. On the way back, Jiang Yu takes out his cell phone to see what Su Qianyue is doing. She has already led Xiao Xiao and the three of them to the van in her chopped fish head. The zombies on the pedestrian street had long since retreated. That Xiao A was refueling the van. Su Qianyue stared with a cold little face. It was kinda like a big brother. Jiang Yu slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. This expression of the boss. It looks like he's chatting with his girlfriend. Yang Grove in front of him looked at him through the rearview mirror. Jiang Yu put away his cell phone. Girlfriend? You think a guy like me has a girlfriend? Boss, what are you talking about? You're handsome, you don't lack money, and you have a good temper. I don't know how many girls' ideal type you are, but I'm a cripple. Jiang Yu also didn't expect that he would be able to easily say the word cripple one day. TSK, boss, this is you being narrow-minded yourself. People have to have strengths and weaknesses, right? Your strengths outweigh this weakness. Jiang Yu was amused by his logic. Then you must have a lot of advantages. You started a family at such a young age. That's true. Yang Lin's optimism infects Jiang Yu. Right, the climate has been bad lately. If you can, stock up on some daily supplies, food and supplies, especially since your family has children. Jiang Yu was also taking a risk by saying this. It wasn't clear if there would be a climate disaster in the back, but he liked this poplar forest. Even if it said splits, predicted wrongly, and made people laugh. He also recognized, unexpectedly, Yang Lin did not even ask why, and directly returned, okay, boss, I remember. I'll buy it when I go back in a while. Regardless of whether he really bought it or not, At least this moment of trust made Jiang Yu very flattered. I also don't know if good old Louis Fei has obeyed and stocked up on supplies, like must be added to the bookshelf. Righteous fathers, good data is the biggest support for little Karami. Neil. Chapter 48, Youthful Sadistic Love, 18 No Prohibition. Yang Linlin thoughtfully sent Jiang Yu to his doorstep and received the service fee that Jiang Yu transferred. Drove straight to the cheapest comprehensive wholesale market in Linchuan. Meat, eggs, milk, toilet paper, salt, and a few other necessities. And drinking water and candles. The boss who sold him things teased him. What, is this to avoid the end of days? Yang Lin heatedly smiled. On the way home, he carried another box of powdered milk. Returning home with a cart full of supplies, his daughter-in-law Xiaotao came down to pick him up. Hubby, what's going on? Yang Lin looked around and lowered his voice. Nothing, a customer of mine. Remind me to stock up on something. What customer? Ah, people say you believe? Hey, you really don't believe it. First of all, they are college students. And secondly, I went to send him to the Golden Jade Swallow dinner that day. The Golden Jade Swallow. You know it, the thief expensive that. Then what? I had thought that there is no single. Just wait there to pick him back. As a result, people are sitting in the Audi A8 away. Driving the driver looks to be for the official driving. This customer of mine must be a bit of gossip or something. Young Forrest swore. Okay, anyway, things don't expire. Eat slowly. Xiaotao is as optimistic as he is, helping to move things together. I'll make you tomato and egg noodles to eat later. Daughter-in-law is so nice. Yo, you bought so many things, but it's not over? When the two of them were carrying things to the elevator, they met an annoying old lady from the neighborhood. The old lady was an aborigine of Linchuan City and particularly disliked the young country couple. Seizing the opportunity, she mocked a few words. Young people nowadays just don't know how to live and drink milk powder. TSK, our generation was fed with rice paste. This milk powder has a lot of additives. Be careful of feeding into dementia. Yang Lin and his wife were so dumb that they simply shut up and let the old lady mock them. Move things down the elevator. Young Forrest turned back and puked. I think you just eat too much Sanlu milk powder. So demented. Old lady. Jiang Yu returns home, and it's starting to drizzle sparsely outside again. Inside the game, Su Qianyue has Xiao Xiao drive the van to the gas station convenience store from yesterday. What she didn't take away yesterday, she was finally able to take away today. The moment she saw that there was food, Xiao Xiao's 3 hungry wolves growled and directly pounced on them, picking up the expired bread on the ground to eat. Shut up! Su Qianyue's cold little face and icy eyes. The little black cat Luna elegantly squatted at her feet. The three people's hungry heads and eyes, swallowing furiously, but also did not dare to disobey Su Qianyue's order. Su Qianyue was satisfied. Jiang Yu would teach her to step-by-step compress the consciousness of the three people, and at all times let the training three people to maintain obedience. That way she would be safe. Moreover, it was also necessary to slap and give a sweet date. Su Qianyue walked over and peeled open the trash pile on the floor, which hid a box of ham sausage, briny eggs, cookies and water, as well as a bucket of meringues. This convenience store has been ransacked for I don't know how many rounds. She has limited space. Yesterday only took away her favorite food. The ones she didn't like were packed out and hidden as well. She liked to hide supplies in the trash. This didn't come in handy. Take these to the car first and eat them when you get in. Thank you, boss. The three of them then realized Su Qianyue's good intentions, so there was something better to eat. Oh, boss is so nice. Little A was the first to completely surrender. He suddenly felt that following Su Qianyue was not bad. She has a good-looking face, a gun, and a brain, and she can still eat well. He attentively volunteered to go forward to carry things. Su Qianyue also commanded Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bi to bring those expired things as well. Boss Su, what's the point of taking these? Xiao Xiao tried to forget about those things in the past and forced herself to follow and call out Boss Su. Only after calling out did she realize that it wasn't that hard. Su Qianyue was like an iceberg beauty. Eat? I'll give it to you guys to eat later. 3 people. Jiang Yu was also amused by her cute appearance. In a while, you guys drive back and wait in that parking lot. That van yesterday didn't go back until after 9 o'clock. You guys go in at almost 7 or 8. Too early the other party will be wary. Too late there's no chance. When Su Qianyue heard Jiang Yu's voice, her complexion instantly took on a luster, the iceberg melting in general. Xiao Xiao's 3 people saw it as if they had seen a ghost and did not dare to move. After a few seconds, Su Qianyue returned to her cool demeanor. Don't look at me. Oh, saying a few words to his girlfriend, Jiang Yu eats while organizing the meteorological data sent by Li Mingqi. He wasn't a meteorology major and processed it very slowly. When he encountered knowledge points he didn't know, he still needed to consult the information or ask the AI. It wasn't until nightfall that he barely managed to sort out a clue. The conclusion was, there was nothing special about the meteorological data. except for the fact that there was a lot of rain. Jiang Yu pinched his brow. Soon, the big tsunami within the game was coming. So would there be a big tsunami in reality or not? Disaster conceptual 10%. What exactly did that mean? Simply call Li Mingqi for a chat. Teacher, you say, will there be a big tsunami? Li Mingqi was slowed down for several seconds by his headless question. Did you find out anything? No. Li Mingqi, forget it. Teacher, I don't have any thoughts anyway. Let's talk about it. Right. You remember to stock up on food and drinks. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu also thought about it. Unlike that time with the heart-shaped clouds, this big tsunami is not a matter of 8. Talking nonsense will kill you. Besides, even if there is a big tsunami, there are so many official organizations, they can't all have no warning. I'll just take care of myself. Thinking like this, my mood instantly lightened. Sure enough, being bad can cure everything. Concentrating on showing Su Qianyue the way. Stop. Su Qianyue suddenly slapped Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao reflexively braked. Turn the corner. Let's go to that library. Su Qianyue pointed to a store on the side of the road that was a hybridization of a coffeehouse and a library. Xiao Xiao didn't know what Boss Su was up to, and didn't dare to ask a word more. Driving the car over, Su Qianyue pushed open the car door, striding her long legs, holding Luna as she got out of the car. Xiao A, Xiao B, if there are zombies and people coming over, shout, you go in with me. Su Qianyue wasn't used to giving orders, one after another. Xiao Xiao bitterly followed behind Su Qianyue's butt, stepping into the pavement full of glass ballast. She could see that Su Qianyue didn't care about the two people outside. She wanted a driver who could drive. Whoops. Su Qianyue went straight to the rows of books on the shelves. After the end of the world, this kind of thing wasn't much use. It was placed here neatly, the same as before the end of the world. Su Qianyue looked for a few books on mechanical maintenance, animal breeding, and medical knowledge. Jiang Yu looked up and left it alone. There was nothing dangerous. He went to dismantle his new cell phone and computer. He also really admired himself. As a man, he could actually endure buying a new cell phone and computer and not dismantle it. Su Qianyue intentionally stood there in a daze. After a minute or two without hearing Jiang Yu's voice, the corner of her mouth raised slightly. It was certain that Jiang Yu was not in at the moment. If he was, he would definitely ask her. Not asking means not being there. She's so smart. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, she secretly took 2 books of youthful romance literature and stuffed them into her space. She didn't notice the cover at all. One book reads, Youthful Sadistic Love, Crying Red Tales. A book that reads, 18 No Prohibition. Campus Comics. Chapter 49. Entering the hotel is walking down the red carpet, gently patting her hot face. She slapped her little face. Withdraw. On the way out, he also slipped a few pretty books and pens into the space. Wait. Su Qianyue stopped her feet and discovered a new continent. Quickly walking back, picking up a telescope from the bookshelf floor, holding it up in front of her eyes and looking at it. The lens was clearly the eyebrows of little A, who was standing outside with a flustered face. Surprisingly, it was still a real one. Su Qianyue liked it. With the telescope, one could see farther. Seeing her holding something out, Xiao A immediately went forward and took the initiative to take it. Boss is worthy of being a schoolmaster. Still thinking about studying at this time, Su Qianyue got on the car and threw the toolbook to the duo. You guys learn. The complete book of automobile repair. A book to teach you to become a surgeon. The Encyclopedia of Animals. The complete book of home cooking techniques. One book is thicker than the other. Where do Xiao A and Xiao B know this? They are freshmen this year. Once the college entrance exam is over, their brains are thrown away. This can't be learned. Little A and little B protested in unison. If you can't learn it, go to hell. Su Qianyue didn't know what to say back. When picking out the books, in order to hide her eyes, she picked thick books. Anyway, Jiang Yu wasn't around. She could say whatever she wanted. Xiao Xiao stepped on the gas and started the van, sighing in resignation. Then I'll learn auto repair. She was already a driver. Her skills were more than enough. If one day Su Qianyue died and left Su Qianyue, it should be easier to find a team if she could drive and repair cars herself, right? Okay. In the end, Xiao A decided to become a veterinarian, plus learn to cook. Xiao B decided to try as a doctor. Who would have thought that it's all doom and gloom and you still have to learn? Just came back and saw this scene. Really? He felt that Su Qianyue was doing better and better. Before, she was very mindful of people calling her a waste, but now she's learning to be the boss and arranging things in a decent manner. Great job. The corner of Su Qianyue's mouth hooked imperceptibly. Happily, she jerked off 2 handfuls of Luna. By the time the hotel was nearby, it was just 7 in the afternoon. Outside, there were densely packed zombies, 3 or 5 of them twisted into a ball. Rotting body, broken limbs, facial features are full of holes, gathered together to see people's scalp numb. Xiao Xiao's dense phobia was offended, and she couldn't wait to cover her eyes. Su Qianyue does not care about her. Let Xiao Jia get off the car, dirty, and bend the license plate. Cover the front and rear license plate number, Su Qianyue coldly ordered. Rush over. In front is the net. Xiao Xiao thinks Su Qianyue must be crazy. She's not going to drive over there. Jiang Yu followed Su Qianyue's line of sight. There were lights flickering in the distance. Suspecting that the van was back, use the gun. Don't hesitate. Xiao Xiao still wanted to retreat. The response was the icy cold muzzle of the gun. Su Qianyue took out her pistol and put it against her head, looking at her coldly. None of the three of them noticed where Su Qianyue took out the gun from. Xiao Xiao had no choice. With one closed eye, the gas pedal was pressed down, and the van pressed against the zombies and rushed towards the iron net. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound was the same as stepping on heavy snow. Some of the zombies were slammed into the windshield, obscuring everyone's vision. Seeing that it was about to hit the iron net, Xiao Xiao subconsciously stepped on the brakes, but she felt Su Qianyue's pistol pushing forward. Continue forward. No stopping. The zombie was rolled and hit the iron net. Sparks with lightning and fireworks like. The air was filled with the smell of burning flesh and skin. Gulp. Xiaojia didn't hold back a gulp. Old boss. There's electricity. The silent little bee couldn't help but warn. Seeing that they were about to crash, they all thought it was going to be the end. When the iron mesh unexpectedly opened a door automatically, the van passed through smoothly. The iron mesh quickly closed again, and the zombies that accidentally ran in were cleared out by the people running out of the hotel. Su Qianyue followed Jiang Yu's command and asked Xiao Xiao to park the van at the corner of the hotel's main door. If there are any mutations in a while, she can just retreat into the darkness and hide in the space for a while. A small group of people ran out of the hotel, led by a middle-aged man in a security uniform. Why is it parked here? Why is the car still crashed like this? The hotel didn't have much electricity. The surveillance and other things weren't on. They only relied on the naked eye to distinguish that it was a familiar van. The license plate is covered. Did not even notice. This van is not the one that goes out every day. Seeing that the people did not come out, they were afraid that something would happen, and hurriedly came out to check. Really? Going out every day to look for some supplies is so unconscious. Who are you guys? The car door pulled open and little A and little B got out, automatically standing on either side of the car door. The two looked at each other and both saw the confusion in the other's eyes. Yeah, why are they making this kind of stand? It's similar to bodyguards. Xiao Xiao also got out of the driver's seat. The security guard was still about to say something when he saw a long leg step out of the car, directly stepping from the seat to the floor. Then an iceberg beauty with snowy skin and flowing black hair came out. The beauty was also holding a black cat wearing a small pink hairpin in her arms. The entire person was as noble, elegant, and inviolable as a big star walking down the red carpet. You said that you saw zombies gathering here and thought that there might be living people here, so you barged in. Jiang Yu's voice rang in her ears. Su Qianyue nodded and spoke directly. I want to live here. Jiang Yu, Xiao Xiao, Xiao A Xiao B, ancestor alas. Su Qianyue's body collapsed straight. She was scared. For the first time in so long since the end of the world, she was faced with a situation where she needed to negotiate. Jiang Yu had been planning for her for so long, and she was afraid of messing things up. As soon as she was nervous, she said what was in her heart. The security guard froze. Staying in? Then he frowned. His ferocious look revealed. Living in is fine, as long as you can get paid. The security guard somewhat greedily swept over Su Qianyue's body, but he knew that before the doomsday, such a stunning color could not be his turn. And after the doomsday, it still could not be his turn. He was just a small soldier responsible for guarding the entrances and exits. Pearl Hotel was now a small base with a real base leader. That person lives in the presidential suite, brings bodyguards, and has a gun. Not long after the end came, the place was taken over by that man. Such a beauty will definitely be his in the end. Su Qianyue once again spoke icily. What remuneration? I can't say. You guys wait. The security guard let someone watch and ran back to report himself. Not 2 minutes. Another commotion came from outside the iron net. A silver van drove in and skillfully parked in front of the hotel. A few people came down from above, carrying several plastic bags in their hands, bulging. At a glance they knew it was supplies. When they saw Su Qianyue standing not far away, they all breathed in unison. Too good looking. Su Qianyue didn't even look at them. She was listening to Jiang Yu analyzing the situation. This place is a self-contained system. There should be a person in charge. You want to stay probably. 2 paths. Hesitating for a moment, the most unpleasant one was directly ruled out by him. Number 1. Have special skills. Number 2. Turn in supplies, or go out and find them. Wait and see what happens. Su Qianyue nodded imperceptibly. From start to finish, the duo did not consider the 3 Xiao Xiao. The 3 of them were originally tool people. Anyway, The people had come in, and it was up to them whether they could stay or not. The three Xiao viewed each other with excitement in their eyes. The place of safe refuge that was so painstakingly sought after. Wasn't this the place? Sure enough, there was meat to be had by following the boss. In a moment, no matter what happens, they will firmly follow Su Qianyue. That security guard ran down, panting, "You guys follow me." Su Qianyue coldly twisted her head and glanced at little A. Little B raised her chin, then followed the security guard. What do you mean? Don't abandon us Chapter 50 Punish you to live on the 70th floor. Xiaobi pondered for a moment and tapped his head. I see. He tugged little A to drill into the car and carry down the boxes of supplies he had collected. Su Qianyue meant for them to bring the supplies and follow. Xiao also hurriedly ran to the driver's seat and pulled out the car key. The three of them huffed and puffed to follow. After the end of the day, the elevator doesn't run anymore. Going up and down the stairs is pure climbing. And the Pearl Hotel is 230 meters high and has 70 floors. The biggest person in charge lives on the 10th floor, temporarily changed out of the presidential suite. At this height, going up and down the stairs is very convenient. Of course, it is mainly convenient for the people below to go up and down the stairs. The person in charge does not need to climb the stairs. Su Qianyue 4 people followed the security guard all the way up. She recently exercised every day. Climbing 10 floors was like playing. On the contrary, it was little A and little B, who were tired of carrying things. Behind them were 2 hotel people watching, and those 2 people's eyes were greedily glued to the boxes of supplies. The bread placed at the top was as tantalizing as a delicious meal. Boss, the people have arrived. The security guard stood in front of a room with another security guard standing in front of the door. Just from this stance, it was quite a bit like the leader of the doomsday. The security guard at the door went in to inform before letting Su Qianyue as several people enter. The room is very large, a room and a hall. The decoration is very luxurious. Next to a meeting room, only the living room is lit. The sofa sits a man in a suit, 30 years old or so, wearing a decent suit, and not too hot, oil head combed tile bright. A glance to know that this person before the end of the day should be a successful person. Behind the man stood 2 men in black, oppressive in the dim light, waist bulging. It was guns. Xiao's 3 people trembled. The lines of sight all fell on Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue didn't dare to show a tiny bit of nervousness. Never mind how. Your goal is to stay in the Pearl Hotel. Don't be nervous, we have quite a few supplies. Jiang Yu cheered Su Qianyue up. The man was also fiercely shocked when he saw Su Qianyue's appearance. He had seen some stars. The girl in front of him could be even more beautiful than a star, and her eyes were firm and clean. I am Qi Liang, the person in charge of this temporary base. The man brought arrogance, looking at Su Qianyue like a prey. Su Qianyue pursed her lips, hugged the little black cat and didn't say anything. Qi Liang. Jiang Yu jotted down this name in his book. I heard that you guys want to live in. It's not impossible. It depends on whether you can pay the price. What price? Su Qianyue opened her mouth, pointing to the boxes behind her. These supplies, in exchange for the 4 of us. The original plan was not like this. Just now Jiang Yu saw Qi Liang's eyes and temporarily changed his strategy. Sure enough, Qi Liang's next sentence was, oh, the base doesn't lack these. Besides, these things, only enough for 3 people to stay. He stood up, meaningfully approaching Su Qianyue. Xiao's 3 people were so tense that they couldn't breathe. If only 3 people could stay, one of them would inevitably have to be thrown out. There was no way Su Qianyue could leave by herself. Qiliang thought so too. The Pearl Hotel was safe and comfortable. No one didn't want to stay. Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue had a sad face. Those 3 are my teammates. In that case, let them stay. I'll go. Saying this, she turned around with her cat in her arms and left. The Xiao trio stared wide-eyed. Su Qianyue had gone through so much effort to come in with great difficulty, but she gave them the opportunity to stay at the base? Wu moved to tears. Qi Liang was also stunned. Seeing Su Qianyue was about to leave, he hurriedly voiced out. Wait a moment. It's not like there's no way to stay. You can compensate with something else. What things? Yourself. This was the end of the world. Human nature did not need to be covered up. In this temporary base, there was nothing Qi Liang wanted that he hadn't gotten yet. Su Qianyue had a difficult expression of wanting to leave and wanting to stay. Looking at Qi Liang fascinated. Before the end of the day, his family was powerful. What kind of woman did not have? But like Su Qianyue so beautiful, there is really no. The more he looked, the more his heart itched. I'd better go. Su Qianyue turned to leave. Qi Liang snorted. Ha, if you want to stay and don't want to pay for your body, it's not impossible. Go live on the top floor, the 70th floor, and go out once a day to look for supplies. Whenever you don't want to pass, come find me. Su Qianyue's heart was delighted. Don't laugh at the scene. Tell him that you're going to go out to look for supplies again in 3 days. Jiang Yu's voice rang in his ears. Su Qianyue immediately pursed her lips and hung her head. Okay, then I want to go out 3 days later to look for supplies. Okay, no problem. Then for these 3 days, you are not allocated food. Su Qianyue silently turned around and left. Xiao Zhao's trio also wanted to follow, but they were stopped by the security guard. Leave your things behind, and start going out tomorrow to look for supplies. The trio could no longer give up, but could only put their things down and chase them out. The security guard at the door had a vegetable face when he heard that Su Qianyue was going to the 70th floor. There was no way. He had to watch the people, and could only follow one layer at a time to climb up. That is the 70th floor. No one spoke on the way. The stairwell was the sound of several people's heavy breathing, and power generation fan-like. The whole building, in addition to Qilian's house and the outside of the protective net, has electricity. All other places are cut off. The stairwell in the dark. Everyone climbed the stairs in the dark. Su Qianyue rested once every 15 floors. Her face was flushed, her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and her clothes were drenched in sweat. The palm-sized small black cat was not as high as the steps. Su Qianyue directly stuffed it into her clothes pocket. 40 minutes later, the security guard was about to get tired and split, holding the stairs and panting. There was also no strength left to be ruthless. The rooms are all electronic locks. We remove the locks when we use them. If we run out of power and can't recharge, it's troublesome. No one lives above the 50th floor, but you can only live on the 70th floor. When the boss says you can switch to a lower floor, you can switch. Remember, don't sneak down to live there. If you're caught disobeying, you'll be kicked out. Distribute supplies once a day at 12 o'clock on the 6th floor. Go get them yourself. Oh, you, there are no supplies for these 3 days. The guard pointed at Su Qianyue. Also, water and electricity are cut off here. You deal with hygiene yourselves. No public defecation. Simply explaining a few sentences. The security guards trembled their legs and descended the stairs step by step. Finally arrived. In the darkness, Su Qianyue almost laughed out loud. You guys who are willing to go out and look for supplies and don't need to suffer with me can live on the lower floors. Xiaowei's head shook like a rattle. Boss Su, you gave up the spot to stay for us. Wouldn't it be too heartless if we betrayed you? Don't worry, after we receive the supplies, it's enough for one of us to share a little with you. Xiaobi and Xiao Xiao looked at him in surprise, wanting to refuse. They thought better of it. Su Qianyue lowered her eyes not to look at them and threw down a sentence. No need. You guys don't bother me in these 3 days. Also, the day after tomorrow, don't go out. After saying that, she directly turned around, following Jiang Yu's instructions. She first walked through the entire 70th floor. When she reached a place where no one was, Su Qianyue softly inquired, Jiang Yu, you're so smart. How did you know that Qi Liang would drive me to the 70th floor? Outside the screen, Jiang Yu put his hands behind his head. Men were such creatures. Didn't he understand them? Of course, this couldn't be told to the little girl. In case Su Qianyue thought he was the same as Qi Liang, it wouldn't be easy to explain. Was he a shallow person like Qi Liang? Chapter 51, Being an Animal in Your Dreams. Kira is afraid you'll die out there, or find another temporary base, wanting you to stay, and wanting to torture you to make you come to him of your own accord. Then driving you to the toughest environment in the hotel is the best way. Su Qianyue nodded. She understood. Receiving supplies up and down every day, going out to look for supplies, etc. 70 floors, cutting meat with a blunt knife. If Su Qianyue didn't have space, it wouldn't take more than 3 days. If she wanted to survive, there would only be that one dirty road. In the darkness, Su Qianyue hugged the black cat and leaned against the end of the hotel corridor, becoming one with the darkness. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Intimacy +1. Put. Jiang Yu looked up to the sky speechless, his trembling hand not daring to click on Su Qianyue's personal information. After taking several deep breaths, he gathered the courage to click on it. Intimacy, 18 out of 100. 18. It took a while for him to calm down. You find a room at random to rest. Tomorrow we'll go to the roof to take a look. Aha. Su Qianyue casually found a room, unlocked the door, and also stuffed the homemade anti-door opening artifact she made earlier into the doorway. Drawing the curtains, she took out her flashlight and checked around first. Luna herself jumped down and sniffed around curiously. The room would have been unoccupied before the end of the day, and the bathroom was clean. It was the toiletries, towels and all that were gone. Thought it had been put away as supplies. Inside the room, there are bedding that is still there. Su Qianyue settled down, used a pillow to block the doorway, avoiding the light inside the room to slip out. Then put the glass water cup on the door handle. If someone turns the door handle, the broken water cup will alarm the police. Then it was time to get comfortable and take a shower. There's no water in the hotel, so she goes inside the space to wash, and grabs Luna in for a hard wash as well. Jiang Yu yawned. In just one day, he had done several days worth of work and was tired, simply washing up. He threw his cell phone and computer on the bed and fell asleep. Since adopting his little girlfriend, he really couldn't sleep soundly every night, afraid that if he didn't look after himself, his little girlfriend would hang up. Today Su Qianyue could have a good night's sleep. He can also have a good rest. As for Qi Liang, he would not have used force, and would not have climbed dozens of floors to come at this time. As for the others, let's say they can open the door. Jiang Yu had a strange dream. He seemed to be running hard, the kind of running with his legs. One moment he was running on the grass, the other on the concrete road. He reveled in the joy of running with healthy legs, but as he ran, he realized that he was running on his hands and feet. He was startled. The scene suddenly switched. In front of him was suddenly Su Qianyue's stunningly beautiful little face, long hair scattered behind her ears, her unpowdered face, her long eyelashes, her slightly opened and closed nose, and her tantalizing little mouth. Su Qianyue was sleeping. One side of her face was pressed and bulging, especially cute. Normally it was even if it was, but in the dream, he couldn't help it. He raised his hand and touched Su Qianyue's nose and face. He even moved forward, wanting to boldly kiss. Stop it, Su Qianyue murmured, stretching out her lotus root-like arms. She easily circled him in her arms. Still unsure, she pressed him down on her chest. He felt himself wrapped in softness. It wasn't, the scenery was good, but he was going to be suffocated. Had no choice but to make a sound of resistance. Meow. Jiang Yu jolted awake and sat up from the bed with a whoosh. He seems to have heard a cat call. No, it was him who made cat calls. What's going on? He looked at his hand. The soft touch was too real. After a long time, he lightly laughed and shook his head. He was still too young to have this kind of dream. What a clothes horse. To do that kind of thing to Su Qianyue. Get up and sit on the wheelchair, ready to go to a restroom. Swept a glance when passing by the computer. Su Qianyue was sleeping. The little black cat Luna was covered by her on her chest. The little paw struggled from time to time, seemingly wanting to climb out. Jiang Yu froze, looking at Luna's paws and then at his own hand. Could it be? He had just turned into Luna in his dream? No way. This is too outrageous. Jiang Yu shook off his head, went to the restroom and came back to continue sleeping. Asterisk. Li Mingqi tosses and turns and can't sleep, and is disgusted by his old companion who rushes him to the study to sleep. He simply takes out the weather information he sent to Jiang Yu and looks at it himself. There's nothing special about it, but the last time he had dinner with Su Qianyue had said that many times when people help each other up, they also have to have something to hold on to. Many opportunities are fleeting. He thought for a moment, but still picked up the phone and called Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue worked late into the night. After the last incident in Lian City, the power of the secret rivalry gradually became clearer. The work arranged for him from above tended to be more and more performance-oriented. In other words, as long as he didn't make any mistakes during this next period of time and kept those performance, he would be able to go further. The more this time, the less careless he could be. He had been particularly busy lately. Hey, teacher. A few minutes later, Su Qianyue hung up the phone and looked up to ask his secretary. That Jiang Yu, did he report to Cloud Quantity? Cloud Quantity Consulting, the company that Su Qianyue had talked about. It's not under his name. The performance was also average, mainly dealing with some consulting-related business. Of course, the main service target was him. Everyone else's consulting services were incidental. The secretary immediately returned. Leader, not yet. I'll have them take the initiative to look for Jiang Yu tomorrow? The secretary asked tentatively. He felt that the leader cared a bit about this Jiang Yu. Alright, focus on asking about the meteorological matters. Su Qianyue continued to bury his head in his work. There were many things that didn't need to be explained clearly. A qualified secretary would know how to handle them. Jiang Yu was awakened by the sound of thunder. Outside, the black and pressurized clouds were pressing on the eaves of the house, and the muffled thunder was heard one after another, as if there was an inexhaustible bull's energy. The rain hadn't fallen yet. Glancing at the time, it was more than 8 in the morning. Su Qianyue was sleeping on all fours, with no intention of waking up at all. Jiang Yu took advantage of the time to shut down the computer and give it a rest. Then open the new computer, download all the commonly used coding software, and at the same time put Peiyuchi's number into the blacklist. He also packs up his new cell phone and puts his old cell phone in the bookshelf as a backup. Do these, turn on the old computer, cannot be used to delete all the software? The future is Su Qianyue special. The little girl is still sleeping. On the contrary, Luna woke up, jumped around in the room, and also used Su Qianyue's water cup to drink a few mouthfuls of water. Jiang Yu cocked his head and stared at it. I haven't used it yet. And you're using it? Wait, when I see you later, I'll beat you up first. Meow. Buzz. The new cell phone suddenly rang, ushering in the first unfamiliar caller. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yu? Are you? This is Cloud Volume Consulting. Our company has some business dealings with your senior brother and your teacher. So this company was called Cloud Quantity. Jiang Yu wanted to say that he hadn't thought about joining yet. It's like this. We've recently had meteorological and geology-related projects to study, and your senior brother recommended you to us. Look at it this way. If it's convenient, make an appointment near your home. Let's meet and talk. Sorry, our project is a bit urgent. The other party was very considerate, taking the initiative to make an appointment near his home. Jiang Yu gave a slight lurch. His news of that big tsunami, could it be verified through this cloud volume consulting company? After all, when the bird is big, there are all kinds of forests. Just in case this company really has something. Starting tomorrow, I'll try 3 chapters a day. I feel all the love from the righteous fathers. Chapter 52 Louis Fei. Sorry, I'm pregnant. Good. Intimacy 19 now. Jiang Yu froze for several minutes before slowing down. The excitement of meeting his favorite girl was like looking forward to the New Year's money when he was a kid. It was also like looking forward to vacation after final exams. Putting the surveillance equipment away, he loaded up his new computer and umbrella and went out. He had arranged to meet with the person from Cloud Volume Consulting at a nearby cafe, which didn't require him to take a taxi and could be reached in his motorized wheelchair. It was also his first time at this coffee shop. Just as he entered, a young man in a suit greeted him, his steps faster than the waiter's. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Qianyue. I'm the one who communicated with you on the phone. The two shook hands, considered to have said hello. The cafe was empty, casually finding a place to sit down. Qianyue opened the door and introduced himself. We're researching a geology and meteorology related project, and now we've encountered a bit of a problem. The people above said not to expose the fact that they knew Jiang Yu had mentioned the meteorological disaster. Opening his own computer, he showed Jiang Yu the relevant information and data. Jiang Yu was instantly interested. In his heart, he silently had a further cognizance of this Cloud Volume Consulting Company. Its ability should not be underestimated. The information was quite a bit more detailed than what Li Mingqi had sent him. Is it convenient for me to use your computer to process it? This kind of data didn't need to be asked to know that the other party could show it to himself, but couldn't pass it on for him to take away, then use the other party's computer to process it. Of course, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. The entire cafe was silent, only the sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard and the booming thunder outside. A few waiters hid in the corner and whispered, how come a nice handsome guy is a cripple, eh? I prefer the one in a suit. So generous, ah. As soon as he came in that sentence, the package, simply too charming. You're looking at people's money. Jiang Yu doesn't realize that the place has been wrapped up by Qianyue, only thinking that the cafe has no business on thunderstorm days. His whole body and mind were in the complex and changing data. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but he seems to be handling this more efficiently than before, and his mind is clearer. It was probably because he had been playing games recently and his brain was well rested. As the last data was calculated, Jiang Yu finally realized why his own calculations were off yesterday. There was a lack of meteorological data from across the ocean. A large tsunami naturally came from the ocean, and the ocean was a hole, so just looking at the data from this side wasn't enough. Well, Mr. Jiang, the chance of a large tsunami after 2 days along the coast is 60%. Jiang Yu directly gave his conclusion. Qianyue smiled embarrassedly. I can understand the data. I wonder how Mr. Jiang came to this conclusion? Jiang Yu lifted the coffee in his hand and slightly tilted the cup. The coffee inside the cup immediately gushing to the side. 3 months ago, on June 25th, the opposite side of the ocean was hit by a small-scale tsunami, and from north to south, the sea level rose about 2 meters one after another over the next 10 days. And then? Qianyue was a bit confused. Jiang Yu tilted the cup in the opposite direction again, and coffee immediately spread out. Then, the sea level tilted towards us, and for 3 months, waves, currents, storms, this little tsunami kept accumulating. It reaches us just in time to become a large tsunami. Qianyue froze. Jiang Yu's example with the coffee cup was easy to understand. The earth had rotation and tides, and the ocean had its own laws of motion. But to take into account all the data of the ocean, climate, geology, and ocean current changes over a 3-month period, this was not something an average person could do. Wrong. The average person simply doesn't connect these data together. It's not just a matter of experience and expertise. It's intuition and talent when it comes down to it. It was too shocking. Qianyue was already excellent in this area and was still a foreign student, but he couldn't catch up to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu uses his strength to explain, genius, just the threshold to see me. Qianyue takes over the computer to do some calculations himself. According to Jiang Yu's theory, he carefully calculates all of them. Jiang Yu only spends an hour on something, and he's been working on it from the morning to more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu still had time to take out his cell phone to see what Su Qianyue was doing. Su Qianyue woke up at noon. Pulling open the curtains, she enjoyed the scenery of the 70th floor for a while. standing tall and seeing far. Places that she hadn't noticed before were now visible. She was very puzzled. Strange, the east and south of a city are all sea. When did there become so many mountains? Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu didn't answer her. It was inconvenient right now, but he looked incredibly grave. That wasn't mountains. Those were high-rising waves. Anyone who had seen Star Trek knew that the surface of planet Miller was all water. Water so shallow that a person could even stand in it. But the giant waves were as high as mountains. The main group also thought it was land and mountains when they first saw it. It turned out to be giant waves that were several thousand meters high. Now Su Qianyue was seeing this very thing. Jiang Yu's heart sank and sank. Seeing that Xiao Qin wasn't paying attention to him, he flipped out Louis Fei's WeChat and instructed him not to run around for the next few days. Just stay in the dormitory while stocking up on supplies. Ha, boss, what are you up to? National Day holiday. Hey, I've made a date with my schoolmates to go shopping. Jiang Yu, a son who doesn't listen, most likely needs a beating. Louis Fei, no way. That's serious? Jiang Yu, it's not convenient to say more. Anyway, you guys stock up on supplies, water, food, toilet paper, and rechargeable batteries. Louis Fei, okay, listen to righteous father. Louis Fei sighed. There was no way around it. Who let Jiang Yu be the boss? Moreover, last time, Jiang Yu was so interested in a picture of clouds in Lian City, and not long afterward, an earthquake hit the waters near Lian City. He felt that Jiang Yu must have seen something. He's just fun-loving, not stupid, and since Jiang Yu told them to stock up on supplies, then so be it. Louis Fei, Kai Yong, and Shurda did nothing, packed up their pocket money, and bloodied the school supermarket. It's fine, don't worry about the money. When the time comes, I'll cry with my dad, and this money will come out. Louis Fei waved his hand. 3 people into the goods like, one person carrying 2 large plastic bags. I didn't realize that when they checked out. In front of them were Pei Yuqi and Qin Yuchuan. Ha! The 3 of them flung their heads in unison, as if they saw something obscure, not giving the schoolgirl any face at all. Qin Yuchuan wasn't a student at Linchuan University and didn't know about Jiang Yu and Pei Yuqi. At this moment, being treated like this, even the biggest person would feel that something was wrong. Pei Yuqi hurriedly comforted him, whispering in his ear, They're just jealous of you. They were all my suitors before. Oh, Qin Yuchuan proudly lifted his head and looked at the large bag in the hands of the 3. Xiaoqi, you buy some more. This point were enough. Pei Yuqi had always set up the persona of a beautiful person with a good heart and a white rich girl. The school supermarket to buy things. What good things can there be? She pressed on, only picking a box of chocolates. It's enough. The chocolate you bought me tastes especially good. You. Louis Fei suddenly let out a dry heaving sound. He patted his heart. Sorry, I'm pregnant. I can't smell anything too greasy. Pregnant. Chapter 53. Better to have moral regrets than to have hidden dangers in life. Seeing that Pei Yuqi was going to say something again, Louis Fei hurriedly took out his cell phone, pretending to make a call. Hey, Jiang Yu, your ex-girlfriend, the one who cheated on you while you were sick. Pei Yuqi, don't you talk nonsense. Jiang Yu and I have nothing at all. Louis Fei spread his hands. I didn't say who it was. Why are you right? He didn't give face to the schoolgirl at all. Pei Yuqi was afraid of him talking nonsense. Huffing and puffing, she put down the chocolate and pulled Qin Yuchuan away. Xiao Chuan, don't listen to their nonsense. Qin Yuchuan pulled up Pei Yuqi's hand. Don't worry, I'm a good and kind girl. People have a past. No, I was innocent when I was with you. Pei Yuqi was anxious. Qin Yuchuan was the rich second generation in the University of Science and Technology next door. It was the best conditioned boyfriend she could find, but she couldn't let those 2 people, Jiang Yu and Louis Fei, ruin her good thing. Pei Yuqi clenched her teeth and pulled Qin Yuchuan's hand with a red face. Or we'll go see a movie at night. It would be late after the movie, and everyone understood what would happen next. Pei Yuqi felt that as long as she let Qin Yuchuan know that it was her first time, he would definitely be touched and marrying her would be a matter of time. Sigh. Jiang Yu doesn't care about any of this. He only has Su Qianyue in his heart. Xiao Qin is burying his head in calculating data while he watches Su Qianyue is picking the lock. There was a door from the 70th floor to the roof terrace that was locked by a heaven and earth lock, or a heavy large iron door. There was a fist-sized iron lock hanging on the door. Su Qianyue had thought of many ways but failed to pick it. Unless there was a key, or a cutting tool. The little girl stood in front of the iron door for 3 minutes. Suddenly, she swished out her pink pistol and aimed it at the door lock. Without hesitation, she fired 3 shots in a row. Jiang Yu froze. For the first time, he realized that the little girl was no longer that little wimp who couldn't move without crying. Mr. Jiang, I think that the conclusion you've drawn is too conservative. Is it not a big tsunami? Jiang Yu put away his cell phone. No, the chance of a big tsunami is not 60%, but 70%. Xiao Qin was excited and nervous. He knew very well what the nature of the consulting company really was. The matter of an impending large tsunami, in a small way, was favorable to Su Qianyue. On a larger scale, preventing it in advance and reducing losses was a great merit. He saved the results and took out a business card and pushed it in front of Jiang Yu. Moving on to the next topic. Mr. Jiang, this is the address of the Office of Cloud Volume Consulting. Of course, you can choose where to work on your own, home, company, anywhere. There are no attendance requirements, only the requirement to participate in the project confidentially. Then what if the confidentiality is accidentally leaked? Jiang Yu joked. With Mr. Jiang's ability, even if it was leaked, I'm sure it wouldn't be done anything, and I believe that you're not that kind of person. He. Jiang Yu gave a dry laugh. The treatment on the cloud amount side, 5 insurance and 1 gold, 13 salaries a year, and a base salary of 5,002 per month after tax. Each project has a separate commission and bonus, allocated room, allocated car. Qiu Qin finished the treatment in one breath. There was no way. This was his second task. Lulled Jiang Yu into joining Cloud Volume Consulting. He had already done his homework in advance. Jiang Yu was a person who acted dryly and didn't care about the eyes of bystanders. Moreover, the other party hadn't taken the initiative to contact him, so it was clear that he had no intention of joining. He had to finish the treatment and benefits before he was rejected. Indeed, Jiang Yu was also shocked a bit by such a good treatment. So your company, how many employees do you have? Apart from administration, cleaning and finance, the staff totaled 9, and if you join, you'll be the 10th person. Then what does your company consult on? Market research, information screening and the like, mainly helping others with some small projects. Qiu Qin picked some common businesses to introduce. There weren't many in total. Then it made sense that it was treated so well. This kind of small company is quite popular nowadays, although the treatment is good, but there are few people and light assets. The source of business is in the hands of the owner, and the amount earned in a year is not less than that of a factory. Jiang Yu nodded, but he wasn't blinded by such good treatment. Then can I do this weather-related project first? If we work well together, then consider joining your company. Of course, you're always welcome in Cloud Volume. Qiu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. His task was barely complete, and signed a cooperation agreement with Jiang Yu for an external project. Outside, a thunderstorm was roaring, and a lot of water had been stored on the ground. Qiu Qin couldn't help but associate it with the conclusion Jiang Yu made about the great tsunami, and his heart became even more impressed. Mr. Jiang, let me send you back. Jiang Yu was also not polite. He had a cooperative relationship, either the leader's inner circle or the leader's inner circle. He was on the same boat, so he should send him home. After arriving home, he hurriedly went to see what Su Qianyue was doing. The top floor of the hotel is not a complete empty space, but there are many pipes and equipment. Su Qianyue wrapped her arms around herself and stroked her small chin in contemplation. Thinking about what? Yeah, you're back? Su Qianyue's eyes lit up, leaping like a cute deer. Only the little black cat Luna seemed dissatisfied, jumping onto Su Qianyue's shoulder and meowing twice. Seeing Su Qianyue, Jiang Yu was also happy. Obviously, he had only gone out for half a day, but he felt as if he had gone out for several days. Yes, took care of some things. Do you see the shadows in the distance? Jiang Yu's line of sight fell to those mountains in the sky. Saw it? It's strange. It wasn't there before. Is it a mirage? Su Qianyue was full of curiosity. That's the tsunami. No surprises. Arriving the day after tomorrow. Hidden under Jiang Yu's calm tone, was full of worry. Su Qianyue exclaimed in shock. A monstrous wave struck the city. If she didn't move in time, she would definitely die. Why didn't anyone notice it? It's so obvious. Su Qianyue didn't understand. Because only you are standing here, high enough to see far. But the day after tomorrow at the latest, many people should be able to see it. Communication was blocked in the doomsday. Even if someone saw it in advance, they wouldn't be able to issue an early warning. Neither Jiang Yu nor Su Qianyue had ever thought of telling anyone about this. In the midst of the doomsday, whether one had strength or not, one couldn't be a saintly mother. It was better to have moral regrets than to have hidden dangers in one's life. Then what next? Su Qianyue couldn't decide whether she wanted to stay in the room or on the top floor. Jiang Yu did not hesitate to choose. Stay on the top floor. We're not sure how high the big tsunami will be. The windows of the hotel room are sealed. In case the flood is too big, you have no place to run. I guess there will be heavy rain by then. You'll have to get a shelter up there. The big tsunami will last for 2 weeks. Su Qianyue began to look for a suitable place. Safe, balanced, and easy to escape. When the flood waters spread up, other survivors would also run upwards. Su Qianyue had to face a lot of problems. Threats from others, robbing, framing and so on. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yu called out to Su Qianyue. Xiao those 3 people. still have to utilize them, or else when it's not time for you to be the only one, some things don't operate. Su Qianyue nodded her head obediently. She was afraid of contact with people. When the time came there were so many people. If someone could stand in front of her, that would be great. She liked being the boss, preferred to be the boss who hid behind. Just like Jiang Yu. We're really made for each other. Su Qianyue secretly thought in her heart, afraid that Jiang Yu would know her thoughts. Chapter 54 Building a Love Nest Together. Is this right? Jiang Yu ate while helping Su Qianyue pick a suitable location. Finally, he chose a place close to a place that was close to the fence, with windbreak walls on both sides and lightning rods nearby. And the terrain here has an incline. The rainwater that comes in can still flow away. Just build a roof when the time comes. Jiang Yu planned carefully. Seeing Su Qianyue lost in thought, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Su Qianyue kicked her toes against the wall and whispered with a red face, "I feel like choosing a house together." "Right, we are choosing a house." Jiang Yu was a bit confused. What was there to be embarrassed about? "You don't understand." Su Qianyue's face suddenly turned even redder, and after a long time, she came up with a sentence in a daze. "Jiang Yu, this is the first house we built together, right?" Jiang Yu gave a start. He raised his hand and touched his heart. Looking at Su Qianyue's innocent little face, and the hope in her eyes, even if Tang Sanzang came, she couldn't top it. With a single imperial brother, the heart of the Dao was shattered. Su Qianyue's sentence, "The house we built together," directly dried Jiang Yu's Dao heart to pieces. His little bean ding. At such a critical moment, what was in his heart was actually this kind of thing. Ahem. It's the first one. There will be many more in the future. I won't let you die. It turns out that people change. And Jiang Yu didn't expect that one day he would say such greasy love words. Sure enough, he wasn't suitable for the likes of Pei Yuchi. A love brain should be with a love brain. Life is beautiful. Su Qianyue's eyes lit up. With a fluttering face, "I'll go see if Xiao Xiao and the others are back yet and grab them to come up and build a house." Jiang Yu's face burned from him. Turning on the computer, he entered Sage Yardwork time. Hu Qingyun's side is all messed up. "I don't agree with defending against the so-called big tsunami. It's almost the National Day holiday. Affecting travelers will affect the economy. I don't agree either. Even if we don't mobilize and only do material defense, it will take tens of millions of dollars. By then nothing happens. Who bears the loss? I'll bear it." Hu Qingyun was very composed. The 3 words caused the entire office to fall into silence. He wasn't unilaterally trusting Jiang Yu's results, but rather trusting the consulting team he had personally formed. Essentially, it was trusting his own vision and trusting himself. Xiao Qin went back and calculated the data twice more. It was only after confirming that there was no problem with the conclusion that it was reported to him. But the situation was so unthinkable that he couldn't continue to report it, layer by layer, and time was running out. Besides, Linchuan was inland, and a large tsunami didn't have a big impact. What he wants is an atmosphere, and this is the opportunity he has been looking for these 2 years. Success, one step to success. Failure, no, the big deal is to wait 2 more years. The real battlefield, it's on the coast. Even the city side is anxious. Last time I listened to Hu Qingyun and prevented an earthquake. It's almost vacation time, and preventing a jokingly large tsunami is absurd to the heads of all departments. Even so, for the sake of safety, it still pushed forward the big tsunami defense work methodically under pressure, retracting sea boats, shutting down seafront attractions, dredging drainage systems, cutting down tall trees, increasing emergency supply points, and issuing flood prevention text messages. People know nothing and beautifully look forward to their vacation. Jiang Yu once again combs through his thoughts to see if there are any mistakes. Supplies, hoarded. Lu Yifei, the teacher's side, also reminded, the computer is ready. It's the software that hasn't gotten it right yet. On Su Qianyue's side, there were still 2 days before the big tsunami would come. All she needed to do was to build a good place to stay, and other things to try to improve her survivability. While she was lost in thought, a message popped up on her cell phone. "Jiang Yu, I just realized today that you didn't deposit my friend's bank with your compensation last time. Did you deposit it later? Don't get me wrong. I'm just asking, ha." It was his claims adjuster, Xia Min. "No, something happened last time that hasn't been deposited yet." Instead of typing, Xia Min sent a voice. Jiang Yu closed the game call button and tapped the voice. "I have friends in other banks. Let me ask for you? Someone introduced you to single deposit fixed term. The interest rate will be a bit higher than outside. No need for now. I'll get it when I have time. Thank you." Jiang Yu refused. He felt that putting a few dozen dollars in the balance for a few days would be enough for meals, and it was also convenient. "Oh, then do you have any arrangements for the National Day?" "I don't have any friends in Linchuan. Going to the movies during the National Day?" Xia Min's crisp voice came out. Sensing Jiang Yu's detachment, she decided to play straight ball. Wasn't it said that all innocent men couldn't say no to a royal sister? Jiang Yu all but froze, repeatedly listening to Xia Min's voice several times. Ask me out? What does that mean? Jiang Yu thought about it. Could it be that Xia Min was looking at her compensation? That's not right. She even handled a case where an old man's compensation amounted to millions. For the sake of money, wouldn't an old man with one foot in the coffin smell better? Sorry, Xia Min. There are too many people on the National Day. I'm going to accompany my girlfriend, so I won't go out. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu felt puzzled. It can't be that people are looking at him, right? Greedy for his body? Ha ha, he felt funny himself, throwing the matter behind his ears and no longer paying attention to it, just treating it as a small episode. Su Qianyue looked downstairs with her binoculars and saw the hotel's van coming back. For the first time, Xiao Xiao's trio followed the hotel's people out to look for supplies. The weapons of these people were knives and sticks. The advantage of going out to look for supplies was that one could have a good meal outside. So even though looking for supplies was risky, there were quite a few people who wanted this errand. Eating out and coming back has a safe place to spend the night. The only risk was fighting with the zombies. But they've learned their lesson. But they won't go where there are people or walkers. They're too scared of their lives. But there's no supplies where there's no one. After searching around, 10 people went out and only brought back 2 bags of food. When they handed in the supplies, the person leading the team even cried that there were more and more zombies outside, and they only found these after a lot of effort, and even sacrificed one person. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. The one who was sacrificed simply escaped on his own. After receiving their share, they panted and went upstairs. In contrast, it's still easier to follow Su Qianyue to find supplies. Xiao A sighed. Xiao Xiao snorted coldly. Are you sure it's not to look at beautiful women? Su Qianyue is good looking. Finding supplies is painful. And she has a gun. Isn't it better than those people? If only those people were dead, the whole building would be just us. Your idea is good. Suddenly, Su Qianyue's voice came from above their heads. Ga? The three stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up in unison. Boss Su, I made that up. I didn't mean that. Xiao hurriedly apologized. The three of them endured the trembling of their legs and quickly walked 2 steps up the stairs. One person took out a little bit of food and handed it to Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue froze. She never thought for a second that these 3 people would share the food to herself. After a few seconds of silence, she accepted the things and turned around. You guys follow me. The 3 people put away the rest of the food and water they had eaten outside. These were to be kept. Following Su Qianyue, they climbed up to the top floor. Here, I'm going to build a place to block the rain. Rain? The 3 people looked up in unison. Where was the rain? Just no one dared to question it for fear of getting shot. Boss Su, tomorrow we don't have to go out to look for supplies. Is it okay to get it tomorrow? Xiaowei tried to fight for it. Su Qianyue nodded her head and agreed. Oh ho! The 3 were horrified. Human nature is cheap. None of them were used to not having a gun pointed at their heads. Chapter 55 Disaster Conceptualization 10%. Su Qianyue went back and put all the food that the 3 had sent on the bed. Half a bottle of water. A piece of bread. She stared at it for half a day. Whooshed and stood up with a serious face. I'm not going to be bribed. Ahem. Jiang Yu was about to faint from her cuteness. What did I think you were thinking? You and the 3 of them are just using each other. Don't have psychological pressure. With your current emotional foundation, they'd be the first to abandon you when things go wrong. And the same goes for you. Jiang Yu understood her. Su Qianyue wasn't a saintly mother heart. She just wasn't used to it. Everyone she met after the end of the world disliked her or wanted to possess her, and were full of malice towards her. Suddenly being cared for, she couldn't accept it. A dense heartache flooded Jiang Yu's heart. Besides, you're great and strong. It's normal for them to want to get on good terms with you. Really? Well, of course, it's still important to be vigilant. You're doing the right thing. Don't be confused. Aha. Su Qianyue was so happy that she hugged Luna and rolled on the bed. Then I'll build the accommodation tomorrow and let them get one for themselves as well? It's okay. It's more useful for you to have them alive than dead. The night was quiet. The torrential rain turned into light rain with no sign of stopping. The entire Linchuan was wet the next day after the overnight rain. And crucially, it was torrential again. The cars picking up and dropping off the kids at school were stuck in traffic. Delivery people were washed down by the rain. Public and private cars were jammed together, unable to move an inch. Just as people were cursing the weather and raging with anger, they suddenly realized that a lot of staff and big trucks were pouring out of nowhere. Traffic police were quickly put in place to direct traffic, and the crews unblocked the drainage and placed a large number of sandbags in various places to prevent flooding. Pumping trucks were arranged to pump out water where it had already entered the water. Primary and secondary schools were notified to close for the holidays, and all Linchuan citizens received SMS pushes to reduce going out. The initial panic soon passed and everything returned to normal. Aside from the heavy rain outside, it was as if it had never been chaotic. Inside the office, Qianyue didn't read the documents or watch the news. Standing in front of the window, watching the sheets of rain hit the glass, the secretary hurriedly knocks on the door and comes in. His face a suppressed excitement. Leader, it's coming. The rainstorm warning for Linchuan has been issued, and the tsunami warning for the coastal areas has also been issued. We prepared early and hardly suffered any losses, but the other places suffered a bit of a big loss because they didn't prepare. How could the offices in the other regions not have heard about what happened on the Linchuan side? They've always had their ears to the ground. How viciously they mocked Qianyue's demonic bewilderment in the beginning, and how much they regret it now. Yeah, with many consecutive days of cloudy skies and 2 days of heavy rainstorms, why didn't they pay more attention? Calling the meteorological and geological related staff, they were also confused. It's really not our fault. The data we analyzed is just like this. There's no storm disaster. Then why did Linchuan analyze it? The secretary stood quietly behind Qianyue, not saying another word. Qianyue's eyes sank and he sighed. If there were more people willing to listen to him, the loss would have been less. What about Jiang Yu's side? Qianyue said that Jiang Yu has agreed to do this weather project first. Ha, he's quite the man. Let Qianyue keep an eye on the person. Jiang Yu is a talent. You can rest assured. Achoo. Jiang Yu sneezed. He suspected that he had a cold. Real men don't take medicine. It was storming and thundering outside, so he cooked 2 bags of instant noodles with a bottle of chilled Minute Maid. He was sweating profusely from the morning meal. The cell phone buzzed and kept vibrating. All messages from Lu Yifei. Righteous father, you're awesome. Now it's raining heavily outside. They have to dribble water on a trip to the cafeteria. We'll just eat and drink in the dormitory. A bunch of trash. Yesterday they were laughing at us for fighting the famine. Today, look at them all and they're like dogs in the water. Ha. Righteous father, the weather is bad. You must take care of your health. By the way, when will the rain stop? When will the rain stop? Buzzing. Qianyue unexpectedly called him. Mr. Jiang, good morning. Excuse me, the prediction you made yesterday was very accurate and helped party a lot. It's convenient to ask, can you calculate how long this rainstorm will stop? Qianyue's tone was a bit embarrassed. He himself felt that he was imposing, but being pushed by his boss, he still came to ask with a hard head. Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds. This rain, how long will it stop? A phrase from the game, disaster conceptual 10%, suddenly flashed in his mind. Since there was some sort of correlation between the game and reality, could he understand it like this? The reality of the rainstorm and tsunami was 10% of the length of time in the game? Then 10% of 14 days is a day and a half. The second, the extent of the disaster in reality is 10% of that in the game? If the tsunami was caused by an undersea volcanic eruption or crustal movement, it was usually just a few minutes or a few hours, and he had read that this tsunami and stormy weather were meteorological disasters. Then he preferred a combination of the two. The current speculation is that the tsunami in the coastal area is about 50 meters high and lasts for a day and a half, and the stormy weather lasts for 2 weeks. Just speculation. For the specifics, you guys can get a professional to calculate it. The game said super large tsunami. He calculated to the maximum is 500 meters height. 10% is 50 meters. Hearing a 50-meter tsunami, Qianyue stuttered, hurriedly throwing down a sentence. You are the professional. I will send you the latest information later. He ended the call. God's milk. A 10-meter tsunami is a catastrophe. If this 50-meter tsunami really comes, how many people will die and how much damage will it cause? Qianyue didn't dare to delay and immediately reported this matter to Qianyue. Qianyue was shocked when he saw the data. Without saying anything, he hurriedly sent a message to the Lian City side. Previously, he had underestimated this event, thinking it was a common tsunami. A few meters, 10 meters. Who would have thought it was 50 meters? Of course, it wasn't like he didn't have doubts in the deepest part of his heart. Would there really be a 50-meter tsunami coming? But he did not dare to bet now. At this moment, even if he had to lose his entire career, he would still have to report this news. A 50-meter tsunami? Going through the motions? As far as I understand, large tsunamis of this magnitude only exist on the surface of the sea and rarely land on land. Alas, it can't be helped. The people at the top are fighting, and it's not us who suffer. The head of Linchuan in charge had a headache up and down. There were some people in charge in the coastal area who were also cursing. Even the city that is blind cat touched dead rat. Really think they are gods? He Linchuan's pipe really wide, but there is no way. And Qianyue the same. No one dares to bet. If there is a tsunami, they did not respond. Then the downfall is them. If there's no tsunami, then someone will take the blame. None of this had anything to do with Jiang Yu. He doesn't know either. All he wanted was for the world not to end, and he hadn't even met Su Qianyue yet. Jiang Yu's heart couldn't stop beating wildly when he thought that he would be able to video in another day or two. Opening his cell phone, he asked Louis Fei. This heart of mine is always beating. What should I do? Louis Fei, boss. If your heart doesn't beat, you'll die. Chapter 56, let's build a house together. Thanks to righteous father's reward, September's promise. Forget it. Louis Fei was also a loser. Otherwise he wouldn't be single even after his junior year. Asking him for nothing. Jiang Yu slowed down, looking at Su Qianyue directing Xiao several people to build the rooftop accommodation. There are so many beds on the 70th floor. All of them remove the bedboards. And if that doesn't work, there's still the 60th floor. The bedboards of the Pearl Hotel are solid wood. Taking it down was called a heavy one. Su Qianyue, test the bedboards first to see if they're waterproof? Jiang Yu reminded. Aha. Xiao A, bring your wash water over and pour it on. Su Qianyue commanded. Boss Su, we don't wash our faces. Su Qianyue washed all in the space. There was plenty of water, and the bath water all flowed straight out. Can only unscrew the bottled water for drinking? Poured a small stream of water on the bedboard. Very good. There is waterproof. Jiang Yu made his judgment. The next step was to get the bedboards to the top floor. Xiao A and Xiao B dragged one by one to the top floor. Su Qianyue and Xiao were in charge of removing the bedboards downstairs. Xiao is a bit scared to be alone with Su Qianyue. She is afraid that Su Qianyue will suddenly pull out her gun if she doesn't do something right. Trembling with fear and trembling. For a while Xiao boldly opened her mouth. Su, boss Su, I was wrong in the past. I admit I was jealous of you. But it's all in the past. It won't be in the future. Can you not kill me? Su Qianyue froze, staring at her with big dark eyes. Why would I kill you? Xiao heard that Su Qianyue did not have the idea of killing her. Immediately happy. It's fine. I'll dismantle it. Su Qianyue pondered for a moment and added. I won't kill you now. Xiao understands. Killing or not killing in the future can't be guaranteed. Oh, she patted her heart. Not to kill now is fine. Later, the big deal is to find an opportunity to carry a bucket and run away later. She still does not know. Later she cannot run away. A way to follow Su Qianyue across the virtual and real. The bedboard comes with a place where you can drive screws, so it's very easy to assemble. The top, all around, the ground is also raised a bit, putting a mattress further inside. Xiao also moved a single sofa and a small coffee table up. Thinking it wasn't convenient enough, another larger table was moved. Luna jumped around on the mattress and table. Everywhere was good, except that there was no door, only an open mouth. But Su Qianyue was satisfied. Hooking the corners of her mouth, she involuntarily smiled. Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air, not daring to look again. Today Su Qianyue is wearing a shirt dress, not having to flee the desert. Her whole person relaxes a lot, smiles, and the heavenly maiden descends to the earth. The roof of the deserted building all added a lot of life. The three were stopped by Su Qianyue when they were about to leave. Over there, you guys also build. The three of them didn't understand why she was doing this. Seeing Su Qianyue's strong attitude, they could only endure their sore arms and continue to build the temporary small house, using the surrounding pipes as a fence. 3 more shack-like small houses were soon built. Boss, for us to live? Little B finally opened his mouth to speak. Su Qianyue, even less talkative than him, nodded. Okay. Jiang Yu felt that these 3 people did have a bit of the M attribute in them, and they were addicted to building. After a while of not looking, they even built a bathroom in the back. The water outlet was facing the roof where the water was drained. Su Qianyue looked at it and asked a few people to raise the bathroom floor. Xiao muttered a few words. If this is even higher, won't we have to pucker our asses and in the sky? The thought of them going to the toilet up there at that time and Ting to the shower below the drainpipe sent shivers down his body. The picture was too beautiful to imagine. At Jiang Yu's behest, Su Qianyue inquired, what did Qi Liang say yesterday when you guys handed over the supplies? Xiao shook her head. We didn't see him. Well, where are the hotel supplies kept? Do you know? Su Qianyue asked. It seems like they are all on the 10th floor, guarded by a security guard, but the door has a lock, and the key is in the guard's hand. Xiaobi took the initiative to speak. In terms of observation and meticulousness, he was the best of the 3. Things as important as the supplies, naturally they were all kept safe under Qi Liang's eyes. He had already observed it when he collected the supplies. Su Qianyue nodded, tilted her head and pondered for a few seconds. Okay, I know. You guys go get the supplies. Could it be that the boss is going to steal the supplies? Xiao Zhao's 3 people silently excited for a moment and went downstairs to collect the supplies. When everyone had left, Su Qianyue vacated the supplies in her space while putting them inside her room on the top floor. Only the guns were left in the space. She also closed the top floor staircase door when she went downstairs. Su Qianyue chose the most remote staircase to go downstairs. She was a little jumpy. Jiang Yu, is it okay for the house to be built like that? Well, sheltering from the wind and rain is enough, but only this is not enough. After the big tsunami comes, the people downstairs will come up. What then? Su Qianyue wanted to cry when she thought of so many people. If the flood can't reach the 70th floor, you take the stairway gate on the 70th floor and lock it. Settle down on the 70th floor. If the flood reaches the 70th floor, you go up to the top floor and lock the top floor stairs. Those people will fight for the 70th floor, and no one will want to go upstairs in the rain. It's safe for you to go upstairs by then. Jiang Yu thought that the flood would at most reach the 60th floor or so. Within the Doomsday game, there would be no setting up of a certain death situation. Only letting Su Qianyue lock up the 70th floor was already merciful. With so many people in the hotel, Su Qianyue could have chosen to start from the 50th floor and lock every staircase from the inside. After the flood came, those people were like cans soaking in water, drowning alive. This apocalyptic game tested the survivor's ability to survive. And even more so, what kind of choices the character would make under extreme circumstances. Su Qianyue is not a murderous person. When others come to harm her, she cannot hesitate to kill back. But for her to abuse and kill so many people at once, she couldn't do it. Then what if the flood is so big that it floods the top floor? Through the stairwell window, Su Qianyue looked into the distance. The monstrous waves on the skyline had already connected with the overcast clouds. Then it depends on who has a hard life. And at that time, there's no need to be soft. Aha! Su Qianyue nodded her head vigorously. As for telling those people about the Great Flood? It would be good not to drown them like canned food. Su Qianyue hugged Luna and quietly went downstairs. The little black cat contentedly rolled in Su Qianyue's arms. Meow dash. Jiang Yu couldn't help but remember the scene from last night's dream. The soft touch was fresh in his mind, and his ears couldn't help but redden. The 10th floor of the Pearl Hotel. Qi Liang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the zombies like ants downstairs. Before the end of the world, he was an ordinary person, and now, he was the king here. He liked this feeling. It's cloudy and not too hot lately. Send more people out to look for supplies. Yes, boss. How is that woman doing? Qi Liang narrowed his eyes. The guard of course knew who Qi Liang was talking about, immediately nodding his head. Didn't come downstairs, and didn't show up when receiving the supplies. You can rest assured, it can be determined that she didn't bring any supplies with her, except for that cat. Kira became more interested. That's tough. How many days do you think she can last? Boss, don't worry, at most 3 days, she won't be able to hold out, and then she'll definitely come down and cry for your mercy. Qi Liang was satisfied, thinking of the woman's clear face and beautiful figure. Qi Liang's heart flushed with heat. Standing up, go up and take a look. Hey boss, I'll just bring her down. Why do you need to make the trip yourself? That's the fun part, isn't it? What about the 70th floor? He'd never paid so much for a woman before. The thought of climbing up and appearing in front of that woman like a god in heaven must have made the other woman's legs weak. Never mind if she was scared or happy. The days were too boring, and he wanted this perverted tune. Chapter 57 Teaching girlfriend to play the field and find supplies. Su Qianyue walked slowly. This hotel had a total of 4 walking staircases. Su Qianyue chose the most marginal staircase and dodged into the space when she heard footsteps. The 10th floor is only Qi Liang. The others don't live here, and won't come out to sneak around if they don't have anything to do. Su Qianyue smoothly came to the stairs and poked out her small head to observe the corridor. See, the place with security guards should be the material storage point. Jiang Yu reminded. The next step was the moment of playing the field. Su Qianyue nodded, adjusted her breathing, and placed Luna on the ground. Just before probing again, she saw Qi Liang come out of the room, and she didn't know what kind of madness she was smoking, but she went upstairs. Behind him were the 2 black-clad bodyguards and a security guard. As soon as he left, the entire corridor fell into silence. Isn't this a heavenly opportunity? Su Qianyue observed. A chair was placed at the door of the room, and the security guard was just sitting there, picking his hands in boredom. In order to save electricity, the hotel's electronic door locks were turned off. Here to store supplies, specially equipped with the commonly used iron locks, the key hanging brightly in the waist of the security guard. Su Qianyue pursed her lips, put the little black cat on the ground. Meow. Luna immediately struggled and meowed a few times. The security guard immediately shuddered. Cat, wouldn't that be a good time to have meat again? He looked around and there was no one in the building. Getting up, he walked towards Luna's side. Seeing that the person was about to arrive, Su Qianyue took out one of her favorite crunchy sharks from the space, threw it on the stairs, stood to the corner, and dodged into the space. The security guard came over, probed his head and saw the crispy shark on the ground. Picking it up and babying it, he tossed it around to check it out. It's okay, Jiang Yu softly spoke. Su Qianyue immediately appeared, carrying a wooden stick in her hand, and fiercely came towards the security guard's head. Dang! The security guard rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Su Qianyue quickly took off her keys and lightly walked along the wall towards the warehouse. Don't panic, hold steady. Jiang Yu's voice was like a tranquilizer pill. Su Qianyue was wary of someone suddenly appearing out of nowhere, always ready to hide in the space. After smoothly opening the door to the room, she dodged into the warehouse. It was a half-sized conference room. Supplies took up almost half of the space. There were hotel bedding towels, toiletries and water. There was also a variety of food, snacks, and water from the hotel, as well as supplies retrieved from outside. Water, bedding, fire extinguishers, steel pipes, daggers. Take whatever else you see fit. Su Qianyue came on this trip to replenish some supplies. Previously, she felt that the 60 cubic meters of space was enough, but then she realized that Su Qianyue could only enter the mysterious zone she was talking about if she was near the school. That is, Jiang Yu's computer desktop. It was unrealistic to go back to the school side now, so it was better to come here and scavenge what was readily available. Commonly used supplies, water and food. Su Qianyue had quite a lot, and found quite a few ham sausages that had to be taken away and given to Luna. Especially also found a few explosion-proof shields. This thing must be taken. There is also a lot of cash. This thing is the same as waste paper in the doomsday. The useful things were pretty much taken, mainly because she couldn't use a lot of these people's supplies, and the space wasn't even stuffed. Su Qianyue was dissatisfied. Scanning around, her eyes lit up and saw a laptop, and a shared charging machine. I don't know if there is electricity inside. All put in the space. Su Qianyue gently pushed open the door, and after confirming that the corridor was quiet, she hurried back to the stairs. Hang the key back on the security guard. Hurry up and withdraw. The whole process. Jiang Yu pinched a sweat for her. Su Qianyue was also nervous. If she didn't care, she was so nervous that she wanted to cry. Probably too nervous with her adrenal glands spiking. Su Qianyue actually climbed up in one breath. Jiang Yu, I'm so scared, she added as an afterthought. Not afraid, not afraid. Wait, go into space. There's someone. Jiang Yu had just comforted a sentence when he suddenly saw the figure of a security guard in his line of sight. Su Qianyue flashed into space 1 second. The next second Qilian walked by with a gloomy face. The security guard apologized vigorously, so scared that he was close to kneeling down. I patrol every day. That woman didn't leave. She must still be in the building. Boss, don't worry. I promise. I will definitely send someone down to you tonight. Qiliang's eyes were shady, staring at the security guard with a leathery smile. Ever since I grew up, no woman has ever made me go through so much effort, even in bed. He had never had his legs go weak, and today, he must have been compelled to climb so high. Compelled by whom? Of course it was this security guard. 1,000 mistakes could not be Qilian's own fault. It could only be the security guard's fault. Qilian took a deep breath and calmed down from his state of madness. Deal with it. Don't let me see him again. Yes. The tall black-clothed security guard behind him stretched out his iron bushel-like hand and grabbed the security guard's neck in one hand, making the other party unable to make any sound. Dragging him directly to the window at the end of the corridor, he pushed it open and threw the man out. After gently closing the window, the black-clothed security guard stood behind Qiliang without a word. Su Qianyue had already come out of the space. There was no way. Her time was up. Qiliang snorted coldly. Bring the person down to me at night. I'm out of patience. And her 3 teammates. Drive them all out when you find them. Yes. After they left, Su Qianyue dared to breathe. After waiting for a while longer and there was no movement, only then did she quietly move her feet. She was frightened by Qiliang. That man, killing without blinking an eye. Luna licked the back of her hand to comfort her. Jiang Yu was also scared for a while. Luckily you left. Otherwise Su Qianyue couldn't beat those 2 black-clothed security guards. They looked like they were practiced and had guns. Su Qianyue watered and wiped a small teardrop. At night, should I hide? Don't be afraid. Let me think. First go upstairs and dump the supplies. Su Qianyue went up to the top floor, put out the supplies in the space. There was no place to put them. Part of it was put in the room. Part of it was hidden in other places on the top floor. Then stuffed her original things back into the space. When the tsunami comes, just consume the supplies outside the space first, fearing that there will be a vicious battle at night. In addition to the dagger and gun, Su Qianyue also carried an explosion-proof shield and a longsword downstairs. The longsword was also picked up from the warehouse downstairs. Just in time, she met Xiao Zhao's trio who came back from receiving supplies. Without a word, Xiaobi went forward and took the shield. Xiaoai also immediately went forward to take the sword in Su Qianyue's hand. Boss, the way you carry the sword is so handsome. I'll take it for you. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Dog leg. Xiao Jia hemmed and hawed twice. What's wrong with a dog's leg? I can be much more useful than this sword. I'm cheaper than this sword. Boss, you mention me. Su Qianyue's originally bad mood was instantly cured by this douchebag. Jiang Yu also let out a light laugh. This little A, his personality was a bit similar to Lu Fei. His hobbies were also the same. He loved to play cheap. Chapter 58, The Shape of a Girlfriend. The trio also had to give Su Qianyue the food, which she refused. You guys come to my room. Su Qianyue turned around and became a high and cold goddess again. Little A and little B were a little excited. This was Boss Su Goddess schoolgirl's room. Hey. Jiang Yu silently watched. Su Qianyue was slowly changing. At first, she couldn't move without crying. Of course, now she also loves to cry. But she's much better at it than she was before. And she's not as afraid to get in touch with people as she was before, now when the boss is in a decent manner. Unconsciously, Su Qianyue has developed into a shape that he likes. It wasn't right. He liked any shape Su Qianyue had. Old boss, is there something wrong with calling us? Su Qianyue nodded and began to relay Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu, Qi Liang's 2 bodyguards will come up at night. I don't know if it's 1 or 2. They also have guns. You guys have to be careful in dealing with them. Su Qianyue, we're going to kill those 2 bodyguards. Jiang Yu, after you kill them put the bodies on the floor below. You can't throw them away. If you can't find anyone, Qi Liang will suspect you. There's still a day or 2 before the big tsunami comes. After the tsunami comes Qi Liang won't be able to care about that. Su Qianyue, then throw the body to Qi Liang. Row by row. His own girlfriend is going to generalize. Jiang Yu is helpless, but it's fine. Su Qianyue just understands. Xiao Zhao's face went white with fear. Those 2 bodyguards had guns. Then what can we do? Su Qianyue stood up, her eyes fixedly looking at her. You stay in my room. Just don't be afraid. Ha! Xiao Zhao understood. She was going to play Su Qianyue. Is it too late to leave now? Whoops! Xiao Zhao could not cry. Then when you kill someone, you have to be quick. Xiaowei and Xiaobi came out from the gym and hadn't killed anyone, so they were scared and excited at this time. Boss Su, what about us? You guys move the bodies. The 2. Under Jiang Yu's command, everything was arranged. Taking a glance at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The rain outside the window became heavier. Jiang Yu took the time to brush up on the news. News like heavy rain and flood control had become more frequent. Even though it was late at night, Linchuan had already taken precautions against heavy rainfall in various places. In places he can't see, Xinhuan eats instant noodles and writes programs for him. The 3 people in Louis Fei's dormitory sprinted to the last level of the Black Myth. Damn! The next door is still laughing at our storm buyers. Just came to borrow the instant noodles. I'll just scold them away. Sure Do was tall and strong, not used to people who mocked them. Or let's just say, listening to Jiang Yu was right. Louis Fei was also thankful. Feeling that things weren't right, he had screwed up his dad's trip by playing cheap and cute. Originally, his dad was going to take a plane to talk business. If this had really set off, he would have been stranded at the airport, or in the sky, or even heavier, heaven and earth. When this is over, I'm going to treat my righteous father to dinner. Xinghu neighborhood. Yang Lin held his daughter-in-law and child to watch the newly released Love Synthesis. Luckily we listened to the boss and stocked up on these things, or else the baby wouldn't have any milk powder to eat. Hubby, you're great. Mama. The sudden rainstorm interrupted many people's plans. Pei Yuqi shyly lies in Qin Yuchuan's arms. Incomparably content. Xiao Chuan, I'm yours for everything. Don't worry, baby, I will be responsible for you. Qin Yuchuan silently plus 1 foot d his bed battle in his heart. Pei Yuqi like this, rich and good looking, and simple. He was very satisfied. It's raining outside. I'll order some food and we won't get out of bed. Ouch. Nasty. Jiang Yu carefully checked the details over. This was Su Qianyue's first time against an enemy who also had a gun, so she had to be careful. Xiaowei and Xiaobi hid in the dark part of the staircase, one with an explosion-proof shield and the other with a knife. Su Qianyue moved a chair and sat in the doorway of the house. The door was concealed. As long as someone approached, they could hear the movement. Xiao, on the other hand, spread her hair and lay on the bed. The little black cat Luna nestled at the end of the bed, posing as Su Qianyue. In the darkness of the night, it couldn't be seen without staring at the face and carefully distinguishing it. Su Qianyue. Xiao couldn't help but make a sound. Su Qianyue faintly hummed. If you are afraid, turn around and close your eyes. Xiao took a deep breath, turned her back to Su Qianyue and closed her eyes. Su Qianyue was actually also afraid, but with Jiang Yu around, she wasn't that afraid again. It's coming. Be careful. Jiang Yu's voice rang in her ears. Qi Liang didn't take Su Qianyue seriously. The 2 personalized big men, only one was sent up. The sound of clattering footsteps echoed in the corridor. When he came to Su Qianyue's door, the hand holding the rope pushed the door, and he didn't expect to push it open at once. Su Qianyue had already entered the space. The big man entered the room and saw at a glance the person lying on the bed asleep. There was also the small black cat nestled at the end of the bed. It was that woman. Yes, he was not afraid of waking the person up, kicked away the chair at the doorway, threw away the rope in his hand and walked towards the bed. Dawn turned her back to the doorway and closed her eyes tightly. In her heart, She kept praying, "Don't come over, don't come over." Jiang Yu looked at the small black dots moving in the screen to determine the location of that big guy. "You can start. When you go out, your front side is a little to the right." Su Qianyue took a deep breath, carrying her pistol and dodging to appear inside the house. The big guy was worthy of being a professional bodyguard. With the sound of one more breath inside the house, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Drawing his gun, he turned around. He saw Su Qianyue ghost-like, standing in his doorway with a pink pistol in both hands. The gun's body was slender, and surprisingly, it was also equipped with a silencer. "Shoot, put." Jiang Yu gave an order and Su Qianyue pulled the trigger. A spray of blood shot out. The big man stared wide-eyed and fell straight to the ground. Only then did Su Qianyue let out a long sigh of relief. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared, right? It's okay, don't be afraid. They won't have time to find you trouble tomorrow." His tone was gentle, coaxing a child, just afraid that Su Qianyue was not comfortable in her heart. Su Qianyue nodded and poked Xiao Xiao. "All right, get up and clean up this place. The blood-stained ones are thrown to other rooms." The ice-cold voice of the past days was heavenly music in Xiao Xiao's ears at this moment. She shivered and got up from the bed, just to see the body that fell at her feet, and the blood that sprayed a bed sheet, almost didn't hold back her screams. Su Qianyue lifted her chin to look at her, still carrying the gun in her hand, as if saying, "If you dare to scream out, I will kill you too." Xiao Xiao rolled and crawled down the bed, rolling up the sheets and quilts and all these. "Boss, where to throw it? Is it okay to throw the dismantled room?" Today they dismantled the bedsheets, and some of the rooms got messed up. Su Qianyue nodded. Squatting down, he searched the rope in the other party's hand, the gun in his waist, and after confirming that there was nothing else useful on his body, he turned around and went out, letting Xiaowei and Xiaobi come over to carry the body. Xiaowei and Xiaobi were also ruthlessly startled. At that time, Ma Yunlan's death was so far away that they couldn't really see it. Now that this person was killed right in front of their eyes by Boss Su, it was too frightening. "So we're moving out?" Su Qianyue nodded. Xiaobi went to the other room to find a few towels and bravely wrapped the big guy's head. Xiaowei looked disgusted. "Are you as scared as this?" Although he was also scared, Xiaobi, however, gave him a cold look. "Tofu has brains, but you don't. If we move the body, do we let the blood flow all the way?" Chapter 59, I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? Jiang Yu tilted his head and looked. This Xiaobi was a talent. It was also a qualified porter. Su Qianyue followed them downstairs, directing the duo to place the big guy's body on the stairwell on the 30th floor. Xiaobi also thoughtfully used a blood-stained towel to fling some blood on the nearby wall, faking the illusion that he was going up the stairs and was shot from above. It's the end of the world. Can't we still have fingerprints and bloodstain identification? That's pretty much it. Jiang Yu asked Su Qianyue to bring someone up. Su Qianyue took out a small flashlight from her bag and handed it to Xiaobi. She asked him to double-check if there were any traces left on the way back. Xiaobi blinked. He was a bit unable to remember. When he went out, did Su Qianyue bring her bag? After going back, Su Qianyue closed the door of the house with a bang. The three people outside the door stared wide-eyed. Xiaowei scratched his head. Did we really kill someone? Xiaobi corrected. It wasn't us. It was Su Qianyue. Xiao Xiao was silent. She was still dizzy until now. Once again, she felt the gap between herself and Su Qianyue. Why would someone be beautiful, calm, and so capable? At this time inside the house, Su Qianyue flopped on the bed. On the bed Xiao Xiao had already changed into new sheets and bedding. Even the carpet had yanked a clean one over from another room. Her long black hair was spread out, forming a strong contrast on the snow-white sheets. From Jiang Yu's angle, Su Qianyue's slender waist and legs wrapped in slim pants were visible. He coughed lightly. Don't cry. It's already fine. Su Qianyue's voice was muffled. Is it that just because you look pretty, you deserve to be bullied? Jiang Yu knew that his little girlfriend was self-doubting. As a boyfriend, even if you can't be around to personally comfort, verbal comfort must be in place. A person to be bullied has nothing to do with looks. You're brave and capable and smart, and being good-looking is your merit. Really? Su Qianyue sat up from the bed, her eyes tearful, her small face red from holding it in. Jiang Yu nodded his head vigorously. Yes, really, didn't lie to you. Do you think I'm pretty too? Su Qianyue looked at Jiang Yu through the screen with an expectant face. After receiving Jiang Yu's affirmative answer, Su Qianyue's eyes became even brighter. Jiang Yu, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? Jiang Yu felt that he wasn't being set up by the little girl quite well. It seemed not to have been affected by the killing incident. Quickly go wash up and go to bed early in a while. Jiang Yu changed the topic. Downstairs Qi Liang lavishly poured a glass of red wine. The thought of being warm and soft in his arms in a while excited him. If he were to say, all the rules of law were binding strong people like him, Only an unorganized world like Armageddon suits him. As the glass of wine bottomed out, he raised his hand and glanced at his full diamond watch. Go and see why the people aren't back yet? Yes. The other remaining bodyguard behind him turned around and went out. These people had been raised by the family since they were young to protect his safety and security. Xi Liang had never even thought about why exactly he was able to become the head of the base of the Pearl Hotel. Was it because he was rich? Or was it because he had bodyguards? His bodyguards had guns? He didn't need to think about that. Ta-da-da. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out from outside, and the bodyguard came back with a stony face, and brought back explosive news. The other bodyguard, shot dead. Xi Liang instantly lost his liquor, and followed to the stairwell on the 15th floor. Behind him followed a number of security guards. This stairwell was still picked by Su Qianyue. 30th floor. There is no owner here. The most convenient one stairwell from Xi Liang's office, to ensure that the other party can see as long as they go up the stairs. Xi Liang had had enough of climbing stairs today. Panting, he came to the 30th floor, and saw the bodyguard staring at the eyes as big as cows. Dead. There was a bloody hole in his head. What's going on? Xi Liang shouted in exasperation. The bodyguard stepped forward to check the body and surroundings. It's a gunshot wound. It should have been killed here. The blood hasn't solidified yet. It hasn't been long since he died. We didn't hear a gunshot. The other party's gun probably has a silencer. And he lost his gun. The other security guards' faces went white. That meant that among the people living in this building, someone still had a gun. Or a silenced one. The point is, with the lost gun, the other party now has 2 guns off. Xi Liang was furious. He was able to deter everyone here by force. Turning his head to stare at the security personnel, he gritted his teeth and said, "Search for me. Everyone's room should be searched. Bring me anyone suspicious. The other party has guns. You guys arrange more people to look for them." The security guards dispersed and rushed to work. Whether they could find them or not was put aside. They were afraid that if they stayed here, they would be beaten up by the frenzied Xi Liang. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. His bodyguards were not sent out, in case the other party took advantage of the bodyguard's absence to come to his door. What would he do? At this moment, the woman on the 70th floor had long been put behind him, and he hadn't thought about Su Qianyue being the murderer. A soft and beautiful woman, in his eyes, like a doddering flower, did not have any killing power. There were almost 300 people inside the Pearl Hotel. There were a lot of hotel rooms, which were not full before the doomsday. After the end of the world, a group of people died, a group of people came in, and there were just so many people coming and going. Basically, they all stayed within those floors below. The security guards followed the instructions and roughly broke into each room to check. It was only after this inspection that they realized that quite a few people had also hoarded a lot of personal goods. A woman named Xiao Mei had 2 other men in her room. These people didn't know how they had drilled their way in, but they had seized quite a few snacks, all of which were also imported. Bring it, you. The security guard pushed Xiao Mei down. Xiao Mei cried in anger, but did not dare to resist. These were all from Su Qianyue that she had taken with her people to venture back to the school and robbed. The 2 men were on the sidelines squeezing their fists, not daring to resist. The security guard pulled open the drawer and saw a large burp bag, a drawer full of them, which was collected from the nearby rooms. TSK, playing quite flowery. No hiding in the future. All supplies are to be turned in for uniform distribution. I'll spare you this time. The guard was not interested in women. He picked up those imported snacks and left. Xiao Mei couldn't hold back any longer and cried out with a wow. The 2 men rushed forward to comfort her. Don't cry. Tomorrow we'll apply to go out and look for supplies. Those dog legs rely on someone behind them. Wait, when we find a gun, we won't be afraid of them. Woo woo, it's a mess downstairs. Jiang Yu took a painful shower, then filled the buckets, pots, wash basins, and washing machines in the house with tap water. He went to bed beautifully. The storm outside has nothing to do with him. It's just that for some reason, he dreamt that he was being held down by Su Qianyue again. More than that, in a watery atmosphere, Su Qianyue seemed to be preparing to take a bath, wearing a cool halter nightgown. Her hair was tied loosely behind her head. Her expression was very serious. To take a bath, killing people today, you have to wash too. No resistance allowed. Jiang Yu was forced to hold down the ground, looking at Su Qianyue from the bottom up. Bad guy. Chapter 60 The Great Tsunami. You're here. Su Qianyue's small hand grabbed his tail and rubbed it fiercely. Not long after, Jiang Yu's blood boiled all over his body. He was sweating in his sleep. It was more than that. After the bath, Su Qianyue also stuffed him directly into the quilt, pressed him into the crook of her arm, and nuzzled him to sleep. The tip of his nose was filled with the fresh smell of Su Qianyue's body. Jiang Yu felt that this was a lucid dream. He felt that he couldn't resist and didn't want to resist even after struggling a few times. He drifted off to sleep under Su Qianyue's comforter. Asterisk. Jiang Yu was woken up by suffocation. It seemed like something was pressing on his face. Sitting up violently, he took a few big breaths. I didn't realize it was past 8 again. He first glanced at the computer screen, and sure enough, Su Qianyue was lying on her side on the bed, and the little black cat Luna was again pressed against her chest. Only her small paws were left struggling outside. It's now certain that it was the little black cat he was onto in his dream. Jiang Yu. He told me that this stupid game wasn't normal. Can't find anything on the internet? Super high simulation. Real life like Su Qianyue. Disaster correlation with the real world. All of these he could barely explain with coincidence and forcefully ignore. But he could still soulware Luna. He had to rethink. Was this really just a game? More than anything, he felt that it was a real world. Perhaps it was a parallel world to the real world. Or perhaps it was the future timeline of the real world. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Did that mean that Su Shallow Moon was real? If the game went on, could Su Shallow Moon come to the real world? Or did he go to Su Shallow Moon's world? This delusional thought was like weeds growing wild in his mind. A full hour or so passed before he calmed down. Opening the small notebook in his hand, it recorded many things he had summarized after clicking on this game. There was Su Qianyue's personal information, the background of the world, some of his insights. Only after rereading it again did he realize that the sentence that the game prompted when he adopted Su Qianyue. Attention! True doomsday, coming soon. 10% conceptualization of this disaster. Once one accepts that the game world is a real world, these two items above are extremely important information. Tap on Su Qianyue's personal information to check it again. Life value, 55/100. Affinity, 19 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 35/100. Elementary food 25 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 45/100. Elementary knives 55/100. Elementary firearms, 70 out of 100. Backpack, primary backpack. Lifesteal recovery is good. Shy intimacy would soon be 20. Jiang Yu began to get nervous again. On the contrary, in the roof hut built in the past 2 days, Su Qianyue's primary repair gold had grown quite a bit, and primary firearms had progressed the fastest. The tsunami will last for 2 weeks. Jiang Yu made a plan for Su Shallow Moon to grow and learn. Exercise every day. Primary maintenance, primary food and primary transportation raised to 50. Primary props and primary firearms all raised to 100 as much as possible. By the time the tsunami recedes, everyone who can survive has a few tricks up their sleeves. Only when Su Qianyue's combat power was raised could she cope better. Putting down his pen, Jiang Yu closed his book. The heart was filled with grandeur. Preparing to go brush his teeth and wash up, he realized that the water had indeed stopped. It didn't matter. He had water stored. Others in the building weren't so lucky. I've received a notice. We've got a pipe burst here, and the water is out in several nearby neighborhoods. It's being repaired, but I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Oh, it's raining so hard. You can't go out. Who are you washing your face for? That's right. Who has extra water? I'll cook an instant noodle for dinner. Turn off the homeowners group. These don't need him to care, and he can't manage it. Such a situation happened in various neighborhoods in Linchuan, with some water outages, some power outages, and some sewers backing up. Soon, though, the panic was all short-lived. By noon there were large trucks with emergency kits for each neighborhood. Inside were water and bread. There were also people going door to door registering children, the elderly and the seriously ill. Boxes of milk were given to people with children. The storm came suddenly. It's good enough to do this. Thanksgiving. Good job, Linchuan. Such remarks appeared on all platforms in all corners. Those places that didn't have countermeasures now only have the envy of Linchuan. Lian City's side was the best in several coastal areas in terms of precautionary work, and an expert group had been formed. The early signs of the tsunami were found at the first time. What? The wind and waves on the sea have reached 20 meters? No. Have all the coastal patrols pulled back? In comparison, Linchuan's torrential rains were not worth mentioning. The large tsunami peak sea values were predicted to be as high as 50 meters. Because of the presence of breakwaters and the like, these waves would be weakened, but the destructive power would still be immense. The cities further evacuated the crowds. Of course, this news was also circulated internally. Hua Qingyun sat steadily in his office, and when he got this data, his mind went blank for a few seconds. 50 meters. 50 meters. Surprisingly, it wasn't even close to the data given by Jiang Yu. Previously, those people objected, mocked, and wanted to stick him on the wall to scold him. Now, they're all as honest as quails. This time, Jiang Yu was his nobleman. Jiang Yu couldn't care less about this, because in the game world, the great tsunami came. Su Qianyue and the little black cat stand side by side in front of the window. Jiang Yu similarly looked out the window from Su Qianyue's perspective. Inside the Pearl Hotel, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look out the window. Floodwaters that looked like mountains tipping over, up to a dozen meters high, swept in from the sky. It was as if someone had stood in the sky and poured huge amounts of seawater downward. Sharp honking explosions pierced through the buildings and pierced people's eardrums. People watched as the skyscrapers in the distance were swallowed by the flood and the roads were submerged. The zombies couldn't run in time, and survivors emerged from all directions, fighting the flood for life. Accompanied by torrential rain and thunder, the entire city of A fell in less than half an hour. People climbed to the upper floors and onto the roofs of buildings, looking for places where they could take refuge. Su Qianyue sighed and looked out the window at the top of a building standing full of people in the distance. It was a Wanda Plaza. The rounded top. People climbed up by relying on tools. The tiny humans, like ants in the water, gathered in a ball and shook. They don't know yet that this is just the beginning. Taking the Pearl Hotel as a benchmark, the floodwaters had just reached the third floor at this point. The building was already in chaos. Su Qianyue could even hear screams coming from the hallway. She pulled open the door of the house and saw Xiaowei and Xiaobi running towards her side with panicked faces. Boss! Su Qianyue raised her hand and yanked out several steel pipes from the house and threw them on the ground. Go lock the stairs first. There are a total of 4 staircases. Lock all the staircase doors on the 70th floor. Then you guys move in next door to me. Don't run around. Yes, boss. Seeing Su Qianyue methodically issuing orders, the three people's panicked hearts settled down once again. After just a few days of being together, they had already taken Su Qianyue as their backbone. Locking the door, the three stood in front of Su Qianyue. Boss, what's next? We still have some supplies. Put them all at your place, boss. Xiaowei took the initiative to return to the room and took out a plastic bag. Inside were 2 bottles of water and a bag of cookies and a pack of instant noodles. Xiaobi silently went back to the room and took out the stuff as well. Xiao rolled her eyes and went back to the room to get the supplies while scolding Xiaowei. Big licking dog. Xiaowei grunted. What's wrong with me being a licking dog? No licking for nothing. Licking the boss. I'm willing, aren't you? Xiao rolled her eyes again. Favorite baby righteous fathers, please add to your bookshelf and give more positive reviews / kneel down and ask for peace in the middle. Chapter 61. Jiang Yu teaches her so much. Is it also because of love? Su Qianyue was a bit at a loss for words and didn't accept their things, froze for a few seconds and then turned around to go back to the house, bringing the door with a bang. Jiang Yu. The iceberg expression on Su Qianyue's face immediately dissipated, filled with panic. They, what do they mean? Jiang Yu was also quite surprised. Previously, when they were in the dormitory building, the performance of these three was average, especially Xiao, who even fought with Su Qianyue. Later on, after working together for 2 days, they were also moderate. Now they actually took the initiative to bring out all the food. Kind of interesting. They should just simply be afraid that you won't have anything to eat. You didn't go down to receive the supplies before. After all, your fighting strength is stronger than theirs, and they will have to rely on you later. Then am I going to accept it? Su Qianyue's mouth pursed, very apprehensive. Jiang Yu let out a sigh. Su Qianyue never seemed to have been treated properly and equally, and getting a little bit of goodwill from others without an agenda was a handful. Then do you want to accept it? You can ask yourself. Jiang Yu guided her. It was important for the little girl to learn to understand her own heart. Su Qianyue nodded and shook her head again. I want to accept it, but, Xiao Mei, my roommate, was also very good to me before Doomsday, and brought people back to rob me after Doomsday. When she said that, Jiang Yu understood. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. The little girl had been hurt by that Xiao Mei and couldn't believe the others. Then if you accept it, will you remain vigilant or will you trust them without reservation? Su Qianyue nodded without hesitation. I will be vigilant. The only person she truly trusted completely was Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gave the final answer. That's the right thing to do. Accept them, remain vigilant, and not be careless at any time. Once they make you uncomfortable, do it directly, no need to hesitate. Su Qianyue listened attentively, nodded her head uncontrollably, and took out a small notebook and pen. Swish to write it down. Jiang Yu. What she had to do was to improve her ability, so that the three people didn't dare to have any improper thoughts, at least within this half-month. She must be the boss. Su Qianyue once again strained her small face and pulled open the door. The three people in quail-like were still standing in the doorway. Boss? Well, the big tsunami is already here. You guys come and move things. Su Qianyue really didn't know how to get along with these people, and could only give orders dryly. The three people didn't know what to move, until they went up to the top floor and saw that there were a lot more supplies in the room that was built yesterday. They then said, Boss must have gone to grab the supplies. Xiaowei opened his mouth wide and wanted to ask something, when Xiaobi raised his hand and covered his mouth with a slap. Su Qianyue grunted. Count on them to be sensible. If she asked more, she didn't want to explain and would probably want to kill them. When carrying things downstairs, Xiaowei is dissatisfied. Why are you covering my mouth? Xiaobi looked at him coldly. If you want to die, don't bring me along and ask when you're alone. You know what I'm going to ask? Boss Su got all the stuff up here by himself. How did he get it up here? As long as you still want to live, don't ever ask. Oh, a few seconds later, Xiaojia and Xiao Xiao drifted off, and only then did they figure out the key. No matter how Su Qianyue got those things up, it was not something they should ask. Prying into other people's secrets would kill them. You say, just now if we didn't send Boss Su food, would Boss Su have let us know that there were so many supplies? Xiao asked a question without dying. Xiaobi and Xiao Xiao shook their heads at the same time. Su Qianyue, this person, sometimes overbearing, sometimes reasonable, completely elusive. If you are pissed off and give you a shot, you will be honest. But with these things, it should be enough to tide over any big tsunami. The supplies upstairs were moved a third of the way downstairs, and they were all placed inside Su Qianyue's house. Su Qianyue stood inside the house, looking at the tall waves that were approaching, a little worried. Jiang Yu, is it okay to let them see those supplies? It's okay, you need to eat and drink yourself upstairs. These supplies can't be hidden, and these are only a small portion, so that it won't expose your space backpack yet. They are still useful to keep. You can't let the horse run and not give it grass at the same time. Let them depend on you and get a little benefit from you before they will always be used for you. But when people come up again downstairs, there's no need to be polite with them. Jiang Yu spoke in great detail. Su Qianyue listened with seeming understanding. Her big eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Yu, you know so much. She took out a small notebook and wrote it down. Jiang Yu was surrounded by an inexplicable sense of shame. Poor doesn't have to memorize it. You don't understand. You don't care. Su Qianyue covered the small notebook tightly. Jiang Yu had no idea what the little girl had written in it. Ka-ching. Within the game, the sky exploded with a huge lightning bolt. The entire glass in the house clattered. The little black cat Luna was scared and exploded, jumping onto Xiaoei's head who was carrying something. Ancestor, ugh. Come down. Don't scratch. It's going bald. Outside, the land turned into an ocean. Many buildings were flooded. People couldn't even call for help before they turned into a speck of dust and became one with the floodwater. After moving things, the three of them reselected the room. Xiao Xiao lived opposite Su Qianyue. Xiaowei and Xiaobi lived on both sides. Su Qianyue sat on the sofa like a queen and set the rules for the three. Jiang Yu knew that the little girl liked to abbreviate sentences. He simply asked Su Qianyue to ask them in return how they want to divide the labor. Xiao Xiao took the initiative to raise her hand. I think we should record the rise of the water surface, and report every rise. Su Qianyue nodded. Good. You record it. Xiaowei and Xiaobi also discussed it. Patrolling the 70th floor and the top floor every 2 hours. Those people will definitely move upwards. We also need to take precautions. Little B proposed. Su Qianyue nodded once again. Starting tomorrow, you guys have to practice your knives and daggers. Food and water must not be wasted. If you finish eating before the big tsunami, you guys will starve. She thought she was quite fierce. In Jiang Yu's eyes, this was simply cute. But Xiao Xiao's three didn't dare to think too much about it and agreed in unison. After dividing up the labor and the people left, Su Qianyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the big bed, she hugged Luna and rolled. Then what do I do next? Jiang Yu also took out the small notebook he had recorded earlier. Suddenly, he also realized that not only did the little girl have a small notebook, he himself also had one. Haha, it's true that they were born as a pair. Cough cough, there's nothing for you to do. It's just to exercise your dagger and gun every day. Exercise more, eat well, and keep your body healthy. Then do I have time to read books? Su Qianyue suddenly came into the spirit. Yes, what kind of books do you want to read? Jiang Yu was curious. Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue didn't tell her. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yu seemed to be gone. Su Qianyue took out the book. Youthful Abusive Love. Crying Red Tails, from the Space. Can't wait to turn the first page. She wanted to see how abusive love was a love. A man who truly loves a woman is to teach her the ways of the world and the skills of survival. Even if he's gone one day, he can still make sure his girl can survive. Su Qianyue played with the ends of her hair, her eyes lingering on this page. So, Jiang Yu taught her so much. Was it also because of love? Love? What a distant and unfamiliar word. Then does she love Jiang Yu? Chapter 62. Jiang Yu is my boyhood god. Su Qianyue closed the book with a blatting sound. She didn't dare to read further. She didn't know herself. She couldn't understand herself. She liked Jiang Yu, was attached to Jiang Yu, worshipped Jiang Yu, and was grateful to Jiang Yu. But, does she have love for Jiang Yu? She didn't dare to read the book again. She was afraid of getting a positive answer. More afraid of getting a negative answer. Distracted. She still took out the book Kissing 18 Styles. 10 minutes to learn to kiss correctly. This was what she should learn. It's just that looking at it, why is it that for every pose, All she thinks of is Jiang Yu? It's too much. Su Qianyue's face was red and hot as she burrowed into the space to take a shower. What do you look like? She was suddenly a little curious. How old was Jiang Yu? Was she tall? Is she handsome? Got abs? No. What if he doesn't? In the mist of water, Su Qianyue lightly bit her red lips. She couldn't help but start thinking, if Jiang Yu was short, ugly and fat, would she still like him? With this question, Su Qianyue tossed and turned. Until the early hours of the morning, she finally had an answer. Even if Jiang Yu was short, ugly and fat, she would still love Jiang Yu. Although she doesn't know if she's in love with Jiang Yu now. Jiang Yu is gentle, intellectual, calm in critical moments, never loses his temper, treats her well, and teaches her many things. The best person in the universe to her, better than her parents treat her. At the mention of her parents, Su Qianyue's mood was much lower again. Rambling thoughts, her mind was in chaos, and she didn't know when she fell asleep in a daze. Jiang Yu doesn't know that Su Qianyue is thinking about it. Zhou Qin called him again. Mr. Jiang, sorry to bother you. How's the data analysis going? He was really embarrassed. It hadn't been long since he sent the data over, and he came to ask for the results, but he had no choice. The top was pressing hard. How many people were at stake with this one small piece of data? Jiang Yu slapped his head. I'm sorry, I've been focusing on accompanying my female. I'll send it to you later. He's also a bit sorry. The contract is signed, so of course he has to work. Zhou Qin knows that Jiang Yu has no father and no mother, so this so-called family is afraid to be his girlfriend. And this girlfriend has quite a heavy weight in Jiang Yu's heart, so it seems to be properly investigated. After the call is over, Jiang Yu picks up a pen and paper and sweeps back to the plan he made for Su Qianyue in his book. He suddenly felt like the worrying old father. Raising Su Qianyue was sometimes like raising a daughter. It could be worrying, and it was still that sweet burden. A soft laugh echoed in the rainy night room. Burying his head, he rustled and began to calculate the data until the early hours of the morning, and sent it to Zhou Qin. Asterisk. On the second day, Jiang Yu slept until noon. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look at Su Qianyue first. It was still a bit of a shame that he didn't Seoul where Luna last night. The sky within the game was gray. The rainstorm was thunderous, and it was already impossible to tell day from night. Su Qianyue whole person stretches in the snow-white big bed, lotus root like arm long unfolded. The little black cat flipped belly, for tilted pillow in the jade arm. The little stomach was round from eating. Jiang Yu poked its belly with the mouse. You're rather blessed. Meow. Jiang Yu goes to wash up, then stops at the window to brush up on the news. Linchuan City is in the midst of a persistent rainstorm. Its skirts slightly dirty. All eyes are on the upcoming super tsunami, and since there was some advance warning, the damage has been minimized. People's National Day vacations were ruined without a single complaint. One praised the officials for their timely response, while being proud. In contrast, other countries on this side of the ocean were not so lucky, and the big tsunami caused them serious damage. Buzz buzz buzz. Wan's little panda sent a message. Boss, the stuff is done, but we can't meet to test it now. Xinwan feels a bit regretful. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Can we test it by operating it remotely with QQ? After the test is okay, I'll transfer the money to you. Can do, boss. Jiang Yu opened his laptop, which already had a game downloaded on it. He didn't want to expose Su Qianyue by doing the test. Testing with another game was the same, as long as it worked. Remotely controlling her boss's computer, Xinwan was a bit nervous, and after adding Jiang Yu's QQ, she suddenly exclaimed, "Yikes," because she recognized this QQ avatar. It was actually Jiang Yu. Unlike the WeChat avatar, the QQ avatar Jiang Yu made an appearance. It should have been taken before his accident, and in the photo, Jiang Yu was smiling very brightly, with light in his eyes. Jiang Yu changed his real-life photo after the accident, but he forgot to replace it since he hardly used QQ. Looking at the photo, Jiang Yu is in a bit of a trance at the moment. If it was his previous self, Su Qianyue would definitely like him, or at least not hate him. And now, he is a cripple in a wheelchair. Intimacy is enough for today. The two of them can video. But, Jiang Yu curled up his body a bit. He was a bit scared. He was afraid that Su Qianyue didn't like him. He could feel that Su Qianyue was a living, breathing person with a soul. If he somehow fell in love with Su Qianyue just because she was the girlfriend he recharged and sent to him, he felt awkward. That wasn't the result he wanted. For the first time in his life, he was so torn, and suddenly felt like he couldn't lift his strength to do anything. He felt like he needed time to think about this. Tick-tock. QQ vibrated. Wan little panda sends a message. Are you Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu lifted his spirits and replied, "You recognize me? It's really you? You're my boy god. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you're my boy god." Xinwan was so excited that her hands flew across the keyboard. A burst of output crackled. "Xinwan, what are you excited about? It's noon." The roommate probed and inquired. It was now the National Day holiday. The school was on vacation. It was just that the weather was bad. Everyone was drilling in the dormitory and didn't go out. Shinwan mysteriously glanced at Peiyuchi's bed. Seeing that Peiyuchi wasn't there, she then spoke. Do you guys know? That $3,000 job of mine, that hoary boss, is actually Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Yeah, I'm so happy. The male god is actually my boss. Why are you so excited? Going to confess? The housemates all recognized Jiang Yu's male god status. Of course it's the Jiang Yu before the accident. At this time, another roommate comes over. Shinwan, don't confess. At the very least, wait until you get your paycheck. If you confess now, won't you be doing your job for nothing? Shinwan waved her hand. Go, don't talk nonsense. I only have admiration for Jiang Yu. There is no love between a man and a woman. What do you guys know? In the face of a male god, those who are bold and yellow can eat it. Shinwan has never even thought of falling in love with Jiang Yu. Go. Stand to the side. Don't disturb my communication with the male god. Besides, even if the male god doesn't give me money, I'm still happy. Chapter 63, It's okay if you're ugly. Thanks to my righteous father for the reward, DJ Ultraman Lite, desktop remote. Start testing the program. The roommates gathered around and quietly peeked at Jiang Yu's computer desktop through Shinwan's. This is too clean. There was nothing on the desktop except for the usual software. Not like a boy's computer at all. Instead, he saw a document, girlfriend's backpack. The housemates were silently excited and squeezed each other a few times. The test went well. As long as there's a continuously moving object within the game, the computer will sound an alarm. As long as the computer doesn't shut down, Jiang Yu could finally sleep soundly at night later. Tough on you. I'll transfer the fee to your WeChat. You remember to collect the money. No. Shinwan immediately refused. Jiang Yu lightly laughed and persuaded. One size fits all, or I'll be too embarrassed to look for you next time. There's a next time? Shinwan is thrilled and accepts Jiang Yu's money transfer. After this side ended, Shinwan's dormitory immediately exploded. A boy being called a male god is not just relying on a face, character, style of acting, talking and doing things, and degree of composure. All were plus points. A male god is still a male god. It's a pity that it's raining so hard outside. Shinwan, don't forget to treat yourself. Don't worry, won't forget. Shinwan patted her chest, then sighed. Alas, Peiyuchi really, just now you guys saw it. There's still a girlfriend's backpack document on the male god's computer. It must be the strategy Jiang Yu made to choose a gift for her. It's a pity. What man is willing to put in that kind of effort these days? Say yes. Don't tell anyone about this to Peiyuchi. While they felt that Peiyuchi didn't cherish it properly, they could understand Peiyuchi. After all, Jiang Yu was crippled. Peiyuchi and Qin Yuchuan are still getting bored at the hotel at this point. Jiang Yu gets the small software program script and copies it to his desktop computer. Clicked to run it. Jiang Yu? Su Qianyue woke up. For some reason, even though Jiang Yu didn't speak, she felt that Jiang Yu was there at the moment. I'm in. With Su Qianyue's continuous movements, the computer emitted a dripping alarm sound. Good. The program worked. Perfect. Jiang Yu turned the program off. There was no need to turn it on when he was staring during the day and Su Qianyue was moving at all times. Su Qianyue was wearing white pajamas, her hair slightly messy from sleeping. At this moment, she was sitting on her knees on the bed. Her ears perked up as if she was catching some sound. Jiang Yu was adored by her. Smiling, he inquired, "What's wrong, Jiang Yu? What was that sound just now?" Su Qianyue's large eyes were filled with inquisitiveness. The little girl still didn't know that when one person was curious about another, it was the beginning of love. Jiang Yu had just tested the program without turning off the call button. The sound of the alarm was transmitted. He thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "I'm always worried that you're in danger at night when I'm resting. I got something that can detect the screen. An alarm will sound when you're in danger at night." Jiang Yu felt that if this game wasn't a game, but the real world, sooner or later, he would have to explain the situation to Su Qianyue. Then why not start laying the groundwork from here, and also prevent the little girl from being scared at that time? After Su Qianyue heard this, she slightly hung her head with an apologetic face. At night, hard work for you. Put. Jiang Yu believed that Su Qianyue must not know how ambiguous it was for her to say this. He smoothed his own air. In the future, don't easily say to other men that the night was hard. It was too easy to make him think wildly. Why? Su Qianyue didn't understand. Why can't she say it? Anyway, just don't say it. Oh, then okay. Su Qianyue raised her head again, her eyebrows curving into a crescent moon. Then I can't say it to other men. It's okay to say it to you, right? After all, you really worked hard at night. Jiang Yu, pawn. In the latter half of the day, Su Qianyue wanted to eat snail powder. and not wanting the room to be tainted with the smell, she simply received hot water from the space, carried the soaked snail powder out the door, and went to the corridor to find a random room. Luna followed with a reluctant face. Why did Master have to eat something so stinky? It jumped onto the table and lifted its paw to paw a few times, as if it was burying feces. Su Qianyue laughs in the screen. Jiang Yu laughs lowly and shallowly off screen. With a big appetite, Jiang Yu cooks another meal of dumplings. Su Qianyue, do you like eating dumplings? Looking at the white and chubby dumplings on the plate, Jiang Yu suddenly inquires. I like it. I also know how to make dumplings. Su Qianyue fell into memories. Having gotten acquainted with Jiang Yu, she felt it was fine to talk about this. When I was in elementary school, one day after school, the driver didn't come to pick me up, so I waited in front of the school, and no one came to pick me up even when it was dark. The janitor called the homeroom teacher, and Ms. Wang came and took me home. Mr. Wang's house is small, but nice. They were making dumplings and I followed along. I'm pretty good at it. The little girl is all proud. Her eyes are glowing when she mentions this. Jiang Yu asked, what happened afterward? The smile on Su Qianyue's face gradually dissipated. Later, a new driver came to pick me up, and I transferred to another school. Something must have happened. Although Jiang Yu was curious, he stopped asking if his girlfriend didn't say anything. Then I'll make you dumplings for dinner later. I'm pretty good at it, but it has to wait until the big tsunami is over and you can return to the school side. That way the dumplings he made could be passed on as pictures. Su Qianyue nodded vigorously, contentedly eating the last bite of snail dumplings. Jiang Yu, what do you look like? The moment this question was asked by Su Qianyue, she herself froze. Regretfully, she hung her head. Sure enough, what did the book say? A full belly makes you want to lust. She was just eating too happily to ask this kind of question. Jiang Yu also finished the last dumpling and thought for a moment before asking her in return. If I were ugly, what would you do? Su Qianyue didn't expect Jiang Yu to answer this way. She stuttered a bit, very nervous, and quickly replied, You. It's okay for you to be ugly. You're smart. You have a good temper. You're also erudite and know a lot. It doesn't matter. You're ugly and you're you. Su Qianyue was so anxious that she cried. Jiang Yu looked up to the sky. He could see that Su Qianyue did feel that it was okay, and didn't have any intention of disliking it. It was just that he felt bad for making the little girl cry. The softest place in his heart was also gently touched. Su Qianyue, it seemed like she didn't dislike him. Don't cry. Good boy. Chapter 64 Jiang Yu, another day of being mesmerized by beauty. Jiang Yu coaxes a girl for the first time in his life. He's also inexperienced and a bit frazzled, wanting to hand over a tissue, but can't reach into the screen. Su Qianyue's tears were like little pearls. Right. I'm sorry. I'm not crying. Su Qianyue huffed. She was nervous and scared after the end of the day, and seeing the ocean-like flood downstairs was even more frightening. If she hadn't met Jiang Yu, she would have drowned in the dormitory long ago, or died on that night when Liang Yu attacked. All kinds of emotions come up. Directly cannot break the car. While saying that she wouldn't cry, more and more tears flowed. She couldn't even control it. Su Qianyue was crying like a pear. She simply couldn't stop. Jiang Yu's hands were at a loss. Don't cry. Wait for a couple days and we can video. Hiccup. Su Qianyue violently stopped crying. Her tears were still bearing down. She raised her head, her eyes red and bunny-like. Really? Jiang Yu sighed. He didn't want to. He was also afraid, and had just been mesmerized by beauty. Now that the words were out, there was no taking them back. Really? But prepare yourself mentally. I'm not that good. No, you're good. Not allowed to say you're not good yourself. Su Qianyue actually huffed and puffed about him. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Let's wait for 2 more days. Whether it's life or death at that time, sooner or later, he would have to face it. If Su Qianyue didn't like herself, then he would take care of a friend and help her get through the doomsday properly. If Su Qianyue liked herself, what would he do then? Jiang Yu had a headache, and was just about to leave to go code, when on the screen, a thud came violently from the wall opposite the room Su Qianyue was in. The sound of metal colliding. Very obvious. Logically, no one lives next door. Where did the sound come from? Exit the room. Jiang Yu immediately ordered. Su Qianyue took out her gun with one hand, fished out Luna with the other, and exited the room against the wall. When she lightly passed by the next room, she saw that the door was hidden, and quickly walked a few steps back to her room. Su Qianyue covered her heart thumping. Jiang Yu, is there someone next door? Jiang Yu couldn't say. It is reasonable to say that there is no one. You guys moved quite a lot after you lived in. If there is someone, it is impossible to hide. Call up the 3 of you. You guys go take a look. If there's danger, discover it early and deal with it early. Aha. Su Qianyue adjusted her emotions and called the 3 out. They were obedient, holding daggers and knives and huffing and puffing as they practiced. Once they heard Su Qianyue say that there was movement in that room, they also followed and tensed up. Xiaowei volunteered to stand at the front and kicked open the door of the room. Raise your hands. No one is allowed to move. The room was quiet. No sign of anyone at all. Xiao poked her head in. The other day when we removed the bedpan, it did make the room look like this. Not like someone spent the night. We checked the covers, the cabinets, the bathroom, including the windows, and looked around. The windows were sealed, and the vent window could only be opened a fist-sized crack. It was impossible to hide someone. Could it be in the ceiling? Xiaowei poked the bathroom ceiling with his long sword. Inside were disjointed pipes, and it was also impossible to hide someone at this height. Jiang Yu was certain that he had heard it correctly. It was the sound of metal clashing that came from this side of the wall. His sight fell on the wall. Have Little B check the wall. Little B was meticulous, and without a ruler, he pulled a bed sheet as a measuring tool, measuring the length of the walls in both rooms. The bathroom was also measured, and really found something wrong. Boss Su, the size is not right. The toilet here is 1 meter short, and the closet over there is half a meter short. Behind the bathroom over here happened to be the closet in the opposite room. Doing the math, there was at least 2 square meters of space that was not right. A few people looked at each other. There was something fishy. Jiang Yu directly ordered Su Qianyue to bring someone to dismantle the closet. Xiaowei is strong and goes up and uses a knife to run along the closet seams, taking the closet out of the wall. Everyone realized that it is not the online kind of closet where the back is a secret door. The secret door is on the side of the closet. The back is a solid wall. Behind the side backboard is a passageway that accommodates 2 people in and out. And further in, an elevator. The elevator. The Pearl Hotel was the best hotel in a city. Why is there an elevator here? Xiao had a moment of fear. The elevator didn't have electricity. The doors wouldn't open. And no one knew how many floors the elevator led to. The sound that Jiang Yu heard just now was most likely a mouse in the elevator. Or the sound made because of the spread of the floodwater stirring the transmission device. Because it was too close to the room and relatively quiet. That's why it was heard. Will someone climb up? Xiaowei was worried. Su Qianyue tensed her small face and was listening to Jiang Yu's analysis. I don't know how many floors this leads to. Built so hidden. It's likely to lead directly to the parking lot. Or some more special floor room. Normally, people wouldn't climb up. But now with the extreme environment of the tsunami, it's hard to say. Find something to seal it up. Boss, what to do? Xiaowei looked at her. Su Qianyue was also afraid. Find a way to seal it up. Even if someone inside climbs up, they won't be able to get out kind of thing. Little B is worthy of being the talent everyone looks up to. Standing up the bedheads under the dismantled body and putting them in, just in time to block the elevator door. In one breath, he put 10 headboards stacked in, and the headboards were just the right size to jam the elevator doors, layer by layer. This was good. Even if the elevator was open from the inside, they would be facing a half-meter thick solid wood headboard. Even if they wanted to throw the headboard down, there was no room to turn around. After doing all this, Su Qianyue asked Xiaobi to lock the door of this room and pin it with a steel pipe from the outside. Check every room, Su Qianyue ordered. Xiaobi was in charge of checking. Xiaowei was in charge of prying the closet. Even the room they lived in was not spared. Fortunately, there was only such a hidden elevator room. Tossing and turning into the night, several people were exhausted, and Pearl Hotel 10th floor has been messed into a pot of porridge. Xiliang hated it so much that he died a bodyguard and lost a gun, and he still didn't have a clue. And then he woke up and the sky collapsed. Below the flood has been drowned to the 8th floor. Live in the lower part of the people at the moment are pouring up. More than 300 people crowded here. Chaotic and food market-like. Xiliang let people guard the 11th floor. No one is allowed to go up. Even if they wanted to go up, he had to choose first. Let's move to the 20th floor. Bull *******. To move to the top. Who knows how big the water will be? Then won't we still have to move down when the water recedes? 70 floors is too high. And what if it doesn't recede? How about we start building a boat? The materials are all readily available anyway. In the crowd, Xiao Mei weakly proposed. It was said that it was better for bad people to rack their brains than for stupid people to be inspired. Xilian thought this was a good idea, narrowing his eyes at Xiao Mei. Chapter 65, Your name is all over the book. Xiao Mei was immediately scorched by Qi Liang's very oppressive sight. You said that the materials are all readily available? Qi Liang has read countless women. Xiao Mei's behavior like this. Of course he knows what it means. Then tonight, sleep with this woman. Xiao Mei immediately nodded with a red face. The closet is waterproof. Looks like, you haven't played on the closet much. Qi Liang did not care about Xiao Mei's dignity at all. Some people are puzzled. What is the relationship between the flowers plate and the closet being waterproof? Someone thought of something and suddenly realized, looking at Xiao Mei's eyes naked, as if she was stripped naked. But this kind of look is even more exciting. Xiao Mei squirmed a few times, her ice peach blossomed with water. Qiliang decided to do a two-handed preparation, move directly above the 60th floor and build the ship at the same time. Remove the closet in the room below first, or it will be useless if it gets flooded. Most of them wished to move to the top. The bottom was just too dangerous. Among so many people, it happened that someone knew a little bit about boat building, and this person was designated as the person in charge of boat building. Kara's bodyguards guarded the stairs on the 20th floor, and if they wanted to go up, each man had to hand over 2 closet boards and 10 screws. Otherwise, they would live down there and wait to be flooded. People are afraid of the gun in his hand. They can only resign themselves to dismantling the closet. Without tools, they use their hands to pickpocket. Anyway, if they can't hand over the boards, they can't go up. Xiao Mei is no exception. She shyly tried to follow Qiliang up the stairs, and was pushed away by Qiliang pinching his chin. End of the day. If you want to climb my bed, you have to pay for it. Xiao Mei was humiliated, spitting viciously in her heart. Payment. You think you're a duck, but there was no way out. She could only go and find her 2 little friends from before to go and demolish the closet together. Unsurprisingly, she was humiliated by those 2 again. Without a word, Xiao Mei took a stainless steel spoon and pried the wall bit by bit. One of them sneakily grabbed a fire axe and quickly hacked down a closet door. Yikes! What's this? After the side backboard was removed, the axe was so hard that it smashed through the wall behind the backboard in one go, not realizing that it was leaking out a big hole. The 3 of them looked at each other. Xiao Mei rushed over to close the door to the room. Without saying a word, the 3 of them accelerated their speed and cleaned out the wall, only to discover that it was a small elevator shaft. The sound of whirring water could still be heard below. The exit is down there, otherwise the flood wouldn't have come in. So where does this elevator lead to? The 3 of them had an idea and immediately exited, covering the large hole haphazardly and running upstairs to continue smashing the wall, while also confirming that the exit of this elevator shaft was very high. Most likely the exit was on the top floor. After paying the transit fee of 2 door panels per person, they were also allowed to go upstairs. Damn it, when going up the stairs, they also had to carry the door panels up. The others were exhausted, but Xiao Mei's trio was fully motivated. When they got to the top, they realized that the stairs from the 69th floor to the 70th floor were unlocked. Qiliang stood in the corridor with a black face, as if he was going to storm out and kill someone the next moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it must be that woman. Well. The stairwell was a very good quality fire door, billet steel, cement core, and the joints were also thick and heavy steel tethered. It was unlocked, not to mention that it seemed to have been lighted on the inside by a steel pipe. It's a good thing everyone can't get up there. If this flood really flooded the 69th floor, everyone would have to die. Xiao Mei's trio stepped backward, discussing countermeasures in a low voice. When the flood comes up, that passageway is the only way out for us to stay alive. We must keep this secret. If the floodwaters really flooded up to the 70th floor, the only way to survive was to go up to the top floor. Qiliang's kind of people were heartless, and there was no telling what would happen if they knew about it. Prevent others from finding out the secret. Xiao Mei, you can't go and sleep with Qiliang. Can't the 2 of us brothers satisfy you? They were afraid that Xiao Mei would tell this matter. Xiao Mei hurriedly shook her head to say she wouldn't. If she didn't agree, she might die under the fire axe the next moment. Qiliang was to live on the 69th floor, and the supplies were to be kept on this floor. No one else was allowed to live here. Xiao Mei and the 3 of them spread out and took up all the rooms with secret doors on the 3 floors below to avoid the others from discovering the secret. Fortunately, everyone else also wanted to live on the higher floors or in the middle. The secret within the wall was considered to be temporarily guarded. Even if Jiang Yu had God's perspective, there was no way he could see the situation below. A faint sense of crisis lingered on the 70th floor. After dismantling the elevator, Su Qianyue's maintenance skill was upgraded to 40, and Jiang Yu asked her to learn how to use the remote control bombs, drones, robotic dogs, night vision devices and infrared detectors. Su Qianyue was unable to read the instructions at all. Taking out a small notebook from her space, Su Qianyue read the instructions over and over again while making notes on the machines. So hard, but it's hard to learn. Jiang Yu cheered her on, while dealing with the new data sent by Qiu Qin. It was the 5th day of the rainstorm and the 4th day of the great tsunami. He doesn't know how many students Li Mingqi has, and he usually doesn't care about politics, and he hasn't cared about who the Linchuan leaders are. Until now, it is not clear what the status of Hu Qingyun, the senior brother, is. On the contrary, he found that Qiu Qin's data is particularly comprehensive, and a lot of it is data that Li Mingqi cannot get. He couldn't help but become more curious about this cloud volume consulting company. Every conclusion of his data was transmitted by Qiu Qin to Hu Qingyun in real time. Hu Qingyun already knew that Linchuan's rainstorms would last for 10 to 40 days, which would be helpful in his protection efforts. After this, he would go further. there's no doubt about it. Jiang Yu stretched his back, going to take a look at what Su Qianyue was doing. The little girl was asleep on her back, a head of green silk with a healthy oily sheen drifting across the bed. She was wearing that white t-shirt nightgown, her delicate snow-white waist outlining an amazing curvature. A pair of long legs made people unable to move their eyes. The little black cat Luna leaned on Su Qianyue's lap, licking her paws. Jiang Yu poked it with his mouse. This is my place. Get out of the way. Meow. The little black cat changed its position in dissatisfaction. Its two paws hugged Su Qianyue's slender calf, and rubbed against it. Jiang Yu. Su Qianyue's hand was several pages of instructions, her notebook spread out to the side. Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gets close to the screen, and only then does he see clearly that the notebook is full of his name, except for a few lines of notes. Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu blinks. Did Su Qianyue miss him while he was away? Putting the mouse on the notebook, he poked and prodded. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. Was the rest of the notebook like this, with his name written on it? Jiang Yu looked at Su Qianyue, who had slept until her little face was deformed, like a little ball. Her heart was a soft mess. Things were even worse than he thought. He liked Su Qianyue even more than he thought. He never knew that originally liking someone would be so apprehensive. One would worry all the time whether the other party liked him or not. All the pride and self-confidence, the achievements that had been made, were worthless in front of the person he loved. Chapter 66, Computer is more important than my life. Jiang Yu didn't bother Su Qianyue, and after watching for a while, he went to make dinner and eat it. He had stocked up on supplies and water and wasn't worried about eating at all. It's raining too hard outside, with thunder and lightning coming one after the other. It feels like there's no need to turn on the lights. The house will be snowy all the time. Jiang Yu casually cooked a noodle and added a ham sausage. Just halfway through the meal, the express bar fell to the ground. When he reaches out to pick up the chopsticks, he realizes that his fingers are wet. Jiang Yu hurriedly lowered his head to check. The house even into the water. Neighborhood water shut down. It is impossible to be where the water leakage. Sure enough, pushing the wheelchair to the door of the house, is the doorway leaks in the water. Xinghu neighborhood for some years, because of the proximity of the hospital, is the first choice for many people to seek medical accommodation for a long period of time, where the house equipment are relatively old. He lives on the first floor. The original terrain is not high. The door is still the kind of old vermilion iron door. The door has several rows of grills under the exhaust place. The water came in from these places. You can see that there must be a lot of water out there. The entire neighborhood is not easily optimistic. Jiang Yu immediately went back to the house, moving the mainframe of the desktop to the bed and the laptop to the table. Threw some more food and drinks onto the bed, opened the windows. If the water is too big, the rescuers can still save people from the windows. It can't be so big that even the first floor is flooded. Grab some time to charge his wheelchair some more. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed. Next thing you know, you'll be eating, drinking, and pooping in bed. Su Qianyue then didn't have a problem, but he didn't expect his side to have a problem first. It really was. Jiang Yu let out a bitter smile. His cell phone buzzed incessantly. It was Louis Fei sending him a voice. Jiang Yu, this side of the school is covered in water. It's flooded to the calves. Your side is the first floor. Is it okay? I can't get through here. Don't get that wheelchair of yours wet. Be careful of leakage. When the water disperses, I'll go over to find you. You charge your cell phone. Louis Fei speaks quickly, all worried. Jiang Yu replies, well, I know. I'm fine here. Don't run around. It's dangerous outside. It's impossible to get a taxi in such a situation outside. He didn't want something to happen to Louis Fei. The world is quiet. Jiang Yu brushed the neighborhood property group chat. The property has reminded everyone not to go to the garage. Low floors to high floors transfer. But the transfer is still a minority. No one believes that the water can still flood the entire first floor. Some people say, can you send fruit? The children at home have not eaten fruit for several days. As a result, they were scolded by the other neighbors. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door. There's no telling who it is. Jiang Yu has no choice but to get in his wheelchair and open the door. The water in the house has now flooded the pedals of the wheelchair. Once he opens the door, it's surprisingly Yang Lin. Outside, the water is pouring in, and Yang Shulin is wearing rain shoes and a raincoat. Upon seeing him, Yang Grove was immediately delighted. Boss, you're home. My cell phone is in the water, and there's no way to contact you. The neighborhood is in the water, and you're here on the first floor. I'm afraid you need help, so I came over to take a look. It's a lie to say that I'm not touched. Boss, you bring your important things and move my house first. My place is on the 11th floor. You're welcome too. If I hadn't listened to your advice and stocked up in advance, my wife and child would have to starve. I rode a tricycle over here. It's very convenient. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, Jiang Yu wasn't polite either. Taking out the trolley case, He put the computer mainframe, screen, laptop, charging cable, etc. Put a plastic bag over it and put it all in. And let Yang Lin go to the second bedroom. Let him move whatever supplies he needs. There are tricycles anyway. He told him to move whatever supplies he needed. As there was a tricycle, he was to move some food, water, and water. Yang Grove first moved Jiang Yu's wheelchair to the car, and even put an umbrella over it. Then he moved the suitcases up, and finally came back, put a raincoat on Jiang Yu, and carried him on his back to put him on the tricycle. Boss, commiserate. It's fine. Jiang Yu tightened the raincoat on his body. The thunderstorm got heavier and heavier, and a song lyric suddenly surfaced in his mind. What was it? True love on earth? A good man's life is safe? By the time he arrived downstairs, Yang Lin was already drenched. The elevator doesn't work because of the water on the first floor. Yang Lin is ready to move Jiang Yu up first, but Jiang Yu asks him to move his suitcase up first. This is important. More important than my life. Okay. Yang Lin is good at this. He'll do whatever you tell him to do. Bringing the wheelchair down. Jiang Yu first sat on the wheelchair and took shelter from the rain in the hallway. Yang Lin thumped up the stairs with his suitcase. A few minutes later, he comes downstairs, picks up Jiang Yu on his back, and goes up the stairs with a whimper. A kind-looking round-faced woman stood waiting at the door, looking about the same age as Yang Lin. Boss, this is my daughter-in-law Xiao Tao. Hello, I'm troubling you. Jiang Yu took the initiative to greet her. No, it's what we should do. Thanks to you. Xiao Tao was a bit shy and took the initiative to push over his wheelchair. At this time, the old lady across the street banged and pushed open the door of the house, throwing a bag of garbage at the door. It was raining heavily, and the families had no way to go downstairs to throw the garbage, so they all left it in front of their homes. The old lady looked disgusted and cursed under her breath. There's a big illness. You can't even uncover it yourself, and you're wasting water and electricity by picking up other people and making the hallway wet. What kind of abusive person are you pretending to be? Xiao Tao was embarrassed. Yang Lin grunted. It's not like you're using your home's water and electricity, so shut up. The old lady's triangular eyes were disdainful. When you can't uncover the pot, you'll be honest. Then don't borrow things from us to eat. Slightly. We bought a lot of things the other day. Didn't you bump into it? When you can't cook, don't borrow from us. Don't look at Yang Grove as a father. The essence is still a 23-year-old boy. He is not subject to that kind of anger. After cursing a few times, he let Jiang Yu and Xiao Tao enter the house first. He continued to move things. The room layout here was the same as the one Jiang Yu rented. Boss, you're staying in the second bedroom. It's always been empty. Xiao Tao was also a bit embarrassed, receiving guests for the first time in the house. Jiang Yu opens the trolley case and loads up his computer for the first time. Let's just say that it's just a water outage right now. Luckily there's no power outage. That game of his could work without the internet, but not without electricity. It took Yang Lin 3 times to move the stuff. Jiang Yu looked at the inventory in his house and simply gave Yang Grove the keys to make another run. Boss, enough is enough. Yang Lin immediately pushed back, his neck reddening with anxiety. I pick you up here. It's not like I'm coveting your stuff. Jiang Yu laughed even more. My place is on the first floor. Quite a few things are going to be flooded. You moved over so you can at least salvage a bit. The rain wouldn't stop for at least another 10 days. He had seen the big tsunami situation in the game. The disaster concept Chengdu 10%. Mapped to reality is also a big flood level. It's just that Linchuan is inland. It's not that big. It's okay. By the time we can't use it all, you can move it back to me after the water recedes. Okay. Yang Grove took the key and went to move the stuff. The owner's group of their building exploded. The old woman twittered. Some of the others thought Yang Lin was a good person, but most were still watching the fun. Don't be an abusive good guy without strength. Now that water and food are in short supply, isn't having an extra person in the house an extra burden? Not to mention a disabled person. How much material must be consumed? Yang Lin looked at the message, angry, and in the group 8 old lady. It is all I understand, you old lady. After saying this, he backhanded and retired the group. Chapter 67, Double Eating Hot Pot. I don't care. Just want video. Jiang Yu temporarily settled down in Yang Lin's house. Yang Shulin's 1-year-old son, Lele, is lying on a cot with a tiger's head. Don't look at Yang Shulin's pitch black color, but Xiao Tao is white and clean, and the son he gave birth to is also white like a jade doll. He is spitting bubbles at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stretched out his finger and Lele reached out and held it. Wouldn't the child of himself and Su Qianyue be this cute too? I'm not bad looking. Su Qianyue is also beautiful. Our child must be pinched by Empress Shurji herself? Wait. What am I thinking? Jiang Yu's face turns red and he hastily slaps his face and exits the room after saying hello to the little doll. Yang Lin follows Jiang Yu's lead and cuts off the electricity to the house he's renting. Otherwise it's still dangerous to have water in the house. The things in the refrigerator were all moved over. Xiao Tao was a bit worried. How to deal with this? The refrigerator can't be stuffed anymore. She unpacks everything she can and tries to make room. The refrigerator is about to explode. Jiang Yu looks at a table of things that can't fit. Let's eat hot pot. Cook in what you can't finish. It won't go bad with the oil seal. Okay, Woods, you watch the kids. I'll go get ready. Boss, you're busy. I'll call out to you when it's ready in a while. Xiao Tao put on her apron and started cooking. Jiang Yu returned to the second bedroom, gently closing the door. Su Qianyue held the gun, aiming at the robot dog. Stand up and run. The machine dog flashed its small red eyes, moving left and right a few times according to the command. Jiang Yu unexpectedly saw a wave of aggression from the machine dog's face. Cough. Jiang Yu, you're here. Su Qianyue immediately put away her gun. Her face was warm like a spring breeze. Have you had dinner yet? Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was past 8 in the evening. Not yet. I don't know what to eat. What about you? Eating hot pot. Jiang Yu had already started to slowly lay the groundwork to let Su Qianyue understand his world. Hot pot? Su Qianyue's eyes lit up. Then can I eat hot pot? You got a lot of ingredients from downstairs. Even if you eat hot pot every day, you can't finish it. Eat it if you like. Feeling uninteresting? Just call out those 3 people to accompany you. You don't do it. Let them do it. Don't burn yourself. Jiang Yu's main focus is pampering. Jiang Yu drenched in the rain for a while. The water in his brain drained away. Seeing the book filled with his name, what was he unsure of? Su Qianyue likes herself. This cognizance made him happy. Su Qianyue didn't delay at all, gripping the Xiao trio up. I want to eat hot pot. Oh, the boss wants to eat hot pot. Where's the pot? Su Qianyue went back to the house and took it out. Actually took it out from the space. The ingredients were all there, and Xiao went to pick some. Hot pot base? Xiaowei went upstairs in the rain, went to look in the supplies that hadn't been moved down, and actually rummaged through 2 packets. As for water, even less to worry about. The trio encountered a new problem. Boss, there's no fire and not enough electricity. Little A was a bit apprehensive and tentatively asked Su Qianyue. Other things can be solved. He can't do anything about this fire and electricity. Delaying the boss to eat hot pot. Damn it. Jiang Yu was happy. So much wood. The roof exit fire to cook hot pot. Oh, Su Qianyue heard. Right, ow. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Jiang Yu, you're so smart. Then she instructed Xiaowei and Xiaobi to go to the top floor stairway side to build a platform that could make a fire. Professional things like building a platform were left to Little B. Little A went to move the tables and stools. Xiao took the processed ingredients and dishes and set them up. As for the burning materials, dismantle the beds, closets, furniture, etc. On the spot. The hotel uses good stuff, mostly solid wood. Oh, and hotel books. Some of the rooms had a lot of books that were kept as decorations, all turned into fuel at the moment the hot pot boiled up. Su Qianyue nodded with satisfaction. Boss, so I'll start boiling? Xiao asked tentatively. Seeing Su Qianyue nod, only then did she start putting in the ingredients. They were all bagged kelp knots, meatballs, sliced ham, vermicelli, and these, as well as some dried goods. Of course it wasn't as rich as the ingredients before the end of the world, but in the middle of the end of the world, in the days when many people couldn't eat a full meal, they could still eat hot pot. It was simply not too happy. There was no dipping plate, no soy sauce, vinegar or chile, and it was also very delicious when it was fished out of the butter pot and eaten directly. Su Qianyue ate until her little mouth turned red. She had never realized that beef balls could be so spicy. Xiao's trio never thought that following Su Qianyue could still eat hot pot. There was even more admiration for Su Qianyue. Seeing which ingredient Su Qianyue's line of sight fell on, she grabbed a funnel to fish it up and put it in Su Qianyue's bowl. At this time, the people living in the room attached to the staircase on the 69th floor were all sniffing their noses. Where did the hot pot smell come from? It was coming from the corridor. Everyone coincidentally sniffled and searched for it, and it was drilled in from above the stairway. The fire door is very tight, but it can't help that everyone is too sensitive to the smell. Just a little bit seeped out, and it was caught by the people below. Damn it, are they having hot pot? Locking the door to keep us from going up. How dare they have the face to eat hot pot? It smells so good. I haven't had enough for days. With the flooding, it was impossible to go out and look for supplies, so we could only eat our old food. What was stored was not much, and after moving up, Qiliang realized that there was even less. Of course, with so many people, tightening their belts and eating for most of the month was still enough, but he just loved the feeling of strangling others and watching those people beg for mercy. Opening up the coffers to all of them, he told them that there was no telling when the flood would recede. If you wanted food, you had to pay enough. A new rule was made: if you repair a boat, you can earn a little bit of food. He got even more excited watching the men fight for a spot to fix the boat. Shiliang sat on the couch with the door to the house open, staring viciously at the fire door. Humph, it's useless for you guys to look at me. There are only so many supplies. What if we don't save them? But we're about to starve to death. With that strength, why don't you think of a way to open that door? Su Qianyue. Several people frowned tightly. A floor away, the fire door below was slapped and clanged. There was also the faint sound of cursing. Boss, you eat, I'll go take a look. Xiaobi took the initiative to stand up. Not long after he came up to reply. Boss, I stood behind the door and quietly listened. Those people want to build a boat, and they also want to find a way to get our door open. Su Qianyue tilted her head. They've had enough. Even if they get our door open, I won't give it back to them. Crowd. These are two different things. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Still can't be careless. After eating in a while, use the drone to go down and take a look. Su Qianyue, however, suddenly turned red and got up to go back to the house. Jiang Yu wondered, is it so hot? Unexpectedly, Su Qianyue mysteriously closed the door and raised her small face to ask, but tonight? What's wrong with tonight? Tonight is going to be a video. Su Qianyue's voice was similar to a mosquito. A girl taking the initiative to ask for a video with someone else. So shameful. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, she was a bit annoyed. I don't care. Tonight we agreed to have a video. Jiang Yu scratched his head. When did he say yes? Chapter 68, Have we messed with a big man? Su Qianyue was already shy, and when she saw that Jiang Yu didn't answer, she immediately felt shy and angry. Tears came up at once. Jiang Yu took a look and hurriedly spoke. No, don't cry. Alright, video at night. Really? Su Qianyue raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were tearful, all elated. Well, really? You volunteered? Well, voluntarily. Didn't lie to you. What could Jiang Yu say? He also wanted to video with Su Qianyue, and the words were still said out of his own accord. A manly ass couldn't go back on his word. He still remembered that when he first adopted, he said that he was a guardian in the past and a plaything in the back. He indeed became Su Qianyue's toy. Woo. No, to resist. A moment after eating, wash your face, clean yourself up a bit, and strive to handsome Su Qianyue face. Now that the water is out, it is not in your own home. It is not realistic to take a shower. Yang Lin carried a lot of water over, so it is still possible to wash your face. Knock knock. It should be Xiao Tao knocking on the door. Jiang Yu's fingers moved, not turning off the sound. Please come in. Boss, dinner is ready. Little Peach pushed open the door and poked her head in. This voice naturally traveled into Su Qianyue's side. Su Qianyue froze slightly. Jiang Yu, your side. Jiang Yu of course knew what she wanted to ask. I'm going to have a meal first. You take them and use the drone to observe the situation downstairs. 10 o'clock at night. Wheel video. Good. Then I'll wait for you at night. I'll take a shower early. Su Qianyue nodded her head vigorously, her eyes shining brightly, like reflecting starlight. Jiang Yu, speaking as if the two were going to have something. It's just a video. What are you afraid of? Right now he doesn't know what awaits him. The hot-potted Yang Lin's house is much richer than the food at Su Qianyue's side, with beef and mutton rolls and all kinds of meatballs stored in the fridge. Jiang Yu halo round, do not even look at the balls, a mouthful to swallow. Yang Lin has a child at home, so he opens the window for fear of being choked by the smell of the hot pot. Some people upstairs and downstairs complained. Who's home? What time is it? Still eating hot pot? The food has been taken out and shared. Why? I saw the young couple's house on the 11th floor carrying a lot of stuff up here today. And fruit. Ah, fruit? My kids haven't had fruit for days and days. Which one? I'll ask if they're willing to send us some. It's raining heavily outside and the water has gotten worse. The three of them, Jiang Yu, are eating their meal. Buzz. His cell phone rings. At a glance, it was Cho Chin calling. Mr. Jiang, I just received the news on my side that the Xinghu district you live in has been flooded. Protect yourself. I'll be there soon. I've arranged for a car to take you to transfer. No, Jiang Yu wanted to say that he was safe now. Just then, he heard thumping and banging as someone came to tap on the door. Lele, who was still sleeping, was immediately woken up and wailed. Xiao Tao hurriedly went to coax the child. Yang Lin got up and went to open the door. Open the door and see. Several people. The leader is a middle-aged man wearing a raincoat and rain shoes. This man he knows, the neighborhood driving black-hearted cab. As for the other several people, is also a cab driver in the neighborhood. The annoying old lady across the street was also mixed in the crowd. Yang Lin directly put away his smile. What is it? It's like this, brother. I heard that your family has supplies. We are all neighbors. Let's see if we can help out some. Look, we haven't had, for some days here, your meat, fruit, you two can't finish it, so let's share it. Of course the black-hearted driver knew that this was moral abduction. He said this on purpose. He came to find fault, before the neighborhood to send patients or looking for him. A day can earn several hundred. Since this brat came, with a broken van robbed him a lot of business. The old lady in the back saw that he did not speak, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. He is just petty. Do not want to share things. I told you earlier, this family has a bad heart. The black-hearted driver immediately laughed and chided a sentence. Don't talk nonsense, all door to door. People will definitely help a hand. Our neighbors, or how to mix in the future. This is a naked threat. If you don't give something, you won't be allowed to mix in the neighborhood? Yang Lin didn't go to college and didn't understand those axioms. He only knew that a lot of supplies were moved from the boss, and he didn't have the right to distribute the boss's things. This is the 21st century. There are disasters and difficulties also have official pockets. Have not heard of people will die of thirst and starvation. The most is a little bitter, and they had such a bad attitude, obviously looking for a fight. Share things? Think beautiful. You guys stop talking. The stuff is not mine. You guys don't morally kidnap me. The big deal is that I'll move when the rain stops. Yang Lin directly refused. He was so angry that his face turned red. Jiang Yu swept a glance at the situation outside the door, taking a deep breath. So is your car big? Big now the water outside is deep. Not a big car can't really run. You only bring your valuables. The rest of the company's side has been arranged for you. Xiao Qin was very generous. The big boss's secretary specially notified him. That's when he remembered this. At this juncture, Jiang Yu is the ancestor of Yun quantity. Of course he has to personally come to pick up the person. That's fine. Besides my computer, can I bring 2 people? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu sent the floor address to Xiao Qin, pushing the wheelchair to the door. The black-hearted driver blackened his face. You can think about it. We all look up and see each other. You've had hot pot. Isn't it proper for neighbors to help each other out? Yang Lin is not willing to show weakness. We hoard our own food and eat hot pot. What's it to you? And you're the only old woman with a big mouth. Even dumpling fillings aren't as big as yours. Besides, is this your attitude of begging? You mean you want us to beg? If you have the ability, you guys will move out now. The black-hearted driver finally said what was in his heart. Either force the people away or divide the brat's things. Yang Lin gasped for air. If it was usual, of course he would say move. But now, he couldn't say it anymore. If you guys keep messing around, I'll have the property come and evict people. You go find the property. Live in 20 years I never paid the property fee. If you have the ability you let them come. Jiang Yu patted Yang Lin's arm. Go back and pack up. Let's go, boss. It's fine. I know what's in my heart. Yang Lin felt that there was no way for the boss to move out in this kind of weather. Otherwise it wouldn't have been his turn to go to him. Saying so was just for the people outside. But the boss asked to pack up. Of course he had to cooperate, closing the door and calling out to Xiao Tao to pack up the things for the children. Jiang Yu returned to the room. Su Qianyue's side had already finished eating, and a few people were studying the drone. Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue waved her hand, letting the 3 go out first. On her face was a smile she couldn't hide. Jiang Yu, want the video? Jiang Yu apologized a bit. I have something here. Change it to 11 o'clock, if it goes well. Oh, the little girl's loss is visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yu can be heartbroken. I'll keep my word. Even if it's not 11 o'clock, it's 12 o'clock. No matter how late it is, it's all video, okay? Chapter 69, you didn't say it was such a video. Thanks to Righteous Father for the reward, long shot. Su Qianyue lost her head and nodded. I'm sorry, I know I'm being willful, and you have your own business, but there's no such thing. You wait for me obediently. Jiang Yu calmed the person down, shut down the computer, put on a plastic bag, and packed it into the suitcase. The few people outside the door discussed their countermeasures. They're just being tough-talking. It's impossible to move. That's right, the rain is so heavy. His broken van is probably leaking oil. Let's keep knocking on the door. As long as he opens the door, everyone will push in. It's useless to call the police at a time like this anyway. Must give him some color. The narrow hallway became even more cramped. The people who came to ask for something were immediately squeezed against the wall. The black-clothed people spread out and made a passageway, and from behind came up a young man in a suit. And the young man also had a transparent umbrella. That condescending and golden temperament immediately stunned the crowd. In comparison, Xiao Qin was the dragon and phoenix, while they were the bumpkins. Xiao Qin glanced at the number plate and the corner of his mouth hooked. It's here. Yes. He knocked on the door himself. Mr. Jiang. Yang Lin was taken aback when he opened the door. Such a big battle. Is Mr. Jiang in? In. Okay. Xiao Qin directly lifted his foot to enter the house, and when he saw Jiang Yu, it was as if the peacock had opened its screen. Mr. Jiang, I'm here. Pack up and we can leave. Jiang Yu nodded, handing over the suitcase to Xiao Qin. Tough on you. Where? This is all what I should do. Su Qianyue waved his hand. The black-clothed men outside fishtailed in, and the two of them directly lifted up the wheelchair with Jiang Yu. It was like the emperor was going downstairs just like that. Su Qianyue turned his head and smiled, asking Yang Lin what else he wanted to take away. Yang Lin is terrified and stammers, "My wife and child. There's also all this food." The other men in black moved as if they were ants. One person lifted a large box and moved the things away. There was no shortage of supplies in the accommodation arranged by the company. But Mr. Zhang's friend said to bring it with him, so he did. Anyway, the car is big enough. The black-hearted drivers outside had never seen such a battle. One by one, their mouths were wide open and they didn't dare to make a sound. And they watched Su Qianyue, like the chief executive of the palace, give a command and move all the things away. And it was a heartache. These things were about to become theirs, but no one dared to speak. Those big men, at first glance, are very powerful. A fist down must not take half a life off. It was only when Yang Lin locked the door that he reacted to what had happened. Grinning at the black-hearted driver, he revealed a mouthful of large white teeth. Hey, this is good. We can really go. Oh, I forgot to tell you, you curse like a pussy, you know? You, old man Blackheart was a handful of years old. When had he ever been so humiliated? It's over. Did they offend some big shot? Shocked and scared, both eyes went black and almost fainted. Had I known, if he had known, he wouldn't have come to the door to ask for something. Yang Grove finally got out of his misery. He'll move when the water recedes. Humph. When we got down there, we realized that it was not just a big car. It was a big black truck with a shed. It's more than enough to move the whole house. Not to mention moving these things. Su Qianyue puts away his umbrella and climbs into the car. Mr. Jiang, the water outside is so big right now. Only this kind of big car can pass. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Jiang Yu chimes in with a smile. I have to thank you. It was hard for you and everyone else to make the trip. This is what I should do. You wait a bit. We'll be there in an hour. The big truck rattled off. Peach was in a state of confusion until now. How come we suddenly had to change places? And who were these people? Holding the child in her arms, she asked Yang Grove in a low voice. What's going on? Yang Grove looked back. Similarly, he lowered his voice. Daughter-in-law. This time we've embraced a huge thigh. Many streets in Linchuan were waterlogged. The water flooded up to the truck tires. The torrential rain poured down like a torrent. Even if there were pumps that kept pumping, it was useless. The stores on the streets had all given up resisting. Some large trucks like theirs were traveling slowly through the water, distributing supplies everywhere or transporting people in need of rescue. So far, it seemed that there were no major problems, except that the water was too big to travel, and the water and electricity were cut off in some areas. After the water recedes, Linchuan is a good man again. Things like Yang Grove being asked for things at his door are minor in comparison. Jiang Yu brushes up on the media software, and there are some areas that didn't prepare as well as Linchuan, and the losses are still pretty big. The truck rattled and drove straight to a cluster of villas on the northwest outskirts of Linchuan. Here the terrain is high. There is a river nearby. The water is directly drained away. The villa complex did not suffer from flooding. The truck is parked directly at the ground-level garage, and after getting off the truck, you can directly enter the villa room. Jiang Yu was carried down. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao stared wide-eyed. The villa. Where are they being moved to here? Su Qianyue jumped out of the car, took out an access card, and dripped it on the garage side door. Boss, you guys are staying here these days. Jiang Yu was also surprised. This cloud volume company was big on money. The people in black carried in the supplies they brought over in Jiang Yu's wheelchair suitcase. Su Qianyue directly handed Jiang Yu a black box. Boss Jiang, all the keys and access control for the villa are here. You stay here first. I have things to do so I won't bother you. We'll arrange for someone to cook tomorrow. You don't have to worry. Xiao Tao hurriedly pushed Yang Lin. Yang Grove was very embarrassed and stepped forward. Cooking. Let's do it. Otherwise it's weirdly embarrassing to live here for nothing. Su Qianyue looked at Jiang Yu, meaning Jiang Yu made the call. Jiang Yu nodded. Alright, Boss Chiu. Let my friend come then. He still needed to butt in when strangers came to cook, and he trusted Yang Lin's character. After the people had all left, Jiang Yu glanced at the time, threw the black box aside, found a random room on the first floor, and hurriedly turned on his computer. It was about to be 12 o'clock. If he didn't go anymore, the little girl was going to cry. Taking advantage of the time, he also hurriedly washed his face and straightened his hair with wet hands. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao saw Jiang Yu close the door and didn't dare to disturb, silently starting to pack up their things. Su Qianyue lost her mind and sat in front of the window holding Luna. The dark sky outside was her mood. Did Jiang Yu not want a video with her? Su Qianyue? Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Su Qianyue immediately came to life. Eyes glistening, red lips slightly open. You're back. Right away. Jiang Yu tapped on the intimacy prompt. whether or not to open the video function with your school girlfriend Su Qianyue. Confirm purchase. Please recharge 298.00 yuan. Intimacy grows to 40. Can unlock the touch function. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and chose to recharge. After recharging, a video button appeared next to the call button. With his eyes closed, he clicked the video button. Swish. Jiang Yu still couldn't care less about the tactile function. He saw a golden light appear in Su Qianyue's room. A scene similar to a holographic projection appeared. Jiang Yu's back leaning against the mansion, sitting in a wheelchair, was projected directly in front of Su Qianyue. Jiang Yu, dog thing, didn't you save video? How is it such a video method? Chapter 70, I like you too. Jiang Yu lost his sense of space. His projection glowed with a faint halo in the hotel room. Su Qianyue was wearing that wooden earring white nightgown and a pair of white stacked socks. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders as she looked shyly and adorably at Jiang Yu in front of her. Jiang Yu is very good looking. His eyebrows and eyes are soothing, different from what she thought, but a look she likes. It's just that she didn't expect Jiang Yu to be in a wheelchair. It made her very surprised. The little black cat Luna also curiously circled around Jiang Yu and even stretched out her claws to scratch a few times, realizing that all she was scratching was air. Angrily, she jumped onto the bed and meowed twice. Su Qianyue was a bit nervous. She had fantasized about all of Jiang Yu's looks. She just hadn't thought about the fact that Jiang Yu was a disabled person. Was he just strategizing for himself from his wheelchair? Su Qianyue looked down at her heart, knowing for the first time what it meant to have a heartache. She couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, reaching out her hand, wanting to touch Jiang Yu's leg, but her hand passed through Jiang Yu's projection. Jiang Yu pursed his lips. His heart was apprehensive, but he didn't want to show it on his face. He smiled softly and spoke. Isn't it disappointing? Su Qianyue jerked her head up, her head shaking like a rattle drum. No, just surprised. She squatted down, squatting in front of Jiang Yu, looking at his knee, speaking with great heartache. How did this happen? It must have hurt. It must have hurt. It must have hurt. The video of the two of them, there is no awkwardness, no embarrassment, but really like an old married couple. Just such a sentence, like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashed Jiang Yu's heart of the road, the kind of thin and broken. He doesn't have any parents, and since he was a child, when he fell and got hurt, no one ever asked him if it hurt. This time the car accident hospitalized. Everyone concerned about his injuries to take care of him are all big men. No one asked him if it hurts. But can it not hurt? He subconsciously felt that it hurt, so he held it in. Now Su Qianyue's words made him suddenly realize that he also needed to be asked. The iceberg in his heart melted. February spring water in general. He cherished this moment more than everyone else. His tone was even gentler. Fortunately, the leg is not sentient, so I can't feel the pain now. You get up first. Be careful that your legs will go numb in a while. Su Qianyue stood up, sitting obediently on the edge of the bed facing Jiang Yu. I really thought you were a god before. Jiang Yu shook his head and laughed lightly. I'm a person, not a system or a god. The two looked at each other, their faces both reddening into apples. Su Qianyue raised her head and seemed to gather a lot of courage. Can I ask you a question? Jiang Yu also had a lot of things he wanted to ask. He just didn't know where to start. You ask. Are you really human? Jiang Yu scratched his head. I should be a human. Although Louis Fei occasionally called him a beast, he didn't wait for him to suspect Su Qianyue was a string of codes, but he was suspected by the little girl first. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. I have questions for you too. Next, he had to determine a very important thing. Su Qianyue, is she a real person or an electronic code? Her world, is it a real world or just a game? This was related to what he had to do in the future to protect Su Qianyue. Well, you ask too. Su Qianyue's large eyes were like pure black gemstones, without a single impurity. People, how can there be such perfection? Could it be that Su Qianyue was really just a string of code? The heart couldn't help but pull up. Before asking this question, I want to make one thing clear. No matter what the answer is, you have to trust me. My heart of wanting to be with you hasn't changed. Jiang Yu also went out on a limb. It was a shameful thing to say, but he was a man. He was sharing a room. If he didn't give Su Qianyue a guarantee, what if the little girl was sad? Su Qianyue's face quickly climbed with redness. Lowering her head, she whispered, I also want to be with you. Even if he knew in advance that Su Qianyue was fond of herself. At this moment when he got an affirmative answer, Jiang Yu's heart still thumped. He was ready to ask slowly one question at a time. Besides a city, do you know any other places? Su Qianyue broke her fingers. Besides a city, there's also C City, T City, E City. Then do you know about Earth? No, Earth is a village. We all live in the Earth village. Su Qianyue frowned. Her small face flashed with panic. Could it be that are you in another planet village? No, I also live on Earth. A bit of chicken and duck communication went down. Jiang Yu finally sorted out Su Qianyue's world. Her world was almost the same as the real world. Humanities, politics, history, happenings, etc. The only thing that was different was that everything had shrunk. The knowledge is still the same knowledge. The solar system is still the same solar system. It's that everything has gotten smaller. The earth has gotten smaller. The land has gotten less. And the population is also less. This is good. The two pair of accounts. Both dumbfounded. Su Qianyue mumbles and asks, I should be a human too, right? Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively, while also letting out a long sigh of relief. I also thought you were just a game character before. Then what about now? Su Qianyue mischievously slid off the bed, playfully bending over, her big watery eyes looking at Jiang Yu. What about now? Jiang Yu felt that this moment was going to melt away. Ahem. You sure aren't. If it's just a game, it can't be done so meticulously. Everyone else who could say their name had a growth line, even accurate to every day. And Su Qianyue's thoughts and every move couldn't be made by code. The world was a big place. This game that suddenly appeared was the bridge that linked the two people's two worlds together, and there was no point in exploring it in detail. They just need to know that the two are meant to be together. Jiang Yu helps Su Qianyue to successfully survive the end of the world, and the game world gives back to Jiang Yu, avoiding the reality of the disaster. This was enough. Su Qianyue shook her head. I also think I'm human. So sure? Jiang Yu snickered. Of course, the book said that people live to kiss, so I'm sure I'm alive. Jiang Yu all froze. What book? Su Qianyue also froze, covering her mouth with both hands, leaving only her big eyes to dribble. Oops. How did she say what was in her heart? It was said in that book that teaches people to kiss. It also said that kissing stabilizes emotions and is good for health. Before, she had only thought about it in her heart, but how did she say it all at once just now? So embarrassing. It's too late today. Let's video tomorrow. Su Qianyue picked up Luna, jumped onto the bed, got under the covers, and covered her head. It's too humiliating. Ooh. Su Qianyue was covered in the quilt. Her body's exquisite curves were unobstructed. She didn't even know how tantalizing it was to see herself like this. Jiang Yu was helpless. Can only urge, don't read messy books. Otherwise, his girlfriend's brain is all yellow and yellow. He can't resist. You take an early rest. Find a time tomorrow to go down with a drone to check out the situation. Don't be careless. I'm leaving. Su Qianyue hurriedly got out of the quilt, revealing a small head. Then when is the video tomorrow? Luna can see me. I guess Xiao Xiao and the others can also see me. We'll video when no one is around. Then tomorrow I'll let them go. Su Qianyue said with a straight face. Jiang Yu. Question. What if my girlfriend is a relationship brain? Chapter 71. You've learned to resist? No. Let me take a couple puffs. It was already 3 in the morning when the call ended. Jiang Yu was also too lazy to clean up. After turning on the monitoring program, he went straight to bed. The past few days have been very apprehensive, worrying about the matter of the video with Su Qianyue. Now that the matter is resolved, all the insecurity within is put down. Sleep was incomparably deep. As he fell asleep, he felt a little breathless again, but this time he had experience. Slowly opening his eyes, sure enough, his eyes were filled with snow white. He was indeed pressed by Su Qianyue on his chest again. Jiang Yu said he wants to be with me. He must like me, right? He also said that he wants a video tomorrow as well. Do you think that his leg will still get better? Forget it. What do you know as a cat? Meow meow meow. Jiang Yu's soul dressed as Luna and opened his mouth to meow as a cat. Su Qianyue lifts it up and intimately puts it to her mouth, ready to suck on it twice. Jiang Yu hurriedly raises his paw and stops Su Qianyue's tantalizing mouth. Just kidding. Even if he wanted to take a kiss, he had to do it himself. Ha, you've even learned to resist? No, let me suck 2 mouthfuls. Su Qianyue sat up. The sling of the white pajamas slipped down to her arm. The little black cat's 2 amber-colored eyes fell motionlessly on Su Qianyue's chest. Halo circle syndrome. It seems that not all circles are dizzy. Hey, I am not wrong. He is now a kitten. What bad thoughts can he have? Then a piece of warmth and softness on his brain. Su Qianyue giggled. Silly Luna. It's still not letting me kiss it. Jiang Yu surrendered. Jiang Yu surrendered. Being dragged by Su Qianyue to the quilt and cuddled up to sleep. The tip of his nose is filled with Su Qianyue's scent. It smells so good. Jiang Yu didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day and saw the unfamiliar luxurious room, it took a while to slow down. Su Qianyue was still sleeping. After he washed up, when he pushed his wheelchair out, Yang Lin was coaxing the child and Xiao Tao was cooking. Seeing him, both of them were a little embarrassed. Boss, thanks to your favor, we'll also stay in such a nice place for a bit. Yang Lin sincerely thanked him. Xiao Tao was also very happy, although a lot of the high technology here she wouldn't be able to use yet. Boss, what would you like to eat for lunch? There's everything here, and the kitchen is big, and the refrigerator is big. so I can make whatever I want to eat. If you don't know how to do it, just learn it now. Jiang Yu was casual. Anything, I'll eat whatever you make. He pushed the wheelchair around. The villa has 4 floors, 1 underground and 3 above ground, with an elevator. The 3rd floor is a rooftop. There is a room for sunbathing and a small golf course. At this time it is raining heavily. The rooftop is automatically closed. There are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor, and the master bedroom is a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom with a check room. If this room is given to Su Qianyue to live in, she must buy her a lot of pretty little dresses to fill up the check room. Jiang Yu was inexplicably happy when he thought of this. The 2nd floor also has a study, 2 guest rooms with ensuite bathrooms, each quite large. The 1st floor, where Jiang Yu stayed yesterday, had a total of 2 rooms. It looked like it was for the elderly or nannies. He stayed in 1 room, and Yang Lin and his wife stayed in 1 room. The Chinese kitchen, Western kitchen, dining room, living room, everything is available. On the 1st floor, there is a small audiovisual hall where you can watch movies and sing songs and play games. There is also a swimming pool in the yard, which is full of rainwater. The whole villa is elegant Chinese decoration, 1 step at a time. Every place is very durable. At first glance is the effort. Su Qianyue will definitely like this house. Jiang Yu felt something was wrong. How could he come up with this thought? Strange. After turning around and coming back, Yang Lin handed him a black box. Boss, which of your friends gave it to me yesterday? It's on the sofa. This was all the keys to this villa, usually only given to the owner. I didn't expect Shou Qin to leave this behind as well. Jiang Yu put the box back inside. There's still at least a week of this rain, so we'll stay here. Don't be nervous, I've helped him a lot too. Stay at ease. We'll leave when the rain stops and the water recedes. Good. Hearing Jiang Yu say that, Yang Lin and Xiao Tao are quite relaxed. Jiang Yu decides to find Shenwan to optimize the program again. There were 2 alarm records from the monitoring program last night. All of them were because Luna was recognized walking around in the middle of the night and triggered the alarm. To get Shenwan to add a simple recognition, creatures like cats and cats wouldn't have to be alarmed. After sending over a demand, he received a crying emoticon from Shenwan. Male god. In a few days, I'm on my period and can't move, and will soon faint from hunger. Didn't the school send you supplies? They were sent 2 days ago, but it was cut off in the past 2 days. The road outside Linchuan University is too low. It's become a lake. The rescue supplies can't get in. Without anti-napkins, I can only be paralyzed in bed. Male god, you don't understand. Shenwan didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with discussing things like great aunt with the male god. That was the male god. Hey. Jiang Yu thinks for a moment and asks Shenwan which room is in which dormitory, and coincidentally, it's in the building next to Lu Yifei's dormitory. Jiang Yu has a good impression of Shenwan. Her professionalism is excellent and her communication is smooth. Lu Yifei is right next door, and even though it's raining hard, he can get there by going down the steps, so it's only a matter of time before he gives her a hand. He poked open Lu Yifei's avatar. How's it going these days? Righteous father, luckily you let us stock up. The other dormitories are starving and wailing. The food we still have can still be hoovered up for at least 10 days and half a month. This made Jiang Yu feel relieved. Take some of Sheeta's sanitary napkins and a little bit of food. Don't need to take too much. And send it over to Shenwan in building 7. 403. Next door to you. No, boss. Sheeta is a big man. Where does he have sanitary napkins? He has. Don't you care? Lu Yifei's gossipy heart burned. Boss, then you have to tell me. What kind of person is Shenwan to you? Otherwise I'm not going to deliver. I'm party A. She's done work for me. Asterisk. You're someone's party A, dad? You've gone overboard. Playing with such flowers? Jiang Yu knew his dog's mouth couldn't spit out ivory. Shut up. You go deliver things properly. Delivering things to his sister. Lu Yifei was happy to do so. Sure duh. Hand over your tampon. Sure duh was playing a game. The tiger's body shook, and strongly denied. How could I have that? Boss said you have it. Be a pain in the ass. Hand it over. Don't delay my business. He. Takuta squirmed and took out a pack of Sophie from the cabinet. Kai Yong was curious and came over. You really have it. Wendy explained. I before GA hemorrhoids. Have this is not very normal. Kai Yong he pulled out a plastic bag. Stuffing food inside. Go. We go with you. See what the boss's party B looks like. Lu Yifei hurriedly held down his hand. The boss said. Not too much. Why? You can't be too cheap to see a sister. Lu Yifei hemmed and hawed. This you guys don't understand. Right. Save the emergency not to save the poor. What is more is not worth it. Boss and the other party is the relationship between party A and party B. We are going to comfort party B, not charity. Things sent more. When others morally kidnap us how to do? They are all sisters. Wooing a few times. Can you guys stand it? Right. Hey. Can't stand it.